Chapter 1. Memories of a Pill God. Who am I? I am Long Chen. I look down on the very heavens, the arrogant nine heavens, peerless Pill God Long Chen. I am someone who is cheated and bullied by everyone, a spineless, good for nothing cripple incapable of cultivating Long Chen. His mind was a whirl of confusion, and at the same time, severe pain came from all over his body. Long Chen was unable to stop his mind's chaotic thoughts, and emitted a pained groan. "Chen, you finally awakened? Thank God. Your mom was worried sick for you. If you want to brag about how strong you are, then fine, but why did you have to go duel with those people?" A kind and gentle voice sounded beside Long Chen's ear. That voice was full of happiness and comfort, but towards the end, it also became choked with emotion. Long Chen slowly opened his eyes. His blurry vision gradually became clearer, and a woman's face appeared before him. The woman appeared to be in her 30s, and she was extremely beautiful. However, in the corner of her eyes were some deep wrinkles that did not match up with her young age. Currently, this woman was tearfully looking at Long Chen with eyes that were full of love, making Long Chen's heart feel a burst of warmth. "Child, you scared your mom to death." As the woman spoke, her eyes became even redder and her tears streamed down. "Mom?" Long Chen looked at this familiar yet strange face. He doubtingly said this one word, his face filled with confusion. "Child, don't scare your mom. Don't you recognize me?" The woman's face immediately became panicked. At this moment, an elderly man appeared beside the woman. He examined Long Chen and he said, "Mrs. Long Chen suffered a blow to the back of his head, so it's possible he will need to rest a bit to recover his memories. Don't be too worried. Just now I gave the young master some medicine. The medicinal energy still hasn't completely dissolved, so just let the young master rest for a bit longer." Mrs. Long worriedly looked at Long Chen. Reluctantly, she nodded her head and followed the elderly man out of the room. Long Chen heard the elderly man advising the woman softly in the distance, "Mrs. Long, the fact that young Master Long managed to return with his life is already infinitely lucky. Don't force it too much." Mrs. Long tremblingly replied, "Master Alchemist's meaning is that my son will." The elderly man, who had been called an alchemist, sighed. The young master's hindbrain received an acute shock. To tell the truth, being able to wake up is already extremely lucky. However, the repercussions will definitely still be very severe. Losing his memory is quite possible in this situation. The two people gradually walked further and further away, so Long Chen could no longer hear them clearly, but what was barely audible to him was the sound of Mrs. Long sobbing. Long Chen gazed blankly at the ceiling above as he felt the severe pains throughout his body, especially at the back of his head, which was bursting with swollen, aching pain. "Just what happened? I'm Long Chen, and so Mrs. Long is my flesh and blood mother. How could I have such an unfamiliar feeling? And all these confusing memories, where did they come from? I have memories that I'm an arrogant, exceedingly powerful person, but at the same time, I remember that I'm an often bullied and extorted bitter trash. Pill God Long Chen? Trash Long Chen? Which is the real me? Am I the Pill God's reincarnation? Or am I a fusion of the Pill God's soul with a trash weakling?" Long Chen's mind was full of endless questions. "Whatever, it doesn't matter. I am Long Chen. Whether I'm Pill God Long Chen or the old, crippled Long Chen doesn't mean anything right now. The most important thing is that I'm still alive. I have two sets of memories that have mixed together. How would I even try to fix this kind of insane problem? Instead, what I need to do now is to let myself recover as quickly as possible." Sensing his body's current condition, he quickly located many fractures. He had 3 broken ribs, 1 arm broken in 2 places, and most severe of all, his hindbrain was injured to the point where a large portion of his scalp had caved in. He had definitely been victim to an extremely vicious assault. Although I have no way to condense energy, my spiritual strength appears to be extremely powerful. I can actually sense everything within 30 meters of my body. Long Chen was pleasantly surprised. According to his garbled memories, spiritual strength was invaluable, especially to pill cultivators. Prophet. Whether he was the reincarnation of the Pill God, or his soul just contained a mix containing the Pill God's memories, the present him had definitely greatly profited. The Pill God had lived an entire lifetime already, and now that allowed him to possess an exceptionally strong soul. Just what kind of awesomeness was this? However, when he carefully examined his body, his expression changed. "My spiritual root has been taken away. My abdomen's spirit bone is also missing a piece that appears to have been dug out. And my heart has a hole? Just who would be this ruthless and take my spirit root, spirit bone and spirit blood? No wonder I can't cultivate." Long Chen was completely infuriated. His current spiritual strength was much stronger than his old self. It was now strong enough for him to immediately figure out the mystery of why he was a cripple who couldn't cultivate. The spirit root was located in the Danshan. It was the foundation for all cultivators. Without the spirit root, there was no way to sense heaven and earth's spiritual energy, let alone absorb it for cultivating. Spirit blood was something that people were born with. It was a trace of blood that gave you innate talent. While basically all people were born with it, the majority of cultivators didn't know anything about it. Spirit bone was found in the pit of a person's abdomen and slightly bulged out. Ordinary people wouldn't have a spirit bone. Even amongst cultivators, maybe only 1 in 10,000 would have one, which marked them as a genius. However, Long Chen's spirit bone was obviously missing a piece, and had clear marks of being dug out by someone. His face became exceedingly unsightly. His memories were not all mixed up. Then how could he not remember who had done this to his body? Although these 3 things were precious to him, they wouldn't have any use once they left his body. They wanted to harm him. Why did they have to use such a harsh method? Using this kind of method was practically causing him to live a life worse than death. However, anger only brought on more anger, and since he was already missing them, being angry did not have any use. You better not let me find out who did this. Long Chen couldn't help but gnash his teeth in anger. This was an extremely great blow to him. With him possessing a spirit bone, even if he had been an idiot, he would still have been an absolute genius. But now some despicable bastard had caused him to become a useless person who was incapable of cultivating, causing him to be humiliated and receive condescending looks from practically everyone. Just when Long Chen was about to furiously erupt, the door of the room was gently pushed open, and a pretty 13-year-old maiden walked in. This was Long Chen's maid, who was called Bao. Young master, it's time to take some medicine. Medicine? What medicine is it? Long Chen nose sniffed slightly as he asked. This is something Mrs. Long paid an enormous price for. It's a tiger bone pill that can quickly heal young master's injuries. Bao replied. She opened the small, elaborate case in her hand, revealing the medicinal pill inside. It is said that this medicinal pill came from Grandmaster Yan Kai. The medicinal strength is very strong. Looking at the thing, Long Chen's face became a bit strange. Even this kind of plaything could be called a pill? Its shape was extremely uneven and seemed more like a meatball. Even not talking about the shape, its color was completely black, and there wasn't even a trace of luster. If it wasn't emitting a very faint medicinal aroma, then Long Chen might even suspect that it was a ball of sheep dung. After staring at the thing in his hand for a long time, Long Chen finally sighed. Someone who had ending up losing over 80% of the medicinal pill's essence could still be called a grandmaster. Long Chen bewilderedly wondered how someone could have created something so soft and mushy. Pills could be divided into 5 grades: low grade, middle grade, high grade, top grade, and peerless grade. As for the pill in his hand, it couldn't even count as one of the 5 grades. Long Chen suddenly realized that this was just a defective good. It was a trash pill. Normally, alchemists would definitely not sell these kinds of medicinal pills, since they couldn't afford to lose their customers. Oftentimes, they would be turned into medicinal liquids or just directly thrown out. Young master, don't daydream. In order to obtain this precious pill, Mrs. Long already sold off her own precious jewelry. You should hurry and take it, urged Bao. Long Chen couldn't help but feel some pain in his heart. His impression of his mother was that she loved him very dearly, to the point where it was like he were drowning in love. It had reached the point where his mother would basically never refuse any of his requests. His mother had done everything and anything for him. She had given birth to him while she was still young. She had been gifted with great beauty growing up, but now she was barely 30-something years old and already had wrinkles in the corner of her eyes. Seeing those deep wrinkles, Long Chen knew that she had already sacrificed far too much for him. Looking at the medicinal pill in his hand, he observed that even though it was a defective good, at least the medicinal ingredients inside it were not bad. Impurities took up over 80% of it, but it wouldn't have any problems healing his injuries. Taking the medicinal pill, Long Chen ordered Bao to not leak any news of him out, excluding to his mother, of course. Although Bao didn't really understand why, she still trusted Long Chen and obediently nodded. After taking the medicine, although Long Chen had no way to use cultivation to absorb the medicinal strength, he managed to guide the medicinal energy to his wounds by using his formidable spiritual strength, allowing him to recover extremely quickly. The second day, Long Chen slowly opened his eyes. He had a smile plastered on his mouth as he exercised his muscles. Excellent. Although that medicine was pretty bad, the medicinal ingredients themselves were of high quality. Other than my hindbrain, the majority of my injuries have already healed, and the amount of energy left is more than enough to heal me completely. He slowly walked towards the mirror. Looking at his reflection, he saw nothing out of the ordinary, handsome youngster with eyebrows like swords and bright eyes. Long Chen took a deep breath. From today onwards, I, Long Chen, will no longer be the previous Long Chen. I will rise above others. Although his body was still slightly weak, walking was no longer a problem. Long Chen left the room and saw that the sun had already risen from the east. After pondering deeply for an hour, he called over Bao and gave her a list of medicinal ingredients for her to find. However, Bao's expression became a bit embarrassed. Long Chen wondered what it was before quickly remembered that the current Long family was extremely hard pressed for money, and Bao Er had no method to get a loan. Otherwise, his mother would not have had to sell off her own jewelry, a part of her exceptionally precious dowry. The present Long family had already fallen into extremely dire straits. Feeling around in his pocket, he found slightly over 80 silver coins. Although this wasn't a lot, it was enough to buy those medicinal ingredients on his list. Bao Er worked diligently, and not even 2 hours later, she had managed to buy the medicinal ingredients. Long Chen immediately set about to measuring and dividing them into different portions before boiling them in a large bowl. 6 hours later, a very thick medicinal liquid was releasing a medicinal aroma. As Long Chen looked into the bowl with the cheap medicinal liquid, a smile appeared on his face. I, Long Chen, will rise above others, starting from this one bowl of medicinal liquid. Chapter 2. Despicable Scum. The medicinal liquid entered his stomach, and Long Chen hastily used his mind to guide the medicinal energy throughout his body, allowing it to merge into his bones. Normal martial artists would let the medicinal energy assimilate inside the Danshan in order to absorb it, and only later would they spread it throughout their bodies. However, Long Chen didn't have a spirit root, thus his Danshan was completely empty and had no way to store energy. The only thing he could do was to allow the medicinal energy to scatter into every cell. Although this medicinal liquid was formed only from ordinary medicinal herbs, it displayed a surprisingly remarkable medicinal effect after going through Long Chen's pairings and proportions. As the medicinal energy rushed throughout his body, countless pores opened up. It was as if every single cell had been in a state of starvation, as they all began to crazily absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Boom! A muffled explosion came from within Long Chen's body. His originally sealed meridians were all forced open, and Long Chen couldn't stop himself from letting out a muffled groan. When others cultivated, they would use the Danshan's Kai in order to gradually open up their meridians in a step-by-step manner, which would not cause any pain. However, Long Chen couldn't do so. He could only borrow an external energy source. This energy was like the ocean's water flowing into a river field. Its violent and ferocious nature wasn't something that just anybody could withstand. This pain, I will definitely remember this pain. Long Chen gnashed his teeth. If it weren't for some vicious person stealing his spirit root, how could he have been forced to choose such a crazy method? Bang bang bang. Continuous explosions echoed out from his body as his meridians opened up one by one. Every time a meridian channel was opened, intense pain would rack his body. When all his meridians were finally opened, Long Chen almost fell into a coma. He had to rest for 2 full hours before he slowly revitalized himself. With the pain now past him, Long Chen felt that the pores from his toes to his head were all open. With every single breath he took, he absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Excellent, I can finally practice cultivation now that my meridians have opened. Long Chen sensed his body's condition. With his meridians open, he could finally absorb spiritual Kai from the world through his pores in order to nourish his body to become stronger. In fact, although his meridians had only just been opened, that single change filled his body with strength. He punched out, and the whistling wind that came with it made Long Chen smile. He hadn't endured that pain for nothing. For ordinary cultivators, they first had to enter a so-called Kai sensing realm. Only once they were able to sense Kai could they enter the Kai condensation realm. However, Long Chen had taken an alternative path. By using medicinal energy to forcibly link himself up to heaven and earth's spiritual Kai, he had managed to completely open his meridians, which was equivalent to stepping into Kai condensation with a single step. However, it couldn't be said that he had truly stepped into Kai condensation. Although his body had been strengthened to the point that it was on that level, the Kai condensation realm involved condensing cyclones of Kai within the Danshan. Without a Danshan, he was not truly in Kai condensation. Although I forcibly open my meridians, my useless Danshan is still unable to hold the true Kai. When I fight with others, there's no way I can keep it up for more than a few moments. This still isn't good enough. Long Chen went through his new memories. Almost all of his new memories were only about alchemy, but eventually, he found the only memory he had that pertained to martial arts, the 9-star Hegemon body art. What surprised Long Chen pleasantly was that the 9-star Hegemon body art was practically custom, made for him. It was a secret technique capable of excavating even more of a person's potential. It didn't cultivate the Danshan, but the 9 stars. Those 9 stars were contained within the body. Once they were all formed, they would be equivalent to 9 Danshans. When he saw that in his memories, he almost jumped in joy. Then as he continued comprehending this technique, he immediately felt as if a bucket of ice water had been thrown over him. To cultivate the 9-star Hegemon body art required countless medicinal pills. In order to condense the first star, the Feng Fu star, he would practically need an endless amount of energy. If he wanted to rely on just absorbing the energy from the air, not even 100 years would be enough to condense it. In order to condense the first star, he would need an enormous number of medicinal pills. Without them, he wouldn't be able to cultivate in it. His long family was broke, and there was no way for them to purchase such a huge number of medicinal pills. I should first think of a method to make some money, Long Chen muttered to himself. After changing his clothes, he left his room. At this time, it was already past noon, but there were unexpectedly few people to be seen in his huge noble estate, making it seem like an extremely desolate place. Long Chen's father was the border suppression marquis. He was currently away at the barbarian border. Long Chen and his mother had had to suffer many condescending gazes from everyone in the imperial capital over the past few years. Although they had the position of a noble family, compared to before, they were completely destitute. In their entire estate, there were only 10 or so maids who did some part-time work for them since they couldn't afford to employ more people. It could be said that in all the aristocracy, they were the family in the worst straits, and Long Chen himself was the most destitute of the poor. Phoenix Cry Empire was currently in a golden age of martial arts. Basically, everyone practiced martial arts. But as it had turned out, Long Chen's trash physique meant that he was incapable of practicing martial arts, making him someone that everybody would sneer at. Opposite to Long Chen was his father, Long Tangxiao. He was the strongest of his generation, and with him guarding the barbarian border, even if the barbarian tribes were to savagely attack, they would not have the ability to step even half a foot into the Phoenix Cry Empire. Long Tangxiao was the Phoenix Cry Empire's military god of this generation, whereas Long Chen had been trash that couldn't even sense Kai. It was impossible to prevent people from feeling that this tiger father had had a dog of a son. Countless people would jeer at him, but Long Chen wouldn't care. However, that day, the savage marquis's son, Xu Yaiyang, had ridiculed Long Chen by saying that he wasn't his father's son. Long Chen's anger had immediately soared to the heavens. Xu Yaiyang had obviously been insulting his mother as unfaithful. Long Chen's anger had even caused him to become muddle-headed, and he had recklessly challenged his opponent to a duel. However, his opponent was a strong person at the 7th heaven stage of Kai condensation, while he was just an ordinary person incapable of even sensing Kai. He had basically been asking to be disgraced. As a result, he was later beaten to the point of losing consciousness and almost dying. He was sent home, and the news caused Long Chen to be an object of ridicule for quite some time in the imperial capital. Leaving his noble estate, Long Chen went directly to the imperial capital's 100 herb market. That was the place where all kinds of precious medicinal ingredients were sold. Right now, what he needed to do was to get an understanding of the medicinal herbs market situation. Along the road, there were quite a few people, and when they recognized Long Chen, they couldn't help but point at him behind his back. However, Long Chen was already used to this. But, at the same time, he smiled bitterly inside. His own father had suppressed the entire barbarian border, which was an amazing, meritorious deed that protected the entire empire. However, what had he obtained for that? This mother and son duo had been left to suffer from bullying and humiliating stares in the imperial capital, and Long Chen had almost been beaten to death. How could this be considered repayment? A group of people that were protected by his father had all given his son condescending gazes. Was this his repayment? Long Chen quickened his footsteps. Although he wasn't afraid of this kind of stares, he would always end up a bit gloomy. But at this moment, his path was suddenly blocked by a group of people. "Aya, are you actually Long Chen? I heard you were beaten to the point where you couldn't even recognize your own mom, so how are you so lively that you ran out today?" In front of Long Chen was a 16-year-old teen wearing gaudy clothes and sneering at him with 2 guards. This person was also born as a noble heir in an aristocrat family, and was called Lai Hao. However, his position within the aristocracy was not high, and his status was incomparable to Long Chen's. After all, in the Phoenix Cry Empire, nobility and status were only secondary as strength was still the most important thing. Lai Hao was standing right in the middle of the road, and if Long Chen wanted to go through, he would need to pass through him. If it was the previous Long Chen, he would have turned around and walked back, but today's Long Chen looked at Lai Hao, shook his head, and sighed. People say even well-trained dogs know not to obstruct the road. Looks like you're not even as good as a dog. Long Chen, it seems you don't remember the lesson that I gave you last time. If you want to be beaten within an inch of your life again, then let's fight in the martial arena. Lai Hao's expression changed before taunting him once again. "That's why I said you were a dog. Just go eat crap with Xu Yaiyang." Long Chen shook his head. He didn't want to waste his time on this kind of person. He needed to handle his own affairs, so he started to walk around him. "Long Chen, you are asking for it." Lai Hao couldn't help but become angry. He was not expecting that the always cowardly Long Chen would actually act in such an unyielding manner that basically didn't even pay attention to him. He stuck out his arms to bar Long Chen's path. Long Chen frowned slightly, but just as he was about to say more, a person walked over and cursed Lai Hao. "Lai Hao, you're the one asking for it." Just who do you think you are, to dare threaten my brother? The person who had come was an extremely tall 18-year-old guy. His height was especially extraordinary at 7 feet, which was taller than either of them by over a head. He looked very intimidating. Shifeng, this isn't your business. It'd be best if you didn't meddle in it. When Lai Hao saw Shifeng, all he could do was act tough, even though he was weaker. Shifeng was also a noble heir whose status was about the same as his, but Shifeng was a strong person who had reached the 8th heaven stage of Kai condensation, while he was only at the 3rd heaven stage of Kai condensation. In addition, Shifeng had an innate strength, which meant that amongst people in the same rank as him, only a few were an equal match for him. Therefore, Lai Hao didn't have the guts to challenge Shifeng. Brother Long Chen, I heard that bastard Zhu Yang beat you up. How about I help you vent your anger? Shifeng looked at Long Chen and his expression became indignant. Long Chen looked at the huge person in front of him, and his heart felt a bit of warmth. Shifeng was the only one in the imperial capital who would consider him as his brother. No thanks, my enmities are something that I will pay back myself. Just don't worry about it. Long Chen faintly laughed, patting Shifeng's shoulder. When Shifeng heard Long Chen say this, he thought that Long Chen might be worried about his image, and so he didn't raise the issue again. Let's go, come with me for a stroll, said Long Chen with a smile, and he brought Shifeng for a walk. When Lai Hao saw that the two of them considered him as just thin air, he couldn't help but angrily curse Long Chen, you little bastard. If you have the guts, then you'll fight me in a duel. They had just walked a couple of steps when Lai Hao said this, and they paused. From deep within Long Chen's eyes, a strong murderous intent was radiated as he slowly turned his head. You want to have a duel with me? Long Chen's voice was extremely cold. Each word he spoke was just like ice shards that caused people to tremble in their bones. Lai Hao couldn't help but shiver. For some reason, he felt that today's Long Chen was a bit different. But his big words had already been spoken, so if he was to act like a coward, then he would become the entire imperial capital's laughingstock. Moreover, he was already used to bullying Long Chen over and over, so with those experiences, he ignored the trace of fear that arose in his heart. Not bad, you dare to accept the duel? Lai Hao mocked in a loud voice. Not a problem, however. I want to add some stakes, said Long Chen after a moment's thought. Adding stakes? Haha, your Long family is almost unable to feed yourselves. What are you going to take out as stakes? You could use your family's estate, or how about you become my slave? Mocked Lai Hao coldly. However, what he didn't notice was that in the corner of Long Chen's mouth was a callous smile that seemed to have some hidden intentions. Brother Shi, can you lend me your martial sword? Long Chen asked. Take it. Shifeng did somewhat hate to part with it, but he still handed his sword over. Long Chen nodded, and he quietly recorded this favor into his heart. Towards Lai Hao, he said, this martial sword isn't top quality, but it is still worth 8,000 gold coins. For today, I'll just count it as 5,000 gold coins. If you win, you can take the martial sword, but if you lose, you have to give me 5,000 gold coins. How's that sound? Lai Hao's heart shook. Shifeng's sword was made from top quality steel and was forged by a master. It was definitely worth at least 8,000 gold coins. Today, this idiot Long Chen actually decided to use such a thing as a bet. Lai Hao had long since started laughing cheerfully inside. He once again sneered, I don't know. If someone were to lose, will he renege out of the bet? Don't worry. I, Shifeng, will guarantee it. Shifeng coldly smiled. Good, then let's go to the martial arena to sign the contract. If today, I don't beat the teeth out of you, then in the future, I won't be Lai Hao. Lai Hao couldn't help being extremely exuberant as he spoke high-spiritedly. Long Chen's face was still calm, however, within his eyes appeared some darkness. Lai Hao was just one of Zhu Yang's dogs, so Long Chen never paid any attention to him. But nowadays, they were always plotting against him. Just what kind of hidden conspiracy was there? However, no matter what kind of conspiracy it was, the truth would always come to light one day. Long Chen walked directly to the martial arena outside the imperial capital. Chapter 3. Revealing his sharp side. In the Phoenix Cry Empire, martial customs were very popular, and so some disputes were unavoidable. Thus, a life-and-death stage had been built outside the imperial capital, where people could resolve their personal differences. As long as both parties agreed and signed the martial arena contract, then once they entered into the martial arena, even if they killed their opponent, they wouldn't receive any punishment from the imperial capital. During most days, this place was filled with bustling crowds, and today was no different. However, after a couple matches had ended, two youngsters walked onto the stage and caused an uproar. Isn't that person Long Chen? Why would he come here? Yeah, yesterday, he was almost beaten to death. Isn't it weird for him to be here today? Peach, I bet he doesn't want to live anymore and wants to get someone to beat him to death here. His father Long Tank, see, might be called the Border Suppression Marquis, and was this generation's military god. But the people who gave him the title military god were the poor people who had to suffer through wars and conflicts. In the imperial capital, which was filled with rich people, everyone was in peace and prosperity. Therefore, people didn't place Long Xiao, who was born in a commoner family, on the same level as them. And thus, only a few people in the entire imperial capital held respect for Long Chen. Long Chen, you piece of trash, why did you come back? Aren't you just holding up the action for no reason? Who would want to see your martial arts? Hurry and beat it. Yay, if you want to kill yourself then find somewhere without people. No one wants to see such a piece of trash, so stop wasting our time. In just a moment, the audience of several hundred people were all cursing loudly. None of them hid their disgust for Long Chen. However, in an unremarkable corner further away, two maidens wearing veils were raptly watching him. Sister, that one is your fiancé? Why does he seem so lacking? There are not even the slightest fluctuations around his body, observed one of the maidens disappointedly. Peach, if Dad hadn't been so selfish, he wouldn't have arranged my marriage back when I still wasn't even born. It's truly irritating, responded the other maiden. On the martial arena, Long Chen didn't even notice the two maidens who were spying on him, and he also did not respond at all to the jeers of the crowd. He merely indifferently looked at Lai Hao. Lai Hao pointed out the people's uproar and sneered. See? You're an unwelcome piece of trash, and if you were smart, you would just bash your head in and die. Long Chen continued to only indifferently stare at him, not saying a word. Dong, the sound of a bell rang out, signaling the start of the duel. When that bell tolled, life and death were separated by only a fine line. Due to the tolling of the bell, the originally rowdy crowd became silent. After all, it was a life and death battle. Who would know just when someone's life would end? Sister, this fiancé of yours doesn't seem to have any cultivation base, while his opponent is at the third heaven stage of Kai condensation. Aren't you worried? The maiden asked. Bitch, what's the point of me being worried? Him dying is fine. It doesn't have anything to do with me. The other maiden indifferently snorted. But although she said these words, she had already taken out an extremely strange and ancient silk net. Don't say you don't care. You've already taken out your martial weapon. Looks like you do still care. And you know, although his cultivation talent is trash, he's not that bad looking. How about this? If you don't want him, you can just give him to me. The other maiden laughingly joked. How can a person be just randomly given to you? If you like him, you can wait for me to withdraw from the marriage arrangement. After that, you can do whatever you want, responded the other woman angrily. On the martial arena, Long Chen from the beginning until the end had remained as calm as water. When compared to yesterday's him, who had been gnashing his teeth in complete anger, it was as if he was a completely different person. Long Chen, with your death near, you decided to suddenly become calm. Don't worry, due to the stakes you propose, I won't beat you to death today. Lai Hao was extremely arrogant and confident. You sure say a lot of crap. Hurry up and come at me, I still have things to do later, responded Long Chen in a slightly impatient manner. Because the entire audience was very quiet, every single word of Long Chen's managed to enter the crowd's ears, and in a split second, everyone watching the martial arena burst into jeering derision. Lai Hao, what are you still waiting for? Hurry up and beat this kid to death. He's really causing us to feel too embarrassed for him. Some of the people present recognized Lai Hao, so they called out to him. A cold sneer appeared on Lai Hao's face, and he was no longer hesitating. The power of his third heaven stage of Kai condensation completely exploded out. His foot pressed down slightly on the martial arena, and he immediately shot out towards Long Chen, punching out his fist. When Lai Hao started attacking, the crowd below burst into cheers. The current Lai Hao's appearance appeared very dashing and handsome. Nice attack, it's the Wind Jade Tree Fist. Some of the people recognized the move and cheered. However, the distant two maidens' expressions were both filled with contempt and ridicule. Long Chen similarly also sneered. This kind of idiot move filled with mistakes could still be used against enemies. The fist was smashing towards him, and the strong wind whistled as it approached, but Long Chen seemed to not notice it at all and didn't move even an inch. Haha, this trash doesn't even know how to dodge, sneered some people under the stage. However, just when that ridicule had just been shouted out, Lai Hao's fist came to a complete stop just an inch away from Long Chen's face. The originally ridiculing crowd suddenly came to a complete silence. They noticed that one of Long Chen's legs had struck out and violently kicked Lai Hao in the area between his legs. The originally beaming with happiness and elegant Lai Hao now had an expression like a purple eggplant. Long Chen's kick clearly caused him an extremely severe pain, making his facial features warp and preventing him from moving. However, he might not be able to move from the pain, but Long Chen could. In just this brief pause, Long Chen grabbed Lai Hao's hair, forcefully pulling on it while also strongly kicking out with his knee. Slam, slam, slam. Long Chen completed his actions in an extremely refreshing manner, and in a short time, his strong and fast rhythmic actions gave people a very intense show. The unpleasant sound of bones breaking came out from Lai Hao's body. His nose was already caved in, his whole face was covered in blood, and he himself had already lost consciousness. For a moment, Not even one voice could be heard from the crowd. Nobody had expected that a strong person at the third heaven stage of K condensation would be beaten by a trash, who had no cultivation base, in such a quick manner. Moreover, he had done it in the cleanest and most efficient manner. This kind of result was a firm slap in the face towards the crowd that had been ridiculing him. Even the distant two observing maidens were completely shocked. Although Lai Hao was nothing to them, and could be easily killed with a wave of their hands, but Long Chen was not the same as them. From the very start, not a trace of spiritual energy had been used by Long Chen, and he had completely relied on an ordinary person's abilities to defeat Lai Hao. Long Chen wins. A voice came from an elderly man below the stage who was often in charge of the martial arena and its registration. Long Chen's stomach fluctuated rapidly a couple of times, and it was only with great willpower that he managed to stop and suppress the killing intent inside him. Right now was not the time for killing people. He had been oppressed for such a long time, and now that he had exploded out, it was hard for him to withdraw it. But, as the rest of the world saw it though, Long Chen's actions appeared to be from lack of strength, like he was gasping for breath. Long Chen walked off the stage to the elderly man and received the sword that he had used as his stakes, as well as a crystal card with 5,000 gold coins on it. The rules here stated that they had to hand in the stakes to the referee before the match, in order to show that it was equitable and also lowering the chance of anyone backing out during the battle. After receiving the martial sword, Long Chen directly returned it to Shifeng. Placing the crystal card into his robes, he couldn't help but become somewhat excited. Although 5,000 gold coins weren't very much, it could help settle a bit of the desperate situation his family was in. It had been very long since they had received a stipend from the empire, and nowadays the Long family was quickly reaching the point where they couldn't even afford decent food to eat. Under the attentive gazes of countless people, the two of them unhurriedly left. The two maidens watched Long Chen leave, and immediately afterward, they also disappeared. The news that Long Chen had beat Lai Hao seemed to gain legs as it rapidly spread. In just a short time, the entire imperial capital learned of it. The news puzzled countless people. How could a trash who couldn't practice martial arts possibly have become this difficult to deal with? But even with so many people personally seeing it, as well as the news that Lai Hao had to be carried back to his estate, quite a few people were still incapable of completely accepting it. Long Chen had wanted to split his earnings with Shifeng, but Shifeng was completely unwilling. In the end, he quickly made an excuse that he had things to do before hastily leaving, not even asking Long Chen how he had suddenly become so powerful. Remembering this favor in his heart, Long Chen directly went to the 100 herb market. Entering into the 100 herb market, Long Chen requested a catalog of their medicinal ingredients. On it were very clear recordings of the various medicinal ingredients' names and prices. Long Chen saw the majority of the medicinal ingredients required to refine the Feng Fu pill one. It was quite lucky that the medicinal ingredients for the Feng Fu pill were not especially uncommon. However, looking at the price, Long Chen's heart practically dripped blood. The gold coins he had now were only enough to buy 3 portions of the medicinal ingredients. But he couldn't spend it all on these medicinal ingredients, since he still needed to buy a medicinal furnace for refining, as well as to buy some other spare medicinal ingredients. The few gold coins he had were like a cup of water trying to put out a burning cart. However, not buying it was also unacceptable, so Long Chen clenched his teeth and spent 1,200 gold coins to buy a bronze furnace of the worst quality. He also bought 1 set of the medicinal ingredients for the Feng Fu pill, as well as a large amount of medicinal ingredients for the energy recovery powder. By the time Long Chen left the 100 herb market, the amount on his crystal card was only 500 gold coins. After returning home, Long Chen went right to his own room. Firmly locking the door, he ordered Bao to tell everyone that he was not to be disturbed. He knew that his mother would hear the news that he had once again gone to compete in martial arts. Afraid that his mother would worry, he purposely told Bao to block her. In any case, nothing had happened to him, and his mother shouldn't become too concerned. Right now, he had to seize every second of every minute to quickly increase his strength. He was sure that the current Long family's predicament was not as simple as it seemed, and he sensed the coming of a crisis. The spiritual energy in Long Chen's body started moving, and a cluster of flame appeared within his hand. This was a pill cultivator's agglomerated pill flame. But when Long Chen saw this ball of flame, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This flame was far too weak. The pill flame was formed from a pill cultivator's spiritual energy, and through special operating methods, it was condensed into a spiritual energy flame. However, the current Long Chen's pill flame's temperature was extremely low, even when compared to other ordinary pill flames. In addition, Long Chen found that without his Danshan to support him, he couldn't maintain the pill flame for more than a quarter of an hour, which was far from enough time to refine medicinal pills. Long Chen bitterly smiled. However, luckily he had his backup plan, which was first refining the energy recovery powder. Placing the medicinal ingredients into the furnace, he refined them one by one. This time, he didn't use his pill flame, but instead used a normal fire from the wood. When all the medicinal ingredients had been refined, he placed them into a jug of water to form energy recovery liquid, and after resting for a short period of time, Long Chen took a deep breath and prepared himself to officially begin the refining of Feng Fu pill. One Feng Fu is an acupuncture point on the back of the neck. Feng equals wind, while Fu refers to the location of a place that controls something. The name means that that location is the point where the flow of breath within the body is controlled. Chapter 4. Condensing the Feng Fu star. 9 Yin grass, refinement complete. Earth dragon root, refinement complete. Flame sea, refinement complete. Over 30 types of medicinal herbs were refined one by one, using up over 2 hours of Long Chen's time and causing him to be covered in sweat. Refining pills was not the same as simply decocting medicine. Every single medicinal herb's essence had to be extracted while at the same time removing the impurities, forming a powder. However, the flame in Long Chen's hand was of far too low of a quality, and the refined powder still retained too many impurities to be ideal. Still, this was the only method that he had. First of all, Long Chen's cultivation base was non-existent, and thus he didn't have the necessary strength to sustain the pill flame, making its strength weak. Second of all, currently, Long Chen didn't have the opportunity or capability to subdue a different flame, so he could only settle for what he had. But wanting to train in alchemy methods required not only a strong pill flame, but also forceful spiritual energy, and the most important requirement was an exceedingly powerful spiritual strength. The other two requirements were not that difficult. As for the pill flame, as long as you made all the proper preparations, you could seize a fire, attribute magical beast, and gradually tame it into a house pet. Drawing on the magical beast's flame, you could subdue it and cultivate it to become your own flame. Over 99% of capable alchemists used beast flames. Only a handful of people, who possessed extremely ancient inheritances of powerful strength, could control those extremely mysterious and mystical spirit flames found within heaven and earth. Spirit flames were flames that possessed their own soul, and according to Long Chen's memories, he had previously controlled an extremely formidable spirit flame. But no matter how formidable he was in the past, right now, he could only use this trash flame for his pill refining. After all, the things in his memories were not things he could take out. After resting enough, Long Chen took a deep breath. He placed a candle into his hand, and a yellow flame appeared. Not bad after going through the refinements. The flame's strength has increased by a slight amount. Whatever, it's better than nothing, I guess. After consecutively refining 7 different medicines' essence, he threw them into the furnace. His spiritual strength erupted out, and the flame in Long Chen's hand suddenly fluctuated. Compared to before, it was now several times stronger. Using spiritual strength to support the flame. If other alchemists saw this, wouldn't they get shocked to death? Long Chen bitterly smiled. Spiritual strength was the foundation of any pill refinement. At the time of refining, a large amount of spiritual strength was needed in order to control the temperature. If even a slight deviation occurred, it would waste all of your previous efforts and you would end up refining a pile of pill ashes. Moreover, if the medicinal pill had a very large medicinal strength, then you might even cause a furnace explosion. Most alchemists wouldn't start using their spiritual strength right at the beginning of the refinement. They would only use it towards the latter stages, when the pill was about to take form in order to very carefully control the flame's strength. After all, that was the critical time in the formation of the pill. At that time, the flame's temperature had to constantly change, sometimes high and sometimes low, and doing so required a large consumption of spiritual strength. If at that time, the alchemist's spiritual strength was already exhausted, then the furnace of pills could basically be considered as scrapped. However, Long Chen actually started using his spiritual strength right at the beginning of the refinement. In addition, he used this precious spiritual strength just in order to increase the flame's power, treating it like firewood. Any alchemist would definitely rage and curse at him for doing so. Even if someone was a reckless and frivolous spender, no one would actually spend it like this. But Long Chen wasn't worried. According to his memories, his spiritual strength was already not lacking compared to ordinary alchemists. Pill cultivator ranks were pill apprentice, pill adept, pill master, pill king, pill emperor, pill ancestor, pill venerate, pill saint, and pill god. The Feng Fu pill was a first-tier medicinal pill, and generally, pill cultivators who had reached the pill apprentice rank could refine a first-tier medicinal pill. Long Chen's current memories also included those of a pill god, so he was completely clear on his current capabilities. When Long Chen had awoken, his spiritual strength had changed to become abnormally strong compared to his previous trash self. Therefore, Long Chen was qualified to use his spiritual strength in such a manner. The pill furnace in front of Long Chen faintly trembled, emitting a slight buzzing noise. Hee hee, By increasing the power of the flame, the speed has increased by quite a bit. He hastily threw in 3 more medicinal ingredients into the furnace. However, Long Chen's forehead was already perspiring at this moment. Hurriedly taking out a straw, he placed one end into the medicine jar, which was filled with energy recovery liquid, and quickly drank a mouthful. When the energy recovery liquid entered his stomach, the pores all over his body opened and began to crazily absorb the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. His originally about to be exhausted spiritual energy rapidly recovered. This was what Long Chen had prepared earlier. Without it, there was no way for him to refine the Feng Fu pill. With his current level, it would be a joke if he could actually refine a pill on his own without some kind of assistance. With the straw in his mouth, every now and then he would draw in another mouthful of energy recovery liquid to replenish his body's spiritual energy. With Long Chen's spiritual energy being replenished, his spiritual strength could show off how extremely powerful it was, and it was only 2 days later that Long Chen started to feel a bit exhausted. That was a sign that his spiritual strength had been largely used up. However, at this time, the medicinal ingredients had already been absorbed into the pill furnace, so all that was left was finishing up. The medicinal aroma was also starting to fill the air. Although Long Chen's impression of a first-tier medicinal pill was that it was so easy to refine it could be done with his eyes closed, the current him was no longer the same pill god in his memories. His destiny had already been completely changed, and saying that he wasn't nervous would be a lie. Buzz. Suddenly, the pill furnace's interior started to vibrate, emitting a series of buzzing noises. The energy within the pill furnace also started to become berserk. Long Chen didn't become even the slightest bit panicked. On the contrary, he even started to smile. This was the indication of the pill's formation, and also the most critical time of the refinement. His spiritual strength was completely activated, with not even a trace of it held in reserve. The flame in his hand suddenly exploded out, and an incorporeal strength tightly sealed the entire pill furnace. This technique was called Heaven's Seal Earthlock, and was something that he had come up with from his memories. It was something used in order to prevent pill explosions and also furnace explosions. Moreover, this technique was very practical, and could in the shortest period seal the medicinal energy within the pill furnace, not letting too much leak out. Normal alchemists would all do this at the last step, because when the medicinal pill would go berserk, it was possible to stabilize it by taking a more gentle action. Although doing so would decrease the danger by a lot, a large amount of the medicinal essence would be lost, and therefore, the medicinal pill's quality would just be ordinary. Bang! Following the full suppression of Long Chen's spiritual strength, the pill furnace emitted a smothered noise. After that, everything turned silent. The pill furnace had already turned tranquil. Long Chen couldn't help but to gasp for breath. His whole body was drenched in sweat, and he was so dizzy that he felt the sky was spinning. When he felt a bit better, he excitedly opened up the furnace. His hand was even trembling as he picked out 5 extremely round pills. Holding them in his hand, a dense medicinal aroma completely filled the whole room. 2 low-grade pills, and 3 trash pills. Each. Saying it out loud really makes me lose enough face to die. Long Chen's face was showing how excited he was, but he still sighed. Staring blankly for a bit, he couldn't help but laugh. He had a mixture of a lifetime's worth of memories from a pill god along with the memories of his current self. Apparently, that pill god was truly excessively arrogant. He himself didn't care about losing any face though, and he hastily carefully examined the pills in his hand. There were 2 low-grade medicinal pills with their bodies completely round, and their pill aroma filling the air. The aroma refreshed the mind and raised a person's spirit when smelled. Long Chen couldn't hold back a burst of elation. After all, 1 successful medicinal pill could be sold in the imperial capital for at least 10,000 gold coins. In addition, even the 3 trash pills in his hand were much better than the medicinal pill his mother had bought for him, especially since at least 30% of the medicinal essence had been sealed into the pill. A medicinal pill that had locked in 50% of the essence would be termed low-grade, and over 80% of all medicinal pills were only low-grade. If the medicinal essence reached 60%, it would be middle grade, 70% would make it high grade, 80% would make it top grade, 90% would make it peerless grade, and as for 100%, hee. Right now Long Chen didn't think too much about it, as it was simply too far for his current self. Some people might wonder about the difference between 50 and 60% content of medicinal essence. Was it a significant difference? Wouldn't consuming 2 low-grade medicinal pills be much more effective than 1 middle grade? If someone heard you ask this question, they'd probably choke on their own spit. Inside a medicinal pill was not only its medicinal essence, but also impurities. These impurities were unable to be absorbed by the body, and most importantly, these impurities would cancel out a portion of the absorbed essence. The saying that each medicine had its own side effects was not just a colloquial saying, but a hard truth. During the formation of a pill, it was difficult to avoid accumulating pill toxins. These kinds of toxins, if not taken very often, would not have a large effect. But for cultivators, medicinal pills were often life-saving measures, and who would know just how many pills you would consume in one lifetime? When the body's pill toxins reached a certain degree, it would become a life-threatening poison. Pill toxins were one of the most difficult to eliminate poisons. They penetrated deep into the flesh and bones and even the spirit. But the higher grade a medicinal pill was, the fewer toxins it would have. It was for this reason that the medicinal effect of a middle-grade medicinal pill was over 10 times greater than a low-grade medicinal pill. As for the price difference, it was at least 100 times greater. After collecting the 5 medicinal pills and cleaning up the medicinal furnace, Long Chen could no longer endure it and collapsed into slumber. After sleeping for an unknown amount of time, he felt 2 hands caressing his cheek and could hear some low-pitched murmurings, but he was too exhausted and incapable of waking up. When Long Chen once again regained consciousness, it was already 3 days later. His stomach was growling with hunger, and he wolfed down his food before once again starting his seclusion. Consuming 1 trash pill, he used his spiritual strength to guide the medicinal pill's energy to enter the Yangquan Point 1 on the bottom of his foot. That was the location of the first star of the 9-star Hegemon body art, the position of the Feng Fu star. Bang! Long Chen's left foot shook. The intense energy came from the bottom of his foot, and the ground under it became covered in cracks. Excellent. I've already found the meridian channel, as well as the exact position. Now I can genuinely attack it. Long Chen faintly smiled, and he took out a low-tier Feng Fu pill and directly consumed it. The pure and perfect energy erupted, and under Long Chen's pull, it went straight to the Yangquan Point on the bottom of his foot. The Yangquan Point trembled. Following the rushing medicinal energy, it was just like a dry riverbed receiving water, and it crazily convulsed. Boom! A booming noise reverberated, and the frightening energy filled Long Chen's whole body. The tyrannical energy exploded out of its own accord, shaking the room into smoke and dust, with waves of energy surging about. As the smoke and dust slowly scattered, it exposed a tranquil and refined Long Chen, his eyes filled with excitement. He could sense a pea-sized body on the bottom of his foot from which endless energy would flow out into his body, giving Long Chen a desire to lift his head up to the heavens and roar. The activity from Long Chen's room caused the entire noble estate to be disturbed, and everyone rushed over. Seeing his mother also coming over, Long Chen hastily said, "Mom, today is the day that the noble heirs can enter the Imperial College to study. I have to hurry over." After saying this, he left behind a group of dumbstruck people and a pile of destroyed ruins, as he changed into clean clothes and left directly for the Imperial College. 1. The Yangquan Point Chinese letter, literally meaning gushing or bubbling springs acupuncture point, is found on the bottom of the foot 2, 3 of the way up in the middle. In the 5-element system, the kidney meridian is water element, and since the foot is always touching the ground, the Yangquan Point is earth element. The kidney meridian connects to the Yangquan Point, thus it is gushing springs point, the point where the water element flows into the earth element. In Qigong, it connects us to the ground, and through the point at the top of the head, it allows us to pull in the energy of heaven and earth through us. In acupuncture, it is used to treat orders in the head and neck, and is also used to calm the spirit. Chapter 5. Imperial College. The Imperial College opened its doors one day every month for the imperial capital's noble heirs. In the morning, they would practice poetry and etiquette, and in the afternoon, the palace's martial arts depository would be available to everyone free of charge. The previous openings of the Imperial College held absolutely no meaning to Long Chen, since even if he attended, he would just be the object of ridicule for everyone there. But now that was no longer the case. After consuming the Feng Fu pill, Long Chen had already condensed an embryonic form of the Feng Fu star. Although it was just an embryonic form and couldn't store that much spiritual energy, it was still able to store much more than what could be stored in just the body's meridians. After all, the meridians were like rivers, while the Danshan was like the ocean that fed the rivers, even sometimes being called the energy sea. Although a river might appear large, its capacity was limited. Without the Danshan to support it, it would quickly be used up. But this problem was completely resolved with the condensing of the Feng Fu star. And the most important thing was that now that the embryonic form of the Feng Fu star had been condensed, as long as there was enough energy, it would eventually become a complete Feng Fu star. At that time, Long Chen would have something unique to himself to use as a Danshan. This was the most unique point of the 9-star Hegemon body art. When all 9 stars were condensed, it would be equivalent to having 9 Danshans. Anyone could understand just how powerful that kind of forceful spiritual energy source was. Long Chen was in possession of the entire 9-star Hegemon body art. Unfortunately, such a cultivation technique was something that defied the heavens, and his understanding of it was still very low, so he still needed to spend an endless amount of meditation on it. Once he managed to completely condense his Feng Fu star, he would be able to store an extremely large amount of spiritual energy. Then he could attempt to agglomerate his blood vessels and enter the blood condensation stage, thus becoming a true martial artist. The Kai condensation stage was just the first step of training in martial arts. Only by stepping into the blood condensation stage, having your blood and Kai surge, and having your martial powers sharply rise, only then could you be considered a genuine martial artist. Long Chen didn't know what heaven stage of Kai condensation he would count as, but with the formation of his embryonic Feng Fu star, his body's strength had been increased by a surprising amount. The current him could let out a very simple punch, and it would cause the wind to whistle, so much so that the force it generated would have enough power to break apart a vase, even 2 meters away. Essentially, it was like his whole body was brimming with strength. His goal, in going to the Imperial College this time, was to enter the martial arts depository. With his Feng Fu star's embryonic form, his body's spiritual energy had risen, and he could already begin to train in martial battle skills. These so-called battle skills were all created by extremely powerful seniors. They were powerful fighting techniques that used a person's spiritual energy, Kai, and meridians. Battle skills were extremely terrifying. They could allow a martial artist to release an extremely formidable power that was several times stronger than their ordinary strength. It was impossible to be courageous in front of them. Therefore, each battle skill was extremely important to a martial artist. Now that Long Chen had spiritual energy capable of training in battle skills, he was itching to obtain one. The Imperial College was located to the north side of the imperial capital. It spanned tens of kilometers, and other than the Imperial Palace, it was the grandest and most imposing building in the entire imperial capital. After Long Chen showed off his identification plate, he entered into the Imperial College and went straight to the literature hall. That was where the morning lecture took place, and where the noble heirs would listen to the studies of the Tao from lecturers talking about everything and anything, from etiquette to poetry, and even to ancient theories of literature. Entering into the literature hall, he saw that due to how early he was, the extremely large literature hall only had several dozen people. "Haha, Brother Long, you came." Just as Long Chen entered, several youths came over and cordially greeted him. These youths were similar to Long Chen. For various reasons, they also had no way of cultivating. Although they couldn't be considered best friends, they were still fellow sufferers who empathized with each other. In the golden age of martial arts in the Phoenix Cry Empire, these youths might not have been bullied in such a miserable way like Long Chen, but they were also frequently sneered at and suffered from a cold and indifferent treatment. Thus, these people who suffered from similar torments ended up becoming closer to Long Chen. They were especially glad to see him now, since it had been a long time since they'd seen each other. "Haha, you guys came here pretty early," Long Chen laughingly greeted. With the success of the condensation of his Feng Fu star, his mood had improved greatly from the formerly depressed him. "I heard a few days ago that Brother Long put up a huge display of his awesome power, defeating Lai Hao. Ah, you really make us admire you. Don't tell me that Brother Long can actually genuinely cultivate now," one skinny teen extremely enviously asked. Originally, they were all the same level as Long Chen. Hearing that Long Chen could actually defeat Lai Hao, who was at the third heaven stage of Kai condensation, they were all extremely shocked, while also feeling a slight jealousy. It was just luck. But most recently, I did learn a new divine technique. Long Chen didn't want to continue on this subject, so he brought up a new mysterious topic. Divine technique? What's that? Sure enough, everyone immediately became distracted by this new change in subject. This little brother recently obtained a rare clairvoyance book, and after painstakingly reading this book, I learned quite a few things, Long Chen said somewhat complacently. Clairvoyance technique? Isn't that just what the fortune tellers on the streets used to scam people? Not quite. With what I learned from that clairvoyance technique, I saw that Lai Hao's face had a dark omen of misfortune on it, and it was only then that I decided to duel with him. And as for the result, Long Chen laughed and stopped there. Everyone momentarily was dubious for a moment when someone suddenly brightened with understanding and exclaimed, "It seems to be true. I heard that Lai Hao seemed to have been bewitched that day, and his whole body didn't have even the slightest bit of energy before he was defeated by Brother Long." The details of Long Chen and Lai Hao's battle were known to everyone, but there were many people who felt that Lai Hao's defeat was quite a deep mystery. Nowadays, there was a great deal of discussion over Long Chen. Brother Long, since you are proficient in reading faces, can you help take a look at me and tell me why my fiancée always avoids me? Why won't she agree to see me? One person somewhat vexingly asked. "No problem. Come, let's first find a place for us all to sit. Standing here is somewhat unsuitable." Their group found a table in the corner to sit at, and the table even had some refreshments for them. Long Chen pointed towards the table's desserts and laughingly told everyone, "Let's all eat a piece." Okay, the other people didn't stand on courtesy, and all took a piece. Everyone seemed a bit confused as they looked at Long Chen. How's the taste? Very good. Let's eat another piece. Okay. That person once again picked up a piece and took a bite. But when he had only eaten one bite, his face suddenly brightened, and he respectfully turned towards Long Chen and said, "Many thanks for Brother Long's advice. This little brother understands now. I was being too greedy and Brother Long was reminding me that people need to be content with their situation, right?" Everyone looked at Long Chen in admiration. Who would have thought that Long Chen had the profound skills to use some small desserts as food for thought? However, Long Chen still sighed and shook his head. Wrong. What I wanted to remind you of is that you're already this fat, and yet you're still eating this much. Soon you won't even be able to fit through the door. The fact that your fiancé is still with you and hasn't left you is already an enormous accommodation. You should be happy with just that. With a body shaped like yours, any woman would be scared to sleep beside you. What if you roll over in your sleep? You'd crush her so hard, she'd turn flat. That person's face reddened, and with Long Chen's reminder, he looked at his 5-foot-tall height with his 4.5-foot-wide stomach. Apparently, he had previously felt that he had only fattened by a little bit. That you, don't waste Brother Long's precious time. Hurry up and go lose some weight. Big Bro Long, how about you take a shot at reading my face? A different slender youth respectfully asked with a smile. Oh, you? Long Chen made a big show of acting very seriously as he looked at him for quite a while before saying, "Your face ordains that before you are 30, you will be destitute and frustrated. But the good thing is that after you are 30, that person became jubilant saying, "Is it possible that after 30 I can suddenly rise in my cultivation?" No. After you are 30, you will slowly become accustomed to your situation, and will no longer be frustrated, said Long Chen. Everyone couldn't help but to burst into laughter, but just as they were laughing, they suddenly saw two bitter eyes staring at them, causing everyone's laughter to break off. Long Chen had long since noticed that person. Turning around, they all saw Lai Hao glaring daggers at them. Senior Lai Hao, are your wounds better now? Congratulations. Your outer wounds are all healed, but what about your inner wounds? Long Chen asked, seeming deeply concerned. Lai Hao's face twitched. That day his face had been smashed flat by Long Chen, and he had needed to be carried home. The Lai family had hurriedly asked for the help of an alchemist from the Alchemist Guild and paid an extremely large sum of gold coins to let Lai Hao recover. Having money was truly good. In such a short time, Lai Hao had already returned to a point where he looked the same as a normal person. But after Long Chen brought the subject back up, Lai Hao's groin started to hurt, as if he was remembering that one kick from Long Chen. At that time Long Chen's kick had been very vicious, just a little bit off from turning him into a cripple. The thing that pissed him off the most though was that only after he got carried home and healed did he notice that he was missing a certain something. When his estate noticed this, they hurriedly rushed back to the martial arena, but by that time, they found that the arena had already been cleaned, and it was reported that that something had been taken away by a wild dog. When Lai Hao had woken up and heard this news, he almost died from his anger. But now there was no way to fix it, and no matter how amazing an alchemist was, there was no way for them to fix what he had lost. What had been two was now only one. Although the loss of one family jewel wouldn't tilt him while walking, the loss of the originally symmetric pair was hard on him. And now that Long Chen had brought it back up, his face became exceedingly ugly. He glared daggers at Long Chen, his teeth grinding in fury. Long Chen, you son of a bitch. I challenge you to a life and death duel. Do you dare to accept? Long Chen's originally amused expression tensed immediately. Being called in such a way was exceedingly insulting, especially since it also insulted his mother. It really was the case of not knowing to value one's life. Fine, if you want to be free from the mortal world's worries, then I'll help you. Same thing as before. I want to add stakes. Long Chen stared back at Lai Hao. Since you want to die, you had best offer me up some benefits. Although they came from the same empire, he didn't care about Lai Hao, and his death would be trifling to him. Fine. No matter how high you make the stakes, Lai Hao will accept. Sneering in his mind, he thought to himself that no matter how high the stakes were, once Long Chen was dead, there was no way he could spend it. Lai Hao was under the impression that last time he had simply been careless, and Long Chen had grabbed onto that opening, and thus he had lost. Now he would definitely not make the same mistake, so this fight would definitely not go the same way as the last fight. In addition, this time was different in that he had declared a life or death duel. In last time's duel, although you would not be held responsible for killing your opponent with a blow, as long as the opponent conceded, it was not permitted to continue attacking them. But in the life or death duel, once the two people went onto the stage, it was equivalent to putting their lives on the line. Even if someone admitted defeat, it would be useless. The victor could do as he pleased. The loser's life would be in their hands. Okay, tomorrow, 3/4 afternoon, we will meet on the life and death stage. Lai Hao coldly laughed, and when he looked at Long Chen, It was like he was staring at a dead person. Long Chen coldly sneered inside. Now was the time for him to kill the chicken to warn the monkeys. Seeing Lai Hao leave, he slyly laughed, careful to stay balanced while walking. Don't trip. Hearing Long Chen's words, Lai Hao, who had already turned to leave, stiffened, and his face became contorted as he inferred the hidden meaning behind Long Chen's words. Taking a deep breath, he acted like he hadn't heard anything as he slowly walked to a different part of the literature hall. But Long Chen's words seemed to be like a steel needle piercing through his sensitive parts, and every time he lifted his leg, it would trigger memories of that bone-chilling attack. He continued to act as if nothing had happened, but the more he tried to do so, the more unnatural his gait became, which caused everyone to stare strangely over at him. In the end, Lai Hao waddled away similarly to a duck. One person turned to Long Chen and reminded him to be careful. Brother Long, why did you accept his challenge? This is a life and death battle you're going into. One of you will end up dying. No problem. Today, I read his face, and saw a dark aura of death around him. With a twisting around him, it's basically like a ghost sealing his life. He's doomed to die within 2 days. That's right, I now have something that I need a few people's help for, whispered Long Chen. Everyone exchanged glances, and in the end, the person who had been nicknamed Fatty Yu clenched his teeth. Brother Long, since you've asked, I'll give you my entire savings. Saying this, he handed over a crystal card to Long Chen. Long Chen hadn't expected that this Fatty Yu would actually have such a strong spirit of brotherhood with him. His crystal card had over 80,000 gold coins on it. Although they were all noble heirs, mostly they were born in far-off branches, so they weren't considered very important. These gold coins should be an extremely large sum to Fatty Yu. Fine, I have 60,000 here, take it. I don't have that much here, only 30,000. Brother Long, I only have this little capability. I have originally, Long Chen had thought that just borrowing 10 or so thousand gold coins would already be quite a lot. He hadn't thought that they would actually completely empty their pockets to help him. Everyone, if by chance I were to die, then your money would basically be lost. Long Chen looked at the crystal cards in his hand, and he couldn't help but to give everyone a reminder. Does Brother Long look down on us? None of us are capable of cultivating, and every day, we have to suffer through other people's torments. Brother Long, the fact that you dare go all out in a battle against one of them means you have the courage that none of us possess. Even if we don't have your courage, helping you out this little bit is still something we can do. When these people saw Long Chen agreed to the life and death battle, they couldn't help but become excited since they were fighting a common enemy. Seeing Long Chen begging for help, they became even more heated, and in the end, they didn't even care about the consequences. Long Chen nodded. He recorded this feeling in his heart as he held the over 200,000 gold coins in his hand. At this moment, a group of people walked into the literature hall, and the originally noisy literature hall immediately turned completely silent. Chapter 6. Collecting Interest. Long Chen turned to look at the people entering, and his eyes turned cold. This group of people was hovering around one certain fellow, similar to how the stars flocked around the moon, groveling. He seemed to be carved out of jade, and appeared extremely handsome. He was none other than the person who had beaten Long Chen on the martial arena to the point where he had almost died, the savage Marquis's son, Jiayang. Jiayang was the noble heir of the savage Marquis, and his cultivation base was at the peak amongst his peers. Therefore, his popularity was very high amongst his fellow noble heirs. Jiayang immediately noticed Long Chen's group, and smiling slightly, he walked over. Looking at Long Chen, he said, "Many apologies for what happened last time. I didn't expect that my one blow would cause you to not even be able to recognize your own mother." Although he spoke words of regret, his face didn't have even the slightest trace of apology. His words were filled with disdain, just like he was a king far above looking down on Long Chen. "Don't worry about it. Very soon I'll beat you to the point where you don't even recognize your own grandmother." Long Chen indifferently smiled, but inside he was secretly furious. When he had awoken that day, only his mother and that old alchemist had been there. Therefore, this news must have been transmitted by that old stick. Jiayang's one sentence was equivalent to him telling Long Chen that the old alchemist had been one of his people. And furthermore, Long Chen's injury that day might have been extremely frightening, but in reality, it wasn't actually a life-threatening injury. Even the injury on the back of his head had only appeared bad due to the amount of blood, but it was not actually too severe. Therefore, there had basically been no point in using an expensive medicinal pill in order to treat it. The old alchemist had clearly been trying to frighten his mother and make sure that he could suck up all of their savings. Something like that basically had no benefit for himself, but instead weakened the Long family's resources. With their current living situation, it was like adding hail onto snow. To think that there was actually such a hidden plot behind his back. "Long Chen, are you looking to die? I think that you seem to have forgotten the pain now that your wounds have healed. Don't tell me you want to once again be beaten half dead by Brother Yeyang?" "That's right, the trash who's incapable of cultivating actually dares to open his mouth viciously." He's obviously looking to die. What an idiot. Letting such an idiot count as a noble heir is just an insult to us. Zhu Yaiyang didn't even need to speak before the people beside him began cursing Long Chen, their saliva spraying wildly. Long Chen, you might be a noble heir like me, but one of us is in the heavens while one of us is on the ground. You are just a small ant, and all you can do is stare up at me. Therefore, even if I am bullying you, all you can do is suffer in silence. Otherwise, the consequences will be just like last time, and you will end up being beaten into a dead dog, said Zhu Yaiyang, lifting a finger to point at Long Chen's nose. How? Long Chen indifferently smiled, and suddenly, he extended his hand. Before anyone could react, he tightly clenched onto Zhu Yaiyang's extended finger. Using a slight amount of force, a snapping noise rang out. Zhu Yaiyang emitted a miserable cry as the pain of his snapped finger shook his whole body. His 10-finger one-heart technique was actually so easily broken and snapped by Long Chen. Even though he was a strong person at the 7th heaven stage of Kai condensation, as long as a person hadn't stepped into the blood condensation realm, they would still only be slightly stronger than ordinary people. In addition, he had been taken by surprise, so he hadn't had time to defend himself, meaning he was basically no different than an ordinary person. Long Chen condescendingly looked down on Zhu Yaiyang, whose face was contorted in pain, and with a questioning tone, he asked, "You think you're above others? Others are nothing to you? Are you sure you're not talking about yourself?" The sudden unexpected turn of events shocked everyone, and Zhu Yaiyang was in such pain that he was unable to reply. Only then did the others react and throw themselves at Long Chen. "Bastard, hurry up and release Brother Yaiyang." When the others following Zhu Yaiyang saw that Long Chen had dared to attack him, they all shouted and swarmed around him. "Whoever dares come over will be beaten by me." Just as they were about to reach him, a large figure suddenly appeared beside Long Chen and furiously bellowed at the others with a thunderous roar, shaking their eardrums. Long Chen smiled when he saw who it was. Who else could it be but Shifeng? The noble heirs who were about to charge forward stopped when they saw it was Shifeng. Shifeng was someone who was proud and aloof, and he didn't like being pulled into any certain social group. However, his cultivation base was top tier amongst the noble heirs, and adding on his large and superior stature, he managed to intimidate everyone back. For a moment, everyone descended into silence, and the only sound in the whole literature hall was the pained moans from Zhu Yaiyang. "What are you guys doing?" Suddenly, an angry rebuke came over from the side, and an old man walked over. Everyone's expression became much more timid and respectful when they saw this old man. This old man was one of the lecturers of the literature hall. He was a Confucian scholar, and it was known that he was an honest and strict person, a dignified man who spoke few words. Fighting within the literature hall is punishable by 1 month's custody. "Do you guys want to try it out?" The old man coldly snorted. Long Chen released Zhu Yaiyang's finger, which was already crushed and bent. Hurriedly turning towards the old man, he smiled. "Teacher, you've misunderstood. We weren't fighting. We were just doing a test." "Oh, a test him? What kind of test?" The old man obviously wasn't so easily hoodwinked, and he coldly questioned Long Chen. "We were testing how long the strength of 1 finger could hold out against the attack of 5 fingers. Through this test, we reached the conclusion that the power of cooperation is something that cannot be stopped. No matter how strong a finger is, it is still isolated. Its power will weaken from time to time, and only by relying on a partner can power be released in a steady flow, making it stronger and more enduring." This time's test allowed both Zhu Yaiyang and I to obtain an understanding of how to properly use the power of cooperation, and it will have an extremely large benefit towards our future cultivation. "Brother Zhu, what do you think about these benefits?" Long Chen summarized, as he stared with a hidden meaning at Zhu Yaiyang. Zhu Yaiyang was angered to the point of nearly passing out, but this grievance could only be swallowed by him, or if he denied it, he would be sent into custody with Long Chen. Even a noble heir couldn't break the literature hall's rules. Yes, that's right. Zhu Yaiyang did his best to keep his voice calm, but the pain was causing even his voice to sound rough. The old man looked at Long Chen, and a trace of ridicule flashed within his eyes. But in the end, he still nodded and said, "Since it was like this old man won't blame the two of you. But remember, in the future, you cannot make a ruckus in here." Everyone secretly sighed that Long Chen had good luck when they heard this. The old man clearly knew that Long Chen was just making up nonsense, but he still let them all go. "Hey, wait." Zhu Yaiyang clenched his teeth, and by using a voice that only the two of them could hear, he called out to Long Chen. Long Chen's hand attack had been extremely vicious. Not only had it broken his finger, but in addition, he had used some kind of unknown method in order to turn the meridians within his finger into mush. Otherwise, Zhu Yaiyang would not be in such intense pain and end up as such a sorry figure without the slightest strength to fight back. "Brother Zhu, feel free to come find me again to do some tests. Today is just a small payment on the interest I owe to you, bastard. The worst is yet to come." But on the outside, Long Chen just courteously smiled. Over 200 noble heirs calmly and quietly took their seats. The old man nodded his head in satisfaction and started the lecture. However, his material was vague and incomprehensible to them, and basically, all of it fell on deaf ears. It caused everyone to become drowsy, but no one actually dared to sleep. Although that old man didn't have the slightest cultivation base within the entire Imperial College, he had the final say in everything. If anyone angered him, they would immediately be kicked out and could just forget about entering the martial arts depository in the afternoon. This can be compared to chicken's eggs. One has gone bad and one is still good, but if you want to eat the good egg, you have to eat the bad egg first. The old man continued to talk about all sorts of things: history, classical works, how to rule a flourishing nation, agricultural knowledge. Even Long Chen almost dozed off. However, people like Fatty Yu actually listened very attentively. They couldn't cultivate, so they had to rely on education for the future, hopefully obtaining some work with the government. Under this slow torment, the time slowly passed until it was noon. After eating lunch, everyone swarmed towards the battle skill pavilion. Even the people who had no way of cultivating also followed. Within the battle skill pavilion were countless battle skills and cultivation techniques, and going through them might offer them a lucky encounter. The battle skill pavilion had 3 floors, but only the bottom level was open to all the noble heirs. Even though it was just 1 floor, there were still 17 bookshelves completely packed with all kinds of battle skills and cultivation techniques. It was a brilliant sight that dazzled people. Big brother Yang, I already have a life and death battle agreement with Long Chen. This time I'll definitely kill him to help take revenge for you, Lai Hao respectfully said. Who knew when, but Lai Hao had at some point stealthily ran over beside Zhu Yaoyang. At this point, Zhu Yaoyang had already used his energy in order to suppress the pain in his finger, but the important thing was that the meridians had been fried, and so he had to find an alchemist to help him treat it. It's still not the right time to kill him, otherwise, I would have killed him last time. Zhu Yaoyang shook his head. Suddenly he asked, "That's right. How did you end up getting beaten up by him last time?" Actually, it was just me being careless, and Long Chen happened to catch that opportunity. The result really infuriated me. To think that the trash could actually beat me one time. Lai Hao answered with endless regret. That one loss had caused his reputation to plummet, and the people whispering and gossiping about him behind his back drove him crazy with anger. He believed that last time was simply a small moment of carelessness, and so this time, he definitely had quite a bit of killing intent towards Long Chen. Long Chen cannot be permitted to die, at least not for now. Don't mess this up. Zhu Yaoyang worried that Lai Hao hadn't understood, so he purposely repeated himself. Then what should I do? Just let him off like this? Lai Hao somewhat unwillingly asked. Zhu Yaoyang looked at his twisted broken finger and grinding his teeth in anger. He said, although you can't kill him, if you wanted to take back a couple of things on his body, that would be fine. When Lai Hao heard this, his eyes brightened with excitement. Excellent. This time, I'll take what he took from me, and oh, I think I'll also take one of his eyes too. Seeing the expression in his eyes really pisses me off. Zhu Yaoyang and Lai Hao grinned, but they didn't notice that Long Chen, who was faking interest in the tomes, also smiled. However, his smile was much colder compared to theirs, like a leopard staring at 2 bleeding sheep. From Long Chen's current position, he was perfectly placed, so that he could use his spiritual strength to spy on what the 2 of them were talking about. Although he couldn't hear what they were saying clearly, but looking at their expressions, he could still infer most of it. Observing the 2 of them start acting like nothing had happened and begin browsing the ancient tomes on the bookshelf, Long Chen was also disinclined to go deal with them. Instead, he switched to looking for his actual objective. By now he had realized that the pill god memories he had were actually extremely incomplete. Other than the 9-star Hegemon body art, the rest of it only pertained to alchemy. There were no battle skills, so he absolutely needed to obtain one today. Long Chen had finally settled on a battle skill, and was just about to reach out his hand to take it when suddenly, a dark-faced fellow grabbed onto it before him. I'm sorry, this book has taken my fancy. That person didn't even look at Long Chen, and acting like no one was beside him, he started browsing the tome. Long Chen frowned slightly. This was done very obviously on purpose, but Long Chen didn't take action, instead switching to a different bookcase. Just as he saw a palm battle skill and reached out to take it, the dark-faced fellow who had long since been waiting to the side once again grabbed it. I'm sorry, this POW. A ruthless slap landed on that dark face, interrupting his words and sending him flying. Chapter 7. Training in Battle Skills. How? An extremely loud and resounding slap rang out, ruthlessly interrupting the dark-faced fellow's words. The powerful force sent him flying, and over 10 teeth tumbled across the floor. I'm sorry, this tome has taken the fancy of this young master. Long Chen looked down at the dark-faced fellow with a face seemingly full of regret, apologizing with great flair. That slap was very resounding, and it echoed throughout the entire battle skill pavilion. Everyone who had been busily browsing the battle skills immediately put down the manuals in their hands and turned in shock. Who dares to be so presumptuous as to act violently within the battle skill pavilion? Suddenly, a cold shout rang out, and a black-clothed man appeared from the inner part of the battle skill pavilion. His face was cold and strict as he looked at Long Chen and the dark-faced fellow. That man's blood and Kai surged just like a towering mountain, pressuring the others, and making it difficult for them to breathe. Long Chen's eyes shrunk. A strong blood condensation cultivator. It was unexpected that this place would actually have a hidden blood condensation realm cultivator. But thinking about it some more, this place was an important part of the battle skill pavilion, and having a strong person keep guard would save them some worries. It was forbidden to practice martial arts within the battle skill pavilion. This was a rule that everybody knew, and breaking this rule meant you would be taken into custody. Speak, what happened here? The blood condensation cultivator angrily shouted. If you want to know, then ask him. Long Chen didn't have the slightest amount of fear as he spread out his hands in innocence. The dark-faced fellow became indignant. It was obviously him who had suffered the blow, so why would he still need to ask him? Senior. At this moment, the distant Yang hurriedly ran over. He reported to the blood condensation expert. Senior, it was like this. Wang Meng's face suddenly felt extremely itchy, so he gave himself a slap. There really wasn't any force or battle. You can check for yourself. The dark-faced fellow who was called Wang Meng became bewildered. But just as he was about to say something, he saw the distant Lai Hao doing his best to give him a meaningful glance, so he swallowed his words back down. You're the savage Marquis's son? Yes. Yang hurriedly nodded. That person nodded his head, and looking at Wang Meng on the floor, he said, If your face is itchy then just scratch it. Don't make such a fuss. Clean up after yourself. I don't want to see such a situation a second time. After speaking, he turned and left, leaving a crowd of astonished people wondering why Yang would actually help Long Chen. Haha, didn't you hear what he said? Hurry up and clean up your crap. Long Chen laughed as if he had totally expected this entire turn of events. Turning around, he walked away to continue looking for a battle skill. Hateful bastard. Looking at Long Chen, who downplayed this event, Wang Meng was angered to the point where his eyes were practically spitting flames. That one slap of his caused him to feel extremely vexed. Wang Meng, endure it. If you were to open your mouth and accuse Long Chen of hitting you, then he would be taken into custody for 1 month, but after 1 month, he would be released safe and sound. However, if you swallow this anger now, then tomorrow, Lai Hao will help you take back this face. Therefore, you must absolutely endure it. Yang informed him. Wang Meng nodded his head. He knew that Lai Hao had arranged a battle with Long Chen, but having bullied Long Chen for so long, he was already so accustomed to it that it had reached the point where it was just playing around. However, today, his playing around caused him to receive a huge slap in the face, and he didn't even have a place to complain. The anger from the broken pieces of teeth could only be swallowed into his stomach. A couple of people were busily picking up the scattered teeth and wiping off the bloodstains when Yang suddenly asked, The swelling on your face is very minor, so it appears that Long Chen's strength is still not very high. But how is that he managed to knock out so many of your teeth? The others were also very suspicious. According to common sense, only an extremely powerful force could knock out such sturdy teeth. Who knows? It's completely ridiculous, Wang Meng gloomily said. What he didn't know was that Long Chen had used his knowledge as an alchemist. Long Chen was already as familiar towards a human body's physiology as he was with the back of his hands. His slap had been struck in a skillful way so that Wang Meng's gums would loosen, and the teeth on that side of his face had taken that opportunity to tumble out. Long Chen's attack had been very vicious. Teeth were not something that could be easily regrown. They were not like other injuries that could be healed with medicines. In the future, Wang Meng could probably only use the other side of his face to eat. Having learned from Wang Meng's mistake, everyone became much more well-behaved, and no one dared to once again provoke Long Chen. Long Chen was also happy to leisurely browse through these ancient tomes. The battle skills here could only be read in the pavilion, and could not be taken outside. Spirit of the Bull. All battle skills could be divided into 3 categories: heaven, earth, and mortal. And as for all these battle skills and techniques here, all of them were merely the lowest level of the mortal category. Although they were the lowest level, these battle skills were still extremely precious treasures. Even though they were only for the high-status noble heirs, it still required a blood condensation cultivator to oversee it. From this, one could see just how important battle skills were to the Phoenix Cry Empire. Although it's a low-grade battle skill, its usage of spiritual energy is clear and direct, making its effect pretty good. After completely reading through the battle skill in his hand, Long Chen nodded. This particular battle skill was very suited to him, especially since he was extremely familiar with the body's meridians, meaning he could master it very quickly. He carefully read through it once again. His current spiritual strength was extremely formidable compared to a normal person, and it was a great assistance towards his memory. Essentially, he was almost at the point where he could remember anything he saw. The spirit of the bull technique was completely memorized by him. Placing it back, he saw a different support battle skill, wind chasing steps. Wind chasing steps was a kind of footwork technique. Spiritual energy would flow through a set of specific meridians focusing around the feet, increasing one's speed and explosiveness. Whether it was traversing large distances or short evasions, this technique was extremely effective. Excellent, another practical technique I can use. Long Chen faintly smiled, and once again busied himself to carefully remember all the roots of the spiritual energy and the details of how to do so. Time's up, all noble heirs must place back the tomes. If anyone dares to secretly steal some, even death is not a harsh enough punishment. At this moment, the blood condensation cultivator once again appeared. His cold shout was transmitted to everyone's ears, and everyone hurriedly placed back the tomes in their hands. Several people, who still wanted to continue, sighed and shook their heads. The Phoenix Cry Empire was truly exceedingly strict with battle skills. Every month, they would only have half a day to study here. Many people had to spend several months' time just to learn a single battle skill. But although they were discontented, no one would dare to complain. Long Chen looked up slightly surprised. He hadn't expected that the time would pass by this quick, but if other people were to learn that Long Chen had used just a short 4 hours to completely memorize 2 battle skills, they might be shocked to the point that their jaws would hit the ground. Within the recordings of a battle skill, there were the extremely cryptic and difficult to understand portions, especially with regards to some of the terms about moving spiritual energy and Kai around specific meridians. And what confounded people even more was attempting to practice moving their spiritual energy in such a complicated way, while also reading. Leaving the Imperial College, Long Chen said his farewells to Fatty Yu and the others before going up to Shifeng and whispering a couple things. When Shifeng heard what Long Chen was saying, his whole face burst into shock, and although he quickly suppressed it back to his normal expression, he was unable to conceal the shock in his eyes. Returning home, Long Chen saw that the room where he had condensed the Feng Fu star had been cleaned up. However, it still wasn't safe for people to live in yet due to how heavily he had damaged it. Luckily, his family estate had many rooms, and they had prepared a new one for him. First, he went to his mother's room in order to assure her that he was all right. Many things had consecutively come up during these days, causing Mrs. Long to become agitated and worried. Ever since Long Chen woke up, it seemed like he had changed and become a completely different person, causing her to feel a bit of unfamiliarity. However, the good thing was that Long Chen had already adjusted himself now, and after accompanying and talking to his mother for a while, she calmed down by quite a bit. Nonetheless, he didn't tell her about the life and death battle that he had arranged with Lai Hao. Leaving his mother's side, Long Chen returned to his room. Locking his door, he directly swallowed the second Feng Fu pill. Following the absorption of the second Feng Fu pill, the Feng Fu star on the bottom of Long Chen's foot once again expanded ever so slightly. Along with the expansion, the Feng Fu star's ability to store spiritual energy once again increased, just like a Danshan. However, the current Feng Fu star was still in an embryonic form, and in order for it to reach a fully condensed form, a countless number of Feng Fu pills were still required. That was also why Long Chen had been so dismayed when he had first gone through his memories and seen the method to train in the 9-star Hegemon body art. Currently, he had consumed 2 Feng Fu pills that were worth several 100,000 gold coins, and yet, his Feng Fu star was still in its embryonic form. He was still extremely far off if he wanted it to reach the completely condensed stage. Furthermore, it seemed there was a level beyond even that, which was something he still didn't know anything about. Just the one Feng Fu star was already a bottomless abyss that needed countless medicinal pills to fill. However, Long Chen knew that the 9-star Hegemon body art was the only technique he could use. If not, he would be just mediocre his entire life. In fact, he wouldn't even match up to an ordinary person since he didn't have a Danshan. Without using the 9-star Hegemon body art, his only fate would be to sink down to become a weak person that would constantly be taken advantage of. It took him 4 hours to fully absorb this Feng Fu pill. His Feng Fu star's embryonic form had increased slightly in size, allowing him to control a greater amount of spiritual energy. By now, it was already the middle of the night. Long Chen stealthily left his room and entered the firewood room. Taking a deep breath, he began to slowly train in the spirit of the bull. Long Chen was already completely familiar with his meridians due to those pill god memories, so this low-grade battle skill was something he could master immediately, without even the slightest problem. He walked over to a stone grinder that weighed over half a ton and was normally used to crush up rice crops. Holding it with both hands, he lifted. Rise! The huge stone grinder rose into the air, and Long Chen's impression was that he still had some leftover strength. Nowadays, his strength should be enough to lift around 750 kilograms worth of weight. However, his strength when Ji Yayan had beaten him had only been 75 kilograms. Compared to before, it was a dramatic 10 times increase. Excellent, not including other factors, and just by relying on my current body strength, I can probably match up to people at the 5th heaven stage of condensation. Long Chen couldn't help but feel somewhat excited, and at the same time, he looked even more forward to training in the 9-star Hegemon body art. Right now, he had only condensed an embryonic form, and his power had already raised by such an enormous amount. If he were to truly condense the complete Feng Fu star, then just what kind of level would his power rise to? Hesitating for a while, Long Chen couldn't resist the urge to continue testing. Setting himself up, the air near his foot started to slowly fluctuate, and a scorching power swept from his foot and through his meridians, slowly collecting into his fist. Fist of the Bull. Bang! Long Chen's fist smashed onto the stone grinder, and with an explosive bang, the stone grinder was forced into the air and firmly slammed into the wall, causing the entire wall to break down. Long Chen couldn't help but to foolishly stare at the powerful force. Originally, he had just wanted to experiment a bit with the power. He hadn't expected that it would cause such a huge disturbance. From outside the room, other people were all awoken and alarmed. Knowing that he had caused a huge disturbance, he quickly slipped back into his room and laid down to sleep. However, he was simply too excited to sleep, almost to the point of wanting to dance for joy. 9-star Hegemon body art. Just what level had this cultivation technique reached? If all 9 stars were condensed, then just what kind of power would be produced? Long Chen was simply too excited and ended up being unable to fall asleep the whole night. When the first glimmer of the sun's rising lit up his room, he slowly opened his eyes. You want to take parts of my body? That's quite a big dream. Too bad you're not able to reach it. After rising and washing his face, he heard that the servants were still discussing what had happened last night in the firewood room. Welcoming the rising sun, Long Chen couldn't stop a certain thought from emerging from his heart. Today's a good day. I can accomplish anything. Chapter 8. Life and Death Battle. Quite a few people had already assembled around the martial arena. Other than some idle people who regularly enjoyed watching, there were also a few of the imperial capital's noble heirs. Today was the day of Long Chen and Lai Hao's life and death battle. Although this place would normally see a constant stream of duels and fights, life and death battles were still very few in number. What was even odder about this situation was that despite that the 2 noble heirs who were fighting didn't have any remarkable cultivation bases, countless people had still come to watch. In addition, the Yule and Gambling Hall, the most famous gambler in the entire imperial capital, had also come to open up a public betting pool. Lai Hao's victory, 2 times the odds. Long Chen's victory, 10 times the odds. Since no kinds of counterfeit could occur during a life and death battle, and adding their high statuses as noble heirs, betting on the outcome was extremely exciting to many people. Even some people who weren't gamblers also started to place bets, but for the most part, everyone bet on Lai Hao's victory. Although Long Chen did defeat Lai Hao last time, at that time, Lai Hao was completely off guard, and Long Chen had taken advantage of that opening. Such a miracle would not occur a second time. Only an extremely small portion of people, who liked to either mess around or were desperate, decided to take a long shot and bet on Long Chen. The betting place was located not far from the martial arena, and the section to bet on Lai Hao's victory was completely packed with people, whereas the section to bet on Long Chen was completely deserted. 300,000 gold coins on Long Chen. Suddenly, a large and lofty man appeared and tossed a crystal card over to the person in charge of the betting. What? The handler was completely shocked by this amount. Throughout the entire morning, he had only collected 10,000 gold coins till now. Hearing this new bet, he almost didn't believe his own ears. That huge figure was, of course, Shifeng. He had been entrusted by Long Chen to put all of his gold coins onto his own victory. Because of his status, Long Chen already knew that the Yule in Gambling Hall would definitely open up a betting pool, and so he had already preemptively told Shifeng to bet on him. Even if the Yule and Gambling Hall ended up in a deficit from opening up the betting pool, he definitely wouldn't back out. Most of the money he normally earned was from his own personal bets, and as for these outer public bets, he didn't actually make much money off them. The main reason he had to hold public bets was to keep the people satisfied, and even if he were to take a loss with the Yule and Gambling Hall's imposing wealth, it could easily be brushed off. It was for these reasons that Long Chen decided to join the betting. Originally, he had planned on just betting with Lai Hao, but now he could get 10 times the profit by betting with the Yule and Gambling Hall. Long Chen wasn't an idiot, so of course he knew which was better. Yesterday, with the help of Fatty Yu and his friends, he had collected over 200,000 gold coins. When he had handed it over to Shifeng, Shifeng had seen how assured Long Chen was acting. Clenching his teeth, he increased the amount to 300,000. Shifeng's family was actually not very rich, mostly because they had a tendency to be rather hot-tempered and were not that good at handling business. The families of Yu and the others tended to be better off. In order to collect this much money, he had actually used all of his weapons and armor as additional collateral. All of this was just for Long Chen's wild and crazy bet. Xifeng couldn't hold back, having his heart leap a couple of times in nervousness. Brother Chen, you have to stay calm and steady. All your brother's belongings have all been put on the line. Lai Hao arrived just before noon. With a light push on the ground, he jumped several meters into the air to land on top of the martial arena, arousing a burst of cheers. However, this time the cheers weren't for his appearance, but rather because everyone was excited to see the start of a good show. Today, Lai Hao was wearing clean and neat robes that were quite attractive, and a proud thought arose in his mind. Long Chen, the humiliation you've given me will be returned to you tenfold. But even after quite a while passed after Lai Hao went onto the stage, no one saw Long Chen appear. No one understood why he hadn't appeared, and some people began to wonder if perhaps he had chickened out. Just as everyone was wondering what was going on, an old man in charge of the martial arena coldly told Lai Hao, "Your appointment for your battle is for 12:45, so you're early by almost an hour. You can either continue to wait on top of the stage or you can come off to wait." Everyone booed in disappointment when they heard this, and the originally full of vigor Lai Hao also became a bit dumbstruck as he had forgotten to check the time. "Whatever, I'll just wait for him on the stage. In any case, he's a person who's about to die, so his remaining time is more valuable than mine." Lai Hao indifferently smiled, and just like that, he sat down cross-legged on top of the martial arena, putting on the air of an expert. However, his attempt to maintain an expert's manner only lasted for a short while before becoming a bit strange. Because it was noon, the sun was extremely powerful, and to make it worse, the martial arena was topped with black stone tiles, and by now, it was already boiling to the point where it could fry an egg. Since Lai Hao had already sat down, he couldn't stand back up or it would ruin his act. Therefore, all he could do was suffer. Of course, some sharp-eyed people had noticed that Lai Hao's bottom had already begun smoking slightly, and in just a moment, it became very obvious, and the crowd's expression became very strange. "This guy is such an idiot. Is he trying to save face? The fight hasn't even begun, and his butt is already burning," a maiden gently laughed. In the distance, two veiled women were indifferently looking at the martial arena. "Speaking frankly, he's just a phony," responded the other maiden, shaking her head. "Sister Meng Kai, we've already been here for several days. When do you plan on withdrawing from the marriage agreement?" asked the other one. The maiden who had been called Meng Kai elegantly creased her brows and somewhat awkwardly said, "Currently, he's in a very difficult predicament, and if I were to bring up withdrawing from the marriage to him at this time, then it would be too cruel. Even I don't know what I should do. But delaying this matter isn't a solution. Master has already urged us several times. If we don't return to the mountains soon, then we'll probably be punished. Furthermore, with Big Sister's talent, you'll definitely reach Xianshan and be able to touch the heavenly Taos. The two of you will be in completely different worlds. There's no way for you to work it out," sighed the other maiden. "But I still feel that doing it in such a manner is still extremely unfair to him. Let's just watch a bit more." Meng Kai lightly shook her head, distress appearing within her beautiful eyes. As Meng Kai hesitated, they saw a disturbance within the distant crowd. Turning to stare, they saw a young man in black robes with sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes slowly walk up. His body seemed to have a unique aura, giving people a very profound feeling. He appeared just like a well. On the surface, he appeared like nothing was out of the ordinary, but it was impossible to see through him. No one could manage to see through his depths, and his existence appeared like a mystery to them. Even Meng Kai and the other maiden couldn't help but feel some fluttering in their hearts when they saw him. Compared to the Long Chen they had seen just a few days ago, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. The current him appeared to be full of self-confidence. Seeing Long Chen's arrival, Lai Hao jumped up, feeling a burst of scorching pain from his bottom. Blaming Long Chen, his anger rose even more, and he angrily shouted, "Long Chen, come up to die." Long Chen didn't even spare a glance for Lai Hao, and instead, he scanned the crowd and met Xifeng's gaze. Xifeng gave Long Chen a slight nod. Not only did he see Xifeng, but he also saw Yu and the others who had apparently come to cheer him on. Long Chen smiled over to them before turning to walk onto the martial arena. Lai Hao had jumped up to show off his skill, but Long Chen decided to simply walk up. For the moment, the people who had bet on Long Chen's victory all felt that the money they had gambled was about to be lost forever. "Long Chen." Seeing Long Chen walk up, these two words were angrily forced out of Lai Hao's clenched teeth. "Idiot, your butt's scorched, isn't it?" Long Chen sneered at Lai Hao. Actually, he had long since arrived. He merely stayed in the shade further away, and no one had noticed him. However, he had seen very clearly what had been going on the stage. 12:45 has arrived. Both parties must sign the life and death contract. At this moment, the old man took out a document, and Long Chen indifferently smiled and signed his name on top of it. This time was different from the last duel. Conceding to the victor would have no effect this time. The loser's life and death were held within the victor's hands. Lai Hao also signed, and with a sinister expression, he said, "You little bastard, today I will return all the humiliation you gave me 100-fold." Now that the life and death contract had been signed, there was no more need for a referee. The current martial arena had now become the ground upon which they would decide who would die today. "Looks like you don't understand. You've come to provoke me so many times, and I'm not enduring any longer." Long Chen took a deep breath. An extremely dense, killing intent appeared within his eyes. Ever since Zhuya Yan had first said that he wasn't Long Tangxiao's son, many people had started using the same kind of insult against him. "Go to hell, you son of a bitch!" Lai Hao sneered, and with a loud bellow, his whole body's spiritual Kai started to circulate, and the spiritual energy visible to the naked eyes could be seen fluctuating around his body. All of the crowd who was watching nodded when they saw this. Last time, Lai Hao had been extremely unlucky. He hadn't made any preparations to protect his body, and Long Chen had used one quick attack to beat him. But this time he had properly prepared and set up his defenses. Although this was only the spiritual energy of Kai condensation, and had no way of leaving the body, circulating spiritual energy within the body for protection meant that an ordinary person would have a very hard time to inflict any injuries. After Lai Hao set up his defenses, a sinister smile appeared on his face. He charged towards Long Chen, both hands turning into claws aimed towards Long Chen's shoulders. These two claws of his were filled with spiritual Kai, making them no different from iron fangs. If ordinary people were to be hit by it, their shoulders would immediately break. "Good. Lai Hao, completely cripple this son of a bitch!" From below the arena, a loud shout came from the person who Long Chen had sent flying within the Imperial College, Wang Mang. Wang Mang had now already lost half of his teeth while still a youth, and as for any bone-growing medicinal pills, those were far too expensive for his family to buy. Nowadays, he was already full of hatred for Long Chen, and seeing Long Chen about to be assaulted, he couldn't hold back from cheering. But Chi Fang, Fatty Yu, and the others all became extremely worried. From the very start, Long Chen had not shown even the slightest cultivation base, causing their hearts to momentarily get stuck in their throats. Long Chen coldly smiled as he looked at Lai Hao. Taking one step, his whole body turned into a shadow as he charged forward towards Lai Hao. Bang! Chapter 9. Alchemist Guild. Bang! An explosive noise rang out, causing everyone to become completely dumbfounded. No one had noticed how, but at some point, Long Chen had appeared right in front of Lai Hao just like a demon. This was due to his wind-chasing steps. This technique increased his speed to the max, especially in close range, and the explosiveness was something that was impossible to guard against. Lai Hao's two claws hit nothing while Long Chen's leg viciously kicked out and hit him between the legs with such a ferocious force that his whole body was lifted into midair. After the explosive noise passed, a little ball flew out of Lai Hao's trousers and was flung towards the crowd. Wang Mang was still imagining Lai Hao tormenting Long Chen and making Long Chen suffer a life worse than death, but the current situation completely shattered this delusion of his, and his jaw dropped, dumbstricken. He was completely oblivious to a small, grape-sized thing that was now flying towards his mouth. By the time he noticed it, the thing had already entered into his open mouth. Before he could even react, that slippery thing passed through his throat into his stomach, bringing with it a grotesque, foul smell. Only now did Wang Mang react and desperately began using a finger to dig at his throat, causing him to vomit. After a while, a small ball was vomited out. When Zhu Yaiyang and the rest of the people beside him saw that ball, they also started retching, swiftly scattering away from it. On the martial arena, Lai Hao was tenaciously holding onto his crotch, his face twitching and contorting. If he hadn't set up his spiritual Kai to protect himself, he would have long since lost consciousness from the pain. For a moment, the whole audience was completely silent. Everyone's eyes roved from Lai Hao on the stage to the distant round thing on the ground, and their expressions became extremely odd. "This is good for you. Now you'll be able to walk without slanting and tripping," Long Chen said, nodding his head. Lai Hao furiously glared at him, wanting to tear him apart. His last family jewel was stripped off him, and now that it had entered Wang Mang's stomach, it had already been corroded to the point that even if he collected it, he wouldn't be able to use it. One was taken away by a wild dog, while one was no longer usable. Lai Hao was now destined to become a sterile person incapable of reproducing. "You fucker, go die." Stone-crushing fist. Lai Hao crazily roared, forcefully circulating his spiritual Kai to restrain the pain coming from his lower body. His fist shot towards Long Chen, the wind whistling as it passed. The full power of his third heaven stage of Kai condensation cultivation base exploded out. By now, he had already descended into madness and completely forgotten about Zhu Yaiyang's instructions. The only thing on his mind was to completely destroy Long Chen. Seeing Lai Hao became completely berserk, a cold killing intent appeared within Long Chen's eyes. He roared, the sound like violent thunder capable of shocking the sky, blasted the surrounding people's ears. An incorporeal aura engulfed Long Chen. Not taking any actions to avoid it, he also attacked with a fist. Spirit of the Bull. Boom! An explosion was followed by the sound of bones breaking. Lai Hao let out a miserable scream, his blood flying everywhere. People were shocked and horrified to see that one of Lai Hao's arms had been completely crushed. Long Chen was still resting in his punching position. His eyes were icy cold and completely apathetic. A terrifying killing intent spilled out from him, shaking people's souls. The current Long Chen seemed like a cold-blooded death god, his whole body brimming with an icy cold killing intent that caused everyone to tremble in fear. The whole crowd was deathly still. The amount of power that he had released just now was something that even Zhu Yaiyang at the 7th heaven stage of K condensation felt somewhat afraid of. How is this possible? He can use battle skills? Isn't it impossible for him to cultivate? What the hell is happening? His expression is absolutely terrifying. People were unable to hold back their shock, and as for the ones who had previously ridiculed and sneered at Long Chen, they were all completely filled with dread. Seeing Lai Hao lying on the martial arena, it was like they were seeing images of themselves. They couldn't help but to tremble, their spirits shivering. Even Long Chen himself was somewhat shocked. It appeared that even he had underestimated the 9-star Hegemon body art. Otherwise, if it was a normal person using a low-grade battle skill, it would not be able to release such a terrifying strength. Slowly walking over towards Lai Hao, each of Long Chen's steps rang out loud and clear. The sound of it was like the overture of a murderer, each step pressing down on the people's hearts. Step, step, step. By now, Lai Hao's previous expression of anger had vanished, replaced with complete terror. Shaking and quivering, he stuttered, Don't come over." Lai Hao wanted to run away, but the completely terrified him only noticed now that his body couldn't exert even the slightest strength. To him, Long Chen, who was slowly, but gradually walking closer to him, was like a nightmare, which he couldn't run away from. Don't kill me. It was because of Zhu Yaiyang's instructions," Lai Hao sobbingly begged. Below the stage, Zhu Yaiyang's expression changed, and he angrily shouted, "Lai Hao, what nonsense are you saying?" "I'm not saying nonsense. You told us to handle Long Chen and that afterward you'd give us some benefits. All of this is because of you." Lai Hao pointed towards Zhu Yaiyang as he hysterically rambled. In the face of death, he had already forgotten everything. "Lai Hao, you're asking for death." Zhu Yaiyang's face turned ashen, and his 2 eyes were filled with killing intent. "Zhu Yaiyang, you bastard. You used me for your advantage." "Long Chen, I'll tell you. Zhu Yaiyang is nothing more than a henchman dog in reality." Long Chen suddenly felt a chill in the air ordaining an attack. Sensing the air of death, he quickly retreated without even thinking about it. However, even after Long Chen had retreated, it didn't appear like anything had happened. But when Long Chen once again looked at Lai Hao, he saw that Lai Hao's eyes had already lost focus, and he had already taken his last breath. Long Chen's expression changed slightly. Turning to look at the crowd, all he managed to see was a figure wearing a conical bamboo hat, who was quickly fleeing the scene. With just a few strides, he had already disappeared from the crowd. The unexpected events caused an uproar amongst the crowd. Obviously, that mysterious figure had killed Lai Hao. Long Chen wins. After a brief spell of confusion, the martial arena's overseer still ended up announcing this final outcome. Although Lai Hao wasn't killed by Long Chen had already defeated him. If he had wanted to kill Lai Hao, it would have been as easy as turning his hand. So in the end, they still announced that it was Long Chen's victory. Following Long Chen's victory, countless people sighed in regret. With this outcome, they had no way to take back their bets. As for the tens of people who had bet on Long Chen, they all crazily shouted in joy. Thaddeus and the others shouted out especially loudly. Lying on the martial arena, Lai Hao would never again be paid any attention to. The martial arena's organizers would send a message to his family, and they would come to pick up his dead body. The life and death battles were all protected by the imperial capital. No one was allowed to secretly take revenge. Lai Hao was only a low-born noble whose status was not especially high. If he died, then he died. There would not be any waves following his death. This was one of the unbreakable rules of the imperial capital. Long Chen walked off the stage, receiving a heroic welcome from Thaddeus and the others. Qifeng tightly hugged him. "You brat, when did you become so strong? And you didn't even tell anyone about it." "My heart almost leaped out watching you," grumbled Qifeng. "Brother Long, no wait, elder brother Long, in the future, we'll all be muddling along with you. You have to cover for us," said Thaddeus and the others with bright eyes. Long Chen laughed, of course. "Come on, let's go to the betting place." In front of countless admiring stares and everyone's cheers, Long Chen received no less than 3 million gold coins. At the moment when the crystal card with 3 million gold coins landed in his hand, Long Chen was actually even more excited than when he had been beating Lai Hao. He had known that Lai Hao was nothing more than a little dog. But the words that he had said right before he had died caused Long Chen to become even more cautious than before. Originally, he had thought that all the bullying had been because of enmities with his parents' generation. but that didn't match with what Lai Hao had said. It seemed that it was not such a simple affair as he had thought. Most likely, he was just a single pawn. He was just a trashy teen, and his family was completely impoverished now. There was no need for someone to actively plot against him in such a deliberate and methodical manner. The clear reason would be due to someone clashing with his father who was stuck guarding the barbarian border. It seems like it's very complicated, but staring at the 3 million gold coins in his hand, Long Chen was filled with endless confidence. Was that the confidence that came with being rich? Leaving with the huge crowd, Long Chen found a tea house and invited his friends to eat whatever they wanted and return them their money. However, the money that had been earned was kept with him. Long Chen gave his friends a promise that caused them to be endlessly excited. Everyone's future cultivation would all be taken care of by him. This caused Fatty Yu and the others to go mad with joy. They were all completely incapable of cultivating, and if someone else promised this to them, then they wouldn't believe it. However, Long Chen was originally the same as them. Now that he had managed to dispatch Lai Hao in such a quick way, how could they not believe him? Hearing Long Chen promise this, everyone was overjoyed. However, Long Chen told them to keep the secret, and they all frantically nodded. Their future cultivation was something that was basically just as important as their life, and adding on to how solemn Long Chen's words were, they would not dare to treat it unimportantly. After Fatty Yu and the others left, Long Chen stayed behind to chat a bit with Shifeng. Shifeng was a genius whose aptitude was the greatest amongst all the noble heirs. He was already at the 8th heaven stage of Kai condensation, and could enter into the 9th heaven stage at any time. Entering the blood condensation stage before 20 should not be that difficult for him. Through how Shifeng had acted during these last 2 matters, Long Chen knew that he was definitely a person deserving his trust. After asking about Shifeng's current stage of cultivation, Long Chen split up with him and went directly to the Alchemist Guild. The Alchemist Guild was in the south part of the imperial capital. It was the most sacred part of the entire imperial capital. Not even members of the royal family would dare to be rude towards the members of the Alchemist Guild. Alchemist guilds were said to be spread throughout the entire world, and as for the guild in the imperial capital, it was nothing more than one of their branches. What Long Chen needed to get this time was an alchemist's official identification. Having that status would mean that in the future, it would be extremely easy and convenient for him to do what he wanted. No matter where you went, alchemists were an extremely scarce occupation. With this identification, Long Chen's status would no longer be the same. Even the Phoenix Cry Empire would have to think carefully before they would act against him. The most important thing was that he could use an extremely favorable price and get a preferential treatment when buying the Alchemist Guild's rare ingredients, letting him save the maximum amount of money. Although the Alchemist Guild only took up a few tens of acres of ground, it rose dozens of meters into the air, making it extremely imposing and causing people to revere it. Entering the lobby, 2 maids received Long Chen. They were surprised when they heard that he wanted to take the examination for an alchemist identification. After all, Long Chen appeared to be only 15 or 16 years old, and he didn't have any fluctuations of a cultivation base. However, the 2 of them still brought him into the refining hall. At this time, the refining hall only had a dozen or so men inside. They were currently urging on their pill flames, appearing to be refining medicines. "Huh? Why are you here?" Just as Long Chen entered, an old man asked with an astonished expression. When he saw that person, Long Chen's heart erupted with a concealed anger. That old man was precisely the one who had treated his wounds. This person had clearly known that his injury had been no big deal, but by saying that he could possibly lose his memory, he managed to con his mother into selling her jewelry. "I came here to take the alchemist exam." Long Chen calmed the anger in his heart. He'd pay back the bill to this old man later. "Alchemist exam?" The old man examined Long Chen from top to bottom. "Looks like your wounds from last time still aren't healed. You should go back and heal them." Long Chen frowned slightly and insisted, "I really am here to take the alchemist exam." The old man's expression sunk. "I don't have time to waste on a little kid. Hurry up and beat it. Otherwise, I'll get the guards to throw you out." Long Chen's anger once again exploded. Glaring at the old man, he shouted, "If your ears aren't completely deaf yet, then I'll repeat myself one more time. I am here to take the alchemist exam." By the end, Long Chen's shout was already a roar that reverberated through the entire Alchemist Guild. What person is making such a loud ruckus? Suddenly, a thin old man walked over with a displeased expression. When Long Chen turned his eyes and saw him, a naughty grin appeared on the corner of his mouth. Chapter 10. Disciplining the Brat. Long Chen recognized the old man, and it wasn't just Long Chen who would recognize him. In the imperial capital, there were only a few people who wouldn't recognize him: the Alchemist Guild's chairman, Grandmaster Yun Kai. "Senior Yun Kai," this brat suddenly ran over to make trouble. "I was just about to expel him," the old man hurriedly explained when he saw Grandmaster Yun Kai. Long Chen rolled his eyes. Feigning an extremely grateful expression, he said, You are Grandmaster Yun Kai? Wonderful, Long Chen thanks you for the favor of saving his life. Originally Yun Kai's expression was displeased, but hearing Long Chen say this, he couldn't help but become distracted, asking child, are you misrecognizing me as someone else? Misrecognizing? No, definitely not. Long Chen shook his head. Pointing towards the old man, he said, through this Grandmaster, my mom paid several thousand gold coins to buy a tiger bone pill from you. Only through this was I able to recover from my wounds. This little one truly cannot thank you enough. Hearing Long Chen recount this affair, the old man's expression immediately changed, and Yun Kai's expression turned cold. Looking at the old man, he said, Guan Cheng, what is this about? Senior Chairman, don't listen to his rubbish, Guan Cheng hurriedly tried to explain. Why aren't you acknowledging it? To think that the people of our alchemist guild are of such a noble character, then they don't even put their names on the good deeds they do. Only, the matter of you selling my mother a defective grade tiger bone pill is very well known. Long Chen coldly smiled. Although Guan Cheng was continuously shooting Long Chen meaningful glances, Long Chen continued to act as if he hadn't noticed. Did you really think my Long family's money was so easy to swindle? Guan Cheng was currently a senior member of the Alchemist Guild. He was taught a bit by Grandmaster Yun Kai, but he wasn't someone extremely talented. However, after Guan Cheng had carefully and attentively followed Yun Kai for a few decades, Yun Kai had felt some pity for him, and given him the position of an attendant with some low-grade random jobs to do in the Alchemist Guild. Occasionally, when he refined a garbage pill, he would hand it over to Guan Cheng to handle. Normally, these garbage pills would have their useful portion extracted out for some medicinal liquids. They definitely would not be allowed to be sold on the market. This was related to the profession's personal integrity. If it was leaked that Grandmaster Yun Kai had actually sold a garbage pill, then he would become a joke amongst his fellow alchemists. Grandmaster Yun Kai sighed. Looking at Guan Cheng, he said, "You followed me for several decades, so you already understand my character. Leave and don't ever come back." Guan Chen's old face became deathly pale. His eyes holding a trace of unwillingness, he begged, "Senior, I go." Yun Kai indifferently responded, waving his hand. Guan Cheng nearly became paralyzed and fell to the floor. Yun Kai's declaration was equivalent to expelling him from the Alchemist Guild. An originally high and aloof attendant in a flash became someone completely lacking of anything. Guan Cheng appeared to age several decades. "Hey, I'm talking to you. Stop faking. You've cheated and swindled people for so many years outside this guild. Right now, you've already earned so much evil money that you won't even be able to spend it all before dying. Why are you acting like you're so deserving of pity?" Long Chen disdainfully said. As an attendant of the Alchemist Guild, this old man had become extremely close to quite a few noble families. After muddling along for so many years, he had definitely obtained many benefits. Looking at his face caused Long Chen to feel sick and disgusted. Guan Cheng's expression became furious, his eyes filled with bitter resentment. However, he didn't say anything and merely slowly walked out with his head down. Watching Guan Cheng go away, Grandmaster Yun Kai shook his head. Towards Long Chen, he said, "Thank you, young man. Otherwise, this old man would still be completely in the dark. That old man was someone who cheated my family of one of our fortunes. I purposely came for revenge. There's no need to be so courteous." Long Chen laughed. Contrary to one's expectations, Grandmaster Yun Kai replied, "Haha, not bad. A young fellow who is so straightforward is clearly not suited for a treacherous and deceitful life. Haha, how could this youngster's intentions and manner be concealed for a whole lifetime? Since it's impossible to conceal, I might as well act like a good person." Long Chen spread out his arms candidly as he replied. Grandmaster Yun Kai couldn't help but laugh. Over his last few years, everyone would treat him with reverence. This was the first time someone would speak to him in such a joking manner, so now it was quite an enjoyable experience. "Little fellow, surely you didn't come to my Alchemist Guild just to report this complaint?" "Of course not. I came here to take the Alchemist exam." After saying this, Long Chen held out his right hand. Puff, a tiny flame leaped out of his fingertips. In order to leave a deep impression onto the Grandmaster, Long Chen's hand trembled, and the flame started to act like a wild monkey, playfully leaping around. Not bad. Originally, when he saw the flame, Yun Kai had only faintly nodded his head. Being able to agglomerate a pill flame at that age could be considered not bad, but Long Chen's following actions caused him to actually be somewhat moved. The ability to control the flame relied mostly on the amount of spiritual strength one had. Long Chen's ability to control it in such a lively manner demonstrated that his spiritual strength had surpassed an ordinary person by quite a bit. What he didn't know was that Long Chen was still holding back. If he were to bring out the secret arts from his memories, then he might completely terrify this Grandmaster. "Very good. Your spiritual strength is at least twice as strong as an ordinary person, making you a good sapling to learn pill refining." Yun Kai nodded. Hearing Yun Kai said this, Long Chen felt a weight fall off his shoulders. Being able to hold as much hidden strength as possible was still the best. Come, I'll bring you to do the test. Saying this, Grandmaster Yun Kai brought Long Chen away. Looking at the two people leaving, everyone who had previously been in the hall refining medicines with their pill flames couldn't help being stunned. What? He didn't need to be appraised before directly going to do the test? How is this possible? Is he a relative of Grandmaster Yun Kai? Nonsense, he's not a relative. Isn't that kid the imperial capital's famous trash Long Chen? The 10+ people in the hall were all there in order to take the alchemist exam, but according to the usual convention, they had to meet the requirement of refining a certain herbal medicine first to show that they met a certain qualification before advancing to take the exam. But Long Chen immediately skipped over this step, causing them to be incessantly furious. However, there was no alternative for them. This was the Alchemist Guild, a supreme existence. No one would dare do a thing. They could only swallow their anger into their stomach. In an underground room of the Alchemist Guild, Grandmaster Yun Kai pointed towards a water crystal in front of them. Use your flame on it. Long Chen nodded. Extending a finger, he condensed a flame and placed it on top of the water crystal. Several lines appeared on the water crystal when the flame touched it. Grandmaster Yun Kai faintly said, "Your pill flame has reached the Lo Wang class, just barely meeting the standard." Pill flames were split into Tian, Dai Xuan, and Wang class, with each class also having 3 ranks. Long Chen's pill flame was agglomerated from himself, and was not a beast flame, or a heaven and earth spirit flame. Therefore, being at the Lo Wang class was very normal. Grandmaster Yun Kai then brought Long Chen to a shallow water pool. The water pool was only half a foot deep, and the bottom was covered with hundreds of sparkling pearls. Circulate your spiritual strength and see if you can cause the pearls to float up. Obviously, this water pond wasn't a real water pond. Close examination revealed that the water was clearly spiritual mercury water. When Long Chen carefully touched it, he discovered that the water magnified his spiritual strength by greater than 10 times. This immediately relieved him, as his current spiritual strength was not strong enough to move objects without touching them. Apparently, he had been worrying too much. Circulating his spiritual strength, he immediately found a dozen or so pearls being influenced by his spiritual strength as they slowly floated up. Suddenly, Long Chen noticed that Grandmaster Yun Kai's expression was completely bewildered and shocked as he looked at those pearls. Damn, I'm about to be exposed. Long Chen hurriedly released his spiritual strength. He used spiritual energy to make his face extremely pale like he was about to collapse, faking that his spiritual strength was overdrawn. Grandmaster, what rank do I count as? Long Chen gasped for breath as he asked. Chu, in class, Grandmaster Yun Kai murmured. It was as if he hadn't even noticed Long Chen's current overdrawn state. Only a while later, did Yun Kai notice that Long Chen was already weakly lying on the ground. If one had to give Long Chen's acting skills a rank, he would be god of acting. Not only was his face as white as paper, but his eyes seemed weak and listless, giving him the appearance of someone who had excessively over-exerted himself. Excellent, your spiritual strength is exceptionally strong. Your talent is definitely moldable. I've definitely found a good sapling this time. Yun Kai smiled. Long Chen's eyes brightened when he heard this. Grandmaster Yun Kai, this little one very much wishes to study the Tao of the pill. Is it possible for me to become your official disciple? Yun Kai shook his head. I can't. Go carefully train, and later, I will present an opportunity for you that will let you jump to the peak of the pill path. Hearing Yun Kai's refusal, Long Chen laughed with embarrassment. Actually, the main thing is I want a higher reputation so that no one will dare to bully me again when I go out. Yun Kai stared blankly before bursting into laughter. Someone like Long Chen, who spoke so directly, caused him to not know whether to laugh or cry. How many years had it been since he had met such an interesting youngster? However, Long Chen's abnormal spiritual strength did cause him to have an excellent opinion of him. Don't worry. Later, I'll give you a pill apprentice identification plate. Who would dare continue to bully you? Yun Kai laughed. Long Chen became excited. Normally, if a person wanted to join the Alchemist Guild, they had to first pass the exam to become a medicinal expert, and after that, they had to wait another year before they could obtain the qualifications to take the test to become a pill apprentice. Medicinal expert was just an entry-level rank, but it still caused countless people's eyes to turn red in envy. As for pill apprentice, it was the actual start of pill cultivation. With your current pill flame and spiritual strength, it's still quite difficult for you to refine a pill. However, within a year, you will definitely be able to refine pills, so this can't count as violating rules. I'm simply giving it to you a bit early, smiled Yun Kai. Long Chen was extremely grateful. Although in terms of technique and skill, he had enough mastery to look down on anyone, Yun Kai was definitely a senior who was worthy of respect. Grandmaster Yun Kai personally made a pill apprentice identification plate for him, and then in addition, he also gave him a medicinal cauldron and a set of pill robes. The pill robe was extremely luxurious, and there was a single embroidered pill star on the abdomen, the sign of a pill apprentice. The medicinal cauldron was made of fire copper and pure gold, and its design was very elegant. It was many levels higher than the old cauldron he had bought. Other than these two things, what pleasantly surprised Long Chen was that Grandmaster Yun Kai had even given him a spatial ring. This was a miraculous kind of ring. As long as you sent your spiritual strength into the ring, you could open up an interior space connected to the ring and store any random things. As for its value, it was an extravagant commodity worth hundreds of thousands of gold coins. Before, Long Chen hadn't even dared to dream about obtaining one. Inserting his spiritual strength into the ring, he found that the space inside was 3 meters wide, causing him to be extremely grateful. Under Grandmaster Yun Kai's advisement, Long Chen used his identification plate to buy medicinal ingredients for half the price. He could also study the senior generation's pill refining experiences free of charge. Long Chen suddenly had a feeling like he had leaped from being a chicken to being a phoenix. Within the Alchemist Guild, he bought a large amount of the Feng Fu pill's medicinal ingredients and some other herbs. By the time Long Chen left the Alchemist Guild, he felt like a completely different person than when he entered. Previously, he had been worthless, but now he was worth millions. Even his back was held completely straight. In the future, he could look down his nose at others. When Long Chen finished collecting this vast harvest, he returned home. Just as he entered, he saw Bao, her at the entrance. As soon as she saw Long Chen, she straightway brought him to Mrs. Long's room. As soon as he entered, he became dumbstruck, his heart jumping wildly in chagrin. Chapter 11. Flawless Beauty. An absolutely beautiful woman was standing before Long Chen. She had willowy eyebrows over limpid clear eyes, cherry red lips popped over her pale skin, and a cascading waterfall of hair descended all the way to her waist. When she saw Long Chen enter, and their gazes met, Long Chen was struck dumb. That young woman appeared like a fairy from out of this world. It was as if due to her very presence, the entire room had become a fairyland. For a moment, Long Chen was unable to do anything but stare foolishly at her. Her cheeks reddened slightly, and she turned away from him. When Mrs. Long saw this, she scolded, "Chen, hurry up and greet Meng Kai. She's your future bride." Mrs. Long's face lit up with happiness when she said bride, but Long Chen was extremely startled since he had never even heard of such a thing. "Greetings, Lady Meng Kai." Seeing his mother's stare, Long Chen finally recovered and bowed to her. A slight blush crept over Meng Kai's face, and she also curtsied back slightly. Although her cherry lips moved slightly, she didn't say anything back in response. Seeing all this, Mrs. Long smiled and said, "Meng Kai, you and Long Chen are both youngsters. You two can go chat for a bit while I go prepare some food." Giving Long Chen an encouraging glance, Mrs. Long withdrew, leaving only the two of them in the room. Facing such a beautiful woman, for the first time, Long Chen had a feeling of having no idea what to do. After a long pause, he finally managed to choke out a single phrase. "Please sit." Meng Kai shook her head. A complicated expression flashed over her face when she glanced at Long Chen. "I have something to say to you. Can we change locations?" Long Chen frowned slightly, but he still nodded. The two of them left the long estate and found a more secluded spot. Once they arrived, Meng Kai reached into her robes and slowly pulled out a seal. Long Chen almost cried out in shock when he saw it, for he recognized it to be a summoning contract that only beast tamers could use. A fluctuation rippled through space, interrupting Long Chen's thoughts. A huge monster over 10 meters long with the head of a lion and body of an eagle appeared in front of them, a majestic aura coming off of it. Although Long Chen was unable to cultivate before, he still had managed to study up on illustrations of magical beasts. This beast was called the Lion Eagle, a terrifying second-rank magical beast. The Lion Eagle in front of them had clearly not reached its complete maturity, but in terms of battle strength, ordinary blood condensation cultivators were not its match. This normally vicious beast was exceptionally docile in front of Meng Kai as it quietly lay on the ground. Meng Kai lightly walked up onto the Lion Eagle's back, and then said to Long Chen, "Come up." Long Chen glanced at Meng Kai. Seeing a hint of haste in her expression, he muttered quietly under his breath and walked on. This was the first time Long Chen had ever climbed onto the back of a magical beast, and he couldn't help being a bit nervous that it might accidentally go crazy and start eating people. The Lion Eagle suddenly spread its wings, and its huge body brought the two of them soaring into the sky. Long Chen was almost thrown off when it leaped into the air. Fortunately, a pale hand supported Long Chen, letting him awkwardly recover. But when he saw a faint amusement on Meng Kai's face that seemed to want to laugh, Long Chen couldn't help but feel embarrassed. "Ahaha, I'm just a bit clumsy." Long Chen smiled slightly and found a lame excuse. Meng Kai laughed at that, but she quickly felt embarrassed and turned around. The Lion Eagle's flying speed was very quick, and in just a few minutes, they flew out of the imperial capital and descended onto Sunset Mountain. The setting sun spilled out a blood-red color that covered the entire imperial capital, An extremely beautiful scene. Both of them stood at the peak of the mountain, neither of them saying anything. As Long Chen stared at the imperial capital, a trace of helplessness flashed in his eyes. Long Chen, Menkai hesitated a long while before finally sighing and opening her red lips. Are you here to get out of the marriage? Long Chen didn't turn to look at her. His gaze stayed focused on the imperial capital. Menkai's heart shook, and a trace of disbelief appeared on her beautiful face. You already knew? I guessed. Long Chen slowly turned to look at her beautiful, flawless face and said, thank you. You're thanking me? Menkai asked in confusion. Thank you for not bringing this up in front of my mother. You didn't hurt her old heart, and you also let me save my face, so I thank you. Long Chen smiled. Menkai carefully looked at Long Chen. A couple of days ago, she had already learned about Long Chen's situation in the past few years. She had thought that he would become angry when he learned why she had come, and maybe even go completely mad and wildly curse at her. But she had never thought that he would give this kind of response. I know you're a proud and gifted woman, for you are already able to control a second-rank magical beast at such a young age. As for me, I'm just a normal person. We're from two different worlds, so you're not wrong to want this. There's no need for you to feel bad about it. Long Chen laughed lightly, and his smile was very warm and comforting. But when Menkai looked at this smiling expression, her heart ached in an indescribable way. This young man, practically a boy, had already suffered so much misfortune, and now she was personally leaving another scar on him and pressing the salt onto the wound. Was this not too heartless? Give me a couple of days and I'll convince my mother to decline this marriage. I promise you that it won't take too long. After saying this, Long Chen slowly turned around and walked away. The setting sun illuminated his slim figure on the middle of the mountain path, making him appear somewhat miserable. Looking at Long Chen's fading figure, tears streamed out of Menkai's eyes, and her hand covered his cherry lips. Was I right to do this, or was I wrong? A young woman slowly walked over from behind Menkai and quietly consoled her. Big sis, now that everything's been said, it's already over. Although this Long Chen really does appear pitiful. The two women stared at Long Chen's back until he completely disappeared. Once Long Chen descended the mountain, his mood became increasingly depressed. From the first moment he saw Menkai, he had felt a strong feeling of love and attraction. Someone like Menkai was like a fairy from heaven. For a normal man like Long Chen, it would have been strange if he wasn't attracted to her. But just as this love surfaced, it was doused in icy water before it could be expressed. Long Chen's spiritual perception was exceptionally powerful, so he was exceptionally sensitive towards other people's emotions. The moment Menkai had shown her personal power by calling the lion eagle, he had already known things were not good. I've lost love before I could even fall in love. Long Chen was miserable inside, so much that he wanted to scream madly. He had suffered through so much repression and injustice, but he had never let a single cry out. However, this time he truly did feel an urge to weep. He could sense that Menkai was a kind woman. Otherwise, there was no need for her to do it like this, and she could have directly declined the marriage. It wasn't as if he wanted to have the marriage arrangement annulled, but what could he do? He could scream and cry at the heavens all he liked, but what was the point? Yes, maybe if he had begged her, then the marriage might have gone through, but at that point, it wouldn't even mean anything. It was better to just let it go. Although his heart ached, he could still bear it. By the time he got home, night had already descended. His mother immediately began to rain questions down on him. What did the two say? Did they make any progress? Were there any feelings between them? Doing his best to answer and brush off the questions for a while, Long Chen finally managed to ask Mom, how did Menkai and I end up in an arranged marriage? And why didn't you tell me about it? Pain appeared in Mrs. Long's eyes when he asked this, but it was quickly concealed again. She told Long Chen that their two families were initially on very good terms. Their fathers were life and death friends, and they decided that their children, if they were both males, would be brothers. If they were both females, they'd be sisters, and if they were one male and one female, they would be husband and wife. Long Chen sighed. So, your generation was all happy and carefree, but now when it comes to us, all we have is bitterness. Mom, I feel that I and Menkai aren't suitable for each other. Long Chen thought about it for a long while, but in the end, he could only face it head first. What, Mrs. Long stared at Long Chen in disbelief. Mom, don't get too emotional. What I'm saying is that Menkai and I just aren't suitable. After all, Long Chen couldn't continue. No, that's crazy talk. Menkai is such a beautiful woman. How is she unsuitable for you? Mrs. Long was angered so greatly that she couldn't help but swear. Mom, listen to me. Love requires that both parties are willing. You didn't get our consent before setting this up for us. That's just too arbitrary. Are you trying to anger me? Mrs. Long couldn't even understand Long Chen's words anymore, and she was angered to the point that tears were falling. Long Chen was extremely embarrassed, but it wasn't as if he could say the truth. All he could do was to stand there as Mrs. Long cursed and cursed. Suddenly, his mother asked, Chen, tell your mother the truth. Is it Menkai, Who wants to get out of this? How could that be possible? Meng Kai is a good lady. It's just me. I feel that this is too sudden, and I can't accept it, hastily replied Long Chen. No need to say any more. Child, it's your mom and dad's fault. Mrs. Long wasn't stupid. She naturally knew what kind of character her son had. After thinking about it for just a moment, she knew that the situation wasn't as simple as he said. She hurriedly hugged Long Chen and cried bitterly. Mom, it's not as bad as you think. I just think we're not suitable now. That doesn't mean we might not get along better in the future, laughed Long Chen. It's all part of my plan. First, annul this marriage arrangement, and then let your child use his own skills to pursue her back as a daughter-in-law. Wouldn't this be the best case situation? What part of that is easy? Meng Kai is a beautiful goddess. Who knows how many people are pursuing her? Without this marriage contract, when will you ever get your chance? She sighed and continued, but you're also right. This kind of thing can't be forced. Since it's your marriage and you're now old enough, you can decide for yourself. Thank you, Mom. Long Chen finally relaxed. Mrs. Long took out an old wooden case from under her bed, taking out a thin piece of paper from within it and handing it to Long Chen. This is your marriage contract. If you want to get out of it, just tear it apart. Receiving that thin piece of paper, Long Chen's heart ached. An absolutely heavenly beautiful woman was about to be lost in such a way. It really was lamentable. Chapter 12. A New Goal. Atop Sunset Mountain, the sun was just beginning to rise when Meng Kai saw Long Chen walk back with the marriage contract. Despite this being what she wanted, she couldn't bear to do it. Her hand trembled, but she simply couldn't take that piece of paper. Long Chen smiled slightly. Gripping her hand lightly, he handed the marriage contract to her. When he touched her beautiful hand, his heart shook, and it took a huge effort to keep himself calm. Take it. You're a kind girl, and although the situation is as it is, I don't hate you in the slightest. With one hand in the grasp of Long Chen, Meng Kai's body shook. At first she wanted to take her hand back, but it was as if she couldn't control her own body. Long Chen's words caused her heart to ache, and the tears within her eyes spilled out. She choked out, Long Chen, I'm sorry. You really are a nice person. I should make my move now while I have a chance. His heart was plummeting, but his expression was still warm and calm. He acted in a brotherly manner, reaching out and gently wiping away her tears. It was only with his greatest strength that he managed not to become engrossed with her beautiful face. Her charm was truly just too astonishing. Without his powerful spiritual strength, he would have already become enchanted. But at this time, he had to continue resisting. With a faint smile, he said, Meng Kai, this isn't your fault. If you want to blame someone, you should blame our fathers. Those two old conquerors played a practical joke on us. The originally sobbing Meng Kai couldn't help but laugh when she heard his unfilial and ridiculous words. The smile that blossomed on her tear-streaked face was like a dew-covered spring flower. Her beauty was something that could not be replicated. Gazing at that face, Long Chen blurted out, Meng Kai, you really are beautiful. But he regretted it as soon as he said it. Despite his attempts at self-control, his male wolf side still appeared. Long Chen was so angry he wanted to punch himself. Luckily Meng Kai didn't become angry after hearing Long Chen's praise. Her face turned red, and she rolled her eyes in a cute way, which was another kind of beauty. Crap, Long Chen, if you miss out on such a beautiful woman, what would be the point of living? Right, I just have to do everything I can. Don't worry about danger or saving face. Long Chen sighed and let go of Meng Kai's hand, leaving the marriage contract with her. Actually, with your current status, you didn't even need to notice my existence. We're two people in two different worlds. But you still came. I know that you came because you didn't want me to harbor any false hope and have me waiting forever till the end. For you to want this is completely faultless. On the contrary, I am extremely grateful to you. Long Chen, are you just saying this to try and make me feel less guilty? With the marriage contract in her hand, her voice trembled slightly. No, I'm saying the truth. But from today onwards, I have a distant goal now, laughed Long Chen. What is it? Asked Meng Kai. From today onwards, I will put all my effort into cultivating. Once my strength is great enough, I'll come and find you. The current marriage contract has become invalid, but I'll start to chase after you again starting now. Although he was smiling, his eyes were filled with determination. No one could doubt his resolution. Meng Kai was speechless. This was the first time she had ever met someone who would so boldly confess to her, and even more shocking was the fact that this person was a man who she had personally delivered deep grief to. Her thoughts were in complete disorder, and she didn't know how to respond. Should she decline or accept? You don't need to feel any pressure, as this is just my own wishful thinking. A kind woman like you is someone worthy for me, Long Chen, to guard with my life. But before I can pursue you, I have to properly cultivate and become a true expert. Only then will I have the qualifications to protect you. In order to get those qualifications, I'll cultivate with all my might. It doesn't matter whether you accept or decline me, I'll still continue like this, said Long Chen with resolve. Meng Kai's face was completely red. Although she had previously come from a humble origin, Ever since she had entered into a cultivation sect, everything had changed. This was the first time anyone had dared to confess so brazenly to her. Seeing Long Chen's determined expression, her thoughts were in a wild tumble, and she was unable to say anything. There's hope, thought Long Chen in satisfaction as he looked at the bewildered Meng Kai. Right now, the most important thing was for Meng Kai to not feel any dislike with him. That would already be considered a success and a small step forward. The next steps would be to continue stirring her emotions until he moved her core. Long Chen was about to continue when a terrifying aura exploded out. Meng Kai's expression changed, and she stepped forward, placing Long Chen behind her. She readied herself, prepared for anything. She waited for a moment as she assessed the situation before relaxing slightly. A huge wasp appeared in front of them. It was over 15 meters long, and its body was covered in gaudy lines that would cause people's scalps to turn numb. Long Chen was alarmed, as that was not only a second-rank magical beast, but an exceptionally violent blood rage wasp. Even a third-rank magical beast wouldn't easily go provoke it because even they would at least be gravely injured, if pierced by its stinger. But after a brief moment of fear, a certain thought arose as he looked at Meng Kai's beautiful back. You may be able to stand in front of me this time, but I will stand in front of you for a lifetime. That huge blood rage wasp landed onto the ground, its terrifying cry still lingering in the air. Suddenly, a man jumped off from its back. The man appeared to be in his 20s. He was tall and very proper, giving off a noble feeling. But arrogance was written all over his face, destroying his image. As soon as the man saw Meng Kai, his eyes lit up with an unconcealed adoration. Junior apprentice sister master is very displeased that you haven't returned in so long, so he sent me to bring you back. At first, he was smiling brightly, but as soon as he saw Long Chen, he frowned and asked, "Who is this?" Could it be? Coldness resurfaced in his eyes, but he once more concealed it. "Don't be crazy. I'm just asking this young master some questions." Meng Kai evidently wasn't good at lying, and panic flashed in her eyes. Turning to Long Chen, she said, "Young master, thank you for your help." Her gaze towards Long Chen held many things, but before Long Chen could carefully see what those things were, Meng Kai had already gotten onto her steed and flown up. That man glanced at Long Chen and coldly snorted. With just a point of his finger, a transparent arrow appeared in front of him and shot towards Long Chen. Long Chen was still thinking about the look Meng Kai had given him. He hadn't expected that man to suddenly attack him, so he was completely unable to dodge in time. That arrow had been condensed from spiritual strength and so was completely incorporeal. If ordinary people were to be struck by it, their spirit would immediately break, and they would be reduced to a simpleton. Since he was no longer able to dodge due to his surprise, he could only hastily use his spiritual strength to block it. Although his spiritual strength was great, he had never cultivated any soul arts, so he had little chance of being able to block it. Suddenly, another arrow shot out and blocked the man's attack. A powerful explosion blew Long Chen back several feet. Senior apprentice Brother Zai Master would be quite displeased to learn that you attacked an ordinary mortal like this. At some unknown time, another woman had appeared beside the two of them. The senior apprentice Brother Zai's expression changed slightly, but he still laughed. "Junior apprentice sister, you misunderstand me. I'm just testing him out a bit. How could I possibly really hurt him?" Long Chen's expression was extremely ugly. With his spiritual strength, he could clearly tell that this bastard had intended to cripple him. But it wasn't just that he had attacked him. The look he had given Meng Kai had also caused Long Chen to feel a burst of anger. Adding the attack onto that, and Long Chen was now fuming with anger. "Young master, this is an inner disciple of our Wind Spirit Pavilion. His cultivation is very high, so you'll have to work hard." After she said that, she purposely winked at Long Chen. "Senior apprentice Brother Zai, let's go." Although she said this, she was clearly waiting for him to go with her. He glanced at Long Chen and indifferently laughed. Stepping onto the blood rage wasp, the two of them departed. Long Chen couldn't help but curse, "This damn crap. Brother Zai, I won't forget this." After releasing his anger, Long Chen calmed down. No matter what, he had at least gained something from today. Although the marriage arrangement had been annulled, he had at the least given Meng Kai a good impression. The most important thing was that when Meng Kai had left, she had placed the marriage contract carefully within her robes and hadn't immediately torn it apart. That had left him with a great deal of hope, but at the same time, it gave him a great sense of urgency. How many could withstand the charm of an outstanding woman like Meng Kai? Plus, there was that crap Brother Zai beside her. His hopes could be dashed at any moment. And even if he got rid of crap, Brother Zai, more crap, brothers would also come. No matter what, he had to quickly raise his cultivation base. Although he had gained the Alchemist Guild's emblem, the Alchemist Guild was a neutral power that didn't participate in any fights. He would have to rely on himself for everything. His past few miserable years had raised his wariness. He suspected that someone was possibly using his mother and him to control his father. At this point in time, his father had refused to answer the royal family's summons several times. Most likely, he already knew something was going on. The longer things stretched out, the less value the mother-son duel would have, and the greater danger they would be in. After returning home, Long Chen locked himself in his room and ordered that no one was to disturb him. He then took out the medical ingredients that he had stored in his spatial ring. Last time when he was at the Alchemist Guild, Yun Kai had given him a copper-gold cauldron which was a great aid to him. Cauldrons were an essential tool for alchemists, and there was a great deal of knowledge and technique involved with them. Long Chen's old cauldron was complete trash, and not only did it waste a great deal of heat, but it also used up a large amount of Long Chen's pill flame. And in terms of quality, the greatest difference was that the old one couldn't seal in the spiritual Kai of heaven and earth. Spiritual Kai would rush out, while impurities would rush in. Such a cauldron could not possibly produce any good pills. Cauldrons required a skilled artisan to forge, and as for Long Chen's old cauldron, it had been made by just an ordinary worker. But there was no way around it. A decent cauldron cost several 100,000 gold coins, maybe even millions. There was no way for Long Chen to afford it. As for the cauldron Yun Kai had given Long Chen, it was a first-tier medicinal cauldron. Only pill apprentices and other pill cultivators had the qualifications to use it. With this new cauldron, Long Chen was finally properly equipped. I have to pick up the pace. Otherwise, even my future wife might leave me in the future. Chapter 13. Feng, Fu, Initial Condensation. With a muffled explosion, the pill furnace shook briefly before calming down. 9 plump medicinal pills lay quietly within. A dense, refreshing pill fragrance came from them. Long Chen smiled in satisfaction. He reached in and took out one of the medicinal pills. It was completely smooth and round with a faint luster, and there was even a layer of faint lines. Although the pill lines are faint and its color isn't at its peak, which means that the pill has lost some spirituality, it is just barely at the middle-grade pill level. This was the first batch of middle-grade medicinal pills that Long Chen had refined. The quality of a medicinal pill was dependent on the pill furnace, the pill flame, the spiritual strength, etc. Not a single one of them could be lacking. Long Chen's current spiritual strength was definitely good enough, but the pill furnace was too weak. And as for the pill flame, well, that was even worse. To use an average first-tier pill furnace, as well as the worst kind of pill flame to refine a middle-grade medicinal pill, well, in the entire pill refining world, perhaps only Long Chen, who had fused with a pill god's soul, could do such a thing. In just a short time, he had refined 20 batches of pills, creating over 100 low-grade Feng Fu pills that were now quietly lying within his spatial ring. Long Chen had been quietly listening to what was happening outside his seclusion. Lai Hao had been killed, so naturally, he wasn't a threat anymore. The imperial capital had offered a reward for the capture of whoever had killed him, but the urgency surrounding this case had faded extremely quickly. Long Chen sneered. Even if they were just putting on an act, they should have at least followed through. Did they think that Long Chen was an idiot? A noble heir had been killed just like that. To simply end the affair just like that, it was crazily bold and easy to see through. Although he knew this, Long Chen didn't dare to take action now. Without a certain amount of strength, he had to wait to keep himself protected. His father was currently guarding the barbarian border and didn't know anything about what was going on here. Furthermore, according to the rules of the imperial capital, all generals that were stationed outside were not allowed to have their families leave the imperial capital. To be honest, this was just to force them to follow orders. Long Chen knew nothing about what was going on with his father at this time. All he knew was what he had inferred so far. His father would not be coming back to his side. Their noble estate used to be extremely rowdy and busy, but as he grew up and his father continued to fight on the border, less and less people would come to visit. Eventually, their estate wouldn't even have friends come over to celebrate the new year. Over the past few years, the Long household had continuously declined, its position within the imperial capital becoming lower and lower. Furthermore, Long Chen had become the target of all his fellow noble heirs. But not even the slightest news came from the border suppression marquee. Long Chen couldn't help but feel a bit resentful to his father, but he was always fiercely reprimanded by his mother whenever he brought that up. After his awakening a few days ago, Long Chen had finally realized that something was wrong. He had been thinking far too simply about the situation before. For his father to refuse multiple summonings, he naturally had to have his own reasons. It couldn't be just because of the battle against the barbarian tribes. If he had refused just once or twice, that would have been one thing. But he had refused to answer his summons multiple times, causing many of the nobles in the imperial capital to feel dissatisfied with Long Tangxiao. There were also people who secretly spread rumors that he was plotting a rebellion, but no matter how wildly these rumors spread, no response came from Long Tangxiao. 3 years ago, the royal family ceased to issue any further summons to him, but from then on, the days of the Long household became even worse. First, the Long family's stipend was cut. No income came in any longer, immediately forcing them into poverty. Then, Even the noble heirs started to bully Long Chen. Also, the last time Long Chen had been beaten, that old swindler had conned the Long family of so much money. With that, Long Chen had finally realized that something was up. Someone was slowly forcing him and his mother into desperate straits. It was obviously to force Long Tangxi out to surrender. But as for what secrets were behind this, Long Chen had no idea. But what he was sure of was that there was at least one person in the shadows who was conspiring against his father, and he was definitely extremely powerful. I can't deal with that now. A hungry wolf will eventually reveal his fangs. What I need to do now is to increase my strength. After giving Bao her a few simple instructions, Long Chen immediately began his seclusion. Feng Fu Star's embryonic form had already been condensed, so what was next was simple. All he needed to do was to continuously feed it with medicinal energy. The Feng Fu Star on the bottom of Long Chen's foot was continuously absorbing the Feng Fu pill's medicinal energy and was quickly growing larger. Under Long Chen's crazy consumption of the pills, the originally small Feng Fu Star became several times larger over 7 days. It was as if an entirely new space was forming on the bottom of Long Chen's foot. After growing to the size of a longan fruit, it no longer continued to grow. Under the continual absorption of medicinal energy, countless faint lines had started to appear over the Feng Fu Star. Faint lines began to slowly revolve. Boom! When the final middle-grade Feng Fu pill was absorbed, that originally completely silent Feng Fu Star finally trembled and started to wildly absorb the outside world's spiritual energy. Yes, I finally succeeded. Long Chen roared as he felt his entire body become full of energy. But right now it's just the initial success. According to the 9-star Hegemon body art, each star requires 9 transformations to become perfect. My Feng Fu Star has only just reached an initial complete form, so if I were to describe it as how the outside world cultivates, it might not even be as far as reaching the first heaven stage of Kai condensation. Letting out 3 punches into the air, the wind's roar shook his eardrums as the wall wildly shook and nearly collapsed. He was able to release such a force without using any spiritual Kai and relying solely on the strength of his physical body. Long Chen couldn't help but go mad with joy. Although there were drawbacks, the main one being how slow training in it was, the 9-star Hegemon body art's strength was absolutely amazing. At only the first heaven stage, the current him was already so much stronger than when he had crushed the stone grinder with just a single fist. If I can continue like this, I'll definitely be able to take back my fiancé soon, laughed Long Chen. Thinking about Menkai's face, a burning desire lit up within him. Next time I see that damn crap brother Zai, I'll beat him up so badly he won't know up from down. Suddenly, Long Chen clapped his head. After focusing on his seclusion so much, he had forgotten that today was the day to go to the Imperial College. Seeing that the day was already starting to brighten, he hastily put on a new pair of clothes and rushed to the Imperial College. He had a bright smile along the entire journey. He had happily found out that his Feng Fu Star was able to store an extremely great deal of spiritual Kai. When he refined pills in the future, he wouldn't have to worry about his spiritual Kai being insufficient anymore. Last time he had fought with Lai Hao, Long Chen had used Spirit of the Bull, and had found it to be extremely powerful. He had defeated Lai Hao in just one blow, but that one blow had consumed almost all of his spiritual Kai. Now he wouldn't have to worry about that anymore. Sensing how much spiritual Kai was stored in his Feng Fu Star, he estimated that he had enough to use Spirit of the Bull dozens of times. This was the difference between the embryonic and initial Feng Fu Star. The greatest impact, however, was that with the increase of his cultivation base, his physical strength had also risen rapidly. Although he hadn't tested it, it was definitely enough to intimidate his enemies. In the midst of his self-celebration, he arrived at the Imperial College. He once more became well-behaved as he walked through its gates and hurried over to the literature hall. As soon as he entered, the originally noisy literature hall became completely silent. Lai Hao's death was something many people had trouble accepting. All the noble heirs had personally gone and witnessed Long Chen's single domineering fist. The noble heirs that had originally ridiculed Long Chen now couldn't help being afraid. Haha, Brother Long. Fatty Yu and the others all laughed and hastily came over to him. Brother Long, you're becoming more and more handsome. Brother Long, please sit. Brother Long, have some tea. Brother Long, I'll give you a back massage. Long Chen laughed and scolded. No need for all this nonsense. But if you can get me some food, that would be good. I still haven't eaten any breakfast. Long Chen found a corner to sit at. Fatu Yu had already brought over the refreshments, and all the rest of them were completely fixed on Long Chen. He really was hungry at the moment, as for the past few days, he had basically only consumed pills to the point that he was sick of them now. He quickly devoured the refreshments. After eating for a short while, Shifeng also arrived and waved at him. Once he walked over, Long Chen handed him a jade bottle. Take this. In just a short time, you'll become our generation's first blood condensation cultivator. Long Chen's voice wasn't very loud, but Fatty Yu and the others clearly heard it. They were shocked speechless. Xifeng was also shocked and hastily opened the jade bottle. An extremely dense pill fragrance wafted out the instant he opened it. A single round medicinal pill could be seen inside. "What is this?" Long Chen smiled and indifferently said, "Condensation pill." Others might not know what a condensation pill was, but the 8th heaven stage of Kai condensation Xifeng knew. To 9th heaven stage Kai condensation cultivators, the condensation pill was an absolute treasure that they all dreamed of obtaining. It had a great deal of energy that could allow someone, at the peak of Kai condensation, to quickly break through to the blood condensation realm. Condensation pills were extremely precious to Kai condensation cultivators, but had no use whatsoever for the later stage cultivators. It was extremely difficult to refine. The failure rate was extremely high, especially at the most crucial pill condensation point. It was a nightmare to refine for most alchemists. An ordinary condensation pill would be worth more than 1,000,000 gold coins, and there were basically none on the market. 1,000,000 gold was something Xifeng would never be able to obtain. "Long Chen, this, don't worry about it. Since I've given it to you, take it. I didn't hesitate to take what's yours, so don't get all sentimental on me now." Long Chen waved his hand. Xifeng nodded. At this point, there was nothing more to say. Pushing down his strong emotions, he said, "Fine, I'll consume it as soon as I reach the 9th heaven stage of Kai condensation." "There's no need to wait. Can't you see the lines on top of it? You can take it as soon as you get home. You'll quickly rise to the blood condensation realm." Only now did Xifeng notice that the medicinal pill had faint lines on it. He almost shouted in surprise. This was a middle-grade medicinal pill. That meant the value had multiplied several times. "Hurry up and take it. Amongst us brothers, there's no need to say useless things," said Long Chen. Xifeng's eyes turned red as he took the medicinal pill. Compared to the medicinal pill, Long Chen's friendship moved him far greater. "Brother Long! Brother Long!" Fatty Yu and the others might not know what the condensation pill was, but they naturally knew that medicinal pills were treasures. They were now staring at Long Chen like hungry wolves. Their urgent shouts caused goosebumps all over Long Chen, and he quickly stopped them, saying, "Don't worry, I've already said that I'll handle your problems." The real reason why these people were unable to cultivate was due to how deficient their spirit roots were. It was due to this that they were unable to sense Kai. Others might have no solution, but who was Long Chen? He had the fusion of a pill god's memories. If he couldn't handle something as simple as that, how could he possibly have been called a pill god? "Each person take a bottle. Take 3 drops a day. No strong foods, no alcohol, and no sex. You'll see the effect in 7 days and should be able to sense Kai within half a month. As for how long it'll take to enter Kai condensation, that'll be up to how hard you work." Long Chen handed each of them a bottle of medicinal liquid that he had personally made. The medicinal liquid wasn't very valuable, and it should just barely be able to have an effect on these people's spirit roots. Long Chen wasn't a god. There was a limit to how great the effect would be. It wasn't a problem to let them enter Kai condensation, and as long as they weren't unlucky, they should be able to enter the blood condensation realm. However, any future advancements past that were impossible. But to Fatty Yu and the others, just that was something of unimaginable value. They all stared hungrily at the bottles, wanting to take a drop right now. "Brother Long, if this really can let us cultivate, wouldn't that bring trouble to you?" Fatty Yu might be fat, but his brain wasn't small. He was the first to realize the problem. If Long Chen really could help them, who were considered trash, it might have a negative impact on Long Chen. If some unscrupulous people were to notice, then it would be troublesome. Fatty Yu's intention was to ask whether they should help Long Chen hide this matter. But Long Chen laughed. "No need to worry. These medicines were all made by Grandmaster Yun Kai. If they want to, they can go find Grandmaster Yun Kai." Grandmaster Yun Kai? All of them were shocked, and were about to ask whether he was joking, when steps sounded behind them. Turning their heads, several of them became panicked. Chapter 14. 7th Prince. Chapter 14 7th Prince. The person who had come over was a youngster, around 15 years old. He was wearing yellow robes, and a very impressive golden crown. "Greetings, 7th Prince." Everyone hastily kneeled down when they saw him arrive. Even Xifeng extremely unwillingly kneeled. The youngster's name was Chu Fang. He was the 7th son of the Phoenix Cry Empire's current emperor, the youngest of his sons. The rumors were that by the time he was born, Chu Tangguo had already entered seclusion. Even now he had yet to exit that seclusion, and Chu Fang had never actually met his father. Long Chen had heard quite a bit about Chu Fang. He knew he was the son of the Western Palace's empress, and was spoiled rotten. He was extremely domineering and unreasonable, and other than the crown prince, there was supposedly no one that he feared. No one could guess as to why he had come here today. But when Long Chen saw Zhu Yaong by his side, he immediately knew that it was another attack on him. According to imperial etiquette, all noble sons had to kneel when seeing the royal princes. Fatty Yu, Xifeng, and all the others were all kneeling. Unless they broke through to the blood condensation realm, there was no way to avoid this. Long Chen frowned. Some random relative wished to force him to kneel. Other than his mother and father, another person who could force Long Chen to kneel had yet to be born. Zhu Feng indifferently looked over everyone, but his expression immediately darkened when he saw Long Chen sitting there acting all grand. How bold, Long Chen. The seventh prince is here, yet you actually refuse to follow etiquette and kneel. Are you trying to rebel? Zhu Yaoyang and the others surrounding the seventh prince had never expected that Long Chen would be like this and actually so boldly refused to kneel to the seventh prince. Wang Meng, who had previously already taken a blow from Long Chen, celebrated inside when he saw this. He was the first to shout out against him in order to give Long Chen a bad name. The others were all too startled to do so, especially Fatty Yu's group. They all started to sweat profusely. Battles between noble heirs were small things, but if you committed an offense against the seventh prince, you might very well be executed. Long Chen's actions were extremely rebellious. Yaoyang became excited. He had a slight friendship with the seventh prince. Every now and then he used to accompany the idiot prince to food or amusement. He had had a sudden thought today to bring the seventh prince to see if he might suppress Long Chen. Even since Long Chen had defeated Lai Hao, his fame had soared in the imperial capital. As for Zhu Yaoyang and the others, they had received a slap in the face as they had placed practically all their money on Lai Hao's victory. Their group usually spent all their time indulging in drinking and pleasure. Now that they had lost all their money, those days were lost. He hadn't expected that the current situation would be even better than he had imagined. There was no need for himself to instigate anything. Long Chen had already provoked the seventh prince's anger. Hearing Wang Meng's angry roar that was supposed to incite the seventh prince's anger, Long Chen contemptuously smiled. In a fake concerned voice, he said, "Wang Meng, how did Lai Hao taste? Seeing how healthy and plump you are, I'd think that egg you ate suited you pretty well." Wang Meng's expression immediately changed. His stomach heaved violently. What had happened then had left behind a strong aftertaste. Now whenever he ate, he would always think of what happened that day, and involuntarily vomit everything back up. He was basically unable to eat anything from that memory. In fact, he had already quite obviously lost weight, so Long Chen's words were obviously sarcastic and just to insult him. His face turned purple from rage, but he didn't dare say even a single more thing. He was doing his best to control his stomach, and he was afraid that if he opened his mouth, he would start vomiting. "Long Chen, a small noble heir like you without an official rank or any achievements, dares to not kneel when seeing this prince?" the seventh prince angrily demanded. The seventh prince was normally overbearing and spoiled, and even his fellow princes and princesses didn't wish to provoke him. He naturally was unable to hold back his anger when seeing a small noble heir be so rude to him. Looking back at this youngster whose baby features had yet to recede, Long Chen indifferently said, "You're just a child, so I won't bother with you. Go back to wherever you came from." "What?" Everyone's expressions changed. Was Long Chen asking for death? If he hadn't kneeled down, then the normal punishment was at most being locked up for a few days. But now that he had said such a disgraceful thing, it was the death penalty. Had Long Chen gone mad? You're asking for death! Arrest him for me." The seventh prince angrily ordered the people around him. Those people were all Zhu Yaoyang's group, and they all celebrated when they heard the seventh prince's orders. Without even thinking, they all charged at Long Chen. They might have some misgivings during normal times, but with the seventh prince's order they no longer had to worry. With such a strong supporter, even if they killed Long Chen, there wouldn't be any punishment. Just as they charged over, Long Chen kicked forward the table in front of him. That table was made from wood over 1,000 years old, and was as heavy as iron. Its weight was shocking, yet it was still sent flying by Long Chen towards the charging people. Zhu Yaoyang bore the brunt of the table, roaring and using his entire strength to punch at the table. With a boom, that sturdy table was pulverized by Zhu Yaoyang's strength. He was definitely worth of being a strong person at the seventh heaven stage of Kai condensation. His power would definitely shock ordinary people. But Zhu Yaoyang was still slowed down by the table, and Wang Meng zipped past him and was the first to reach Long Chen. Looking down on this idiot charging towards him angrily, a strange smile appeared on Long Chen's face before he punched out. His speed was practically inconceivable. No one even saw him move before they heard Long Chen's punch land on Wang Meng's face. Wang Meng was sent flying in a graceful arc through the air. But what was most shocking was that, as he flew out, a dozen teeth were scattered from his mouth. His body smashed into a wall and he fainted. But his mouth was still wide open and everyone could clearly see that he was now completely toothless. Zhu Yaoyang paused slightly when he saw Wang Meng sent flying. Although Wang Meng's cultivation base wasn't that great, for him to be handled so easily still caused him worry. This wasn't the time to retreat. Zhu Yaoyang roared, and the power of a seventh heaven stage of K condensation cultivator exploded out. Six Yang Fist. A fist followed with Zhu Yaoyang's shout. His fist was covered with a faint green light from his battle skill. The Six Yang Fist was one of Zhu Yaoyang's finishing moves that he had practiced for a long time. One fist had the force of half a ton. Without any hesitation, Long Chen sent a palm to receive his fist. When the fist and palm met, energy exploded out everywhere. But what caused people to be stupefied was that Zhu Yang's unstoppable fist was indifferently swatted away by Long Chen. How is this possible? Zhu Yang was the most startled. He felt as if his fist had met a huge mountain, and the pit of his stomach started to ache. As for Long Chen, he didn't blink an eye. He coldly said, "It's my turn now, Zhu Yang." Zhu Yang suddenly turned numb. He felt as if he was being stared at by a huge vicious beast. His heart jumped violently as he hastily retreated, but he was unable to do so. Long Chen grabbed his fist tightly, and no matter how struggle, he was like a dragonfly trying to shake a tree and was unable to move him in the slightest. Zhu Yang was completely astonished. Just what was this power? Long Chen was a monster in human form. Without the slightest use of a cultivation base, he had completely suppressed him with just the strength of his physical body. But Zhu Yang was also a strong person. He had followed his father's people to go kill a magical beast before. He was someone who had seen blood before and wouldn't panic in the fast of danger. Seeing that he was unable to escape from Long Chen's grasp, he raised his leg and kicked out at Long Chen's stomach. This was an extremely vicious attack, but Long Chen didn't even look at that kick. Using a single hand, he blocked it. With a loud roar that shook people's eardrums, Long Chen lifted Zhu Yang high into the air. In front of everyone's appalled gazes, Long Chen threw Zhu Yang crashing onto the ground. Bang! The entire ground shook, and at the same time, the sounds of bones cracking caused everyone to turn cold. Zhu Yang spit out 3 mouthfuls of blood, in addition to countless bits and pieces of some of his internal organs. Seeing him spit out blood and the smashed ground, everyone was completely silent. Long Chen finally felt a knot of anger within him be released. That anger had been stewing for a long time. Over these years, the person he had hated the most was Zhu Yang. He was like a never-ending nightmare that tormented him. The entire hall was silent for a while, including the 7th prince. All the noble heirs that had been charging towards him gulped deeply, their bodies trembling involuntarily. As for Long Chen, he had maintained a calm expression throughout the entire ordeal. The calmer he seemed, the more frightening he was to the others. The impression he gave the others was that of a merciless death god. Long Chen couldn't help smiling when he looked at Zhu Yang. Turning his gaze to the 7th prince, he slowly started walking over. The 7th prince had always been spoiled. He had bullied many people, but as for being bullied, that had never happened before. Seeing Long Chen walk over with an evil smile, his face immediately turned white. "What are you thinking? Get back!" His voice was trembling with fear. Long Chen's eyes were filled with icy killing intent. He felt as if a knife was being held to his throat. As long as Long Chen wished, his head would roll to the floor. Long Chen didn't say anything. He was still smiling a frighteningly calm smile as he slowly walked over. Now, everyone was stunned. What did Long Chen plan on doing? Was he planning on killing the 7th prince? No, don't come over. The 7th prince was continuously retreating, but now his back landed against a corner, and there was nowhere else for him to run. Seeing Long Chen come closer and closer, the 7th prince's eyes became filled with fear. He could smell the scent of death. "You shouldn't have forced me. Don't blame me." Long Chen pitifully shook his head. His hands slowly reached into his robes before his fist suddenly approached the 7th prince's face. "No." The 7th prince emitted a terrified screech that reverberated throughout the entire literature hall. Chapter 15. Split the Heavens. "No." The 7th prince's miserable howl echoed throughout the literature hall. Everyone's hearts were jumping wildly. Was Long Chen really planning on rebelling? But what caused everyone to be dumbstruck was that Long Chen's hand had stopped before the 7th prince's face. The 7th prince had already shut his eyes in fear, but after waiting a while without feeling any pain, he eventually opened them. He saw that Long Chen was holding a jade tablet and was faintly smiling. Compared to the previous him who seemed like a death god, he was like a completely different person. 7th prince looked closely. "This is an alchemist's identification plate. So tell me, would I still need to kneel to you?" The 7th prince had already been frightened to death, so how could he possibly bother with checking to see if the tablet was counterfeit or not? "No, there's no need at all for that." The 7th prince looked at Long Chen in fright. When he had felt Long Chen's unrestrained killing intent, he had sensed the fear of death. For a spoiled prince like him, the fact that he hadn't wet himself was already a brave point for him. "Many thanks for understanding, 7th prince." Long Chen smiled. All you had to do to handle some entitled brats was to scare them a bit. Even with an alchemist tablet, there was no way someone would dare to act like this to an imperial prince. After all, this was the Phoenix Cry imperial capital. "Let me help you up." Long Chen slowly reached out a hand. The 7th prince had been frightened to the point that he was now sitting on the ground. Having been frightened like this, he momentarily didn't react before nervously grabbing the extended hand. After all, he was a royal prince. If Long Chen really did cause the 7th prince to feel angry about him, then that would just be playing into Zhu Yang's hands. Although Long Chen didn't care about that really, being manipulated by people certainly wasn't a good feeling. Him acting like this now was giving the 7th prince a way out. The 7th prince was only 15, and although he was arrogant, he hadn't experienced much. Now, under Long Chen's bad cop good cop actions, he was completely at a loss. After he got up, he didn't know what to say. 7th prince, do you want to sit down with us? Asked Long Chen. No, I have some stuff to do, so I'll go. After saying this, the 7th prince hastily turned and left. But once he walked out of the literature hall, the 7th prince felt that his legs had turned soft. Now there was a great fear of Long Chen in his heart. That calm death god smile of his had made him sense that his life or death was entirely in Long Chen's hands. Seeing the 7th prince leave, Long Chen also turned to look back at the group of noble heirs that had previously participated in attacking him. After seeing him beat Zhu Yaiyang to such a miserable state, they were all terrified and unmoving. Seeing Long Chen turn his gaze to them, their expressions all changed and they retreated. Long Chen couldn't be bothered to deal with such a group of people. Although they had previously bullied Long Chen, the current him was no longer on the same level as them, and so the bitterness and anger that he felt were also no longer as strong. He slowly walked up to Zhu Yaiyang, whose breath was becoming increasingly shallow. The light in his eyes was fading as if he might die at any moment. Long Chen, you shouldn't kill him. Let's send him to the Alchemist Guild. They should be able to heal him, advised Shifang. After all, this place wasn't the martial arena. This was a private fight, and if someone died, Long Chen would be unable to escape punishment. Don't worry. Look, his eyebrows are like messy grass. His forehead is practically caved in. Small person like him won't die so easily. His complexion is still rosy, see? Said Long Chen. Fatty Yu and the others were speechless. Zhu Yaiyang was actually quite a handsome young man, so Long Chen's descriptions were clearly off. Those changes were caused by how heavily Long Chen had thrown him onto the ground. As for his expression still being rosy, that was due to being choked with his own blood. Yes, it was rosy, but it was actually almost purple. It was completely different from the rosy complexion of someone healthy. Reaching into his robes, he took out a medicinal pill and placed it into Zhu Yaiyang's mouth. Slap! Long Chen slapped Zhu Yaiyang's face twice, forcing the medicinal pill down his throat. Although Long Chen hated Zhu Yaiyang to the extreme, he still remembered to act properly. It was true that he had heavily injured Zhu Yaiyang, but he definitely wouldn't let him die. With his personally refined healing medicine, his internal organs would all be protected. As for his outer wounds, well, those were the problem of the Zhu family. All Long Chen needed was for him to not die. You guys, if you don't want Zhu Yaiyang to die, hurry up and bring him away, coldly said Long Chen to the noble heirs who were just standing there in shock. Only then did they recover, and carefully lift Zhu Yaiyang onto a table and bring him away. They also conveniently brought along Wang Mang, who was unconscious against the wall. You, and you, come and clean up the blood on the floor. Long Chen pointed to several other noble heirs. These people had often mocked Long Chen before, and although Long Chen wasn't planning on attacking them, making them do some work for him also relieved some of his anger. Those people who were pointed out by Long Chen all shivered uncontrollably. Not daring to make a single sound, they all quickly cleaned up everything diligently. In just a short time, the floor was completely clean and even Wang Mang's teeth were all found. What was outside Long Chen's expectations was that the old lecturer only came an hour after the cleaning was done. That lecturer looked at Long Chen in confusion for a moment before starting his lecture. Long Chen couldn't help but curse. That old bastard was definitely paid off by Zhu Yaiyang. Otherwise, there was no way he'd be so late. He had originally thought that all scholars were good people inside, but this thinking of his was shattered today. Feeling cheated, the good impression Long Chen had had of the old man was completely lost. After enduring the boring lecture and eating lunch, they all hurried to the battle skill pavilion. Fatty Yu and the others didn't go. They were heading home to take the medicine instead. Seeing Long Chen's actions today had shocked them, yet at the same time, it had given them hope for their own futures, so they couldn't wait any longer. Long Chen perused several battle skills but felt they were all inadequate. Ordinary battle skills were no longer worthy of Long Chen's attention. He read through the battle skills very quickly, and in just 2 hours, 900 battle skills were all browsed through by him without a single one satisfying him. No wonder they were free to them. They were all trash battle skills. Some were fragmentary or overly complicated while also not being very strong. But the second floor of the battle skill pavilion could only be accessed by blood condensation experts. Additional battle skills of such low level weren't of much use to Long Chen. For movement, he had the wind-chasing steps, and for battle, he had the spirit of the bull. Even the best battle skills on this floor weren't much better than them, so learning them would be of minimal use. Long Chen couldn't help but sigh. He was about to just give up on wasting time here, when his gaze suddenly fell on the bottom corner of a bookshelf. Other bookshelves were all properly aligned so each book had its own space, But here, there was a random pile of tomes. They were also battle skills, but some were already torn up and the others were all incomplete. In short, they were trash, but throwing them out would be too much of a waste. Thus, they had just left them in this corner. A certain page had drawn Long Chen's eye when he had looked at that corner. That animal hide page was very worn, but with Long Chen's powerful spiritual strength, he sensed an extremely ancient aura coming from the page. He reached out and took the page from the pile of trash. But when he did, his heart trembled. Maybe others didn't know what was so different about this animal hide, but with his powerful spiritual strength, he could clearly sense a terrifying power coming from it. The marks on the page were already ruined and faded. It had clearly been eroded by countless years of time. Long Chen guessed that the owner of this animal hide was an extremely terrifying existence. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a terrifying will left behind after all these years. It was completely ridiculous that such a terrifying thing had now been thrown with the trash. Long Chen hurriedly started to study it. All that was on there was a diagram, with the words on the diagram being extremely ancient and blurry. There were 3 words: split the heavens. What an absolutely domineering title for a battle skill. That was simply too arrogant, wasn't it? Long Chen frowned when he looked at the diagram. All he could see was that there were 9 dots on it. Between the 9 dots were some indistinct threads, but it was too ancient, and he couldn't tell whether it was originally like that or due to the cracks from age. Time's up. All nobles' heirs must put back their manuals. A cold voice rang out just at this moment. Everyone couldn't help but sigh. The time had passed too quickly. They were only allowed to come here once a month. Looking at the ruined page in his hands, Long Chen couldn't bear to part with it. His time was just too precious, and he couldn't wait another month. Seeing everyone leave, Long Chen slowly started walking with them, but he kept the ruined animal hide in his hands. The blood condensation expert's expression turned colder, but Long Chen spoke up before him. "Senior, I want to bring this destroyed animal hide page back home to study. Also, please accept this." Not letting him refuse immediately, Long Chen first took out a medicinal pill for him. The blood condensation expert was just about to scold him when he realized what the medicinal pill was. Reaching out to take it, he was astonished to find that it was a blood condensing pill. It was precisely the thing that a blood condensation cultivator like him required. And most importantly, this was a middle-grade blood condensing pill. It was tens of times more valuable than ordinary blood condensing pills. Blood condensation cultivators needed to borrow the spiritual Kai of heaven and earth to improve their blood vessels, allowing their blood and Kai to become more domineering and strengthening their physical body. As for the blood condensing pill, it could increase the efficiency of condensing one's blood several times. Such a pill could save at least half a year's worth of work. The expert's expression changed in the face of it, and in the end, he was unable to resist the allure of this medicinal pill. "Remember, I didn't see anything." How could Long Chen not understand what he was saying? If he was found out, he wouldn't admit to any fault, and Long Chen would be accused of stealing. Long Chen simply accepted this. Only after Long Chen left with the animal hide did the expert carefully examine the blood condensing pill in his hand. "I really never would have imagined that he had such a treasure. I have to find out more about him." After saying this, the blood condensation expert disappeared deeper into the battle skill pavilion. Long Chen went straight home. Since he dared to take out the blood condensing pill, he was naturally unafraid of any investigation. The current him needed others to know that he was an alchemist, one close to Grandmaster Yun Kai. That would hopefully prevent more troubles. Using this method, he was telling his unknown enemy that he, Long Chen, was no longer the same person. If they wanted to bring out small fries to deal with him, they'd have to think about the consequences. As he walked back, Long Chen was continuously contemplating just who was behind the curtains. At some point, he ended up walking into a small alley. Suddenly, a huge net descended from the sky. Before Long Chen could even react, he was completely enveloped and whisked away. Chapter 16. Enmity with a Princess. Chapter 16 Enmity with a Princess. Just as Long Chen was wondering how could draw out the puppet master behind the curtains, a huge net descended from above and completely trapped him before he could react. The net's design was extremely intricate. It immediately tightened up as soon as it had enveloped Long Chen, firmly trapping him within. Just as Long Chen was about to struggle, he was whisked high into the air. Only now did he realize that there was a huge hawk eagle above his head. The hawk eagle was not a magical beast, but was a regular wild beast. But due to how large and docile it was a favorite for experts to ride on. This hawk eagle was clearly just a mount, but it was too late for any regrets from Long Chen. He had been careless and deserved to have been ensnared. Soaring hundreds of meters into the air, Long Chen felt queasy just looking down and didn't dare to move an inch. He hoped the net was strong enough. If it broke and Long Chen ended up falling to the ground from this height, even 10 lives wouldn't be enough. Even if he was granted some kind of divine capabilities, falling from such a height would turn him into a flat paste. Peach, what a bold slave to dare bully my little brother. A clear, lovable voice rang out from atop the hawk eagle. The voice was very beautiful, but the anger contained within caused Long Chen to realize something. The situation wasn't good. No matter how Long Chen tried to move about in the net, he was unable to see who was atop the hawk eagle. He was afraid to say anything because if this woman were to angrily let go, he would be screwed. Long Chen closed his mouth and didn't say anything, letting the person assume he was afraid. That woman also didn't say anything in response to Long Chen's silence. Seeing a large mountain, she urged her mount to fly over. That mountain was exactly Sunset Mountain. But the situation was completely different from when Ming Kai had brought him. Last time he was atop a mount. This time he was carried by one in a trap. And furthermore, this time the descent was extremely unsteady, a far cry from last time's slow and stable descent. The treatment this time wasn't so good. Just when there were 30 meters left, Long Chen was dropped down. Although he had made some preparations and protected his body, to be thrown from such a height still caused him extreme dizziness. You brazen slave. If I don't give you a proper lesson today, you won't know how to respect your masters. Fury blazed in Long Chen's eyes. Now that they were on the ground, if he didn't properly give her nose a twist, then she wouldn't know who was her elder Long. Although he knew she was a woman, when his eyes fell on her, he was completely shocked. She was a slender 17-year-old with large curves in all the right places. She was wearing white robes with a jade belt that caused her chest to become even more pronounced. What stunned Long Chen most of all was her willowy eyebrows, her peach-like eyes, her jasper nose, and her small mouth that had a trace of anger that gave him a different sense of beauty. "Hey slave, where do you think you're looking?" angrily said the woman when she saw Long Chen's eyes continuously roving around her. His originally fading anger was once more aroused when she called him a slave again. Long Chen sneered, "Little girl, have you taken the wrong drugs? Or did you eat so much you started talking crap? Why have you brought me here? Or is it that you've become enticed by this master's looks that you can't help wanting to take the errant path?" The angry and regretful expression he had along with his words angered the woman so much that her whole face turned red. "You shameless scoundrel! You dared to bully my little brother. Today I'm going to relieve my brother's anger for him. And with a face like yours, even if this lady was struck blind, I wouldn't even consider you," angrily retorted the woman. "Your little brother?" Long Chen was a bit confused. My little brother is the 7th Prince Chu Feng. I'm taking revenge on you for harassing him today." That woman was precisely Chu Feng's blood sister Chu Yao. She was the empire's 3rd princess. The Phoenix Cry Empire had 7 princes and 3 princesses, and Chu Yao and Chu Feng were the youngest of them. Chu Yao had seen Chu Feng come home completely frightened and acting very strange. When asked what the problem was, Chu Feng had been so frightened that he wouldn't tell anyone anything. Chu Yao had learned of what happened through overmeans. Man Wang, whose noble heir, had invited Chu Feng, so she quickly found out everything that had happened. As his big sister, Chu Yao refused to let the matter of Long Chen frightening Chu Feng go. But, as a princess, she couldn't act too excessively in public, so she had captured Long Chen secretly on his way home. Long Chen had been busy thinking of other things and hadn't expected to be acted upon within the imperial capital. Due to his guard being down, he had been completely ensnared in someone's trap. "I seem to recall that I didn't actually do anything to your little brother," frowned Long Chen. "You slave, you scared my brother witless. The penalty for this is death. Do you not even understand who is royalty and who is not?" coldly asked Chu Yao. Being repeatedly called a slave, Long Chen's anger soared, and he cursed, "You idiot woman, don't think that just because you're a lady, I won't dare to handle you. Don't press Master Long, or Master Long won't hesitate. You absolute scoundrel." In all of Chu Yao's life, there had been no one who would speak to her like this. Her entire body was trembling in rage from being cursed by Long Chen. A jade palm came down to attack Long Chen. What surprised Long Chen was that Chu Yao was actually a strong person at the 9th heaven stage of Kai condensation. That palm carried with it a blazing explosion, and what was most astonishing was that this was at least a middle-grade mortal battle skill. Long Chen was able to sense a strangeness from that palm, and although he wasn't afraid, he preferred not to clash with her using brute force. Just when that jade palm was about to land on Long Chen used a quick footwork and lightly pushed on her hand, causing her palm to go wide and hit nothing. Long Chen had gently and easily dispatched Chu Yao's attack that had contained all her power. All of her force seemed to have hit cotton and was dissipated. "Scoundrel, you dare run!" Chu Yao acutely raged and quickly turned on the ground. She was like a graceful butterfly as yet another palm shot towards him. Long Chen was once more infuriated by her insults. How could such a pretty woman say such vulgar things? He continued to dodge over and over, noticing that although Chu Yao's cultivation base was high, it was extremely superficial. Perhaps she couldn't even match someone at the 5th heaven stage of Kai condensation. Although her attacks were powerful, they were too inflexible. She also continued to use only one move against him over and over. Whether he dodged or blocked, she only continued with that one attack. As this continued, Long Chen eventually started to smile. Scoundrel, what are you laughing about? Having failed to strike Long Chen after so long and seeing Long Chen's stifled smiles, her anger could no longer be contained. You bastard, you don't even know any martial arts. Come fight me head on, if you have any skills. Long Chen finally couldn't suppress his laughter anymore. His previous anger vanished into smoke. This was the first time he had ever encountered such an interesting woman. Chu Yao's face turned green, viewing Long Chen's current actions as the greatest kind of insult. You bastard. Suddenly she gave up her martial arts attack and came at him like an ordinary person without any training. This was greatly out of Long Chen's expectations. He had never seen such a method of fighting before. He hurriedly reached out his arms to try to push her away. The current Chu Yao had gone crazy, and she didn't even seem to see Long Chen's hands as she continued her charge. Long Chen's large hands then ended up tightly grabbing onto Chu Yao's chest. The soft, unknown feeling caused Long Chen's eyes to open wide. As for Chu Yao, when she felt a pair of large hands there, it was as if she was struck by lightning, and she went completely rigid in disbelief. Sorry, it was a mistake. Long Chen hastily tried to explain as he quickly took back his hands. Bastard, I'll kill you. Chu Yao suddenly grabbed onto his arm and bit down tightly onto his shoulder. No matter what Long Chen tried, she wouldn't let go, and it was becoming increasingly painful. Angry and pressured, Long Chen didn't even think before using his hand to spank Chu Yao. The soft feeling enraptured Long Chen, but the pain from his arm quickly brought him back to his senses. Let me go or I'll continue spanking you, threatened Long Chen. A sharp pain came from his elbow as Chu Yao lightly snorted. She continued to bite down tightly on his shoulder. Furious from the increasing pain, Long Chen raised his large hand and spanked her 3 more times, each with great force. She let out a pained groan, and tears even started coming out. On one hand she felt pain, but on the other, she felt wronged. But no matter what, she wouldn't let go. But what surprised Chu Yao was that after he swatted her bottom 3 times, he stopped. No matter how she continued biting, he moved no longer. Quite a while passed. Maybe it was due to how her mouth was starting to hurt, or maybe it was due to being tired. But Chu Yao slowly loosened her cherry lips. Long Chen's arm and clothes were completely covered in blood now. Long Chen sighed. Have you relieved your anger? Chu Yao looked at Long Chen and saw that there wasn't any anger on his face. Instead, there was a faint sad melancholy. For some unknown reason to her, this caused her heart to tremble slightly. Why'd you stop? For some reason, Chu Yao actually decided to ask this. She regretted it as soon as she said it, and her face turned completely red. I'm not that good at hitting women. There was no anger in his voice. He tore off his sleeve, revealing that a part of his flesh had practically been bitten off. He then tried to use that torn-off sleeve to bandage himself. That one sentence of his caused her face to turn even redder, and her anger actually faded away. Seeing that Long Chen was completely unable to properly bandage his arm with one hand, she unexpectedly reached out her and took the bandage, gently saying, "Let me help you bandage it." Chapter 17, Cold Killing Intent. I'll help you. Chu Yao took the cloth from Long Chen's hand and gently wrapped up his arm. She quietly mumbled sorry. Long Chen was somehow different from anyone else Chu Yao had ever met. Her impression was that he was the only lower person that dared fight back against her. She could tell from Long Chen's wild and coarse eyes that he was a man who did not fear heaven or earth. He would rather have himself in pain than to hurt Chu Yao. This had touched on Chu Yao's soft inner heart. When she carefully thought about it, perhaps Long Chen really hadn't done anything wrong, or maybe she just didn't know the whole story. This was the first time in all her years that she started to feel a trace of guilt. Long Chen was just about to say something. You don't have to apologize. Today we'll call it even. I bit you and her face turned red. Her chest still felt different from before as she hadn't forgotten that previous feeling. No, I want to say. Long Chen shook his head. Everything that needs to be said has been said. This is over. What more do you want to say? Chu Yao said a bit angrily. Oh pretty woman, what I want to say is that you bit my left arm. Why are you bandaging my right arm? Only now did Chu Yao notice that in her carelessness, she had bound the wrong arm. Not only did her face turn completely red, but seeing his helpless expression, she softly cursed, "Scoundrel. Why didn't you tell me before?" She unbound and bound Long Chen's other arm. It was just a flesh wound, so other than hurting a bit, it couldn't be considered serious. Long Chen was laughing inside. This beautiful woman at least had a bit of a conscience. His strategy of hurting himself to gain her trust had worked perfectly. Actually, he had healing medicines within his spatial ring, both for outer and inner wounds. But he didn't take them out in order to put on a proper show. Originally, Long Chen hadn't been expecting his plan to work this well. If his soft approach hadn't worked, he had been completely prepared to deal out harsher reprisals. Fortunately, she had fallen hook, line, and sinker for his trap. This had greatly surpassed his original expectations. It was also the first time that he gained a faint favorable impression of the royal family. He gently said, "Your little brother was being used. Jiayan wanted to use him to pressure me. He then recounted what had happened between him and Zhu Yang briefly. This time he didn't need to arouse her emotions. All he did was indifferently explain a bit of what he had been through. I'm sorry Long Chen. It was I who wronged you. Zhu Yao felt guilty now, feeling as if she had gone too far. Don't worry, I'm already used to this, indifferently said Long Chen. Although his speech was very flat, combined with his sullen expression, it gave people a powerful moving visual. Long Chen's expression caused Zhu Yao to feel even more guilt. It was as if she had rubbed salt into someone who was already covered in wounds. Haha, don't take it so seriously. I'm just tricking you into sympathy, smiled Long Chen. She didn't know why, but seeing Long Chen's smile caused her to feel even worse for him. Even tears started to stream down her face. Crap, don't cry. I'll stop talking about it. Long Chen might not fear heaven or earth, but he was afraid of the tears of a woman. He immediately became flustered and didn't know what to do. Can you forgive me? Broken-heartedly asked Zhu Yao. She felt as if she was the worst person in the world. It's okay, this wasn't your fault. It was all caused by a different bad person, so don't blame yourself, consoled Long Chen. But, no buts. Leave the past in the past. Keep the happy days and forget the sad days. That's how I've done it as long as I can remember, said Long Chen. Thank you, Long Chen. Zhu Yao dabbed her tears, and a smile appeared on her beautiful face. Long Chen's heart trembled a bit when he looked at Zhu Yao. Although she might be just a smidge inferior to Meng Kai, her beauty was enough to topple cities. Especially when she laughed, no males could remain unmoved. Seeing Long Chen suddenly foolishly stare at her, Zhu Yao asked in confusion, Long Chen, why are you looking at me like that? Haha, it's because you're too beautiful. Please don't take any offense. Long Chen's face reddened as he replied truthfully. Am I really beautiful? Zhu Yao seriously asked as she pushed her fine hair behind her ear. Long Chen was surprised, asking, of course, you're beautiful. Could it be that you didn't know? Has no one else ever told you? Zhu Yao shook her head, saying, people tell me that every day, but I don't trust them. I don't like those people who are fake to me every day. She appeared helpless as she said this. It was a pitiful sight that caused Long Chen's heart to hurt for her. Compared to the girl who had attacked him, it was like two different people. Long Chen hadn't expected Zhu Yao to have such a side to her. Let's find a place to sit. Standing like this is awkward. Long Chen found a clean boulder to sit on, and Zhu Yao nodded. But as soon as she sat down, she suddenly jumped back up with a cry. What's wrong? Zhu Yao's face was completely red. She angrily replied, it's all because of you. Long Chen quickly realized what it was and felt guilty. But behind his back, he rubbed his right hand a couple of times, reliving that wonderful feeling from before. Zhu Yao took out a long blanket from her spatial ring and covered the boulder before gently sitting. But she still knit her brows slightly when she touched the surface, as it was still slightly painful. About that, I'm sorry. Long Chen apologized in embarrassment. Those actions of his didn't exactly fit with the image of a noble gentleman. But at that time, Long Chen hadn't been expecting to have to act like one. Plus, he had been very pressed when being bitten. His unadulterated actions weren't really to take advantage of her. I've never met someone as terrible as you. This is the first time anyone's ever hit me. Zhu Yao's eyes reddened with grievance. Hey, don't cry. How about I let you hit me on the bottom too? Hastily joked Long Chen when he saw that she was about to cry. Ha, who would want to hit you there? You're such a bad person. Zhu Yao immediately laughed at that, a complete reversal in emotions. He relaxed slightly now that she wasn't about to cry. Hitting a princess really had been audacious, even for him. Long Chen, although you're a bad person, I feel like you're not a cheater who will lie to me just to curry favor. Can we be friends? Seriously asked Zhu Yao. Of course, as long as you don't put me into a net again next time. Truthfully, I was really afraid that you were going to let go and let me fall, laughed Long Chen. Zhu Yao also laughed, remembering how sorry a figure he had looked like when she had dropped him previously. After laughing together, the distance between the two of them had become much lesser. Zhu Yao actually began to talk about things that she and her little brother had gone through. Perhaps it was due to this being the first time she could say whatever she wanted, but she actually told Long Chen many things. Zhu Yao, how long has it been since you've seen His Majesty? She shook her head. I haven't seen him since I was 3 years old. My little brother has never seen him even once. Long Chen nodded. He hesitated a bit, but in the end, still decided not to ask her certain questions. His friendship with Zhu Yao had only just started, so he couldn't suddenly ask sensitive questions. But he really did want to know what the situation was with the imperial palace. Who was actually targeting the Long family? The emperor had been in seclusion for 5 years before summons came out for Long Tank Xiao to come back, but it was at that time that Long Tank Xiao had started to refuse the imperial commands. Just what had happened during that period. Moreover, his father hadn't sent any messages back in over 10 years. Why? Had he really abandoned his wife and son? Although his memories of him were somewhat vague now, Long Tank Xiao's steadfast image was deeply imprinted in Long Chen's heart. He definitely wasn't such a person. Then what was going on? Long Chen was stuck in a huge puzzle, but he also couldn't rush solving it, because the closer he came to the truth, the more dangerous it would become. Before he had the proper strength, Long Chen needed to continue lying low. Long Chen continued asking a few roundabout questions. What was going on with the other princes, etc. Zhu Yao didn't seem to guess Long Chen's intentions and thought Long Chen was just interested in her, so she continued to answer. He was a bit ashamed to trick such a woman, so he stopped asking in order to avoid piling on the guilt. Since he was getting closer and closer to the truth, the most important thing was for him to quickly raise his strength. Now that his Feng Fu Star's initial condensation was complete and his spiritual energy had increased, he could increase the rate at which he refined pills and continue nourishing the Feng Fu Star. Once the Feng Fu Star reached its perfect state, he could attack blood condensation. Only after reaching the blood condensation realm would a person become a true martial artist. Right now, he was just too weak. The other thing that pleasantly surprised him was that as the Feng Fu Star grew larger, his physical body also changed with it and became stronger. The Feng Fu Star was just like a spring nourishing his whole body. His current transformation made him greatly different from his old self. His greatest support was the 9-star Hegemon body art, but this technique was too mysterious. All that was in his memories was how to cultivate it. There was nothing else about it. Zhu Yao continued to chatter for 4 full hours before starting to feel embarrassed and starting to ask questions of Long Chen. Long Chen laughed and talked about a couple of interesting things. He didn't say anything about his bitter suffering. Apparently, Long Chen had an exceptionally talented eloquence and mouth. Bright laughter occasionally rang out from Zhu Yao. That rough and willful princess had now changed to become a yearning lady. The two of them only realized how much time had passed when the sun started to set. Zhu Yao asked Long Chen, "Can I come to find you in the future to hang out?" Long Chen hesitated slightly since he was afraid of being too close to anyone from the imperial family, but seeing Zhu Yao's eyes filled with hope, he couldn't help agreeing, of course. But it'll have to be a secret between us. Her face reddened, and her beautiful eyes looked away. She hurriedly whispered, "Then I have to go. You go back first. I'll walk home." If the princess was being noticed to have a male companion on her mount, it would definitely bring great trouble. Zhu Yao seemed to also understand and whispered a goodbye to Long Chen, before flying away on her hawk eagle. Seeing her figure gradually fade away, an uncomfortable feeling arose in his heart. Only after a long time later did he sigh and start walking back. But just as he arrived at his family gate, he saw countless elite troops had already completely encircled the long estate. His face darkened, and killing intent immediately surfaced. "Since you've come seeking death, I won't hold back." The fury in his heart could no longer be suppressed, as he directly charged at the elite troops which were surrounding his home. Chapter 18. The Savage Marquis. Hundreds of troops had surrounded the long estate, forming a tight encirclement. An armored middle-aged man on top of a horse was arrogantly looking down on Mrs. Long. Mrs. Long was pale as she spoke to that man, while Bauer and the other members of the household were all terrified as they cowered from the troops. When Long Chen appeared, that man's eyes brightened, and he coldly shouted, "Long Chen, you needlessly injured the noble heir Zhiyang extremely heavily. We've received orders to capture you. Will you go willingly?" These troops were all elites that had heavy bloody auras. How could Mrs. Long have ever seen such a display of killing intent? She was as pale as a sheet of paper as she tottered, about to collapse. She would have really collapsed if Bao Her didn't go to support her. Long Chen completely ignored all the troops as he walked to his mother. His heart hurt to see how afraid she was. "Mom, don't worry. This is just a dream. Once you are awake, all of this will be gone," said Long Chen gently as he took her hand. A gentle spiritual strength came out with his words. Mrs. Long's eyelids felt heavy, and she fell into a deep slumber. "Bao, Zhang Ma, can you help me bring my mother in?" Long Chen couldn't bear to see his mother so frightened, so he had used his spiritual strength to directly force her to sleep. Otherwise, as a normal mortal, it would be easy for her to fall ill from experiencing such a fright. Bao, and Zhang Ma carried Mrs. Long back inside, while Long Chen told everyone else to close the doors. Looking at the person seated on the horse, and sensing the faint blood cry from him, a ridiculing smile appeared on Long Chen's face. "So it's just half-step blood condensation." Seeing Long Chen act high and mighty, without the slightest intention of leaving quietly, the man rolled his eyes. "Long Chen, you've committed a grave crime. A crime so severe that no one can protect you. Are you waiting for me to personally capture you?" He coldly shouted. "Huh? You're just a sergeant. A dog like you wants to personally capture me? Don't make me laugh," ridiculed Long Chen. Sergeant was the lowest commanding rank within the Phoenix Cry Empire. Someone like that had no past accomplishments or true power. It was just a small team leader role. His particular fellow had become so excited about reaching that rank that he couldn't shut up about it. As soon as he had risen to sergeant, he had become accustomed to his role. Long Chen's words now were like poisonous arrows that shot into his heart. His face immediately became unsightly. He came from a low origin, and had suffered for over 10 years in the army camp, before an opportunity finally came for him to break through to the blood condensation realm, and only after that was he promoted to sergeant. His current greatest achievement was now being viciously insulted, causing his killing intent to soar. "Long Chen, don't force me to kill you." The man ground his teeth, and his hand went to the sword on his belt. "If you dare to draw your blade, I will let your head fall to the ground." Long Chen clasped his hands behind his back. His tone was extremely serious. It wasn't loud and lacked the slightest anger, sounding just like a strong expert with endless confidence. "You're asking for death!" The man roared and shot forward off the horse, sending his fist punching at Long Chen. Blood circulated throughout his body, and a red glow appeared on his body, clearly showing that he had used a trace of the blood condensation realm's power. Long Chen's gaze was electric and his face cold. He took a step forward while also unleashing a fist. Boom! Gale winds surged when the two fists met. Both parties were sent several steps back from the explosion. "You're actually so insolent with just this little ability?" Long Chen coldly mocked. The man's expression changed. To be ridiculed by someone called a cripple caused him enough fury to explode. "Go die." He unsheathed his sword and sent it slashing at Long Chen's neck. A whistling wind pierced people's ears, causing them to feel a chilliness inside. As if waiting for this exact moment, Long Chen's foot tapped the ground and retreated several feet in a ghostly manner, completely avoiding the attack. This retreat had used the newly learned wind-chasing steps. Although he was still at the initial training level of it, with Long Chen's fused pill god memories came an incomparable understanding of the human body's meridians. With such an understanding, it was as if he had already been practicing it for tens of years. With a single step, he arrived in front of a soldier and reached out. That soldier was extremely surprised and hastily raised his blade to block. But unexpectedly, his hand shook, and the blade disappeared. The next moment he could see Long Chen. He was viciously swinging his sword at the sergeant. The sergeant was still off balance from his swing, and had still yet to ready himself. Long Chen's retreat, seizing of a blade, and attack had all happened in just a breath. The whistle of the blade towards him shocked him, and he quickly used all of his strength to block it. Boom! After the explosion, the sergeant felt some kind of energy he couldn't contend with, and he was knocked back several meters. As soon as he managed to stabilize his body, his stomach dropped. With his years of experience of life and death battles, he unconsciously raised his blade. With another huge explosion, sparks flew everywhere as a cold light flew dozens of meters away into a tree. Previously, that sergeant had used his surprising intuition to block one of Long Chen's, but he had been unable to resist Long Chen's terrifying strength. The web between his thumb and forefinger split, and his sword was sent flying. Now the sergeant no longer had his previous arrogance. He was completely stunned and despaired as a cold light flashed in front of his eyes, appearing like the scythe of the Grim Reaper. "No!" That terrified scream hung in the air as the sergeant's head flew through the air, his face twisted in an expression of shock and unwillingness. Just as his consciousness was fading, he suddenly remembered what Long Chen had said before. "If you dare to draw your blade, I will let your head fall to the ground." He now finally believed that Long Chen hadn't been trying to intimidate him, but had just spoken the truth. Unfortunately, his realization came too late. His headless corpse collapsed to the ground. The head tumbled through the air a long time before finally falling to the ground and rolling further away. As for all the soldiers, they were all dumbstruck. The weapons in their hands felt much heavier at this moment. They were all people who had seen blood before, but never such a ruthless scene as today. Long Chen had had a completely expressionless face from start to finish, completing the kill without even batting an eye. It was even more frightening than if he had been seething with anger. "Long Chen, you dare to kill my trusted lieutenant. Do you believe me when I say I'll destroy the entire Long estate?" An angry cry suddenly came from afar, as a dignified middle-aged man walked over with dozens of experts. "Have you finally come out?" Long Chen coldly laughed inside. As soon as he had arrived, he had used his divine sense to scout the surroundings and noticed those people hiding and watching from a distance. "Savage Marquis, you really are worthy of your name. An unreasonable assault like this is just what I'd expect from someone of your reputation," said Long Chen lazily as he leaned against a stone lion in front of his house gate. "Today at the Literature Hall, you committed a crime against the 7th Prince, heavily injured my son, and now you've killed my trusted lieutenant. Peach, no matter how you try to spin it, I'd like to see how you get out of this one." "Let's see who will come to save you now," shouted the savage Marquis angrily. Looking at this person who was as famous as his father, a ridiculing smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Someone with such weak methods was also as famous as his father? What crap! You Viking, did you get stupider the older you lived? Do you really think that I, Long Chen, am someone who needs rescuing? You really are an idiot. Taking out the jade tablet from his robes, he said to him, "Open your dog eyes. Can you see what this is?" When Zhu Viking, who was also known as the Savage Marquis, saw the pill furnace diagram carved into the jade tablet, his expression changed to one of complete shock. How is that possible? How can you have the tablet of a pill apprentice? Is it a fake? Demanded Zhu Weiqing angrily. Idiot, you really have gotten senile. Fine, for someone as stupid as you, I'll give you an extra close look. Long Chen directly threw the jade tablet to Zhu Weiqing. When he carefully examined it, his expression grew even more shocked. As a powerful nobleman, how could he possibly not be able to tell the veracity of the Alchemist Guild status tablets? And it was precisely because he recognized it that his expression was so shocked. The person who had signed this tablet was actually Yun Kai. Everyone in the Phoenix Cry Empire with a brain knew of that Grandmaster's name. Even the successive generations of the royal family had to be respectful to alchemists. The Alchemist Guild held an extremely high level of influence in the empire. Do you see now, Zhu Weiqing? Can you hand my tablet back to me? Laughed Long Chen coldly as he looked at the dazed Zhu Weiqing. The savage Marquis's expression was extremely ugly. He wanted to crush the jade tablet in his hands and capture Long Chen, but he didn't dare do so. He didn't know how Long Chen had obtained this tablet, but having it meant Long Chen was one of the Alchemist Guild's people. Those were people above the Empire's laws, and he didn't have the power to butt in. Zhu Weiqing was at a complete loss. He returned the tablet to Long Chen, but at that moment Long Chen's expression suddenly changed, and he coldly shouted, Zhu Weiqing, today you surrounded a pill apprentice's home with blades, a vicious crime. If you don't give me some recompense, I will go to the Alchemist Guild tomorrow and fill out an application for the Phoenix Cry Empire to punish you. Zhu Weiqing's expression immediately changed. The Alchemist Guild's punishments were definitely something to be afraid of. They would cut off the Empire from medicinal pills, which was the same as choking the lifeline of the Empire. It seems that I don't have a clear understanding of what went on today. I'll immediately go back and investigate to give you proper compensation. With Long Chen's current status, Zhu Weiqing could only swallow his anger. This was the first time Long Chen had ever admired this savage Marquis. His ability to swallow his own crap was quite amazing. No wonder despite the passing of over 10 years, he still remained in the blood condensation realm. He must have spent all of his time training how to swallow crap. No matter how or what you investigate, before I am awake tomorrow, my estate had better be completely cleaned up. Otherwise, well, you know what will happen. Long Chen coldly snorted, and no longer bothered with this treacherous fox. He directly went inside his estate and slammed the door shut. He was extremely irritated from today's affairs. In the morning at the literature hall, in the afternoon at Sunset Mountain, and in the evening at his estate gate, fighting 3 times in one day was definitely enough to irritate someone. But at least what had happened during the afternoon had been a bit more alluring. After Long Chen left, the savage Marquis's expression became ashen. He hadn't achieved the slightest bit of his goal in coming here, but instead incited great trouble for himself. Master, what should we do? What should we do? Hurry and start cleaning up this crap. Even if you have to lick off the bloodstains on the ground to get them off, hurry up and do it. With a stomach full of anger and nowhere to release it, the savage Marquis took it out on his soldiers, cursing and raging. In the end, he left alone. Crap, how did that little brat get into the Alchemist Guild? Now it'll be troublesome. The savage Marquis muttered inside darkly. Seeing no one around him, he started walking towards the Imperial Palace. Chapter 19. Facial Rejuvenation Elixir. In a small side room of the Imperial Palace, a handsome man in his 20s was quietly listening to the savage Marquis's report. This happened too suddenly, and was completely out of my expectations, so your servant didn't dare to act on his own. I beg for 4th Prince's forgiveness and guidance, said the savage Marquis. That handsome man was the 4th Prince Chuzia, but what separated him from his other princes was that he was just the son of an imperial concubine. Although he was also a prince, his status was much inferior to the others. But due to his low-profile nature, he didn't incite the others' jealousy, and so he had a very good relationship with all the princes. Practically all the aristocracy in the empire felt that the 4th prince had the best aptitude for inheriting the throne. But unfortunately, he wasn't born to the right mother. The 4th Prince Chuzia nodded and said, "You were right not to act. The fact that Long Chen managed to become an alchemist out of nowhere is definitely a bit surprising. Yes, when I saw his tablet, I couldn't believe my eyes. For that trash to become an alchemist is just too outrageous." The savage Marquis was also shaking his head, and even now he was somewhat in disbelief. "It's interesting. After this, Long Chen was heavily injured by your son. He seems to have completely changed, and is now so much stronger that he is able to kill a half-step blood condensation expert. There might be more than what meets the eye here." The 4th Prince paced around for a bit before saying, "Go back and carefully observe the Long Estate's movements. See if anyone suspicious goes in. Remember, don't get caught. This servant will handle it." But as for Long Chen, the savage Marquis hesitated slightly. "Don't bother him for a while. He's just a chess piece. As long as he doesn't jump off the chessboard, even with a patron, he won't be able to escape his fate. His current status is something we must be sensitive about. Get your son to temporarily back off. That's right, how are your son's injuries? Asked the fourth prince. Thank you for your concern, fourth prince. After his recuperation, he's already out of the woods, hurriedly replied the savage marquis. But speaking of which, when Zhu Yayan had been carried back, the savage marquis truly had been frightened greatly. Those injuries had been so severe that he hadn't even recognized his own son. But what fortunate was, although the injuries appeared frightening, the inner injuries weren't very great. That was because Long Chen had made him consume a medicinal pill to preserve his life. In just a short time of recuperation, and after spending a great deal of gold, Zhu Yayan was already able to get up and walk. Other than being temporarily unable to fight with others, he already didn't have any great deficits. That's good then. Go back and remember what I said. Watch them closely, and as soon as anything strange happens, immediately report it to me. Yes, your servant is excused. After the savage marquis left, the fourth prince went to the window. Staring out into the pitch darkness, a smile appeared on his lips. The black curtain of the night cannot last forever. The sunlight will quickly arrive. Long Tang, see out, just how long can you resist? The next day's morning, when the people of the Long household opened the great gates, they found that the floor had been completely retiled, flabbergasting the estate's people. What they didn't know was that the savage marquis's people had completely dug out all the tiles that had been stained with blood. Seeing the uneven ground after the tiles were excavated, that person who had been cursed by him considered it and ordered the people under him to completely retile the floor before he felt reassured. Long Chen smiled mockingly when he saw this. Those childish men would bully the weak and only fear the strong. Now they would be more well-behaved. The first thing Long Chen did after getting out of bed was to go see his mother. When she awoke, it was as if everything that had happened yesterday had been just a dream. Chen, what happened yesterday? Although she saw that Long Chen was completely safe, she was still a bit nervous. Mom, your son has already grown up and become a true man. Just the same as my father, I can also shield this family from wind and rain, said Long Chen solemnly as he held his mother's hand. He didn't want her to know too much. She was just an ordinary mortal after all. Before this, Long Chen had already examined her body. The meridians she had been given by the heavens were simply too short, and it wasn't just that she had a bad spirit root, but that she didn't even have one at all. Furthermore, his mother was now almost 40, and had no way to cultivate the 9-star Hegemon body art. Besides, the 9-star Hegemon body art was a yang cultivation method. Women were unable to train in it. No matter how Long Chen tried to defy the heavens, he had no way to change his mother's natural constitution. All he could do for her was to let her not worry. Seeing her son seem to just grow up overnight, it was as if she were seeing the image of her strong husband. Mrs. Long couldn't help being moved, and tears started to flow down. Good child, Mom won't ask you anymore. Mom trusts you. Long Chen quickly wiped away his mom's tears, laughing. Mom, your son has grown up. You should be happy. I prepared a gift for you. He then touched his spatial ring, causing a jade bottle to appear in his hand. Before he could say anything, Mrs. Long asked in surprise, where did you get a spatial ring? Long Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Why did his mother's expression seem so suspicious? Of course he knew that always hiding things from his mother wasn't a solution. In order to handle his mother's worries, he told her about his status as an alchemist. In any case, people would learn about it sooner or later, so he had no need to hide it. Long Chen also took advantage of this to say that after he had been beaten, luck had shined on him, and he had opened his meridians, meaning he could cultivate now, and he had even managed to cultivate a pill flame, and obtain the qualifications to become an alchemist. When he had gone to the Alchemist Guild, he had by chance met Grandmaster Yun Kai. He had immediately leaped at that chance, using his pity to get closer to him. Long Chen used his tears to move Grandmaster Yun Kai, who finally ceded and made an exception to let him become an alchemist. Hearing these shocking words, Mrs. Long was completely mystified, but Long Chen solemnly swore it was the truth and also took out his tablet for his mother to examine. Only then did she believe it. Although she wasn't a cultivator, she knew about alchemists. That was a supremely grand occupation. For Long Chen to become one was worth several generations of luck. Mom, don't move. I'll help you apply this. From the bottle, he took out a couple drops of medicinal liquid. He gently dabbed it onto his hand, causing a fresh scent to fill the room. Just one breath of it could completely relax a person. Seeing how serious Long Chen was now acting, Mrs. Long didn't move at all. Long Chen gently applied the medicinal liquid on her face. A cool and relaxing feeling immediately spread across her face. Chen, just what is this? It feels very good, whispered Mrs. Long. She closed her eyes and relished the feeling. Hee, this is a special treasure your son got for you. Just stay still, laughed Long Chen. Naughty child. Hearing him laugh and refuse to answer, Mrs. Long smiled. Her heart grew warmer. She had raised Long Chen since he was a baby, changing diaper after diaper. Now that he had grown up, he finally understood what filial duty was, so Mrs. Long's heart rejoiced. Okay, you can open your eyes. Mrs. Long slowly opened her eyes, and found that her dressing mirror was being held in front of her eyes by Long Chen. What? Looking at her own reflection, she couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Turning her head left and right, she found that it definitely was her, but she now appeared much younger. The wrinkles near her eyes had faded greatly. Her original skin, that had been starting to turn dry, had become extremely sleek, and she now appeared at least a decade younger. Chen, or am I dreaming? Mrs. Long couldn't believe her eyes. I dunno whether you're dreaming or not, but if you keep looking at yourself like that, it'll be lunch in no time at all, laughed Long Chen. Mrs. Long turned red and lightly tapped Long Chen. Bad child, you dared to tease your mom. It's not that late. Long Chen smiled. Not only did her face appear younger, her heart had also become much lighter. Mom, I refined this facial rejuvenation elixir just for you. Although the medicinal ingredients are just average, it's not a problem for it to make you look like how you did when you were 30. The facial rejuvenation elixir normally required a facial rejuvenation fruit as the main medicinal ingredient, but those were too rare and Long Chen was unable to obtain one in a short time. He had used a kind of facial rejuvenation herb as a substitute. The effect was much worse than the fruit, and so it couldn't return people back to their youthful days, but to reverse a few years of aging was no problem. Really? Mrs. Long was delighted. Which woman didn't cherish her looks? With her husband essentially in another land from her, and with Long Chen having an innate handicapped physique, her heart had been extremely strained, and that had caused her to age quickly. Seeing his mother so worn, guilt washed over Long Chen. His mother had truly paid far too much for this family. Mom, I'll leave this bottle with you. I'll also give you some medicinal pills for you to use. I guarantee that in less than a year, no one who didn't know us would believe that you are old enough to be my mother. They'd think you were my sister, haha, laughed Long Chen as he clasped his mother's hands. This flippant child. Don't forget what we agreed on. Meng Kai is a wife you cannot let get away. I don't care what method you have to use, you must bring her back. Although she was happy now, this matter continued to always weigh on her mind. Back when Long Chen had brought up about leaving Meng Kai, she had already roughly guessed what had happened. A woman as beautiful as Meng Kai was someone no man would give up. She couldn't help having her heart hurt when she thought of what Long Chen had done with the marriage agreement. To be frank, it was precisely because of her own powerlessness that her son had to suffer through that. In truth, Mrs. Long had been starting to feel more and more upset inside, but Long Chen had never brought it up again. When he now displayed his capabilities to her, she immediately thought of that matter. Before, Long Chen was unable to match up to her, but now that he was an alchemist, his status had leaped up. She couldn't help but to bring it up. There should be a chance now. Mom, don't worry. Do you really not know my character? Who would dare to snatch something from me? Back when we were young, didn't I end up biting my cousin so hard when he stole my toys that he started to cry and shout? Laughed Long Chen. Although Long Chen laughed for a moment, his laughter faded quickly. He saw the distress within his mother's eyes. Ever since his father had been stationed at the border, he seemed to recall that his mother had never once visited the family on her side. Her own family was already in a miserable situation, so his mother had never tried to go there to beg for help. Long Chen held her hand and said, Mom, your son is now an alchemist. Our hard days are over, so don't think about such sad things. After accompanying his mother for some more time and seeing her mood gradually relax, Long Chen went to the Alchemist Guild. Chapter 20, Line of Credit. As soon as he arrived at the Alchemist Guild, Long Chen tried to go to Yun Kai's refining room, but he was stopped as soon as he entered the inner division. The Alchemist Guild was divided into inner and outer divisions. The outer division was open to the Empire. The examinations to become an alchemist were all held in the outer division. However, the inner division was the true Alchemist Guild. Last time, Long Chen had only managed to enter the inner division for his test because Grandmaster Yun Kai had been leading the way, so naturally, he hadn't been blocked back then. Unqualified people cannot enter the inner division. The guard in front of the door was a youngster not much older than Long Chen. He was wearing medicinal apprentice robes, and his expression was arrogant as he looked down on Long Chen. Long Chen faintly smiled and flashed his tablet to him. He then walked right in under his shocked expression. Seeing his arrogant expression change so quickly to shock, Long Chen couldn't avoid being somewhat pleased. It seemed that the old him had been suppressed for just too long. Now that he could finally raise his head, he had started to become undisciplined and selfish. But he knew inside that he didn't have time to waste on such petty things. When he entered the inner division, Long Chen slapped his forehead. He had forgotten to ask whether Grandmaster Yun Kai was even present. If he wasn't even here, wouldn't this entire visit have just been a waste? Just as he was regretting it, a young lady walked past him. Without even thinking about it, he stopped her and asked, "Excuse me, do you know where Grandmaster Yun Kai is?" That young lady had been walking with her head down, and she appeared slightly irritated to be stopped out of nowhere. Raising her head, she saw a thin and weak youngster looking at her. She coldly said, "Why are you looking for Grandmaster Yun Kai?" Long Chen became slightly distracted. This woman was extremely pretty, She might not be comparable to Chu Yao and Ming Kai, but she was definitely a rare beauty that could only be found one every 1,000 miles. But although she was pretty, her gaze caused people to feel a bit unwell. Her gaze contained an unconcealed arrogance that made it difficult for people to feel well about her. I just want to know where Grandmaster Yun Kai is. Can this young miss tell me? Long Chen might be a bit displeased inside, but he still continued asking very politely. Just who are you? Why are you looking to see Grandmaster Yun Kai? She guardedly asked. Being questioned twice instead of being answered, Long Chen shook his head, and no longer bothered with her. He went deeper in to look for someone else to ask. Hey, I'm asking you a question. Why are you so rude? She became angry when he didn't reply despite her asking twice. Long Chen only just took a couple of steps before turning to look at her. You're here for medicine, right? What? She asked distractedly. You must have a mental illness, so don't run around all over the place. Long Chen's cold reply had just rung out, and he was just turning to leave, when unexpectedly, a strong gale appeared behind him. Her palm charged toward his heart along with an angry shout. Brat, you're asking for death. Long Chen was quite startled inside. That lady had appeared weak and frail, but her attack caused wind so powerful that it made it difficult for him to breathe. She was shockingly at the peak of Kai condensation. As for the palm attack she sent towards him, it contained her absolute strength. Because all of Long Chen's spiritual energy was hidden within his Feng Fu star, he appeared like a very weak scholar. Even ordinary Kai condensation cultivators would be heavily injured by such a palm. If he really was a normal mortal, it would be very possible for him to die. This uncalled for attack was extremely vicious. Since Long Chen was already irritated with her, he also didn't hold himself back and sent out a kick. Bang! Before her palm could even reach Long Chen, his kick smashed into her stomach and sent her flying back. The woman was sent several meters back before colliding into a drying shelf for medicinal ingredients. The tall shelf collapsed, and all the ingredients on it tumbled down and buried her beneath them. With an angry roar, the medicinal ingredients exploded out as she rushed out, her hair a complete mess and covered in traces of medicinal powder. Die! Flames were practically shooting out of her eyes, and the aura around her body exploded out. Slamming her hands together, a golden ripple appeared from her hands, and she rushed towards Long Chen. Long Chen cursed his bad luck at encountering such a brutish woman. How did he end up encountering such a lunatic today? This attack was clearly a battle skill with extremely great power. Seeing that she wanted to take his life, Long Chen's face turned cold. He had a pill god soul, and so he had some superficial battle experience from that. But describing it as superficial was only in regards to a pill god. She was really just an ant to him. His superficial experience was more than enough. Having such an experience gave him great skills, and handling her was a piece of cake. The only reason she wasn't injured from his kick was because he hadn't suffused any spiritual energy into it. But she wasn't grateful for this and instead wanted to kill him. Killing intent gradually condensed within Long Chen. Seeing this woman charge at him, he might not kill her, but if she dared to come at him, Long Chen would teach her an unforgettable lesson. Stand down! Old shout suddenly rang out. That crazy woman immediately seemed to have been struck by lightning and didn't dare move an inch. Master, she hastily called out respectfully. The person who had arrived was surprisingly Grandmaster Yun Kai. Long Chen was shocked. This crazy woman was actually his apprentice. Grandmaster Yun Kai shook his head. I've already said that I, Yun Kai, will never accept an apprentice in this lifetime. You wasting your time hanging around here is useless. Master, I'm a weak woman. I've traveled thousands of miles in order to study pill arts from you, and I've already stayed at the Alchemist Guild for 3 months. Do you really think I'm not sincere enough? Said the woman somewhat aggrievedly. You can go back from where you came, said the unmoved Grandmaster Yun Kai indifferently. No, I won't leave. You can refuse me every day, but I'll stay here until you finally accept me, replied the woman stubbornly. Up to you, but remember, physical force is not allowed within my guild. If you break this rule again, I'll expel you, said Yun Kai coldly. He then turned to Long Chen and said, come with me. Long Chen was dazed for a moment. So this crazy woman actually wanted to study pill refining with Yun Kai, but Yun Kai was not the slightest bit tempted. Seeing her bitter gaze, Long Chen suddenly realized that she had mistakenly assumed him to be another person wanting to have Yun Kai as a master, and that was why she had questioned him. Long Chen shook his head. Who would dare take such an apprentice? Following behind Grandmaster Yun Kai, the two of them entered a training room. Once they entered the training room, Long Chen quickly bowed and said sorry. This youngster was disrespectful. Yun Kai smiled slightly. No matter. That wasn't your fault. I saw everything that happened. But you really do cause me great shock. You were able to kick a PK condensation expert flying without the slightest spiritual energy. I also saw that you didn't use even half of your strength, otherwise that girl would definitely have been heavily injured. You really hid yourself deeply. Long Chen was startled. Apparently, he had underestimated Grandmaster Yun Kai. As expected, this old fellow was extremely sharp. For a moment he didn't know how to reply. Child, everyone has their own secrets. This is nothing. However, a person like you cannot waste his time. Otherwise, such a great talent will be completely wasted. Grandmaster Yun Kai seemed to hint some kind of deeper meaning. Long Chen quickly realized that Grandmaster Yun Kai was trying to tell him that he hoped Long Chen would focus all his attention on the cultivating the pill path. Many thanks for the reminder, Grandmaster. Long Chen understands. No matter how he put it, Grandmaster Yun Kai definitely had good intentions for him. Whether he took his advice or not, this kindness was appreciated. I heard yesterday that you used just 3 strokes of a blade to kill a half-step blood condensation expert. Is it true? Asked Grandmaster Yun Kai. Yes, it's true. Long Chen could only nod, but at the same time, some doubt arose within him. Back then, he had been completely surrounded by soldiers. According to common sense, no one else should know about it. As if seeing through Long Chen's doubt, Grandmaster Yun Kai smiled and said, people from the imperial family came to investigate here yesterday, asking if Long Chen really was one of our alchemists. I told them yes, and I also said you were my student. They then disappeared. Long Chen couldn't help being stunned that the Grandmaster Yun Kai, who personally said he would never take an apprentice, would take this moment to recognize him. He was naturally extremely moved. Many thanks, teacher. He. It wasn't much. My symbol is something that only has value if used, so feel free. In addition, a student is not the same as an apprentice. Grandmaster Yun Kai calmly smiled. Although calling him his student took just a slight effort from Grandmaster Yun Kai, but to Long Chen, it was incredibly helpful. With Grandmaster Yun Kai as his support, he now had a huge trump card available. He would be able to stand with his back much straighter now. Child, I've also learned a bit about your circumstances. The Alchemist Guild has its own rules, and we are unable to involve ourselves in secular battles, so I can only help you this much, sighed Grandmaster Yun Kai. Grandmaster, you've done so much for this little one that I cannot thank you enough. As for the battles in the secular world, I will handle them myself, smiled Long Chen. With the reputation of Grandmaster Yun Kai behind him, his affairs would become much more convenient. The safety of the Long estate would also rise by a great deal. Although the Alchemist Guild wouldn't interfere in battles that didn't involve them, as long as Long Chen really became a part of it, he would still gain the Alchemist Guild's protection. Once Long Chen gained enough strength of his own and didn't need the Alchemist Guild's protection, then he could personally resolve the heavy fog surrounding the mystery around him. Although he had some clues now, he didn't dare to take action right now. Maintaining the current situation was the best choice for him. So why did you come here today? Asked Yun Kai. Only now did Long Chen remember his true purpose of coming here. This youngster wishes to buy some medicinal ingredients on credit with the guild, and once I refine them into pills, I will pay it back. Withdrawing medicinal ingredients on credit was quite common for alchemists within the guild. They would be able to pay it back easily with medicinal pills the next time. This was a good deal for both alchemists and the guild. With the guild's tablet, he was able to buy medicinal ingredients at a discount, but at the same time, he had a duty to first sell his refined pills to the guild. This was the agreement struck when the guild handed him the tablet. You can refine pills? Yun Kai was somewhat shocked. I would like to ask some pointers from teacher. Long Chen smiled just slightly, but that smile was full of confidence. Chapter 21, Assessment. Within a refining room, over a dozen alchemists were sitting in a circle and staring at a youth. These alchemists were no longer young. Most of them were already over 40 years old, and even the youngest was in his 30s. For a 15-year-old youngster to now claim that he wanted to refine pills, all of them were stunned and had trouble believing it. Some of them were even shaking their heads in ridicule inside. But they were all smart people, and had all long since heard that Grandmaster Yun Kai had made an exception and given a youth a pill apprentice tablet. Although they didn't know if that rumor was true, none of them were foolish enough to display their contempt. Long Chen, although I am the chairman of the guild, even I cannot break the customs. If you want to get medicinal ingredients on credit, you have to refine a pill in front of all these alchemists. We will then use the refined pill's quality to decide how much you can take on credit, explained Grandmaster Yun Kai solemnly. This little one understands. Long Chen understood that this was the Alchemist Guild and wasn't owned by anyone. Moreover, with Grandmaster Yun Kai's manner of doing things, there was no way he would give him preferential treatment that went against the rules. There are 187 types of first-tier medicinal pill formulas here. You can randomly pick one. One of the alchemists brought over a paper. Within his eyes was some hidden anticipation for Long Chen's failure. All the pill formulas on the page he had brought over were not just ordinary first-tier pills. Their difficulties were all above average, and ordinary pill apprentices would not have a high success rate with them. Moreover, in a situation where all the alchemists were there watching you, in addition to Grandmaster Yun Kai himself, it wouldn't be strange for someone to become nervous. In such an atmosphere, trying to refine a successful medicinal pill was extremely difficult. The person who handed Long Chen the page was also just a pill apprentice. He was already over 40 years old now. Back when he had been attempting to pass the alchemist test, he had failed 17 times before passing. Everyone else present was all on the same level as him. All of them had used over 10 attempts before passing. It could be seen that to be able to get medicinal ingredients in advance from the guild was not an easy task. But if you succeeded, it would become much more convenient for you in the future. Long Chen read through the entire page and pointed to the last pill formula. That one. What? You're sure? That person's expression became a bit strange. That pill formula was for the Chi Eruption pill. It was an exceptionally domineering pill formula. For a short time, it allowed someone to explode with almost 3 times the amount of battle power. Chi Eruption pill was something which adventurers were very fond of. Although using it would cause someone to enter a weak state after its effect wore off, it didn't leave behind a permanent sequela. To people who spent all their days fighting magical beasts, the Chi Eruption pill was definitely a life-saving treasure. But refining it was extremely difficult. There were several ingredients which possessed tyrannical medicinal energy. Even amongst experienced pill apprentices, there were extremely few who would refine it. After all, refining pills were not without risk. Although medicinal pills could be sold for high prices, their ingredients were not nothing. Medicinal ingredients also cost money. The ingredients for the Chi Eruption pill were extremely expensive. If you were unable to successfully refine it within 3 attempts, you would end up losing money. Therefore, there were few people who refined this pill. Too high of a price was also something adventurers were unable to afford. After all, if they had so much money, who would risk their life adventuring into dangerous places for treasures? Yes, I picked that one, calmly said Long Chen. He didn't seem to bother at all with the anticipation in that person's eyes. Grandmaster Yan Kai smiled slightly. He got a child messenger to go and get 3 sets of medicinal ingredients. This was the rule. You would only have 3 portions, and as long as you succeeded once, it would be considered passing. Once all the ingredients were placed neatly in front of Long Chen, he didn't have any hesitation. Taking out his pill furnace, a weak yellow flame arose from his hand. In one breath's time, Long Chen gently brought his pill flame's energy over to the medicinal cauldron, slowly starting to heat it up. The next step was starting the cauldron. After heating it up, he had to use spiritual strength to urge the pill flame to enter into the cauldron. The benefits from doing this were that it allowed for the entire cauldron to enter the correct state and reduce the chance of a cauldron explosion. Long Chen actually had higher quality methods, but he had no choice but to use the Alchemist Guild's most basic techniques. He didn't want himself to appear too shocking to others. That would not be of benefit to him in the future. If someone were to secretly turn against him, that person could cause a lot of trouble for him. The people present originally considered Long Chen to be beneath them, but seeing his very practiced and skilled movements, the contempt on everyone's faces faded by quite a bit. Once all the preparations were complete, Long Chen didn't hesitate before throwing in an iron thread grass to refine. This action of his caused everyone, who had just started to become interested in him, to immediately think he was stupid. The iron thread grass required an extremely long time to refine. It was usually done later when the medicinal cauldron had completely heated up. Only Grandmaster Yan Kai's eyes flashed with a strange light as he secretly nodded. What astonished everyone was that as soon as the iron thread grass entered the refinement, before it even turned to powder, it was ejected from Long Chen's cauldron and placed to the side as he started refining a different medicinal ingredient. Once he finished with the 6th ingredient, Long Chen started refining the iron thread grass once more, but he didn't complete its refinement before starting to refine a different herb. This action was something none of them understood, but seeing Grandmaster Yan Kai's eyes filled with admiration, they all couldn't help being startled. Could this youth's techniques really have some kind of secret behind them? Long Chen refined the iron thread grass a total of 13 times before completely refining it. At this stage, all of the 20-something medicinal ingredients had been refined. Under normal circumstances, a pill apprentice would normally take this chance to take a breath and calm their nerves. But Long Chen didn't waste even that slightest bit of time. After refining all of them into powders, he directly started refining the pill. He started throwing in powder after powder into the pill furnace. What none of them could understand was why Long Chen waited until the end to put the iron thread grass essence powder into the cauldron. With the circulation of his spiritual strength, the pill flame quickly shot up, and ripples from the heat appeared as Long Chen truly began his pill refinement. What a powerful spiritual strength! Everyone couldn't help but feel shocked, but at the same time they also shook their heads. If he started wasting his spiritual strength to increase the flame's strength now, how could he condense the pill later? It appeared that young people really were too impatient. Grandmaster Yan Kai was completely engrossed with his actions. In this place, only he understood what Long Chen's intention was. At the same time, he also started to like Long Chen more and more. With such a powerful soul and the ability to work hard, it was definitely possible for him to have great achievements in life. What caused disbelief in everyone was that even after an hour, Long Chen's spiritual strength didn't show any signs of weakening, but was actually becoming stronger and stronger. Bang! The medicinal cauldron started to gently shake, and a powerful undulation came from it. Everyone's gaze focused. They all knew that this was the most critical moment. With the medicinal cauldron continuously shaking, most alchemists would lower the pill flame's power to stabilize the cauldron. But Long Chen didn't do that at all. On the contrary, he fed in even more spiritual strength, and the pill flame became even hotter. The sounds and shaking from the cauldron became even more intense. What is he doing? All of their expressions changed. This wasn't refining pills. This was causing a cauldron explosion. He was clearly doing it on purpose. Boom! The medicinal cauldron jumped, and Long Chen suddenly used one hand to tightly press down on the cauldron's lid. A sudden burst of powerful spiritual strength completely exploded out. Bang! The near-exploding pill furnace immediately stopped and returned to calm. What a messy method. It's such a waste of energy. Long Chen wiped away his sweat. Using this method to refine pills really was exhausting, but it was important that he didn't reveal his true strength. He could only display this basic, bitter method. Gently lifting the cauldron lid, a dense pill fragrance immediately filled the air. Everyone was completely shocked. He actually succeeded. Everyone present could be considered experts, so without even needing to look inside the cauldron and relying just on the pill fragrance, they knew that he had succeeded. Most of their expressions were filled with astonishment. Excellent. At the very least, it should be a middle-grade medicinal pill. Grandmaster Yun Kai was looking at Long Chen in admiration. Long Chen had definitely far surpassed his expectations. He had known that with Long Chen's spiritual strength, it would not be difficult to successfully refine a pill, but he had wanted to see how good Long Chen's foundation was. But today he saw that Long Chen's foundational techniques were incomparably sturdy and not at all inferior to pill apprentices who had trained for many years. The most remarkable thing was Long Chen's deep understanding of medicinal essence. He knew that the iron thread grass was extremely fierce in nature and required multiple refinements to curb that violent nature. Doing so would allow the pill's energy to increase, and at the same time, increase the chance of a successful refinement. Such a refining method was something no one within the Alchemist Guild knew about. But within the guild was a secret warehouse of rare tomes. A couple seniors had made recordings there. The writings were unfortunately very vague, but it did have this theory. By refining the iron thread grass multiple times, it should be possible to reduce its violent nature. But those recordings only mentioned extremely ordinary techniques or incomplete ideas. When it came to alchemists, who would be so kind as to just give away their blood, sweat, and tears, let alone the others? Even Grandmaster Yun Kai, who knew about this recording, had never mentioned this method of refining the iron thread grass. One reason was that he had no obligation to go and teach others, and the other was that alchemists who weren't capable of innovation would not have any great achievements anyways. When the others heard Grandmaster Yun Kai say that it was a middle-grade medicinal pill, they were all in complete disbelief. Looking at the gazes all focused on him, Long Chen smiled slightly. With a wave of his hand, his spiritual energy pulled out 5 fully round medicinal pills. Along 2 of the pills were some shocking eye-attracting veins pill lines. This was a characteristic of middle-grade pills. For a moment, the entire room was silent. Other than Grandmaster Yun Kai, everyone's eyes were filled with shock, admiration, and of course, a trace of jealousy. Seeing the 5 pills in his hands, Long Chen finally relaxed. Grandmaster Yun Kai took this moment to announce, Long Chen has succeeded in refining a pill. I reward him a second-class credit. Everyone's expressions changed at that. A second-class credit was a privilege that allowed you to buy second-tier medicinal pill ingredients. This caused everyone's eyes to turn red with envy. In front of everyone's complicated gazes, Long Chen followed Grandmaster Yun Kai out of the room. However, once they were out, Yun Kai suddenly turned to Long Chen and gravely said the following. Long Chen, be wary of that woman. Chapter 22, Wilda. Long Chen was surprised and confused. Which woman did he mean? That girl that fought with you at the beginning, Yun Kai said solemnly. What? Does she have a problem? Asked Long Chen, in confusion. Grandmaster Yun Kai hesitated for a moment before saying, come with me. Long Chen followed Grandmaster Yun Kai to the cultivation room they had gone to before. He couldn't help being curious. She was just at the peak of Kai condensation, so there was no reason for Grandmaster Yun Kai to specifically warn him about her. They entered the room and closed the door before Grandmaster Yun Kai touched his spatial ring and took out a drawing. Opening the drawing, Long Chen was started to see that it depicted a beautiful, delicate woman refining pills in front of an ancient medicinal cauldron. What shocked him was that that woman in the drawing was almost exactly like that crazy woman he had encountered. The only difference was that the woman in the painting was serene and full of peace, giving people a gentle feeling. The feeling which that crazy woman gave off was completely different. "This is Long Chen?" probingly asked. "That drawing was extremely old. Just why had Yan Kai taken it out?" "The person in this drawing is my wife." A rarely seen warmth appeared on Grandmaster Yan Kai's solemn face when he looked at the person in the drawing. Long Chen's mouth dropped. That was something he had never expected. For a moment he didn't know what to say. After a moment, Yan Kai gently put away the drawing and sighed. "My wife passed away a long time ago. When I first saw that woman, I thought I was hallucinating. It took me a long time before I calmed myself down. But as soon as that woman said she wanted to be my apprentice, I immediately felt my guard go up." "What? Does she have some kind of secret goal?" asked Long Chen. Yan Kai smiled slightly and didn't reply to that. "She is also a pill apprentice, and has an excellent talent. She might even be better than you, so you have to be careful around her." Long Chen was somewhat mystified by this, but Grandmaster Yan Kai no longer said anything about it. He took Long Chen's jade tablet, and carved his own special engraving on it. That engraving had a trace of his spiritual strength. With it, Long Chen would be able to get quite a few precious medicinal ingredients from the Alchemist Guild's medicinal room on credit. He set Long Chen out as soon as he finished that engraving. Countless questions bounced around in Long Chen's head. Perhaps the arrival of that crazy woman wasn't a coincidence. If she had done it on purpose, then what was her goal? Was she there to seduce Grandmaster Yan Kai? But with his age, that didn't seem too likely. And if that had been the goal, shouldn't she be a bit more docile? Who would fall in love with such a wild, crazy woman? Did Grandmaster Yan Kai have some other secrets? Was it possible that she was some illegitimate daughter of his? But that also didn't sound right. If he had had an illegitimate daughter, she wouldn't have anything to do with his wife, yet they looked so similar. He got a headache from thinking about it, yet he still couldn't figure it out. But in any case, Grandmaster Yan Kai wouldn't harm him, so he should just do as he said and be more careful of her. He went directly to the medicinal ingredient room with his jade tablet. When he showed it off, the assistant's expression immediately became extremely respectful. Long Chen asked about the credit procedure. He learned that the first-class credit users could borrow 5 million gold coins worth of medicinal ingredients that were limited to the first tier. But Long Chen's second-class credit allowed him to borrow 30 million gold coins of first-tier medicinal ingredients, as well as 5 sets of second-tier medicinal ingredients. This kind of result made this trip well worth it. With such a credit limit, he would no longer need to be worried about not being able to afford medicinal ingredients. Normally, if an alchemist could succeed in refining 1 out of 5 times, then he would end up breaking even. If he could succeed an extra time, then he would make a great profit. As for Long Chen with his pill god memories, his chance of failure when refining a first-tier medicinal pill was 0%. If his pill flame wasn't so weak, his efficiency in the number of pills per furnace would increase even more. But when he thought about refining second-tier medicinal pills, Long Chen decided not to try it. With his current pill flame strength, refining a second-tier pill would tire him to death. For the moment, he should continue focusing on condensing his Feng Fu Star. The current initial success of his Feng Fu Star still had an extremely great room for improvement. He wanted to condense his Feng Fu Star to its perfect state. Long Chen wanted to spend all of his money to buy the Feng Fu pills ingredients, but he was disappointed to find that the guild didn't have that kind of quantity in stock. Without any other choice, he bought 50 sets of the ingredients as well as a couple of other first-tier medicinal ingredients. Once he refined them into medicinal pills, he could sell them to the guild and make money that way. Martial arts were prevalent within the Phoenix Cry Empire, and with so many people and adventurers, medicinal pills were always in high demand and were in a situation where the supply could never meet the demand. Fortunately, the Alchemist Guild had a conscience and didn't evilly increase the price. Otherwise, the guild would definitely start making money hand over fist. Long Chen was planning on going straight to his room after leaving the guild. But before he got home, he suddenly heard a bunch of shouts and curses, so he hastily walked over to look. He saw 10 servants were currently beating someone. There was a very round, fat, middle-aged man pointing at that person while cursing. "What's going on here?" he asked of a man watching the chaos. You'll laugh to death once you hear it. "Do you see that chimney that's over 200 meters tall? It was built by that kid. The boss came to do an inspection today, and when he saw it, he almost died of anger. That idiot read the blueprints upside down. He was actually supposed to be building a well. Ha ha ha." Long Chen also choked on his laughter when he heard that. Did people like that really exist in this world? Seeing that person being beaten on the ground, his heart shook slightly. That person didn't seem to be that old. He probably wasn't even older than Long Chen, but his body was exceptionally long and strong. He was just lying on the ground and letting those people hit him without retaliating. What shocked Long Chen was that whenever those people's punches or kicks landed on his body, an indescribable energy came out of his body and deflected them away. Without Long Chen's shocking spiritual strength, it would be impossible to notice that faint ripple. But as for that youth, there were no spiritual energy fluctuations from him, and so he definitely wasn't a cultivator. That youth simply lay there for a long time without reaction, and the result was that the people beating him eventually got tired, their hands and feet starting to ache. Damn, he really angers me to death. Just how much money is this idiot going to cost me? Beat him to death. That fat boss became angrier whenever he looked at the huge chimney in front of him. He repeatedly cursed and went over to kick him a couple of times. Stop. Damn it, who do you think you are? That boss was so angry he didn't even look at who was speaking before cursing. Only then did he look for the speaker. As soon as he did, he immediately started to sweat and stuttered. Young master, just stop. Here are 100 gold coins, enough to tear down the chimney and build a new well. Long Chen was too lazy to argue or haggle with such a person, so he just directly threw a bag of gold coins to him. If he could resolve a problem with just a little money, then he was disinclined to take further action. The others all saw this and quickly stopped. The fat boss quickly said, "Young master, this stake it and get out of here." Long Chen frowned and his voice became cold. When he looked at that man's face, Long Chen knew that he was an idiot who would try to form some kind of good relation with him. So he directly ordered him away. This kind of person would make him lose face. Yes, I'll leave right away. He quickly brought everyone away dejectedly. "Little brother, please get up," said Long Chen to the youth, who was still just lying on the ground. The youth seemed as if he was sleeping. Only when Long Chen called out did he blankly raise his head and realize that the people beating him had gone. "Are you the person who saved me?" he asked confusedly. "Get up and then we'll talk," smiled Long Chen. That youth seemed to be 100% honest and kind, giving people a good impression. When he stood up, the people who had been watching the fuss all let out shocked cries. While he had been lying on the ground, they had only realized that he was a bit big, but now that he stood up, he completely shocked everyone. He was approximately 3 meters tall. He was practically a giant, and he gave people an extremely pressuring feeling. How tall? Long Chen was also surprised. In front of him, everyone else there had become children in comparison. Why didn't you fight back when they were beating you? Seeing how strong-bodied he was, and the fact that the people attacking him weren't martial artists, Long Chen believed he could have easily knocked them all down. "They said I did something bad, so I couldn't fight back when they hit me," he simple-mindedly replied. Long Chen shook his head. This huge fellow might be strong, but it seemed his intelligence was still at the level of a child. No wonder he was so honest and naive. But to mistake a well in the blueprints and end up building a huge chimney, that kind of intelligence was definitely worrying. "Where's your house?" "I have no house." "Does your house need any hard labor?" "I'm very big, and I don't need a salary as long as I get some food." "I'm very hungry," he implored. Just as he was about to reply, someone reminded him, "Young master, don't be fooled. This fellow can easily eat a whole bowl in an instant. Taking him in isn't profitable." "No, as long as there's rice it's fine." "I don't need meat," he somewhat urgently said. "Fine, come with me." "What's your name?" asked Long Chen. "I'm called Wild Bull." "Thank you, big bro," Wild Bull happily said. I'll call you Wilda in the future." "You can just call me Brother Long." Long Chen nodded. "One okay, Brother Long." Wilda straightforwardly nodded his head. The people in the crowd left behind by Long Chen and Wilda all became jealous. They were jealous of that idiot who had become favored by a noble heir. Stupid people really did have stupid luck. On the road, Long Chen asked Wilda about his past. Wilda said that he had been picked up by some nice people, but once he turned 5, an epidemic took the lives of everyone in his village except for him. He had managed to roam around all the way to the imperial capital. He was able to get food from people by trading labor, but because his appetite was too big he was quickly turned away, so his everyday life was extremely bitter. "Wilda, you can follow me in the future. I won't let you be hungry again." Sympathy arose in Long Chen's heart. As the saying went, arrogant people end up with arrogant people, while sufferers end up with other sufferers. Although the two of them had different statuses, they had both gone through much pain. They weren't that different except that Long Chen had managed to turn his luck around just recently. As they walked, they ended up in a wide road when suddenly startled shouts rang out and a massive silhouette shot past them. That was a luxurious carriage being pulled by a scarlet yak, a first-rank magical beast. Its wild pulling took over half the entire road, not taking the surrounding people into any consideration. Javier, old girl, was playing on the road when she suddenly saw the giant scarlet yak and was immediately scared stiff. She was petrified, unable to even dodge. At any second, it would run her over. Long Chen coldly snorted, stepping forward explosively, causing several of the sturdy floor tiles beneath his feet to shatter. He was like a bolt of lightning, immediately reaching and grabbing the girl, hastily pulling her to the side. The carriage shot past the two of them just as he stabilized himself. Long Chen thought that that would be it, but an angry cry rang out. "What lowly slave dares block my path? You're asking for death." Along with this cold shout, a long whip whistled through the air, shooting towards Long Chen. One Wild Bull is translated from man, New Chinese letter. The man can also mean barbarian. Long Chen says he'll call him Chinese letter, a man. He is used to signify kinship. Chapter 23, How Bold. What lowly slave dares block my path? You're asking for death. Along with this cold shout, a long whip whistled through the air as it shot towards Long Chen. That whip moved extremely quickly and craftily. The person attacking him was surprisingly a whip master. Long Chen should have been able to dodge, but it was more difficult with him holding the little girl. Fury arose within him. It was now already too late for him to dodge. Protecting the little girl, he used his spiritual energy to protect his body, and prepared to forcibly take the blow on his arm. Just at that moment, a huge figure arrived in front of Long Chen. Bang! Wilder grinned at Long Chen. It was he who took the blow on his back for Long Chen. Long Chen's eyes darkened. He wanted to see exactly who it was that had attacked, but that carriage was already speeding away. A surprise sound came from it, as that person clearly was startled by Wilder's arrival. However, the carriage still didn't stop. Are you okay, Wilder? Asked Long Chen, suppressing his anger. Brother Long, I'm fine. I've been hit so many times since I was a child that I'm already used to it, grinned Wilder. But the clothing on his back was torn, exposing his skin. A line of blood was slowly flowing out. A woman suddenly came by and grabbed the girl. She wept inconsolably as she thanked Long Chen and Wilder. Wilder smiled goofily, and Long Chen consoled her with a couple of words before leaving. But Long Chen was stifling a stomach of anger. To barge down such a busy and crowded road and actually hit someone with a whip, Long Chen was planning on having a good look into the person who dared be so bold. Although Wilder's wound, that was dripping with blood, appeared frightening, it was just a flesh wound. This amazed Long Chen. Just how powerful was Wilder's physical body? That person who had attacked viciously was extremely powerful, but his attack only broke Wilder's skin. As the two of them walked, Wilder's stomach suddenly let out a growl that was as loud as thunder. Long Chen stopped distractedly, suddenly realizing that there was a bun store right beside them from which the smell of meat was wafting out of. Wilder embarrassingly said, Brother Long, I'm not hungry. Don't worry about it. I'm hungry, so let's go have a snack. Long Chen brought Wilder into the bun store and found a table for the two of them to sit at. Directly handing a gold coin to the owner, he said, Bring out all the buns in your store. Brother Long, I'm really not hungry. I only need some rice, Wilder hastily said. That was because he had had countless experiences of people seeing him eat and immediately breaking off relations with him. Wilder was afraid of this calamity repeating itself again. Wilder, you blocked a whip for me. From now on you're like a brother to me, and I, Long Chen, would also block a whip for you. Therefore, you shouldn't say anything to me that you wouldn't say to a brother, okay? Long Chen seriously said. Wilder was someone who had blocked a whip for him after only just meeting him. Such a person was worthy of being called brother by Long Chen. Brother Long, Wilder suddenly began to cry loudly. In all his years of homeless wandering, this was the first time he felt this warmth, and the first time someone ever treated him this well. Hey bro, don't cry. Hey us brothers, we don't cry, we sweat. Tears are for cowards. Long Chen patted Wilder's shoulder. Okay Brother Long, I'll listen to you. Whatever you want me to do, I'll do. Wilder wiped away his tears. Long Chen considered telling him that he should have some more confidence, but when he thought about how he had mistakenly built a chimney instead of a well, he decided against it. At this time the owner of the bun shop brought over a basket. Long Chen smiled. Wilder, eat as much as you want. Brother Long has plenty of money, so don't hold back for me. Wilder nodded, and no longer stood on courtesy. The fist-sized buns were swallowed each with one bite, one after another. Although he had long since prepared himself, Long Chen was still shocked by Wilder's appetite. Even after all of the over 300 meat buns had been eaten, Wilder still seemed to want more. By now the owner was extremely anxious. All his buns were gone now, and there was no way for him to make more in such a short time. 300 buns were only about 6 silver coins. But when he went to give Long Chen the change, the two of them had already left. When the two of them returned to Long Chen's home, he first brought Wilder to see his mother. Mrs. Long was quite frightened at first due to how large Wilder was. But after seeing Wilder was so easy-going and childlike, she quickly calmed down. When Long Chen told her what Wilder had been through, Mrs. Long immediately agreed to let him stay with them. Once Wilder was settled down, Long Chen went to go refine pills. While refining in his own home, he didn't need to be worried so much as in the Alchemist Guild. So he unleashed his powerful spiritual strength fully, quickly increasing his pill refining speed to its peak. 3 full days passed before Long Chen once more came out of his room. He had unceasingly refined for 3 days and 3 nights. He now held almost 100 Feng Fu pills, and all of them were middle grade. Other than the Feng Fu pill, Long Chen had also refined the very popular blood condensing pill, kite condensing pill, the poison cure pill, etc. These were all to be sold to the guild to pay back his credit loan. Just as Long Chen exited his room, Bao, her walked over with an embarrassed expression. Long Chen couldn't help distractedly asking Bao, what's going on? Young master, her was a bit flustered. Whatever it is, just tell me, laughed Long Chen. Well, in the house, there's no more food, she uneasily said. Wilda's appetite really was just too great. Knowing how pitiful Wilda's life had been, Mrs. Long had specifically told the kitchen to make more food. The result was that just 3 days later, over a month's supply of the Long family's food had been eaten. Mrs. Long had secretly taken out a piece of jewelry for Bao Er to go sell. Bao Er had felt that this kind of thing should first be consulted with Long Chen, so she had come to find him. Long Chen laughed and patted her head. Little girl, you really have become smart. I'll handle this matter. Bao Er was Long Chen's personal maid, and despite how poor the Long family had been, Bao Er was unwilling to leave. Long Chen had long since begun to see her as a little sister. Young master, there's also not even enough food for dinner tonight, she reminded. At this point, she was practically the manager of the entire household. The bookkeeper had felt that there was no opportunity for advancement at the Long household, so he had long since left. Okay, I'll handle it right now. Long Chen still had a few gold coins on him, but that was just chump change. He called over Wilda, and the two of them left to go to the alchemist guild. There was no real reason why he had brought Wilda along. Long Chen just wanted to develop his thinking some more. Wisdom was related with experience after all. Arriving at the guild, Long Chen went directly to the medicinal ingredient room and handed over dozens of round medicinal pills to the youth in charge. This youth was scared witless. He clearly remembered that Long Chen had only come 3 days ago for these medicinal ingredients. How did he manage to come back with these medicinal pills in just 3 days? On average, it was around half a year before people came back with enough pills to pay off their credit. Putting aside his shock, he dutifully took them and professionally examined each one. 17 middle grade and 36 low grade medicinal pills. Even though he had the utmost confidence in his tools, he was still in disbelief. When he confirmed that there was no mistake, he deducted the debt Long Chen had on credit. In the end, there were still some pills left over. Master Long Chen, for these remaining medicinal pills, do you plan on using them to exchange for medicinal ingredients, or should I exchange them for gold coins? The youth respectfully asked. Convert them all to gold coins. All right, please wait a moment. That youth hastily flipped through a book with the most recent market prices for the medicinal pills. He had to calculate the price in accordance to that criterion. Master Long, in total, it's 8,170,000 gold coins. Long Chen nodded. The Alchemist Guild wasn't for profit, so this price was very fair. It was only a tenth less than the market price, and being able to enjoy so many special treatments in exchange was definitely extremely worth it. Give it to me on 2 crystal cards. 2 million on one card, and the rest on the other, said Long Chen. When he returned home, Bao Er was already waiting at the gates. She handed Long Chen a red invitation card. Young master, Shifeng sent over an invitation to you. Long Chen opened it and smiled. Shifeng had exited his seclusion after breaking into the blood condensation realm. He had prepared a feast in the heroic assembly house and invited everyone to celebrate with him. When he calculated how many days had passed, it seemed about right. Bao Er here. Do good work as the housekeeper, and this young master will purchase you a generous dowry in the future, letting you marry in style, laughed Long Chen as he handed a crystal card to Bao Er. Bao Er's face was completely red, but when she saw the number on the card, her expression changed to complete disbelief. Little rich girl, the Long household's future work will be handled by you. Oh right, go and buy back all of my mom's jewelry. Even if it costs you 10 times as much, it's not a problem, said Long Chen. Yes, don't worry, young master. Bao Er will handle it properly. Bao Er patted her chest several times and stood completely straight with confidence. Long Chen nodded and brought Wilda along to the heroic assembly house. The heroic assembly house was a famous restaurant in the capital. The people who ate there were extremely rich. The main attraction was, of course, the imposing name, and adding on the good food, it became a favorite place for the royalty and nobility to party. At its top floor was a large round table. At this time, it was packed with all kinds of delicacies. However, at the moment, everyone was just idly chatting, and no one picked up their chopsticks. When they saw a certain figure walk in, everyone hastily stood up. Brother Long, Lord Long, Shifeng, Fatty you, and the others all called out to him. But when they saw Wilda behind them, they all jumped. Shifeng was already considered very large, but he was still small in front of Wilda. Let me introduce you to my brother Wilda. When they heard his introduction, everyone hastily greeted Wilda, but all Wilda did was nod and foolishly laugh. Only when Long Chen arrived did they all sit down to eat. Shifeng raised his glass. Brother Long, I won't say any unnecessary words. I, Shifeng, toast to you. Shifeng deeply engraved his gratefulness to Long Chen in his heart. He would have needed several years before reaching the blood condensation realm, but now that he reached it so early, it would definitely be a huge help to him in the future, allowing him to reach even higher heights. We all toast to you as well, Brother Long. Fatty Yu took the lead and everyone stood up. With the medicinal liquid Long Chen had given them, they had quickly begun sensing the spiritual Kai of heaven and earth. Shu Hu from the Daybreak Marquee and Fatty Yu had already reached the first heaven stage of Kai condensation. All this had only been possible due to Long Chen's support. Everyone was filled with gratitude to him. Cheers! Long Chen laughed. No matter what, these people had all helped each other in troubled times. They were his good friends. After a couple of drinks, everyone started to chat. Only Wilda was completely focused on eating. Long Chen had intentionally asked Xifeng to order some extra food. Luckily, Wilda had already eaten a lot before coming. Otherwise, he might have scared Fatty Yu and the others to death. Everyone was talking about their current situations. Not only were they full of vigor, but now that they could cultivate, their fortunes within their families had also risen in accord. The most important thing was the news that Long Chen had become a pill apprentice had passed throughout practically the entire imperial capital. Long Chen's relationship with Fatty Yu and the others was something everyone knew about. Therefore, each of their families had secretly told them to make some good relations with him. This relieved them of the constant pressure they were under. Just as everyone was conversing, footsteps suddenly came from below. Xifeng frowned. I definitely told the owner to keep an eye out. I already reserved the entire restaurant, so how is there still someone coming up? Whatever, having more people is also fun. Fatty Yu had clearly become a bit tipsy and his tongue had become loose. A voice rang out at this moment. Everyone in here get out. I don't want to have to eat with a bunch of lowly degenerates. Long Chen's expression immediately turned cold, and the veins in his hands jumped out angrily. Chapter 24. Revenge in just a day. Long Chen had originally just been drinking alcohol calmly, but now his face turned cold and blue veins popped out on his hands. That voice was very familiar to Long Chen. The familiarity caused Long Chen's killing intent to explode out, and this strangeness was noticed by everyone. Brother Long, what's going on? Asked Fatty Yu. Seeing him in his murderous state, he immediately awoke from his tipsy state. Don't worry about it. When that person comes up, just act really annoying. Keep focus on celebrating with Xifeng and put on a show of it, said Long Chen. Everyone realized that Long Chen was wanting to make a disturbance. Currently, they all had the support of their families, and were told to form good relations with Long Chen as best as they could. How could they let such a good opportunity go? Brother Long, just watch. Shu Hu patted his chest confidently. The footsteps continued getting closer. A man in his 20s, wearing a strange hat and long eyebrows, entered the room. Long Chen didn't reveal his face, and he also told Wilda not to either. The two of them had their backs facing that person. After that person came up, a bitter-faced man also came up behind him. He appeared to be the restaurant's shopkeeper. Get them all out. Otherwise, I'll blame you. That arrogant man didn't even place Long Chen's group within his arrogant eyes. Obviously, he felt that personally shooing them would reduce his status, so he had the shopkeeper do it. Oh my, have you guys noticed there's a whiner growing out of his head? Shu Hu said quietly to Fatty Yu. Although it was said quietly, it wasn't a whisper. Anyone there could hear it completely clearly. Long Chen smiled. The strange hat on that man's head did have a long protuberance at the front. At first he hadn't noticed, but once Shu Hu said it, he realized that it really was similar. It's nothing to make a fuss about. I bet his dad was too corrupt and other people cursed it there. Fatty Yu looked somewhat disdainfully at Shu Hu. What? Asked Shu Hu confused. Wow, have you not heard about the curse before? They curse you to have a son with a penis growing on his head? Oh, brother really is wise, Shu Hu said admiringly. When the shopkeeper saw everyone jeer and taunt this person, he turned pale with fright and quickly cast a meaningful look at Xifeng. Unfortunately, Xifeng, who had a slight relationship with the shopkeeper, didn't pay him any attention and acted as if he had never met him. That long, eyebrowed man's face became cold immediately, and he icily looked at Fatty Yu. Damn fattest pig, are you guys looking to die? Fatty Yu shook his head. Brother, seeing your bitter face, I can easily tell that someone close to you must have died. Was it your father? Your mother? Either way, now's not the time to eat and drink here. Right, that's too unfilial. Such a son should be directly thrown into the streets. Sage, stop. Don't you see him trembling? If we keep talking, he might go crazy and start foaming at the mouth. Then how will we be able to drink and enjoy ourselves? The power of teamwork was definitely amazing. Everyone heard Fatty Yu and Shu Hu's taunts, so they all inserted their own ridicule. They definitely had to at least contribute their own jokes at such an opportunity. Die. With a short cry, a long whip appeared in that person's hand. The wind howled with biting cold killing intent. As it crashed down upon them, everyone realized that that whip had them all in range. Xifeng had long since been prepared for this. With just a touch on his belt, a blade shot out. The long blade and the flexible whip collided, emitting an explosive sound. Xifeng felt a huge power hit him, and was sent flying into the roof, shaking the entire restaurant. His face turned slightly red due to an internal injury, a sign that his blood and Kai was about to overflow out of his control. He had shockingly been beaten in just one attack. Go die, you urchins. After that first attack, his whip became like a poisonous dragon, immediately turning rigid, and becoming like a sword stabbing toward Shifeng's heart. This shocked everyone. They hadn't expected this person to be so ruthless. He was clearly intent on killing Shifeng. That whip was too fast, and Shifeng was unable to dodge it. Just when he thought he was about to die, a large hand tightly grabbed the whip. It was now completely unable to move. "Brother Long!" Everyone cried out as Long Chen appeared beside Shifeng. He appeared like a king amongst men, as he coldly looked at that man. "It's you?" That man couldn't help being startled when he saw that it was Long Chen. "Good, you still remember me." A cold smile appeared on Long Chen's face. He suddenly tugged on the whip, and the man was startled to feel a huge force involuntarily pull him flying towards Long Chen. He was slightly startled, never expecting Long Chen's strength to be so great. Even a first heaven stage of blood condensation expert like him couldn't resist. He sneered, and borrowing the force from being pulled over by Long Chen, he raised his leg and aimed it at Long Chen's stomach. His reactions were so quick that it dazzled and confused the others. This person was obviously a true expert. Seeing him rushing over, Long Chen also sent a kick out. Its speed wasn't that great, but it was perfectly timed such that it viciously landed on that person's crotch right before his attack reached Long Chen's stomach. The sound of something exploding caused everyone else's groins to turn cold. Goosebumps arose all along their backs. A miserable scream resounded through the restaurant. Everyone who heard that cry had their hair stood on end. But even such a blood-curdling cry was unable to relieve his pain. He rolled on the ground fiercely, his face contorted in pain, screaming. Due to these intense movements, his hat suddenly fell off, and Fatty Yu and the others' expressions all changed. Someone from the Grand Xia Empire? When the hat came off, it revealed an extremely ancient hair bun like a stretched-out thumb. It was no wonder his hat was so strange. That hair bun was a mark of the Grand Xia. Only nobles with high status would style their hair like that. Everyone looked at each other in dismay, realizing that they had caused a huge disaster here. The Grand Xia and Phoenix Cry had a good relationship, and this kind of disaster could even influence the relations between the two empires. The consequences would be severe. Looking at the rolling man, the suppressed anger inside Long Chen loosened slightly. He handed the whip to Wilda and said, "He hit you. You can hit him back now." "Hit someone." "I can't." Wilda hesitated. Long Chen's face darkened. "You won't listen to me?" I'll do it." Seeing Long Chen's face darken, Wilda quickly became frightened. He had only ever known how it felt to be beaten. This would be the first time he hit back. He held the whip in his hand for a long moment of hesitation, not daring to strike. "Do it!" shouted Long Chen. He had to push Wilda to take this step, otherwise he could only end up bullied for the rest of his life. Okay. Wilda took a deep breath, and used the whip to attack him. Hey! That scream wasn't from the man with the long eyebrows. It had come from the person closest to Wilda. "Brother Wilda, you have to aim better." That person had to suppress his tears as he rubbed his thigh that Wilda had hit painfully. Wilda's face reddened. He had never used a whip. It was so light that he couldn't use any real force. Missing the person in front of him, he ended up hitting his neighbor. Long Chen sighed. This child needed to temper himself. Continue. When Long Chen shouted this, everyone immediately ran at least 10 meters away. Only at that distance did they feel safer. Crack. This time Wilda had picked up a bit about how to use a whip, but he still ended up missing his target by almost 3 meters. The man with the long eyebrows was still tightly holding his groin, his face twisted in pain. He didn't pay any attention to Wilda's weak attacks. "Brother Long, this time I'll definitely get it right." Seeing how unsightly Long Chen's face had become, Wilda hastily reassured him, and prepared to lash the whip again. Just at this time, a figure appeared behind everyone. This person was in his 30s, and had an exceptionally long blade scar on his face that made him appear extremely fierce. "Stay your hand." That man sternly shouted in fury, when he saw the man lying on the floor with Wilda holding a whip in his raised hand. "Just because you tell us to stop, we're supposed to stop." "Hit him," ordered Long Chen coldly. Hearing Long Chen, Wilda no longer hesitated and sent another lash towards the man. "You're asking for it." Seeing Wilda actually attack, he furiously stepped forward, his figure turning into a violent tempest that charged towards Wilda. "Get lost." Long Chen also stepped forward, getting between them and punching out. Seeing Long Chen come forward to block him, he frowned and also sent out a punch. Boom! The air exploded when the two fists met, but what shocked the scarred man was that his fist was actually completely unable to force back this frail and scholarly-looking young man. At this time, Wilda's lash finally landed. Originally, he had been aiming for the man's buttocks, but due to his poor aim it actually landed on his face. Furthermore, it ended up landing perfectly on the nose. Although Wilda didn't know how to use a whip, he still had quite a bit of physical strength. The man's nose immediately broke, and blood spurted out. Seeing this, the scarred man turned ashen with anger. With a draconian shout, he unleashed his full power to force Long Chen back. Long Chen saw the situation and decided not to wait any longer. The Feng Fu star on the bottom of his left foot shook and terrifying spiritual energy flooded out. He now used his full strength. The two of their fists offset each other, but the powerful energy was something the tiles on the floor were unable to bear and spiderweb cracks spread out. The scarred man's expression changed when he found out that Long Chen could still continue to block him when he used all his strength. Killing intent exploded out from him. His aura erupted from his body, and a faint blood-colored Kai could even be seen filling the air. His frightening energy caused even the atmosphere to become heavy. The others all had some trouble breathing. Mid-blood condensation realm? Everyone was astonished, as that level of blood Kai was something that only mid-blood condensation experts were capable of. Each major level of martial cultivation had 9 minor levels that were split from the first heaven stage to the 9th heaven stage. First to third heaven stages were early stage, 4th to 6th were mid-stage, and 7th to 9th were late stage. As for the scarred man in front of them, now that all his strength had exploded out, everyone realized that he was a shocking mid-blood condensation expert. Boom! Long Chen felt his blood and Kai billow, and he was forced back over 3 meters. His stomach started to ache. He had finally discovered his limit. This person in front of him was someone he was currently not a match for. Fear and shock filled him inside. As for that scarred man, he sent a fist flying towards Long Chen without hesitation. "You dare attack my brother Long!" A thunderous roar shook everyone's ears suddenly, and a fist covered in blood-colored light smashed towards the scarred man with an immense power. Chapter 25. Grand Zia's Prince. Chapter 25 Grand Zia Prince, you dare hit my brother Long. That man suddenly felt the inside of his bones turn cold, as if a giant desolate beast was staring at him. Without even thinking about it, the punch that was aimed at Long Chen immediately changed direction towards a fist that was even larger than his. Bang! The entire restaurant rocked and everyone's mind shook wildly. They saw that the huge figure that was protecting Long Chen was actually Ammon. Ammon was like a spiritual battle divinity, his eyes practically spitting flames as a strange red layer appeared over his skin. He actually managed to firmly stop the scarred man's punch. But although he blocked it, Ammon was still forced back several steps, and he would have fallen to the ground if Long Chen hadn't come support him. The scarred man's expression changed again and again. Both Long Chen and Ammon didn't have any obvious cultivation base, yet they were actually able to consecutively block a blood condensation expert. His shock quickly led to killing intent. Long Chen saw he had provoked the man's killing intent. His Feng Fu star had yet to reach the level of complete mastery, and so he was unable to handle him. The most important point was that although the scarred man had released his body's full strength, he had still been thinking too shallowly. From the beginning he had yet to use any battle skills. He had clearly not unleashed his full attack potential on them. He didn't know what was happening with Ammon for him to suddenly become several times stronger, but even if the two of them joined hands, they would definitely not be able to block the scarred man's killer attacks. Long Chen stealthily rubbed his spatial ring. A fiery red yaoan appeared in his hand as he coldly looked at the scarred man. "Everyone stop!" Just as the scarred man was preparing to attack again, a cold shout rang out, and a group of people appeared atop the restaurant. There were at least a dozen people, most wearing protective clothing, but the 2 men at the front were wearing yellow imperial robes. "Greetings to His Highness the Crown Prince." Everyone was shocked and hastily kneeled down when they saw that person. That person was the Crown Prince Chu Yang. He appeared 27 years old, and with his square nose he had a rather dignified and imposing air. The man beside him was slightly younger. He was pale and very handsome. However, he also gave people a very soft and gentle feeling. "Brother Chu Yang, does your Phoenix Cry Empire treat its guests this way?" gloomily asked that man. At this moment, Chu Yang's expression was slightly ugly. Looking at the man with long eyebrows lying on the ground, he angrily demanded, "What is going on here? Have your eyes gone blind? Do you not realize these are guests from the Grand Zia?" Chu Yang's gaze swept over all of them. Fatty Yu and the others' hearts were all pounding nervously, and sweat ran down their foreheads. They could tell that for that person to talk to the Crown Prince in such a way, in addition to his hair bun, that he was most likely a prince of the Grand Zia. The Grand Zia was once mortal enemies with the Phoenix Cry Empire, but in the past few decades their relations had mellowed, and they had become allies. The Grand Zia only had 2 princes, and they didn't know whether this person was the Crown Prince or the second prince. "My eyes haven't gone blind. This guy has blind dog eyes, so I just took the place of his master and taught him a little lesson." Long Chen walked forward indifferently. "Who are you?" Crown Prince Chu Yang was angry that a youth would dare speak to him in such a manner, but he was still calm and didn't immediately order his subordinates to capture him. Long Chen. If he hadn't known Long Chen's name before, he definitely knew it now. Within the nobility of the capital, there were few who didn't know it by now. He was originally a trash cripple, but had now defeated a Kai condensation expert on the martial arena twice in a row, and then somehow became a pill apprentice. This caused a veil of mystery to enshroud Long Chen. Why did you beat up Crown Prince Changfeng's bodyguard? Now that this matter involved the Alchemist Guild, even he, the Crown Prince, felt it was extremely problematic. No reason. I just felt it was his fate today, so I helped the heavens send him on his way. Long Chen spread his hands. Yu Chuyang exclaimed angrily. He had wanted Long Chen to give a reason, and then with a bit of his smoothing around and pointing out Long Chen's background with the Alchemist Guild, this matter would be resolved. But Long Chen acted like he hadn't understood anything and actually said such a line. His face turned green from rage. You're called Long Chen? I think I've heard of you. You seem to be pretty impressive these days. Suddenly, said the Grand Xia's Crown Prince Xia Changfeng. I might be a bit impressive, but I pale compared to the people from your Grand Xia. Long Chen pointed to the man lying on the ground. With a magical beast pulling a carriage, he went wild throughout the streets, barreling left and right without regard for other people. Now that's really impressive. For a dog to be so impressive, I really can't imagine how impressive its master must be. Xia Changfeng's expression immediately sunk. Is this true? Long Chen coldly snorted. Don't ask me. Ask your dog. Luluo, did such a thing truly happen? Xia Changfeng's gaze turned ruthless, but he quickly pushed it down. Master, I was rushing for time. Who knows why the lowly people here don't know how to get out of the way? It isn't my fault. The man with the long eyebrows had now recovered slightly, and he suppressed his pain to answer. Idiot, this isn't the Grand Xia. No one here recognizes the imperial carriages. Take him away. Xia Changfeng's face turned dark, and he cursed. Two men wearing the Grand Xia's clothes took the man away. He then turned towards Chu Yang and apologized. Changfeng was not strict enough. Once I return, I will definitely properly disciple them to Brother Chu Yang's satisfaction. Haha, Brother Changfeng is too courteous. I just hope this small matter won't affect the relations between our two nations, hastily said Chu Yang. Brother Chu Yang worries too much. This matter will cease here. He then turned to Long Chen and said, Many thanks to little brother for warning me of this danger. Everyone stared blankly. No one expected the Crown Prince of the Grand Xia to actually say such words and apologize to Long Chen. A feeling of admiration arose for him. This Grand Xia Prince truly had an extraordinary bearing. If it weren't for Long Chen's powerful spiritual strength and perception, he might also think that way. But that killing intent Xia Changfeng had released towards him was not unnoticed or forgotten. Prince is too polite. For dogs to misbehave is common. You have to hold on to their leashes tightly, otherwise they'll bite and claw others. Long Chen laughed and warned him cordially. Hearing this, the scarred man's expression darkened. Long Chen's usage of the word dog included not only him, but also all the other imperial bodyguards. But Xia Changfeng only smiled slightly, as if he hadn't understood his implicit meaning. We just arrived at the capital, but all we've heard about it what you've done. I actually originally thought Brother Long was just an alchemist, but it seems everyone was wrong. You dual cultivate martial arts and pill refining. Such battle strength is truly admiring. You are definitely at the peak amongst your generation. Long Chen only looked back at Xia Changfeng, momentarily not understanding what he meant by this. He only smiled slightly without offering a response. I wonder if Brother Long would do me the honor of having a few drinks with me and Brother Chu, asked Xia Changfeng. Although his smile was pleasant, Long Chen sensed that it was a smile to hide a poisonous fang, and he felt extremely uncomfortable with it. I'm sorry, but this little brother has drunk too much just now and can't bear any more. Otherwise, I also wouldn't have bothered with two dogs. This little one will take his leave. Long Chen smiled, and seemingly without noticing Xia Changfeng's darkened expression, or the scarred man's dense killing intent, he brought Ammon out. Once Long Chen left, Shifeng and the others hastily apologized and ran, having experienced a great fright today. Master, why didn't you let me kill that kid? Luluo's lifeblood has been completely destroyed. That kid is too vicious. At this time, the Grand Xia's prince had already returned to his residence, and the scarred man was speaking to him. That little kid is someone from the Alchemist Guild. Although he's not from our country's guild, if you killed him like that, I would have to hand you over to the guild for punishment. But that kid is completely wild. I just can't swallow this anger. To be repeated cursed as a dog, no one would be able to bear it. If you want to kill him, you first have to come up with a plan. You have to make sure to have that person killed while being sure you'll survive. Xia Changfeng shook his head. Then does Master, you have a plan? Joyously asked the scarred man. Of course, otherwise would I act so kind to him? Every single person who ever gets to see me put on that face has died. Xia Changfeng smiled a dark and profound smile. The scarred man couldn't help but to shiver. Don't forget our goal in coming here. He's just a small matter. Let him live a few more days. The Phoenix Cry Empire's largest festival, the Phoenix Cry Lantern Festival, is about to arrive. At that time, there will be a whole year of martial arts gathering. My praise today is not to be wasted. MPH, once his popularity reaches its peak, challenge him at the Lantern Festival. At that time, would he be able to refuse? Xia Changfeng leaned back into his chair, his eyes half closed and a cold smile on his mouth. Only now did the scarred man realize what a vicious trick this was. At that time, countless people would be watching. Long Chen couldn't refuse no matter how much he wanted to. If he dared to refuse, he would drown in ridicule, especially since he was young and full of energy. However, be a bit more careful. As my imperial bodyguard, you can't reveal too much strength. Don't make me warn you again. Yes, don't worry, master. Over these years, I have never revealed my true hidden strength, hastily replied the scarred man. Xia Changfeng nodded, looking out into the night sky. His pupils were the exact same as the curtain of night, unfathomable. Chapter 26. The Terrifying Wilda. Wilda, what happened just now? Why did your power suddenly explode by so much? As soon as they got home, Long Chen immediately asked Wilda about what had happened. At that time, Wilda had given even Long Chen an intimidating feeling. I don't know. When I saw the person was about to hit you, my head buzzed, and my whole body became hot. It was like some inexhaustible energy was coming out of my body, described Wilda unsurely. Long Chen put his hand on Wilda's shoulder, and used his exceptional spiritual strength to probe his body. But when it entered into his body, he found a completely shocking situation. Wilda's body was different from every other person. Most people had many winding meridians in their body, but Wilda only had 4 meridians. Those 4 meridians went from his dantian to his 4 limbs. This was the first time Long Chen had ever encountered such a thing. Furthermore, the most surprising thing wasn't these strange meridians, but his physical body. A large majority of his cells had become closed off, appearing as if they were dead, but it wasn't a true death. Long Chen could sense that once heat passed over them, these cells that were in suspended animation would immediately swallow any cells that passed by them before returning to their state of fake death. Wilda truly was a strange being. Long Chen remained puzzled after considering hundreds of possibilities before he finally came to a certain theory. Wilda, have you ever truly been full before? Asked Long Chen. I eat till I'm very full here, said Wilda. Tell me the truth. Well, just being half full is already enough for me. Wilda didn't dare hide the truth. Wilda, remember, I'm your brother Long. You can't tell me any more lies in the future. Otherwise, I'll get mad, Long Chen admonished seriously. Brother Long, I know. Seeing his severe expression, Wilda nervously agreed. Let me ask, what do you need to eat to feel more powerful? Meat. What kind of meat? Any meat, but beef is the best. I've eaten a bit of it. Long Chen nodded. Wilda's special constitution had 99% of his cells in a suspended animation state. That was because there wasn't enough energy to provide for them. To protect themselves, they had to enter such a state. Even with his pill god memories, Long Chen had never seen such a strange body. Despite already having such a powerful body, only less than 1% of his cells were working. If all of his cells were activated, then just how terrifying would that be? Just thinking about that unnerved Long Chen. But Wilda was his own person, and the stronger he was, the better. How much meat can you eat in one go? 5 kilograms. Wilda hesitated, and he raised one finger. The truth. A whole cow. The truth. I can eat 5 cows. Tell me the truth. Long Chen's voice was now a shout. I don't know, but I think if I had 10 cows that would be enough. Wilda had a somewhat bitter expression. He had never gotten to eat that much, so he himself didn't know how much he could eat. Long Chen shook his head, dumbfounded. Okay, tomorrow, I'll go buy a whole pasture for you. You can eat as much as you want. The next day, Long Chen told Bao to find pasture on the outskirts. The pasture wasn't very large, but there were over 1,000 cows on it. Long Chen let Wilda go over, and the result was that the next day, everyone else working on the pasture ran away. They later came to Bao to report that Wilda was a savage. He would grab a cow and punch it to death, ripping off one of its legs and just start eating while it was still dripping with blood. All of them were trembling at the memory of it, afraid that Wilda might become interested in them and eat them. Long Chen had no other choice but to hire a dozen chefs that would regularly go over to cook for Wilda. Only then did Wilda get to eat cooked food. But what shocked Long Chen was that while Wilda could only eat 10 cows on the first day, with each passing day, his appetite grew voraciously. Since each cow was only 2 or 3 gold coins, Long Chen wasn't worried about being eaten into poverty. In fact, he delighted in what was happening. The fact that Wilda's appetite was growing was a sign that his cells had started to gradually awaken. Once all his cells had awoken, Wilda would be completely transformed. After resolving Wilda's affairs, Long Chen entered his own seclusion. That battle with the scarred man had given him an extremely great sense of crisis. His feeling from that day was that the scarred man had still been holding back. Although he was not a threat for the moment, Long Chen still felt that this matter would not be resolved so simply. After merging with the pill god's soul, his ability to sense danger had become increasingly great. Last time, his opponent hadn't been properly prepared. Once his opponent was prepared, Long Chen might really be doomed to die. But he still didn't regret it. Even if he was given another chance, he still would have handled things the same way. Otherwise, that lash Wilde had received would stay forever in his heart. The heart could not be allowed to have imperfections, or it would eventually become a heart devil. Long Chen entered his seclusion in great determination this time, and he began to wildly absorb the Feng Fu pills. 7 days later, the Feng Fu star at the bottom of his foot finally emitted an exploding sound. The Feng Fu star had greatly changed under Long Chen's absorption of endless medicinal energy. The smooth outer shell was shed, and what shocked Long Chen was that the inside appeared to be a star. But this star was somewhat indistinct. It was filled with the rhythm of life though, a shocking state. That was the first star of the 9-star Hegemon body art, the Feng Fu star. The current Long Chen was no longer able to sense just what level of power he was at, and he was filled with shock. Boom! The Feng Fu star that was shedding its outer layer suddenly shook, and a terrifying energy caused even the room to shudder. Crap, what a huge movement. Despite being worried, it was too late for Long Chen to do anything. The entire room blew apart like paper. At the same time, the energy of heaven and earth underwent a huge shock and wildly surged towards Long Chen. Bang! Long Chen spat out a mouthful of blood. His body felt like it was on the verge of exploding, and he fainted. When Long Chen came to his senses, he saw his mother worriedly examining him. Seeing he had awoken, she was both alarmed and happy. Chen, you scared your mom. What were you doing? Long Chen quickly replied, Mom, it's nothing too big. A furnace explosion is normal when refining pills. He could only use a furnace explosion as an excuse. It was not easy to reassure his mother, but once he had, he used his divine sense to examine his insides, almost letting out a shocked exclamation. He had somehow gained a Danshan. The originally empty spot now held 3 cyclones that were slowly revolving. What is going on? Noticing that the Feng Fu star on the bottom of his foot was still there, he relaxed quite a bit. Seeing those 3 cyclones in his Danshan still gave him a pause. When his personal spirit root had been extracted, his Danshan had turned into a land of nothing but death. That was something that could not be recovered from. Unless, did this mean that after condensing the Feng Fu star, the Danshan would be reconstructed? Thinking back to what had happened just before he had fainted, he knew that the terrifying energy from heaven and earth that had surged into him was something that no ordinary person could endure. That energy had been crazily berserk. It was not something people could use. Could it mean that that energy had been used to destroy the original Danshan and then build a new one in its place? But in truth, Long Chen was wrong. The 9-star Hegemon body art was in existence, even more terrifying than he imagined. If he had actually had a Danshan at that time, then he would already be dead. Although Long Chen couldn't figure it out, he continued to examine the changes and found out that he could actually interact with the 3 cyclones in his Danshan. Did I really reconstruct a Danshan? Long Chen tried to pull the energy within the cyclones to the rest of his body, and found out that there was not the slightest obstruction. He was easily able to use that energy. With a stamp of his foot, the Feng Fu star's energy also flowed out without the slightest pause. Long Chen was completely befuddled. What was the meaning of this? Was it just to gain another reserve of spiritual Kai? With a simple thought, Long Chen drew the Feng Fu star's energy into his Danshan. He immediately felt as if a volcano was exploding within him. The terrifying energy was like a tsunami bursting forth. A mouthful of blood was quickly spat out by him, and he almost fainted again. Long Chen laid on the ground wildly gasping for air, filled with shock and terror. Even his internal organs had been shaken and torn. Quickly swallowing a healing pill, the medicinal energy enveloped his body. Long Chen's pale face gradually returned to normal. What the hell is going on? Long Chen angrily snarled inside. Just now he had almost killed himself. That really would have been ridiculous, but he had no answer. In terms of the 9-star Hegemon body art, all that he had in his memories was how to cultivate in it. All other informations about it was gone. There were no ranks, no origins, and no means of using it. In a sense, its defects were quite similar to his. Long Chen smiled bitterly. He had no spirit root, no spirit bone, and no spirit blood. These 3 things had all been snatched away, so he supposed he was quite suited to the 9-star Hegemon body art. But if he couldn't figure out what was going on after such a strange event, Long Chen would not be able to stomach it. Grinding his teeth, he continued his interact with his Feng Fu star. This time Long Chen knew not to use such a large amount of it. He slowly drew a tiny amount bit by bit. Boom! When that slightest bit of energy entered his Danshan, Long Chen clearly sensed the 3 cyclones become 10 times larger in an instant. Most shocking of all was when that slightest bit of Feng Fu star's energy entered. They went from slowly revolving to crazily spinning. Following the wild revolving of the 3 cyclones, endless energy immediately flowed out to all of Long Chen's body, filling him with power. Long Chen had finally figured out one of the secrets of the 9-star Hegemon body art. It really was too shocking and too frightening. Even Long Chen himself was a bit terrified. Is this what the 9-star transformations in my memories mean? The 3 cyclones in my Danshan, do they indicate 3 transformations? Only after a long time did Long Chen slowly calm his thoughts down. Since he had 3 cyclones now, then according to the rest of the world's tiers, he would be a weak beginner at the 3rd heaven stage of Kai condensation. But as for whether he truly was weak, that was something only Long Chen knew. This discovery filled him with both shock and excitement. With a touch of his spatial ring, an ancient beast hide appeared in his hand. That was what he had gained in exchange for bribing a blood condensation expert. Split the heavens, split the heavens. Let me see just what secrets are hidden within you. Chapter 27. Flame Cloud Palm. Looking at the 9 red dots on the beast hide page, Long Chen sunk into a deep contemplation. These 9 dots didn't have the slightest pattern. There were no explanations, but this time, Long Chen carefully examined them and found that there really was an extremely faint line connecting them. These should be 9 acupuncture points. Long Chen had to look at them for a great deal of time before coming to this conclusion. Within Long Chen's mind was a map of countless meridians, and only after going down each and every single one of them did he come to such a conclusion. Other people might think about it until they died before figuring it out. Enter Lai Yao, merge into Hui Ming, rush into Kai, join Lao Gong. Long Chen quietly whispered the names of the 9 points as he followed along their meridian paths. He paused. This isn't a fist or palm technique, but a weapon battle skill. What a brilliant technique. Long Chen studied it and found that when Kai flowed through these 9 spots, it was as if a dammed river had burst forth. After passing through 9 turns, it would definitely be terrifying to the extreme when released. He had definitely gained a treasure this time, and although Long Chen didn't know what class it was definitely not low. Under his urging, his Danshan's Kai flowed out towards the Lai Yao point, but when he tried to urge his spiritual energy to the 2nd acupuncture point, he found out that he was unable to continue. After a brief pause, Long Chen understood that this technique must have very high requirements in terms of spiritual energy. Without enough spiritual energy, it was impossible to use it. Giving up on his Danshan's spiritual energy, he started to use his Feng Fu star. As he expected, his Feng Fu star was filled with much more power than his Danshan. But when he arrived at the 4th acupuncture point, he began to stall. No matter how hard he tried, he was unable to reach the 6th point. I don't believe I can't do this. Long Chen clenched his jaw and sent a strand of spiritual energy from his Feng Fu star into his Danshan cyclones. The cyclones immediately released a wild energy. Controlling that energy, he quickly progressed. The 6th, the 7th, the 8th. Crap! Long Chen suddenly stopped and hastily recalled his spiritual energy. Using his divine sense, he examined his meridians. He was shocked to find that his meridians were already starting to break down from that terrifying energy, and tears had started to appear. If Long Chen had been a step too late in recalling his spiritual energy, his meridians would have completely exploded. If the meridians really did explode, then it would require an extremely long time to recover. Sweat dripped down his back from fear. Crap, I can't train in this for now. Long Chen could only unwillingly give up on practicing Split the Heavens. Swallowing a meridian, nourishing pill, he quickly restored his slightly damaged meridians. Long Chen stood up and walked out. Opening the door, he took a deep breath of fresh air, recovering from his fatigue from his continuous training. At this time, the sun had just started to rise in the east. Long Chen made some inquiries for Bao He. Their estate was completely fine. Wilda was also completely fine and eating till he was full every day. This let Long Chen relax. He changed his clothes and prepared to go to the Alchemist Guild to request help from Grandmaster Yun Kai. But Long Chen was somewhat nervous. Ordinary alchemists focused on cultivating the pill flame and didn't split their attention to battle skills. This was to concentrate all of one's energy and effort so that one could travel further on the pill path. Alchemists were normally completely arrogant and didn't care to bother with martial cultivation. That was also what Grandmaster Yun Kai had reminded Long Chen of that day. But Long Chen had his own thoughts on the subject. He had been bullied for too long, and without powerful martial strength, he simply didn't feel safe. No matter what status or position, it was all nothing to Long Chen. In the face of true power, such things were as weak as a piece of paper. Long Chen didn't know just how Grandmaster Yun Kai would react when he saw him. Long Chen had already walked several blocks in his nervousness when suddenly a warm shout rang out. Turning his head, he saw a carriage had stopped in the distance. Opening the cover was a young woman who happily looked at Long Chen. It was the Imperial Princess Chu Yao. Chu Yao. Long Chen couldn't help being a bit alarmed to see Chu Yao, but for some reason, after a moment of looking at her, most of his anxiousness disappeared. Chu Yao looked around. Seeing that no one was around due to how early it was, she beckoned. Quick, get in. Long Chen hadn't expected Chu Yao to actually invite him to share a carriage. Seeing her bright smile, Long Chen's heart jumped slightly, and he leaped onto the carriage. The inside of the carriage was exceptionally spacious. Other than a bed, it also had a tea table with blankets laid out. How coincidental to see you here. How about you come with me to Sunset Mountain? Chu Yao's pretty gaze at Long Chen was filled with joy, a complete opposite to her original ruthless and crafty one when she had first captured him. With such a beautiful woman inviting me, I'm afraid I'd be struck by heavenly lightning if I refused, laughed Long Chen. Chu Yao's charming face reddened. Within the palace, she had many rules and restrictions she had to follow. She truly enjoyed Long Chen's carefree and unfettered way of talking. The carriage slowly left the city toward Sunset Mountain. Chu Yao, why are you going to Sunset Mountain? Asked Long Chen. I just want to play around. For some reason, Chu Yao's face became extremely red, confusing Long Chen. I'm not taking you away from something important, am I? Probed Chu Yao. Me? I just came out for a stroll. For me to coincide with your carriage and come out to have fun is perfect, smiled Long Chen. Right, is your little brother fine? I really am sorry about what happened last time. Long Chen still felt a bit embarrassed about what had happened with the seventh prince. He's fine. Scaring him a bit is good too. It'll keep him better behaved, laughed Chu Yao. In just a short time, they arrived at the foot of Sunset Mountain. Chu Yao got off and ordered her bodyguard to drive the carriage back. Accompany me. I really like the scenery around here. Chu Yao pointed to the small path in front of them. When I was young, I frequently came here to climb this mountain. But ever since my father entered seclusion, I haven't had many such opportunities. A pitiful trace of loneliness appeared on her face when she said this. Long Chen couldn't help but sigh. No matter where you were born, there was always much to be desired. Long Chen, what's wrong? Chu Yao asked when she saw that Long Chen seemed moody. His heart warmed due to Chu Yao's concern. He didn't know why, but although he had only met Chu Yao once, he still felt a complicated emotion upon seeing her. Perhaps it stemmed from not knowing if she was an enemy, but she gave him a very trustworthy feeling that he couldn't explain. I did run into a bit of trouble recently. I was hoping to cultivate a higher grade battle skill. If you want to cultivate battle skills, then just come to find me. I won't even charge tuition fees, joked Chu Yao, her eyes brightening. I'm already proficient in 30 types of battle skills. They say that I'm a peak talent. Proficient in 30 battle skills? And then using only one attack the same way over and over again? Long Chen couldn't help being a bit doubtful. Hey, what kind of look is that? You doubt me? A hint of anger appeared on Chu Yao's face. No, I don't doubt you. I don't believe it at all, joked Long Chen. You scoundrel, look. With a cute cry, Chu Yao sent a palm towards Long Chen. Chu Yao's palm landed on Long Chen's stomach. Although she hadn't used any spiritual energy, the force behind it wasn't small. When it landed on his body, it still emitted a loud bang. Why didn't you dodge? She hadn't expected him to just take the blow. If I dodged, you wouldn't have hit me. That'd be boring, laughed Long Chen. Although the hand was separated from him with a layer of clothing, he could still feel a peculiar feeling from it. Long Chen, seeing his straightforward smile, she felt a burst of warmth. She actually gently laid her head on Long Chen's chest. Long Chen's body immediately went rigid. What kind of situation was this? Long Chen didn't dare move an inch, turning into a stump of wood. Chu Yao's face suddenly turned warm, and seeing his nervous expression, she covered a smile. You bad person, back then when you were fighting, you were like a tiger baring its fangs. How come you become a little kitten now? Long Chen immediately felt awkward and changed the subject. Chu Yao, I don't want to treat you like a stranger. I really do feel that you need to learn a few higher grade battle skills. Chu Yao's face reddened, and she blankly stared at Long Chen. If he didn't want to treat her as a stranger, then what did he want to treat her as? She clearly had misunderstood Long Chen's meaning. But in response to Long Chen's seriousness, Chu Yao was also resolute. I wasn't joking. I really am proficient in many battle skills. Look. She extended a hand, and a scorching air rose out. A faint red light appeared over her hand. She sent her palm into a tree over a foot thick, and it trembled, its leaves flying. When she removed her palm, a faint handprint could be seen on it. Did you see? This is a high mortal class battle skill, Flame Cloud Palm. How is it? Are you scared? Chu Yao was pleased with Long Chen's stupefied expression. Long Chen truly was shocked. This kind of power could still be considered a battle skill? Even without a battle skill, Long Chen could easily topple such a tree in one blow. It really was good to look at, quickly replied Long Chen. Chu Yao's movements had been very fluid and smooth, which really was pleasing to look at. Chu Yao didn't appear to catch his other meaning and thought that he meant she had shocked him. She very patiently explained to Long Chen the main points of her attack. But when Long Chen heard her explanation on how to use the Flame Cloud Palm, Long Chen was truly shocked. Based on what she said, then in theory, it was clearly an extremely powerful palm technique. Let me try it. So quickly? Chu Yao asked in disbelief. Long Chen smiled slightly. Battle skills were just a way to use spiritual energy. Through the superposition within the meridians, they could emit a powerful strength, that was all. Long Chen was already as familiar as possible with his body's meridians, so hearing her explain it once was enough for him. His Danshan's spiritual energy circulated, and a dense fiery energy erupted out. Long Chen shouted out, and sent a palm crashing forward. Boom! A huge tree, which would require several people to wrap around it, snapped, its crown whistling as it fell. The huge tree smashed into the ground, sending dirt flying. Chu Yao was staring blankly. Was this really the same flame cloud palm as hers? The spot where the tree had broken was completely scorched, a specific mark of the flame cloud palm. Long Chen nodded inside. It truly was worthy of being a high mortal class battle skill. Its power was extremely great, but seeing Chu Yao beside him filled with shock, Long Chen's heart shook, and he grabbed Chu Yao's hand. Chu Yao, let me examine your body. I was unable to find much about these acupuncture points, especially the first two. Third one is located on the elbow, and the last one is located in the center of the palm. Their names don't really translate, so I just kept their pronunciation. Chapter 28. The Secret Behind the Princess. Having her slender hand suddenly grabbed by Long Chen, Chu Yao's pretty body shook, and 2 red spots appeared over her cheeks. A bit of panic flashed over her eyes, but she didn't take her hand away. She secretly glanced at Long Chen and realized that he was actually a bit puzzled. When Long Chen glanced up at Chu Yao's face, he momentarily forgot what he was doing. She was like a blooming flower with eyes like sparkling jewels, and it was simply impossible not to be moved by her beauty. Cough. Chu Yao became even redder when Long Chen just foolishly looked at her, but within her beautiful eyes was happiness as well. With a cough, she turned her head down and didn't dare to look at Long Chen again. Only the gentle warmth transmitted from his hand continued to warm her heart. Taking a deep breath, Long Chen calmed himself back down. She had an air of being too high to reach, and yet, also a contradicting gentle softness of a woman. The Chu Yao who had arrogantly captured him in a net, and the current gentle and shy Chu Yao were completely different. Suppressing his wildly jumping heart, Long Chen used his spiritual strength to follow along the meridians within Chu Yao's hand and slowly enter into her danshan. Actually, with Long Chen's strength, at such proximity, it was entirely possible for him to examine Chu Yao without touching her. But doing so would mean that Chu Yao would be essentially naked in front of Long Chen. Maybe Long Chen wasn't so against that, but he was afraid that afterward, she might once again capture him inside a net. Long Chen's spiritual strength gently entered into her danshan, but when he saw what was going on, even with his self-control, he couldn't help having his expression turn ugly. What is it? Chu Yao was alarmed at his dark gaze. Long Chen's anger was due to the fact that 9 types of foreign spiritual energy were currently locked and fixed within her danshan. Those 9 foreign spiritual energies were like 9 saplings planted into a fertile farm. They were incessantly absorbing Chu Yao's spiritual energy away, leaving her with only a fraction for her own use. No wonder her spiritual energy was so frail and disorderly. So she was just like Long Chen and had been schemed against by others. Even more infuriating was that there was a spirit root that released a dense Kai. Although he wasn't sure what level she was at, Long Chen knew she was definitely a rare genius seen only once in 1,000 years. Such a genius had been wasted away like this. But just this wouldn't have aroused Long Chen's killing intent. Long Chen had found that those 9 foreign spiritual energies were following along her spirit root. And in the future, when she married and lost her virginity, the spiritual energy that had been absorbed by them for years would be silently snatched away. That was the most hateful thing. A princess of this generation, a beauty that could topple cities, had been used by someone as a chess piece. This was clearly the result of some sort of scheme. And as for Chu Yao, she didn't seem to know anything about it. Long Chen couldn't help feeling empathy for this beautiful woman. Long Chen, what's going on? His expression was complicated, and Chu Yao was somewhat alarmed by it. Chu Yao, do you trust me? Long Chen hesitated for a moment before solemnly asking her this. Seeing his extremely serious manner, Chu Yao also sensed something. She didn't hesitate. Looking Long Chen in the eyes, she said, "You are the person I trust the most." Long Chen's heart warmed. Your danshan has been altered by others. But what surprised Long Chen was that Chu Yao didn't have that great of a reaction. Helplessness appeared in her sad eyes. Looking at the distant mountain peaks, her jade hands gently brushed back her hair that was blown wild by the wind. She quietly said, "If you say this secret out loud, you might be implicated with the people from my family. Are you not afraid?" "You already knew? Can you answer me first?" asked Chu Yao. Long Chen bitterly smiled. "Since we've chosen to trust each other, then even if I were to lose my life, it would be worth it." Trust? Trust? Chu Yao mumbled that word over and over. She suddenly threw herself at Long Chen's chest and began to weep loudly. Her tears flowed out, as if a dam had been broken, as if she wanted all her grievances to be swept away. Despite having such a beautiful woman in his arms, Long Chen didn't have the slightest intention of being charming. Instead, his heart was also filled with a kind of mourning. Long Chen had been even worse off than Chu Yao. His spirit root, spirit bone, and spirit blood had all been stolen. If he hadn't suddenly fused with a pill god's soul, he would perhaps still be completely in the dark. At some point, his arms had wrapped around her slender waist and tightly hugged her. Smelling the scent of her hair, It felt as if they were the last two people on Earth. After crying for forever, Chu Yao finally stopped her sobbing. Long Chen's chest was already completely wet from her tears. Her face suddenly turned completely red, and she quickly escaped Long Chen's embrace. She turned away from him, but inside, she was filled with both happiness and hesitation. Long Chen awkwardly coughed and asked, Chu Yao, when did you learn that your Danshan had been tampered with? Chu Yao slowly recovered herself and turned back to look at him. When I was young, and before my father, the emperor, entered seclusion, he told me I was this generation's martial cultivation genius, and might even be able to ascend beyond the empire. Before he entered seclusion, I was greatly encouraged to cultivate, and I truly did work hard at the beginning. But when I turned 10, my mother suddenly became sick. She turned gravely ill, and before we could even invite Grandmaster Yun Kai, she had already left this world. Arriving at this point in her story, her tears once more began to slowly flow out. She seemed to have sunk back into her memories of that time. At that time my little brother and I were still young. But as we grew older, we gradually learned about the palace's internal struggles. I realized my mother's death was definitely no accident. All the evidence had long since disappeared. I was powerless. Then 5 years ago my cultivation base ceased to progress. No matter how hard I tried, I was unable to advance a single step, and my spiritual energy became weaker and weaker. At that time, I realized that the villain who had killed my mother had finally stretched his hand towards me and my brother. From that day onwards, my brother and I started to act bossy and arrogant. We started making headstrong, rash decisions, and from that time, it seems as if everything went back to normal. Long Chen felt completely helpless as he listened to her story. The palace's internal affairs were even crueler than what he had imagined. You used such a method to protect you and your brother? Sighed Long Chen. Chu Yao nodded. The only family I have left right now is my little brother. I just hope he can stay alive. Although having him to act this way is annoying, at least no one will menace him, so it should be a bit safer. Although I don't know what they did to my Danshan, I know they were afraid I would be a threat to them, and so they restricted my cultivation. Thus, as long as I don't have the heart to cultivate, no one will have any plans against a weak girl like me. My brother and I also will be able to live without worry. Long Chen sighed. Unfortunately, you've underestimated your enemy's viciousness. Whoever did this was an absolute bastard. Hesitating for a moment, Long Chen still decided to tell Chu Yao the situation within her Danshan. Hearing this, anger and indecisiveness flared in her eyes. Her face turned pale, and her body shook. Long Chen supported Chu Yao saying, You don't need to be too worried. Give me some time, and I can unlock the seal within your body. Really? Chu Yao couldn't believe this. Really, promised Long Chen. For some reason, when Chu Yao looked at Long Chen, she was filled with trust. It was a kind of indescribable feeling. He gave her a sense of complete safety. This kind of feeling was extremely precious and rare within the palace that was full of hidden schemes. Seeing that she didn't have any hesitation or doubt in him, Long Chen sighed, feeling as if another burden had been placed on his shoulders. Oh beautiful Chu Yao, can you display some of your magnificent skills for me again? Let this little one study a bit. Long Chen found that the atmosphere had become a bit depressed, so he joked a bit. Scoundrel, you're clearly mocking me, she rebuked. Oh heavens no, your foundation is extremely strong. It's just that your Danshan is unable to release enough force. Don't worry. In just a short time, I'll help you resolve it, consoled Long Chen. Only when she judged Long Chen's words to be sincere, did she once more display a high mortal class battle skill, Breaking Wind Fist. Long Chen carefully examined her this time, and couldn't help but to feel some shock. Her spiritual energy was constantly being sucked away by those 9 spiritual energies, leaving her with perhaps 1/10 of the energy. But even with such a frail energy, Chu Yao's display was completely perfect without the slightest energy wasted. He realized her control with spiritual energy had reached an extremely high level. It was much greater than even blood condensation experts. He was not at all miserly with his praise of her, causing her to happily blush. The 9 foreign spiritual energies were actually seeds of spiritual energy. After having absorbed her spiritual energy for so many years, they had already become very powerful. Long Chen felt that if he were to just break them, it would be too wasteful. That kind of huge energy was enough to allow Chu Yao to break through to the blood condensation realm, and her cultivation base would continue climbing after. After learning the Breaking Wind Fist, he suddenly took out a bottle of medicinal liquid. This is face-changing liquid. Once you apply it to your face, it will change your appearance for 24 hours. It's very convenient. He poured out a few drops and rubbed it over his face. In just an instant, he appeared to become a completely different person, his eyebrows becoming thicker and his skin changing shade. Chu Yao exclaimed, Then in the future, I can change my appearance and come out to find you. She then also applied it over her face. The medicinal liquid became a thin layer over the face that could be changed at will for a while. Once no more changes were made to it, it would completely set in just a few breaths' time. Looking into her mirror, and seeing that her face had become extremely ordinary, she couldn't help jumping in joy. Pulling Long Chen's arm, she happily said, "Long Chen, let's go stroll the streets. I've never been allowed to just walk along the streets." Amongst princesses, she was one of those unruly types, but she still wouldn't go too far. She normally couldn't act like the ordinary poor people and just go as she pleased. So, she naturally couldn't let go of this chance Long Chen had given her. Chu Yao intimately held onto his arm. Seeing her excited manner, it would be a lie to say Long Chen wasn't moved. He straightaway agreed to go with her. But after agreeing, Long Chen started to regret it. He had clearly underestimated Chu Yao's desire to stroll the streets. She practically pulled him through every small alley within the capital. She wanted to see everything and anything, and she even shot question after question to him. He was quite happy to just smell her scent and feel the joy of her hand wrapped around his arm. But suddenly he stopped, bringing Chu Yao to a small vendor to the side. Long Chen struck up a fake conversation with the vendor about his wares, but his gaze narrowed towards several people in the distance. Zia Changfeng? Chapter 29. Long Chen's Shock. Chapter 29 Long Chen's Shock. There were around 7 or 8 people in that group, and Long Chen could clearly see that the Grand Zia's Prince Zia Changfeng was amongst them. But what shocked Long Chen the most was that familiar face beside him. That woman was very slender and fair, but her face always had a faint arrogance on it. It was the crazy woman Long Chen had encountered at the Alchemist Guild. Why was she there? And why did she seem so familiar with the Grand Zia's prince? Long Chen simply couldn't figure it out. Their group entered an expensive tea house just after he noticed then. One of those people is the 4th prince. Chu Yao warned Long Chen, as she had also seen those people. The 4th prince? He was supposed to be the most low-key, and never participated in the internal fights of the princes. Why was he with the Grand Zia's prince then? He has also changed his appearance, but his finger has a ring mark on it that he forgot to hide. He normally wears a dragon ring with a very distinctive pattern, so I easily recognize it, said Chu Yao. As a princess, she might have to act arrogant every day, but she was also very perceptive to the everyday habits of each prince, thus it made sense for her to be able to see through the 4th prince's identity. Long Chen felt a headache coming. Why would the 4th prince disguise himself? He wanted to sneak in and use his divine sense to secretly eavesdrop. However, the door was guarded by a dozen of the Grand Zia's elite troops. Doing so would simply be too difficult. It was the middle of the day, and trying to sneak in it would be basically impossible. He gave up on that idea. Chu Yao, I'm going to go back and prepare some ingredients that will resolve the strange spiritual energies in your Dantang, said Long Chen. Despite being reluctant to part, she still obediently nodded her head. Long Chen went directly home. As soon as he walked past the gate, a happy shout rang out. "Brother Long!" Ammon was a small giant now, and he excitedly looked at Long Chen. The current Ammon had become much livelier, and the thing that pleased Long Chen the most was that he was no longer as thin as he had been before. His bare arms were clearly a full size bigger, and some indistinct veins could be seen beneath the skin. "Haha, have you been eating properly, Ammon?" Long Chen patted his sturdy arm. "Brother Long, I eat till I'm full every day. I feel like I've become very strong now, so I want to be with Brother Long so I can protect you." Ammon slapped his chest confidently, emitting a sound like a thunderous drum. Long Chen nodded and brought Ammon into his own room. He then used his divine sense to examine Ammon's body. What? Despite nourishing them for this time and feeding them so much, still less than 10% of Ammon's cells were active. And when he examined his 4 meridians, he noticed they had expanded a little. Most shocking was that within his Danshan was actually spiritual Kai that was circulating. "You learned how to cultivate?" asked Long Chen. "Brother Long, what is this cultivating?" asked Ammon with wide eyes. Never mind." Long Chen also didn't feel like explaining such a thing. Continuing his examination, he noticed that Ammon's Danshan was deathly still, but there was still a steady flow of heaven and earth's spiritual Kai that was flowing into his Danshan. What an abnormal constitution. Even without cultivating, it just automatically absorbs energy on its own. Long Chen sucked in a breath of cold air. This was something he had never encountered before. Ammon's Danshan held a huge amount of spiritual Kai, which meant that once his body was strong enough, he would be able to automatically absorb spiritual Kai from heaven and earth to use. If other martial artists were to learn this, they would definitely go crazy. This meant that even when Ammon was sleeping or eating, he would still be incessantly cultivating. "Ammon, I'm going to teach you a couple simple cultivation methods, and how to use your Danshan's Kai." Due to how unique Ammon's Danshan was, Long Chen decided not to teach him any battle skills. Ammon only had 4 meridians, which meant that he wouldn't be able to use any battle skills for now. So Long Chen only taught him how to circulate his spiritual Kai to his arms and legs, passively increasing their strength. But Long Chen had still overestimated Ammon's ability to understand. Even something as simple as linking to his Danshan required 6 hours of Long Chen's time to explain. Despite having Long Chen's throat turn raw, Ammon was still mystified. Long Chen knew he couldn't get angry. Ammon was listening to him completely innocently, so his belly full of anger was never released. Okay, how about this? Until you learn this, I'll work you to death. Long Chen helplessly sighed. I'm sorry, Brother Long, I'm just too stupid. I could spend a lifetime without figuring this out. Ammon dejectedly hung his head. Ammon truly was too incompetent. He was unable to immerse himself, even slightly within his danshin. He couldn't even find where his danshin was. Long Chen was unwilling to resign himself to this result. Ammon's physique was so powerful it was shocking. If he had the assistance of his spiritual Kai, the power he could explode out with would be terrifying. Not only Ammon, but even Long Chen felt it was a waste. He felt like a beggar who had a mountain of gold yet still relied on begging to pass each day. Suddenly Long Chen's eyes brightened. Placing his hand on Ammon's back, he said, "Let me help you find your danshin." His spiritual strength poured into Ammon's danshin. Since Ammon trusted Long Chen completely, there wasn't the slightest resistance. Long Chen easily merged his spiritual strength into Ammon's danshin. Furthermore, even if Ammon had wanted to resist, he didn't know how. But at least now Ammon had found the position of his danshin. Now that you've found your danshin, the next step is to immerse into it. Immerse? Use your intent to hook yourself into your danshin. Intent. Long Chen sighed, but he still patiently controlled his temper. Focus your entire mind onto your danshin. Oh, then what? Try to make it revolve. Clockwise or counterclockwise? Long Chen was practically speechless. It doesn't matter. As long as it circulates, it's fine. Now that he had found its position, Ammon slowly tried to control his danshin. However, it was as if it wasn't even his, and he was unable to move it at all. You're not focused enough. Close your eyes and try again. Finally, under Long Chen's great expectations, Ammon's danshin moved slightly. Although just that wasn't exactly using his danshin, but at least he had found it and opened the path. Long Chen relaxed slightly. Good, next I'll use my spiritual strength to guide your danshin's Kai for one cycle. Remember how I'm doing this. After saying this, Long Chen's spiritual strength circulated into Ammon's danshin. When Ammon's danshin felt Long Chen's spiritual strength, it became stimulated and immediately exploded out. The originally completely calm danshin immediately was like an erupting volcano, like angry waves trying to swallow the sky. Ammon, can you control your danshin? Long Chen started to celebrate, but no, I don't know what happened. Ammon was completely shocked at the uprising of the spiritual Kai within him. Don't be afraid, remember the path I'm taking. Long Chen didn't feel like telling him the position of each one of his acupuncture points. He wouldn't be able to remember them anyways, so he skipped that. Having him remember the feeling of where they were was good enough. Long Chen used his spiritual strength to draw Ammon's danshin's Kai into his arm. Long Chen wanted to go slowly and slowly circulate it. How could he have predicted that as soon as Ammon's Kai reached his arm, it became like a wild horse and refused to be controlled by Long Chen anymore? Wild energy surged out. Ammon felt a great power pass through his arm, so he instinctively punched out. Boom! The entire roof was shaken into pieces. Smoke and dust exploded out, revealing the starry sky above. What a berserk energy! Long Chen was extremely alarmed. All this had just been caused by the wind from Ammon's fist, but it was already so frightening. If someone was hit by the actual fist, wouldn't they be smashed into pulp? Ammon was also stupefied at his own power. He had never thought he would have such a strength. Long Chen once more examined Ammon's danshin and found that the spiritual Kai within had basically all been depleted. Ammon, go back and rest. Remember what I've taught you and train every day. Don't goof off, solemnly ordered Long Chen. Ammon's comprehension skills were already extremely low. If he was lazy as well, then even a divine immortal would be unable to teach him. Don't worry, Brother Long, I'll train like my life depends on it. Ammon was filled with excitement now. After Ammon left, Long Chen speechlessly looked at the roofless room. Just what secret was within Ammon's body? That fist had even shocked Long Chen. If that man with the long eyebrows at the blood condensation realm was to take that fist, it was doubtless he would die. But right now 90% of Ammon's cells were still dormant. If they were all woken, even Long Chen would feel a great fear. But thinking about Ammon's simple and honest nature, Long Chen shook his head. Ammon was his brother, and the stronger he was, the better. There was no need to worry. Taking out a piece of paper, he wrote a list of 48 names of medicinal ingredients. Starfusing pill, a second-tier medicinal pill. Right now, I have no way of refining a higher-grade second-tier medicinal pill. Looks like I can only go to Grandmaster Yan Kai. But first I need to collect all the medicinal ingredients. According to Long Chen's recollections, the starfusing pill should be able to resolve the foreign spiritual energies within Chu Yao's body. But it had to be an upper-grade pill. The current Long Chen's pill flame was too weak, despite how much talent he had in that regard. It was impossible for him to refine a high-grade second-tier pill with such a pill flame. The next day, Long Chen left his house. Arriving at the Alchemist Guild storeroom, he handed his list over. What was outside Long Chen's expectations was that all the ingredients could be found here except one of the main ingredients, The star-fusing grass. The star-fusing grass was an extremely precious treasure. It was something that could be used to refine many second-tier pills, and most second-tier pills actually required it, making it in short supply. Long Chen nodded. Only missing one ingredient was already better than Long Chen had expected. Collecting his ingredients and leaving the alchemist guild, Long Chen suddenly saw a certain figure. A trace of a cruel smile appeared on his mouth. Chapter 30. Stubborn till death. The one in front of him was the person who had been beaten almost to pulp by Long Chen, Zhiyang. Martial artists truly did have a tenacious life force. Last time, he had been beaten so badly, but now he seemed totally fine. The Zhu family truly was willing to spend money on their son. Almost every single bone had been broken in his body. It was only by spending a great amount of gold coins that he was pulled back from the gates of hell. But even with the Zhu family's financial resources, his wounds had still been extremely severe. He had come to the guild today to ask for powerful recovery pills. Currently, he was still extremely weak. Ever since he had been beaten, for some reason, he would always start to hallucinate in the middle of the night. Countless demons would plague him, and now he didn't even dare sleep with the lights off. And furthermore, every morning he would feel his soul ache as if needles were stabbing into him, paining him so badly that he could only roll on the ground. But the alchemists of the guild couldn't find any reason for this suffering despite examining him multiple times. They could only conclude that it was due to a deficit in Kai within him, so they had to first restore his body. But even after half a month passed, he hadn't improved in that regard in the slightest. The symptoms actually worsened, and even if he didn't fall asleep, he would see countless demons demanding his life. And as for the pain in his soul in the morning, it was no longer needles, but a blazing flame roasting him, making it so painful he wished he could die. The current Zhiyang was extremely emaciated, and his complexion was turning yellow, a large difference from his old confident and easy self. Zhiyang, it's been a while. How have you been recently? Long Chen smiled as if he were blessing him, and cupped his hands in greeting. As soon as Yang saw Long Chen, it was as if he had seen a ghost, and his face turned deathly pale. Long Chen, how are you? You don't look so good. It really makes me uneasy. I'm just worried about you. How are the demons at night and the soul roasting in the morning? Asked Long Chen. How do you know about that? Could it be, it was you? Zhiyang's eyes were filled with alarm. He suddenly remembered the medicinal pill Long Chen had fed him after beating him. According to the Alchemist Guild, it had been a pill to protect the organs, and its effect was to make sure that he wouldn't die for a while despite his internal organ failure. But Zhiyang always felt that something was wrong with that incident, and hearing Long Chen's words today, he immediately suspected that pill. Long Chen, those ghosts were definitely yours. You despicable bastard! Zhiyang bitterly exclaimed his resentment. Thinking about the pain he had been going through these days, he angrily shouted and charged at Long Chen. A simple slap landed on his face. Force behind it wasn't too great, and it only sent him flying. Despicable? You dare call me that? No matter how despicable I am, it's not even 1/100th of how bad you are. Tell me, just how many despicable methods have you used against me over these years? Long Chen lightly waved his hand and indifferently said, You yourself don't even remember anymore. Being cruel will always have a reprisal. Now that I'm stronger, am I supposed to not get a bit of revenge? The slap on his face completely sobered Zhiyang. Despite recuperating from his wounds these days, he hadn't stopped getting information about Long Chen. The fact that Long Chen had beaten an imperial bodyguard of the Grand Xia's prince had completely shaken the capital. That was a true expert in the blood condensation realm. In terms of martial might, Zhiyang was no longer a match for Long Chen. In terms of status, Long Chen was a Grand Pill apprentice, and he was even less comparable to him. Zhiyang couldn't help being suspicious of what the alchemists at the guild had told him. The Alchemist Guild should be fully aware of all of Long Chen's methods, so they should have been able to cure him. Instead, they had let him suffer endless torment. But he didn't know that he had misjudged the guild. Long Chen had applied a bit of ghost-seeking liquid atop the medicinal pill. Other than Grandmaster Yun Kai, no one else in the guild would be able to figure that out. Obviously, the savage Marquis had no way of inviting someone as grand as Yun Kai. Let alone him, even a prince didn't have that capability. Long Chen, what do you want in order to let me free? Zhiyang ground his teeth. Zhiyang, what happened to all the unyielding courage of yours? You tormented me for so many years, but I never gave in to you. Now, things have only turned to my side for such a short time. If you want to stop now, it's already too late. Gotta follow the rules of the game, indifferently said Long Chen. He then turned to leave. You really won't let me off. If you want to escape the depths of misery, it's very simple. Take your sword and pull it against your neck. It only hurts for a second and then you'll be free. Don't beg me for help. Yang was so furious his entire body shook. When he was haunted by ghosts and his soul scorched, he truly did want to use death to free himself of the pain. But as soon as that moment passed, he returned to be a normal person and was full of longing towards life. That was the reason why he couldn't even kill himself. If he chose life, it was misery. If he chose death, he was unable to go through with it. Jiayan was about to collapse. He didn't have the courage to kill himself, but if it continued like this, he'd go crazy. Jiayan ground his teeth and actually knelt on the ground. Long Chen, I beg you, I admit defeat. Long Chen's hatred no longer burned as intensely as it had before. The current Long Chen was high and far above Zhu Yaoyang, and they were no longer on the same level. He didn't place a small ant within his eyes. Long Chen wasn't a priest who would repay enmity with kindness. But looking at Zhu Yaoyang's miserable state, most of his anger faded, and it was also perfect since Long Chen was wishing to hear some secrets from him. Just as he reached his hand to rub his spatial ring, Long Chen's spiritual strength suddenly noticed that Zhu Yaoyang was secretly clenching his fists and was filled with bitter resentment. Long Chen quietly muttered to himself for a moment before he coldly smiled. A medicinal pill appeared out of his spatial ring, and he threw it directly to Zhu Yaoyang. This medicinal pill is for you. I hope you won't be enemies with me in the future, otherwise, you'll regret it for a lifetime. Long Chen then left. Zhu Yaoyang waited until Long Chen was far away before getting up. Looking at his distant figure, he narrowed his eyes. Long Chen, if I don't let you die a miserable death, then I wouldn't be Zhu Yaoyang. He wasn't afraid of Long Chen poisoning him, because there were several people in the distance who had seen what had just happened. If he really did die from this medicinal pill, Long Chen wouldn't be able to escape punishment. Therefore, he swallowed the medicinal pill confidently. The next day, Zhu Yaoyang was overjoyed to find that his night terrors were gone, and he no longer had to suffer the feeling of his soul burning every morning. He coldly sneered inside. Long Chen, just wait. The next time I take action, I'll be taking your life in one fell swoop. At that time, the person who will be regretful is you. Back when Long Chen saw Zhu Yaoyang eat it, he also had sneered. You really are too evil to live. I actually wanted to spare your life, but unfortunately, you're courting disaster. Brother Long? Long Chen had been just walking along the road when someone suddenly called out to him. He turned to see that it was Fatty Yu. He was amazed to find that he had actually reached the third heaven stage of Kai condensation. Due to his cultivation, his originally fat build now appeared to be sturdy and strong. Fatty, you're not bad. You've already reached the third heaven stage of Kai condensation, smiled Long Chen. This is all because of Brother Long, he somewhat bashfully said. Brother Long, I was just thinking about going over to pay a visit to you. What do you need? No, it's just that since I've broken through to the third heaven stage, I feel like I should celebrate. Look at what Shifeng did. I can't be too shameful in comparison, right? Said Fatty Yu. He advanced to the blood condensation realm, while you are just at the third heaven stage of Kai condensation. Why does there need to be some grand celebration? Laughed Long Chen. Haha, those aren't the same. I couldn't even cultivate before, so the celebration this time is definitely on the same level as Shifeng's. Earnestly said Fatty Yu. Well, when my bros invite me to drink, I can't possibly say no. Let's go. Yes, perfect. I've already ordered a feast and we're only lacking you. The restaurant Fatty Yu brought him to was in the southern side of the city. Although it wasn't as famous as the one Shifeng had brought them to, it wasn't that much worse. When Long Chen entered, he saw that Fatty Yu had told the truth. Shifeng, Shuhu, and the others were already there. Haha, Brother Long has finally arrived. Long Chen also laughed. He greeted everyone, and as soon as he sat down, the food and drinks were brought out. Today is to celebrate my advancement to the third heaven stage. I've finally taken the first step of my cultivation path, and a bright future has been opened in front of me. This toast is for Long Chen. Everyone loudly praised him. They were all people whose fates had changed only because of Long Chen. Long Chen also didn't stand on ceremony and drank a large cup of alcohol in one go. Everyone was friends, so there was no need to restrain oneself, and everyone drank copiously. Other than Shifeng and Fatty Yu, the rest of them had yet to advance past the first heaven stage of Kai condensation. Heroic spirits they had, but a high tolerance of alcohol they did not. After just a few cups, a lot of mouths became unguarded. Brother Long, it's like you're a martial god from the heavens, an unparalleled genius amongst men. We're all wondering just what kind of woman is suitable for you. Asked someone with the help of the alcohol. Before Long Chen could even answer, Shu Hu followed up, at the very least, it's gotta be a princess. As for looks, it's got to be a beauty capable of captivating the birds and beasts, eclipsing the moon and shaming flowers. And as for cultivation level, that's whatever. In any case, no one dares bully Brother Long. Even the Grand Zia's prince is not someone he is afraid of. So his future wife doesn't need to be so strong, haha. Right, in our Phoenix Cry Empire, the only one who fits those criteria the best is the third princess, said Fatty Yu, his eyes lighting up. I've seen a third princess before, and although she's beautiful, that kind of temperament is terrifying. Normal people wouldn't be able to handle it, sighed someone else. Siege, that's because she still hasn't met Brother Long. Even a tiger will become a kitten in front of Brother Long. Long Chen was speechless. When they raised the topic of the third princess, the beautiful image of Chu Yao appeared in his mind. He couldn't help but to feel some pity. Chu Yao was actually a gentle-hearted woman, but in order to protect herself, she had had to act arrogant and rude to the world. Thinking about the time they'd had together, a warm feeling filled him. At the same time, he felt awkward inside. Wasn't talking about things like this unworthy of Chu Yao. Long Chen was in the middle of thinking that over when a woman's cold laugh rang out. You outrageous peasants really do think of the craziest things. Is the third princess someone you are capable of discussing? Chapter 31. Another clash. Everyone's expressions changed when they heard those words. Thaddy, you cursed, what idiot woman is that? Get out for daddy! Just as he finished speaking, a table whistled over from the corridor, smashing towards them, but it suddenly stopped in midair. Long Chen had grabbed it, and with a flick of his hand, he sent it flying back. A woman had just walked out over there. She had a disdainful expression, and that table had clearly been thrown by her. To actually first throw a table to smash them and then walk out, what a lofty manner. But she hadn't expected that the table she had thrown would actually be smashing back at her with over 10 times the force. Just the gale force created by the table made it hard for her to breathe. It had happened too quickly, and it was already too late for her to dodge. If she was hit by it, she would definitely end up with some broken bones. The table suddenly blew apart. A man with a blade scar appeared in everyone's eyes as he protected the woman. When everyone saw him, their expressions once more changed as they recognized him as the personal bodyguard of the Grand Zia's prince. The scarred man was startled to see Long Chen, and he narrowed his eyes, saying, I didn't expect to run into you again so soon. Although he had managed to break that table apart, he had not managed to completely disperse the force. A heavy footprint was left on the floor, showing that he had misjudged Long Chen's strength. No way around it. I am a young person after all. Gotta act energetically and move forward bit by bit every day. I can't compare to someone as amazing as yourself who has already planted himself down and no longer moves forward. I, however, still have a long path to travel, he indifferently said. The scarred man's face darkened, and he was just about to reply when another voice rang out. Haha, it's been a couple of days, but Brother Long is still as suave as ever. The Grand Zia's prince, Zia Changfeng, slowly walked up with the same likable smiling face he had used before. Zia Changfeng smiled. It's just a misunderstanding. Let me introduce you to my sister Zia Beiche. Long Chen's jaw dropped. So this crazy woman was actually a princess. So this was the reason Grandmaster Yun Kai had told him to be careful around her. Now you know how great the difference between us is. Zia Bei sneered at Long Chen's shock. He shook his head. Yes, we really are quite different. Even if I trained for 10,000 years, I wouldn't be comparable to an idiot like you. Zia Beiche, what a great name. 1. You. Her eyes practically spit out flames. Not only Zia Beichi, but even Zia Changfeng's eyes turned cold for a moment before he smiled. Okay, now that everyone knows each other, I wonder what you were talking about before for it to get this lively. Fatty Yu and the others were naturally a bit uncomfortable with the Grand Zia's prince here. After all, he was a prince, and the difference in status was too great. They weren't as obstinate as Long Chen and didn't dare say anything out of place to him. They were all silent for a moment. Zia Bei, I sneered. I heard these toads insulting the third princess and talking about who she would marry. But funnily none of them knew my brother has already given a betrothal gift to the Empress Dowager to win the third princess over. For these guys to put their sights on my brother's fiancée, they really are courting death. Long Chen's expression changed at that news. He coldly asked Zia Changfeng, is this true? Long Chen, control your attitude, warned the scarred man. No matter. Zia Changfeng waved his hands at the scarred man. He smiled at Long Chen. The reason I came to the Phoenix Cry Empire this time was because my father ordered me to propose to the third princess. Since the Empress Dowager has already agreed, we should be able to quickly set a date. If Brother Long has time in the future, I invite you to come to my Grand Zia for the wedding feast. Who knew whether Zia Changfeng was doing it on purpose? But his expression towards Long Chen was one of a victor looking pitifully on the loser. Did he know? Long Chen couldn't help being worried despite knowing that Zia Changfeng was purposely provoking him. But his anger still rose up uncontrollably. Maybe if he was doing this without knowing the truth, then it would be fine. But Long Chen knew that there was a conspiracy around Chu Yao. Those foreign spiritual energies within her were seeds of energy waiting to be reaped. It appeared someone had come to finally harvest them now that they were ripe. Although the person who had set them in place wasn't Zia Changfeng, he was the one benefiting from it, so he was definitely a participant. He must know many secrets. Thinking about his own experiences, he wondered whether his situation had anything to do with Zia Changfeng. The probability was definitely high. His killing intent boiled when he thought of the conspiracies around him and Chu Yao. But now still wasn't the time to take action. He still had to get stronger. Only the tip of the iceberg had been revealed to him now. He still wasn't in control, so he needed to endure. Keeping this in mind, his anger was quickly replaced with calmness. Seeing Long Chen's angry expression suddenly fade, Zia Changfeng's heart shook slightly. The caution he felt towards Long Chen increased. Enemies who could control their emotions were the truly terrifying ones. Brother Zia, I don't think you should propose to the third princess. Long Chen shook his head. Huh? Why? I've studied the secrets of fate. When I did some calculations for you, I realized Brother Zia's name contains the word wind, while the third princess's name contains the word forest. Wind will destroy the forest, so it's not good for the third princess. Long Chen was watching Zia Changfeng's expression. 2. Haha, Brother Long really is funny. How could such a thing be given true credence? Laughed Zia Changfeng. Long Chen's eyes became even gloomier. By using his divine sense to its limits, he had noticed that while Zia Changfeng's expression might not have changed while he had spoken, his heart had jumped a bit. Peach, so this bastard really does know quite a lot. Not so. My ability to read faces is definitely at the master level. Brother Zia, you have much fire in your life, and that is why you were given the name Changfeng. Fire borrows the power of the wind. Such a flame spreads for thousands of miles, with nothing being able to block it anymore. It truly is a good name, praised Long Chen. Zia Changfeng smiled slightly, but he also paused for a moment, his heart going wild. Did Long Chen really have such skills? His name really had been inspired by a mysterious person who had explained it just as Long Chen had explained it. His life was fire, fated, and only due to this did his parents name him Changfeng. Although he kept his expression as calm as ever, his heart was jumping, and his blood surging. The change in his breathing was unable to escape Long Chen's awareness. Long Chen laughed inside, not expecting his fake act to actually touch upon something. He continued, as for our third princess, her name contains the Yao character. You are fire, fated, but her name has water. More importantly, her name also has the character for king, so it's not just ordinary water, but the king of water. 3. Wind and forest repel each other, while water will put out fire. You cannot marry someone with such a name. And furthermore, the capital is surrounded by water on 4 sides, so it's far too risky for Brother Zia. If you dare marry the third princess, you most likely won't live long enough to leave the Phoenix Cry Empire. So, I advise you to give up on this notion. Women are like clothes. For just a piece of clothing, you will put your life in danger. It's just not worth it. Jifeng Fatty you, and the others' expressions all changed. Was he threatening the prince? As for Long Chen's ability to read faces, they half believed it and half doubted it. But now, Long Chen was explaining it all very clearly, and they couldn't help trusting it. At this time, Zia Changfeng's expression was very unsightly. Long Chen's words made him very uncomfortable, as he had no way to refute them. Don't try deluding us with your lies. You think you can confuse a prince just by using a few parlor tricks. I think you're getting tired of living, shouted the scarred man angrily. A dog who won't listen actually dares talk before his master, frowned Long Chen. From the start, he could feel the scarred man's killing intent, and that killing intent chilled him to his bones. That meant the scarred man was mulling over how to kill him. Long Chen definitely wouldn't give him any face. Bastard. The scarred man angrily shouted and punched at Long Chen. Stop! Zia Changfeng prevented the scarred man from attacking. He had already returned to his normal state at this time, and he smiled at Long Chen. Who would have thought Brother Long had such a humorous side? My horizons have truly been broadened. Unfortunately, I still have things to do at this time, so let's talk another day. Zia Changfeng brought both the scarred man and Zia Beiche away, but Zia Beiche still gave Long Chen an angry glare, her disdainful gaze seeming to consider Long Chen to be just a piece of meat. After getting down the stairs, the scarred man ruthlessly said, if it weren't for you blocking me, Long Chen would already be a dead man now. This Long Chen definitely has to die. I also almost lost control of myself. That bastard really is loathsome. But Long Chen still has other uses for now. If he died, then it would affect our plans. Let him live a few more days, sighed Zia Changfeng. Even someone as calm as him had almost taken action to attack him. He was truly infuriated. Master sent orders for me to defeat Long Chen in front of that old bastard Yun Kai. If you kill him before then, it will definitely anger that old ghost, coldly said Zia Beiche. That old idiot. Whether I sincerely begged or tried to seduce him, he just wouldn't help me. What a waste of time. Zia Changfeng looked at her and shook his head. From the beginning, Master's attempts at having you entice him were unlikely to work. Why? Zia Changfeng shook his head and didn't reply. The scarred man beside him sighed, because Princess, you don't have the proper temperament of a woman. Zia Beiche sent a slap at the scarred man's face, but he just smiled indifferently, seeming very accustomed to this. Once they had left, Long Chen and the rest also lost interest in drinking. Long Chen felt as if time was running out for him. The closer he got to the truth, the more dangerous it became. Once the whole truth was revealed, if he didn't have enough strength, then he would undoubtedly die. There was fundamentally not enough time. He had to take advantage of every moment to cultivate, Just the slightest increase in power would give him a greater chance at surviving. But Chu Yao's situation was also pressing on him. He had to race against time and resolve her matter. "Are you Long Chen?" Suddenly, a lean, middle-aged man walked up the restaurant and greeted Long Chen. "One, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, pronounced the same. One is her name, the other means lower idiot. So when he calls her idiot, he also mocks her name, which would normally mean white pond." Chapter 32. Huayan Pavilion. Invitation. "Are you Long Chen?" "I am." Long Chen was startled, as he himself didn't even recognize this person. "Perfect. Under the pavilion master's orders, I have come to give you this invitation card." The lean middle-aged man rejoiced. "Young noble, you might not recognize me, but my lowly self is an attendant of the Huayan Pavilion. I have especially come to invite you to our annual auction." Only now did Long Chen understand. He was being pulled into some kind of business work. As for being an attendant, it would be more accurate to just call him a foot runner. Long Chen had a great understanding of this Huayan Pavilion. It was the most famous auction house in the Phoenix Cry Empire and was an extremely huge existence. Although it might not be comparable to the Alchemist Guild, it was definitely powerful. It was the closest partner of the Adventurers Guild. The Adventurers Guild was an alliance formed by countless adventurers, and although it was a loose partnership, it had many members. Adventurers traveled the wilderness for most of their days, and although it was an extremely dangerous occupation, its rewards were also accordingly great. All kinds of strange medicinal herbs and magical beast cores could be found, and if one's luck was really ridiculous, then it was even possible to find an ancient inheritance. Adventurers were very fond of collaborating with the Huayan Pavilion due to their extremely fair prices. Selling their gains, there was the most secure method to sell their spoils. Some of them didn't go into danger themselves. They would make deals with other people or even kill others for their spoils. Those were extremely common affairs. Sometimes, the city was even more frightful than the wilderness. So, the Huayan Pavilion's annual auction would always attract countless people. They would select the rarest treasures that they had gathered over the year for that auction. Almost every auction would result in them delighting at the high bidding, so the extent of their auction also became greater over the time. In the past 2 years, the auction's quality had become incredibly great, and they had even set down new rules. It was now impossible to enter without an invitation card, and the people who could obtain an invitation card were only people with exceedingly high statuses. Long Chen was the first youth to receive such a thing. "This is a great thing, Brother Long, but if you don't have enough money, then it would just be a waste of time," said Shu Hu. The Huayan Pavilion's auction wares were all the best amongst the best. Every single item was extremely desirable. Adding on the auction house's expert advertising and enticements, the price would soar wildly all the time. Without money, you could only look with envy. "Do you have a list of things being auctioned?" asked Long Chen. "This lowly one only has a list of the first 10 things. "You can have a look," the lean man apologetically said. In order to maintain its mystery, the best things being auctioned off would never be allowed to be leaked. Long Chen looked over it. His pupils shrank when he saw the starfusing grass on the list. It was actually starfusing grass that was over 1,000 years old. Normal starfusing grass was always within 10 to 100 years old. Over 100 years old was rare, and over 1,000 years old made it an exceptionally precious treasure. Such a treasure was actually just the first item of the list. Seeing Long Chen's shock, the lean man became pleased and said, "As a pill apprentice, any precious medicinal pills you have can be handed over to us. If the quality and rareness of it reach the standards, we can consider adding it to the auction. But we charge 50% commission." "50%? Ha, how vicious. You actually dare ask for 50%? Do you dare ask for more?" As if seeing through Long Chen's thoughts, he laughed. "As long as what you have is good enough, then after our packaging and advertising, in addition to our chief auctioneer's embellishment, the price will definitely rise far beyond your imaginations." Hearing that, Long Chen became more at ease. At the same time, he felt a bit of admiration at how they ran their business. What Long Chen didn't know was that this man's job really wasn't as easy as he thought it was. The people in the lean man's position would get 3 quotas for the annual auction, meaning they were only allowed to invite 3 people. Whether those people were buying or selling things, the one who had invited him would get a set percentage. The more they bought or sold, the more money that person would get. So each person invited had to be carefully selected. But after this many years, more and more wealthy people were being invited earlier, leaving only a few behind. Now they were just picking over the dredges. This lean man was very astute, so as soon as he had received his quota, he had rushed over to invite Long Chen, afraid that others would get there first. There was no other way. Long Chen was the most famous person within his generation in the capital, and he was definitely a big fish with potential. "Please look over this lowly one's calling card." He handed over a small card to Long Chen. "Fugui? 1 haha, I come from a poor family. My parents wished for me to gain riches, so they came up with such a name, the lean man explained with embarrassment. His explanation also caused Long Chen to feel a bit of sympathy. Nodding, he said, I am definitely very interested in buying things. I also have some things that I want to auction off. How does it work? Fu Gui's eyes brightened. Any treasures can be brought directly to the Huayan Pavilion. We can also go to your door to get them. Long Chen nodded. There was just less than a month until the auction, so he still had time. After setting an appointment with Fu Gui's, Long Chen and the others all left the restaurant. Long Chen, the Phoenix Cry Lantern Festival is a week from now. You definitely have to come out, said Shifeng expectantly. The Phoenix Cry Lantern Festival was the largest celebration of the empire. The entire capital's unmarried population would participate. It was extremely lively, and it was the festival that all the young people looked forward to the most, especially those unmarried men. Each of them would be like a bull, determinedly waiting for a chance of attracting a woman's attention. As for the women, they also wanted to see if they could find an acceptable man. It was a bit controversial for men and women to be together like this, but during the one day of the Phoenix Cry Lantern Festival, all those taboos were lifted, and both genders could party wildly together as much as they wanted to. Thus, many of them made preparations beforehand for this festival, and the most fun part of it was the fight over the number one junior warrior in their generation. There would always be a martial stage during the festival. As long as you were a cultivator and were under 20 years old, anyone could go up. The first place battle was the highlight. As long as you got that title, it would no longer even be possible for you to be low-key. Countless women would send flowers after you, enough to bury you even. Just thinking about it set the men's hearts on fire. Even the calm Shifeng was burning with passion. And as expected, Fatty Yu and the others were all bursting with enthusiasm. Brother Long, you definitely have to come. If you don't go, then we won't want to go either, begged Fatty Yu. Then how about none of us go and we'll find somewhere to get a drink instead, laughed Long Chen. No, Master Long. We've been waiting for this for a year. Fatty Yu and the others immediately acted sullen. Some of them got on their knees and hugged Long Chen's legs, not letting go until he agreed. Long Chen, if you don't go then it will be too boring. In the capital, you are the most famous of our generation. You're viewed as number one, and if you don't go, then it will disappoint countless people, persuaded Shifeng. Him? When did I get such a big name? Long Chen was startled. You didn't know? Even the little kids know about it. Dual martial and pill cultivation that shakes heaven and earth. The heroic assembly house's angry god. The one who spread his wings and flew out of the Phoenix Cry Empire. The one who laughs arrogantly at the nine heavens, Long Chen. Shifeng looked at Long Chen strangely. What kind of situation is this? How did I not know? There are poems about me? Long Chen was struck foolishly silent. Okay, Brother Long. All your brothers are hoping to enjoy the festivities with you. But whatever you say is what we'll do. Shifeng wasn't the same as the others. He had considered Long Chen as his brother from the start, so he didn't need to have as many misgivings as the others. I'll go. Long Chen smiled bitterly. He had originally been planning on training for an extra day. Fatty Yu and the others all cheered at that. It was as if they were seeing a scene of countless beautiful women before them. After splitting ways with the others, Long Chen quickly rushed home. He didn't even eat dinner. The time he was wasting was too great. He had to urgently increase his cultivation base. Although the Feng Fu star had already been perfectly condensed, but now that he had gained a Danshan, he wanted to quickly condense more cyclones. There were currently only 3 cyclones in his Danshan. He wanted to continue forming them, but there was no clue on how to do so within the 9-star Hegemon body art in his memories. Back when the Feng Fu star had condensed, 3 of the cyclones had appeared all at once. Even Long Chen didn't know how it had happened. Now, Long Chen found that when he circulated his Danshan, the 3 cyclones would also revolve with it. This method was only for continuously sending energy throughout him for battle, and wasn't for cultivating. Drawing some of the Feng Fu star's spiritual energy out to the cyclones, they immediately grew 10 times the size, and Long Chen's breathing became rushed in anticipation. But this was also for battle, and not how to cultivate them. Long Chen took a deep breath, and hesitating for a moment, he slowly circulated his Kai to absorb the outside world's spiritual Kai. However, this time, he didn't send it throughout his body but gathered it into his Feng Fu star. Following Long Chen's absorption of heaven and earth's spiritual Kai, the Feng Fu star started to quickly circulate. This is the way. Long Chen was elated, although he didn't know exactly what was happening. This definitely seemed to be more for cultivating and less for battle. Doing his best to continue absorbing, the Feng Fu star gradually became brighter under the continuous absorption. In the end, it appeared like a blazing sun. Boom! The Feng Fu star shook, and it immediately became dimmer. At the same time, another cyclone appeared within Long Chen's Danshan. Haha, I finally found the way to continue cultivating. Along with the 4th cyclone's formation, Long Chen found out that the meridians within his body had also expanded slightly, and his whole body was surging with energy. Good, let's continue. Long Chen slowly closed his eyes and began to attack the 5th heaven stage. 1. Fugui meaning rich. Like imagine your parents literally named you rich, and that was your business card. Chapter 33. Phoenix Cry Lantern Festival. Within the inner part of the palace was the 4th prince's study. The 4th prince was sitting with his eyelids half closed as he quietly listened to the savage Marquis's report. Master, no news has come from the border suppression Marquis. The army continues to hold the same area, and no reply has come from Master's letters, reported the savage Marquis respectfully. The 4th prince slowly opened his eyes. Within them was a glimmer of cold grimness. What a reckless, obstinate old man. I gave him that much time, yet he still treats me like some pushover. This Long Tang Xiao truly doesn't know greatness. He still refuses to surrender to Prince after this many years. Truly hateful to the point of deserving 1,000 deaths, said the savage Marquis ruthlessly. The 4th prince glanced at him and said, I know about the past grievances between you and Long Tang Xiao. If it hadn't been for that punch of his, then you would have had a high chance of advancing to the tendon transformation realm. But Long Tang Xiao's strength doesn't just lie in his martial might. Otherwise, I wouldn't view him so importantly. Unfortunately, he's too stubborn and can't be used by me. Since he can't become one of mine, let him become a dead man. The savage Marquis rejoiced when he heard of this. Master, do you have a plan? Right now isn't the time to deal with him. However, he has indeed wasted so many years of my effort. So first, kill his only son. Count it as him paying some interest, said the 4th prince indifferently. Long Chen? How should he be killed? Asked the savage Marquis, somewhat puzzled. The current Long Chen counted as one of the Alchemist Guild's people, and the rumors reported that he was close to Grandmaster Yun Kai. Even a prince couldn't avoid the Alchemist Guild's punishment. I've already fixed that matter, so you don't need to worry about it. Just quietly gather your forces. We're about to make some big moves. Don't forget to not attract any undue attention, ordered the 4th prince coldly. Yes, master. Don't worry, I'll definitely make sure there's not even the slightest leak, promised the savage Marquis hastily. His current strength was just at the blood condensation realm, so his martial might wasn't very outstanding. And it was exactly because he wasn't overly eye-attracting that the 4th prince gave him such a high position. He was extremely loyal and devoted, and he was also very meticulous with how he handled things. He hadn't made any slip-ups in all the years he had worked for him. After the savage Marquis left, the 4th prince looked at the books on his shelves. A long while later, he sighed. Long Tang Xiao, is it worth the trouble? So much of my sincerity over the years was unable to move you. Don't blame me for being vicious. Boom! Another explosion rang out within his body, and Long Chen's eyes popped open. His eyes shined brightly like the stars, yet his gaze was as sharp as a sword. 7 cyclones were slowly revolving within his dantian. A pleased smile appeared on Long Chen's face. He had spent 7 full days focused only on cultivating, advancing 4 levels. Such a speed would definitely shock and frighten anyone else, yet Long Chen still wasn't satisfied with it. Originally, he had thought that as he condensed more cyclones, his cultivation would become faster since he could absorb more energy. But he quickly found out that his assumption had been wrong. Every new cyclone had been harder to condense than the last. The amount of spiritual Kai needed exponentially shot up. The 4th cyclone had only required 6 hours to form, while the 7th cyclone had required 3 full days. That was basically the sum of all the 3 cyclones before it. But Long Chen was still pleased when he noticed that his meridians had become even firmer as he reached the 7th heaven stage. However, he was still unable to use Split the Heavens. But this didn't disappoint him. In fact, it made him even more excited. This meant that Split the Heavens was an exceptionally powerful battle skill. For him to have used some random pill to exchange for such a high-class battle skill had definitely been worth it. Originally, he had been planning on going back there and bribing that blood condensation expert with more medicinal pills for some more high-grade battle skills. But now that Chu Yao had given him the Breaking Wind Fist and the Flame Cloud Palm, he had enough. The 2 of them were both high mortal class battle skills. Most likely, only the 3rd floor of the battle skill pavilion would hold battle skills of that level. Battle skills on that level were things that even that blood condensation guard would not have the qualifications to learn. It was not the case that the more battle skills you learned, the better. Unless martial artists were pushed to their limit, they normally wouldn't use them. That was because battle skills used too much spiritual Kai. Ordinary Kai condensation cultivators could only use a low-grade mortal battle skill once. After using it once, their remaining spiritual Kai would be insufficient to use it a second time. So unless you could defeat your enemy in one move, no one would waste their spiritual Kai like that. Furthermore, the higher the class of the battle skill, the more spiritual Kai would be required to use it. High mortal class battle skills were normally reserved for blood condensation cultivators to use. Only they had the required spiritual Kai for such a frightening cost. But of course Long Chen wasn't ordinary. His spiritual Kai was stored within his Feng Fu star. By Long Chen's calculations, he could use a high mortal class battle skill 7 times. But if he were to send his Feng Fu Star's spiritual Kai to his 7 cyclones in order to produce his absolute max power, then he would only be able to use a high mortal class battle skill once. He wouldn't be able to use it a second time, even if he forced himself to death. Currently, Long Chen still could not condense a second star. The 9-star Hegemon body art required that only after the first star became a true star could the second star be condensed. But Long Chen still didn't know how to make his star a true star. He also didn't know what the 9-star transformations in his memories were. He really was becoming more and more puzzled as he progressed on his cultivation path with the 9-star Hegemon body art. Therefore, he could only continue forming more cyclones for now. "Young master, can I enter?" Bow. Er's clear voice came from outside. "Enter." Bow. Entered with a set of clothes in her hands. She laughed. "Young master, today is the Phoenix Cry Lantern Festival. Mrs. Long has sent me to make you presentable." She had him sit down properly while she washed his face and combed his hair. Long Chen laughed. "Is this really so important?" "Haha, the madam has already said that young master is now 16, and is the age for getting married. She told me to properly dress you. If any family's pretty daughter sees you, haha, you understand." Bow. Laughed. "No way. My mom really thinks it's that urgent?" Long Chen was speechless. Thaddeus and the others were all 17, but they hadn't gotten married. "Of course it's urgent. I worry about my grandchildren." Mrs. Long walked in and looked at Long Chen. "The matter of Meng Kai can be handled slowly and considered a long-term goal, but you also need to have short-term goals. It's called insurance. I suggest you go find a suitable young lady and get some kids while also pursuing Meng Kai." "What?" Long Chen couldn't believe his ears. "What? For a man to have multiple wives and concubines is common. Isn't it fine to just reserve Meng Kai as the first wife?" Mrs. Long spoke as if that was as it should be. "Are you serious?" "Of course. But you can't tell Meng Kai about it at the beginning. Once you two become closer, she'll naturally agree to it." Long Chen blinked. Even this was fine. "Mom, Dad hasn't bothered to communicate with us in this many years. Does he also have wives and concubines outside?" "Don't say so much nonsense." "But it would be absolutely fine for your father to have some extra wives or concubines," she chided. But a guilty, ashamed glimmer flashed through her eyes. "Haha, I'm just joking, Mom." "Don't worry, if there are any suitable women during the Lantern Festival, I'll bring a few back for you." Seeing his mom wasn't very happy, he joked. "Siege, who do you think you are to bring a few home? Let me tell you, don't try any fake smiles with your mom. You have to properly remember this matter, understood?" she solemnly warned. Fine. I'll act however you tell me," promised Long Chen. Inside, he didn't feel that it was quite right, but he didn't dare say that out loud to his mother. After making himself presentable, Long Chen put on a blue robe. It was the perfect size, and after putting it on, he looked like a whole new person. Sword, like eyebrows, and glowing with health. Although he wasn't outstandingly handsome, Bao unceasingly praised him. "Haha, don't worry, madam. How many women could resist our young master?" Don't praise him too much." Although Mrs. Long said this, she was pleased inside. She was filled with pride looking at her handsome son. "Okay, it's time. Go." Mrs. Long pushed Long Chen out the door. "Mom, the sun is still so high. It's going to be a while before it darkens," Long Chen helplessly pointed out as he looked at the western sun that had barely begun to descend. "Bad child, you don't know what it means to prepare early. First get a good spot, and only then can you increase your chances. Quick, go." After saying this, she closed the gates on him. Long Chen rolled his eyes. It wasn't like he was setting up a stall for business. Why did he need to first occupy a good position? But since he was already driven out, he still left. He saw countless people bustling in front of their homes, hanging lanterns. Seeing Long Chen, a youth joked, "Brother, you really are early." "What do you know? The early bird gets the worm," retorted Long Chen. "Ha, true. Many thanks for the reminder, big brother. I'll go change now." That person ran back into his house. What a kid. Only 13 yet, he wants to play with women. His mouth twitched. The children these days really were maturing too early. He had also truly come out too soon, and when others saw that he had come out so early, it only led to more jokes from people along the way. He was early enough to be embarrassed, but he also didn't have enough time to go cultivate either, and just sitting around would also be boring. Just as he was hesitating on what to do next, an almost solid murderous aura attacked him. A gust of wind shot straight towards Long Chen's back. Hastily turning, Long Chen's fist just managed to block a sneak attacker's punch. Gale winds exploded when they collided, and Long Chen was forced back several steps. Raising his head, he saw a masked man who was sending another punch at him. The man's strength was very great, and the wind whistled with his every blow. Long Chen coldly snorted. Ignoring the punch, he kicked between that person's legs. That person's battle experience was very rich, and he directly stopped his punch and switched to defense, his leg blocking Long Chen's attack. After blocking it, a fierce energy erupted from that person's body. A fist ripped through the space and completely cut off Long Chen's retreat paths. Coldness filled Long Chen's eyes. Just as he was about to use all his power, he suddenly thought of something. Spirit of the bull! Long Chen shouted, and their punches collided. He was sent flying dozens of steps, his blood surging tumultuously. Just as that person was about to keep attacking after sending Long Chen flying, he suddenly turned to see the shadows of people approaching them. Kid, next time I'll take your life, he coldly snorted when he saw the pale-faced Long Chen. He disappeared in front of Long Chen's eyes with shocking speed. After he left, Long Chen's pale face once more returned to its normal rosiness. Idiot, you want to test my power? Long Chen patted the dust off his clothes. Looking in the direction where that person left from, a certain thought arose in his mind. Looks like tonight won't be so boring after all. Chapter 34. Start of the Lantern Festival. In the middle of that sneak attack just now, Long Chen had realized his opponent's true intentions. Although he had appeared to be trying to kill him, that was just an act. What kind of assassin would reveal his killing intent before striking? No real killer would make such a basic error. And that person hadn't had any true killing intent, only a murderous aura. Although each attack was powerful, he had obviously been holding back. It was a completely different style from an assassin. So at the last moment, Long Chen deliberately lost and allowed himself to be sent flying. He concealed how much spiritual energy he had and pretended to be injured. As he had expected, this killer immediately left. Did they think he was an idiot? Those people who had been coming over were just ordinary people who he could have easily killed first before leaving. But the killer had acted startled and retreated hastily. Long Chen snorted disdainfully at such shoddy acting. He knew that person definitely had to have a high status, who was too prideful and believed himself to be infallible. Although he didn't know why he had been tested, Long Chen knew there would definitely be a follow-up. Otherwise, all of this would have been meaningless. Brother Long, you really are early, haha. As he was considering this, he ended up walking into the public plaza, and Shuhu shouted out to him excitedly. The plaza was several miles wide, and countless lanterns dozens of meters tall had been set out. But since it hadn't turned dark yet, they hadn't been lit. Crowds of people were bustling in the plaza. All kinds of constructions were being finished. Despite not being lit, the countless varied lanterns were still a spectacular sight. Young men and women were all over the plaza and starting to play. The sound of conversation filled the air, and occasional bell, like laughter, would ring out. But some of those laughs were extremely unpleasant to listen to. Who knew whether those braying laughs were always like that or whether it was due to this being a special occasion? But they caused one's hair to stand on end. The women were holding hands and having fun, while at the same time, secretly stealing glances at the men. Although it was almost autumn, the plaza gave off a fresh feeling of spring. Some of the men truly were doing as Long Chen's mother had said, and had picked a high spot early on. Some of them were on high rocks, some on bridges, their hands waving a fan in front of them in a flirtatious manner. What shocked and caused him to be speechless was that some of them were acting like roosters and being excessively lewd. Shuhu, this is the legendary Phoenix Cry Lantern Festival with handsome men and beautiful women. Long Chen almost couldn't believe his eyes. Oh, Brother Long, we're early. The truly beautiful women haven't come out yet. Only those people without confidence come this early, he awkwardly explained. But as soon as he said it, he backtracked. But Brother Long is definitely an exception. Long Chen truly had come too early. He blamed it all on his mom and had an urge to cry. But as the sky gradually darkened, more and more people started to show up. These new additions were definitely a grade better than the ones who had gotten there so early. At the very least, their laughs were not so frightening. It was pretty good in terms of both numbers and quality. Haha, Brother Long, you really came. Feng had just arrived, quickly noticing Long Chen and Shuhu who were hiding in a corner. Haha, Brother Long, you really are dashing today. Thaddeus and the others also came in succession and came to greet Long Chen. Thaddeus, you aren't bad either. You've lost quite a bit of weight. In the past, we didn't even know how you managed to squeeze into places, joked Shuhu. Everyone also laughed. As they were having fun, more and more people ended up showing up, and the plaza became completely full. The young people were all in small groups within the crowd and quietly chatting. But all of their gazes were roving around, looking for targets. Long Chen, let's join them. It's almost time for the Lantern Festival to begin, said Feng. Thaddeus and the others were already feeling a bit pressed. But since Long Chen never said anything, they had only waited beside him patiently. Actually, Long Chen really didn't want to go into the crowd, but not wanting to be rude, he still resolved himself to enter the huge crowd of people. As soon as Long Chen's group entered, they attracted many people's attention. One reason was because they were one of the last groups to join. But this group of people was also very special. Tall, short, fat, skinny, there was someone for anyone's taste. Ah, who's that? How handsome. How come I've never seen him before? One woman immediately let out a surprised shout. Long Chen was definitely not bad in terms of looks, but it definitely hadn't reached the point of amazing annoying people. But as for whether a flower was pretty or not was decided in the eye of the beholder. Beside Fatty Yu, Shu Hu, and the others, even the dark-faced Shifeng appeared much more handsome than normal. You don't know? That's Long Chen, the border suppression Marquis's son. Heavens, he's Long Chen? The Long Chen praised as the capital's #1 in the junior generation? I heard he's even a pill apprentice, and might even become Grandmaster Yun Kai's first disciple. Gossip about him filled the air, and many women sent furtive gazes his way. Some of the bold ones actually started to shout his name. Sweat started to roll down his face. Long Chen had never seen such a battle, and no matter how thick his face was, he still couldn't block it all out. Brother Shi, you go to the front. Fatty Yu and Who's, I won, you guys come up a bit more too. Long Chen straightforwardly hid behind his friends, lowering his head while he walked. This relieved quite a bit of pressure on him. After wading through the crowd for a bit, they arrived at a huge martial arena that was hundreds of meters wide. Long Chen, this martial arena is for finding the #1 junior warrior in the Phoenix Cry Empire. Are you interested? Smiled Shifeng. Definitely not. I don't like being a trick-performing monkey. Long Chen shook his head. Then I'm relieved, laughed Shifeng. Long Chen was startled for a moment before realizing that Shifeng was actually after that title. Good luck. Long Chen extended a fist. Shifeng bumped fists with him and said, don't worry. As long as it's not you, then I should be okay. Hey, you two are being rude. You keep ignoring our needs. Let's go bros, we'll take advantage of our time and go fool around, shouted Shu Hu as he pulled the rest of the group away. Remember to meet back here in a while, shouted back Shifeng. The two of them didn't even know whether they were heard. The others disappeared quickly into the crowd, each looking for a target. Shifeng, how's your cultivation base? Seeing no one was around, Long Chen quietly asked him. The peak of the first heaven stage of blood condensation. In just a short while, I should be able to reach the second level, Shifeng replied gratefully. The reason he had managed to reach his current level so quickly had been because of Long Chen's assistance. The earlier someone entered the blood condensation realm, the greater it would benefit their future cultivation. If someone only managed to break through to blood condensation after 30, then that person probably would never be able to progress past the first heaven stage of blood condensation. Currently, Shifeng wasn't even 18, but had broken through to blood condensation realm. In the future, he would have over a 30% chance of advancing to the tendon transformation realm. The tendon transformation realm was the level which the strongest existences in the empire were at. There were only 3 of them in the entire Phoenix Cry Empire. Long Chen nodded. Such a speed meant that Shifeng was extremely hardworking, but when he examined Shifeng's Danshan, he found that his spirit root was only of average quality. The tendon transformation realm would probably be the limit of his martial path. There wasn't much hope for advancing further. Later, I'll help you refine a foundation establishment pill that will stabilize your foundation. With your work attitude, you should be able to break through to the tendon transformation realm before you're 30, said Long Chen. Was the pill you gave me last time really refined by yourself? Shifeng was delighted by that offer, but he couldn't help doubting it slightly. Interesting. If I didn't refine it, then did I steal it? Long Chen was a bit irked. No, but we originally thought it was Grandmaster Yun Kai who gave it to you, said Shifeng lightly. After all, Long Chen had completely changed in just the blink of an eye. He had gone from a trash who couldn't cultivate to becoming a pill apprentice. They were still surprised by this, and so they couldn't help but make up some theories. However, what Long Chen was telling him now meant that he had refined it himself. Right now your foundation isn't bad, but it's not solid enough. The main issue is that at the initial Kai condensation levels, your cultivation was a bit too rushed. This left a few faults on your foundation, so it will be an obstruction when you attack tendon transformation in the future. The foundation establishment pill, which I'll refine for you, won't be able to fix all of those faults, but it will make it much easier for you to break through to the tendon transformation realm, said Long Chen. Brother Long, I won't say any words for courtesy. If brother has any need in the future, then just tell me and my life will be yours, swore Shifeng solemnly. Such words aren't required between brothers. Well, what's that? Long Chen suddenly saw a dozen guards with embroidered clothes walking over from the distance. They were holding some kind of huge objects in their hands, but he was unable to see its shape. Those are the princess's lanterns. The princesses will each make one during the festival to bless the empire with luck, explained Shifeng. The princesses? Then, he definitely had to have a good look. Unfortunately, he didn't know which one was Chu Yao's. As for those guards, they all marched behind a huge curtain which both faced the crowd as well as the martial stage. The festivities had yet to truly begin, so they wouldn't let the people to see them too early. Even more guards started to appear, completely surrounding the perimeter. Interested in what those guards were doing, those young people who were messing around also started shifting over. The area became completely crammed extremely quickly. Some of the women who hadn't made it in time to get a good spot actually batted her eyes at a man who immediately gave up his spot for her. As for those men, they could only watch from a great distance. Even Fatty Yu and the others could only stare from afar. After all, who had told them to go and chase after girls? All the spots closer to the stage and huge curtain were already taken now, so they could only stand in the distance. Once everyone was seated, a phoenix carriage appeared and a shout rang out, causing all the guards to kneel. The Empress Dowager's carriage has arrived. One Shu who is called Huzai by his friends. Huzai means monkey, which suits him since he's so skinny. Chapter 35. Sparks Fly. Following the announcement, 8 ladies gracefully came out to support a woman down from the phoenix carriage. Every single person kneeled down when that woman descended, respectfully calling, "Greetings, Empress Dowager." But Long Chen was not amongst the people kneeling. That wasn't because of his arrogance or cultivation base. According to the Empire's customs, cultivators above the blood condensation realm didn't have to kneel towards princes. However, cultivation base didn't matter when it came to the Empress Dowager. Any citizen of the Empire had to kneel in front of her. The exception that allowed him to ignore this custom was his status as a pill apprentice. As an alchemist, he had the option to not kneel. Furthermore, he was sitting amongst a huge crowd of people so he wouldn't be noticed. Acknowledged. The Empress Dowager merely glanced at these people before indifferently raising her hand. Only then did everyone slowly get up. Long Chen closely examined this woman who held all the power of the Phoenix Cry Empire. She only appeared around 37 or 38 years old, but it was said that she was actually over 50. Despite being called the Empress Dowager, she was not the blood mother of the emperor, but the actual mother of the crown prince. Since the emperor had stayed in seclusion for so long, the chancellors finally decided that continuing to call her the empress was becoming inappropriate. Since the crown prince had come of age now, he was set to ascend the throne the next year. Therefore, her title had changed from empress to Empress Dowager. One with the ladies' support, she slowly walked over to the central seat and sat down. The 7 princes also came out in succession, sitting beside the Empress Dowager. This was the first time Long Chen had seen all the princes together. He looked over them one by one. He had seen the crown prince before, and he also recognized the 7th prince. The current 7th prince had become much better behaved now and didn't dare to mess around as much as he used to. Long Chen finally found the one he was most interested in, the 4th prince. It went without saying that the 4th prince was very handsome. His face always had a modest smile that was very friendly and powerful. Looking over his surroundings, Long Chen noticed that many of the young women were already infatuated with this handsome prince. Long Chen shook his head at the other princes. Although they were all very grand, the arrogance in their eyes could not be hidden. Naturally, he thought of Chu Yao at this time. Amongst these princes, how many of them weren't wearing masks? Or more accurately, were they all wearing masks? And just how many masks were they wearing? A sneer appeared on his lips. The more power the royalty held, the more difficult they would be to deal with when they were corrupted. It would be better to have them lead some wars and have them feel a bit of pain along with their people. Long Chen turned his nose up at those people who had killed others in secret without actually touching blood. If they had such intentions, then why didn't they just focus on increasing their own strength through cultivating? Grandmaster Yun Kai has arrived. What surprised Long Chen was that Grandmaster Yun Kai actually appeared at the chairs. His appearance immediately caused a commotion. This was the first time a person like Grandmaster Yun Kai had ever come to the Phoenix Cry Lantern Festival. As soon as Grandmaster Yun Kai walked up, the Empress Dowager quickly stood up and paid her respects to him. "Greetings, Grandmaster. This old man doesn't deserve such courtesy from Empress Dowager." Grandmaster Yun Kai also gave her a half bow of respect. After the two of them had greeted each other, Grandmaster Yun Kai seated himself. His seat was right next to the Empress Dowager, and at the exact same height, showing just how high his status was. His gaze roved around the crowd, and he nodded slightly when he saw Long Chen practically hiding in the corner. This slight movement of his immediately drew everyone's attention. Following Yun Kai's gaze, they immediately found Long Chen. Looks like the rumors are true. Long Chen really has been recognized by Grandmaster Yun Kai. He might have already become his apprentice. Some people couldn't help but sigh. It seemed like just moments ago that Long Chen had been a bullied trash, but now his life had completely changed with Grandmaster Yun Kai's recognition. He had actually become a highly revered pill apprentice. Long Chen cursed when he saw Grandmaster Yun Kai nod his head at him. As he expected, everyone immediately looked over at him. He had no desire to become the focus of everyone's attention, but now it was too late to be low-key. Long Chen rose up and bowed towards Grandmaster Yun Kai. Seeing that, the Empress Dowager smiled. Looks like Grandmaster's closed heart has finally been moved after all these years. Are you planning on passing down your legacy? The crowd immediately quieted. It was rumored that Grandmaster Yun Kai was extremely prideful and would never take an apprentice within his life. They were all curious as to what he would reply. This child has a great future ahead of him. I truly do hope he becomes my apprentice, replied Grandmaster Yunkai lightly. Although he didn't exactly say it explicitly, his words still shocked everyone. He was such a prideful man that almost no one had ever heard him praise someone. For him to look so highly upon Long Chen, then just how important was Long Chen to him? Countless theories popped up in people's minds. I must assume Long Chen is an extremely talented alchemist, or an ordinary pill apprentice would not be able to enter your gaze like that, said the fourth prince. Yunkai looked at the fourth prince and laughed. Being a talented alchemist is just one part of it. The most important thing is perseverance. Fourth prince's perseverance is also very admirable. He smiled. You overpraise me, Grandmaster. The fourth prince no longer continued to talk after this. Long Chen's keen senses noticed that his expression had changed ever so slightly. Was it because of what Grandmaster Yunkai implied? Long Chen couldn't help wondering. Grandmaster Y Kang, Prince Changfeng and Princess Beiche, I have arrived. Following this announcement, Xia Changfeng, Xia Beiche, and a 40-year-old, thin, bearded man wearing a pill master's robe walked out. His robe had an exquisite pill cauldron sewn in over the abdominal area. The cauldron had 3 lines on it, marking him as a pill master. Long Chen also had such an alchemist's robe, but the quality of his robe was much inferior, and there was only 1 line on his cauldron. 1 line signified pill apprentice, 2 lines a pill adept, and 3 lines a pill master. Long Chen narrowed his eyes. Just who was this person? Why would he appear here? Yunkai, after not seeing you for so many years, it seems as if you've aged quite a bit, said Y Kang. The entire plaza became completely silent once he said this. Grandmaster Yunkai was revered highly within the Phoenix Cry Empire, and no one would dare say such a thing to him. Y Kang, did you finally leave the Grand Xia because you're dying and want to see more of the world? Replied Grandmaster Yunkai. Even if I was dying, it'd be better than my wife dying. And my wives have become more numerous over these years. Y Kang laughed. Whether it was intentional or not was unknown, but Xia Beiche, I hugged Y Kang's arm and pressed her body close against his. Long Chen's gaze darkened when he noticed that Xia Beiche was wearing the exact same clothes as the woman in the picture Yunkai had shown him. If he hadn't guessed wrong, then this old ghost was most likely Yunkai's enemy, and maybe even the death of his wife had been related to him. He was clearly attacking Grandmaster Yunkai, and was using Xia Beiche as a sharp weapon. Fury rose within Long Chen. Although he hadn't had much contact with Grandmaster Yunkai, he knew that he was a peaceful person who was open and honest with others. He was an elder worthy of respect, and for him to be schemed against by someone like this caused him to recklessly shout the following. You're just a dying old stick. Take care for the day that you keel over during sex. The plaza was originally deathly silent, so Long Chen's voice rang out clearly in every single person's ears. Everyone turned to look at Long Chen in shock. You bold peasant, how dare you be so rude to this Grandmaster? Xia Beiche glared at Long Chen angrily. Do you think I care about being rude to an old pervert drowning in lust? Retorted Long Chen disdainfully. Following what Long Chen implied, the crowd turned to look at Xia Beiche. Y Kang's hand was already all over her chest. She quickly shook off the hand and glared at Long Chen. She pointed at Long Chen angrily, but merely stuttered, unable to say anything. Are all your Phoenix Cry noble sons this lacking in upbringing? Snorted Y Kang coldly. Before the Empress Dowager could say anything, Yunkai indifferently said, Long Chen is already a pill apprentice of my alchemist guild. Did you hear that, old bastard? This lord is a member of the guild. But what are you? Said Long Chen. Idiot, Grandmaster Y Kang is the chairman of our Grand Xia's alchemist guild, retorted Xia Beiche angrily. Oh, so he wasn't from here. Good, I was confused about that. Our Phoenix Cry land is so fertile, there's no way such a quacking old lecher could come from it. Long Chen sighed in relief. This sentence of his made everyone want to laugh, but they couldn't. But they also couldn't keep it down, so the smart ones all lowered their heads. Some people didn't react in time and actually let out a choked laugh before covering their mouth. But that was even more embarrassing for Y Kang than if people had just outright laughed. The atmosphere of the plaza became extremely awkward. The ones who had it the worst weren't the people down below, but the princes. They couldn't laugh for fear of offending, and they also had nowhere to hide, so their attempts at stifling their laughter were the most difficult. Cough, today is a holiday, so Grandmaster Y Kang, please come up and sit. The festivities will soon start. The Empress Dowager also had it hard. Neither side could offend the other, so they had to come to a compromise. Fine. Y Kang graciously accepted the offer. He coldly snorted at Yunkai before slowly walking up to his spot. Once he sat down, he icily swept his gaze over Long Chen. Was this old stick trying to intimidate him? Long Chen extended his fist towards him, his middle finger shooting up high. Everyone gasped at this act of his. Y Kang's face immediately turned green and killing intent overflowed from him. The Empress Dowager saw this and quickly shouted, "Let the festivities begin." A melodious bell rang out. The waiting people started to illuminate the lanterns, turning the plaza as bright as it was in the daytime. A string of huge lanterns appeared atop the stage. One, for those unaware, an Empress Dowager is the wife of a dead emperor or the mother of the emperor. Technically she would still be the empress since the emperor isn't dead, just in seclusion. But after so long, the chancellors decided that with the emperor in a permanent seclusion, she couldn't continue being the empress and gave her the title of the Empress Dowager. Chapter 36. The Princess's Heart. The huge lanterns represented 8 petals. 8 maidens carefully supported them, and when the 8 petals folded together, they created a massive lotus. Suddenly, the lotus bloomed and the center of the flower shook slightly. Only now did people realize that there was a beautiful woman in the center. The entire crowd cheered when she appeared. That was the Phoenix Cry Empire's first princess. Long Chen found that she really was pretty good and worthy of praise. Raising her hand, 2 lines of poetry appeared. The top one, "The heavens protect Phoenix Cry." The bottom one, "Let the nation prosper, its people at peace." The entire crowd burst into cheers. Long Chen smiled slightly. Being a nation's princess was also pretty sorrowful. It was like having to live your whole life as a cricket in a jar. That was a life of hidden fighting all day and night. But thinking about himself, he had also ended up in a life like that. If you didn't suppress others, then you would simply be trampled on. Being stepped on by those above you was whatever, but more importantly, they would crush you firmly to death. Whether this had to do with enmity, right and wrong, etc. didn't matter. Perhaps this struggle was just the most primitive of man's nature. As Long Chen was sighing over this, the second princess appeared. Due to his absent-mindedness, he ended up not catching a glimpse of her, something he regretted. But the next one was Chu Yao's lantern. He kept his eyes wide open, afraid to miss a single detail. First, a few fireworks lit up the sky, accompanied by cheering. Then immediately after, a huge dragon kite whistled through the air. At the same time, beside the huge dragon, was a colorful phoenix with gorgeous wings. Golden powder sprinkled from its wings, just as if a real phoenix had descended upon the earth. Wow, how beautiful! Along with the scattering powder, the dragon and phoenix shone, making it seem as if everyone had entered a world of legends. They slowly fluttered down to the earth. From the dragon's mouth came a large sphere of white light that burst open, sending streamers flying. From those ribbons, a beautiful woman dressed in ancient costumes slowly appeared, shapely and leisurely, a beauty that made you never want to stop looking at her. The entire crowd erupted in acclaim when the third princess appeared. Many of the young men had heard of the third princess's beauty before. Hers was a beauty that could cause the downfall of an empire. Today they finally got to see her in person, and for a moment, all that could be heard were fanatic screams. Long Chen was also struck foolish for a moment upon seeing her. This was the first time Long Chen had seen her dressed up so beautifully. Her eyes wandered over the crowd. Suddenly, her eyes brightened when she saw Long Chen, and she tossed a small ball which slowly flew out towards him. Long Chen reached out his hand to catch it, and found that the ball had a small tag on it. The entire crowd immediately went silent, all of them staring at Long Chen. The Empress Dowager was also startled, but she didn't say anything. But the person whose expression was most unsightly was definitely the Grand Xia Changfeng. Although he tried to appear natural and at ease, his uncontrollable anger turned his face green. The Empress Dowager had already decided to marry off Chu Yao to Xia Changfeng, but her display today of the dragon and phoenix had obvious significance. Moreover, that ball was thrown directly towards Long Chen. 1. Normally, a ball didn't have any special meaning, but that was not the same when added with the display of the lanterns. It was the same exact custom as in ancient times when maidens threw embroidered balls to pick their husband. Despite doing his best to control himself, Xia Changfeng could not stop his body from trembling and his veins popping. Changfeng, endure it. Wei Kang glanced at Xia Changfeng. Don't worry, Grandmaster, Changfeng will restrain himself. Xia Changfeng nodded, but his voice still trembled in a way that could not be concealed. Xia Changfeng wished for Long Chen to die more than anything right now. Long Chen also felt everyone's peculiar gazes on him. Amongst the people present, Grandmaster Yun Kai was the only one to smile slightly here. Everyone else had either complicated or jealous gazes. Long Chen looked at Chu Yao and her beautiful, leisurely smile. She gestured towards the ball in his hand. Long Chen realized that it was actually a firework, so he pulled its tag and threw it high into the sky. A gorgeous light lit up the entire plaza. When the light rays faded, 2 phrases appeared in the sky. The dragon swims across the 4 oceans. The phoenix flies throughout the 9 lands. Xia Changfeng was no longer able to control himself at all and ended up crushing the teacup in his hand. Long Chen, if I don't crush you into 1,000 pieces, then I wouldn't be Xia Changfeng. As for you, Chu Yao, I'll make you live a life worse than death, you slut. Chu Yao's actions humiliated him even more than if she had viciously slapped him in the face. The Empress Dowager's expression was also extremely ugly. She had never expected Chu Yao to actually be so bold and express affection for a man in such a public manner. Long Chen was also speechless as he looked at the distant Chu Yao. Her pretty face was completely red, but it was still filled with determination. Tears slowly flowed out when she looked at Long Chen, causing him to feel pain for her. What was she despairing of now? Was this her way of expressing herself one final time before facing death? Seeing Chu Yao's smiling face covered in tears, Long Chen's mind buzzed blankly. He suddenly stood and roared, "Seas of blood may block us, but we will never give up our path. Dragon and Phoenix will both live to old age." Long Chen's angry roar rang out in every single person's ears. His roar held an incredibly resolute determination, a willpower that would rather die than submit. Chu Yao shook, her hands covering her mouth, her tears slowly flowing. She had not had such aspirations. She had just wanted to express her true feelings once before her doom so that Long Chen understood her heart. But wasn't Long Chen's response just now just sinking himself into her own demise? She was both moved and regretful that she had harmed him. "The third princess is tired. Come and support her off the stage." The Empress Dowager was resisting her fury as best as she could. 5 bodyguards came, and just as they were inviting Chu Yao to leave with them, Grandmaster Yan Kai spoke out. "Empress Dowager, this isn't right. It's a good thing for young people to have emotions. Come Chu Yao, sit beside this old man." The Empress Dowager's expression changed. Who would have imagined Grandmaster Yan Kai, who never participated in worldly affairs, would actually get involved in imperial matters? Chu Yao rejoiced when she heard Grandmaster Yan Kai's words. Perhaps he couldn't save her from her doom, but she did think that he was capable of protecting Long Chen. Thinking of that, she bent down to kneel in front of him. But before she could, Grandmaster Yan Kai reached out a hand, and a gentle force pulled her back up. "Child, there's no need for this etiquette." He pulled Chu Yao over to his side to sit. But the strange thing in other people's eyes was that despite being at extreme odds with him, Wei Kang only looked on coldly without saying a single thing. The Empress Dowager was extremely infuriated inside, but she didn't want to offend Yan Kai over such a small matter. Without the support of the Alchemist Guild, then no matter how strong the royal family was, they would quickly collapse. Therefore, she could only restrain herself. But as the Empress Dowager, her thinking and schemes were profound. Her expression didn't change, and she merely smiled. Then, "Let the festivities continue." Ji Feng finally stood up beside Long Chen. Stretching, he laughed, "Looks like it's finally time for me to get on stage." In previous years, the battle between noble sons for the #1 junior warrior would begin as soon as the princess's lanterns were lit. "Please wait a moment, Empress Dowager. This old man came all the way over from the Grand Zia just to attend your lantern festival, and I brought a special event just for you," said Wei Kang hurriedly. "Oh, Grandmaster's event will definitely be marvelous to see." The Empress Dowager paused for a moment before smiling. "This is my apprentice, who is only 17 this year, but she's already a true and tested pill apprentice." Wei Kang particularly emphasized true and tested. Everyone naturally looked at Long Chen. Anyone who wasn't an idiot would understand. He was making indirect accusations that Long Chen was a fake. Most people had no idea just how Long Chen's pill apprentice status had been obtained. There were many people who had doubts about his true strength. Long Chen had refined pills for others to see just once before, but that had happened internally within the guild, so the outside world still didn't know anything about it. The majority of people felt that Long Chen had just managed to sneak his way in and didn't necessarily have any true skills when it came to alchemy. Due to his old status as a cripple having hanged around him for too long and how quickly he had risen recently, many people had suspicions that he might have some sort of powerful support behind him, and that support was very likely Grandmaster Yan Kai. But no matter how amazing Grandmaster Yan Kai was, how could he turn a cripple into a pill apprentice in just a short 2 months? A ridiculing smile appeared on Long Chen's face when he heard this. Yan Kai also didn't say anything. Wei Kang continued, "Today, let's let my apprentice give a display of how an alchemist refines." The crowd cheered. Alchemists were extremely revered, and most of the people present had never seen the process of refining pills personally. They were filled with both great respect and curiosity towards this profession. Personally witnessing the process through which a pill was formed was definitely a great opportunity for them. But actually, this can be even more enjoyable. He can represent my Grand Zia's Alchemist Guild. I wonder if there is anyone from the same generation within the Phoenix Cry Alchemist Guild who would like to join her. Wei Kang glanced at Grandmaster Yan Kai. "She's your apprentice, but Long Chen isn't my apprentice. So your little hidden challenge doesn't mean anything," said Yan Kai indifferently. Long Chen's heart shook. Was the reason Yan Kai never took him in as an apprentice related to Wei Kang? "It's just playing around. It'll also liven things up here, so it's not useless." Wei Kang then produced a see-through bottle which actually held a thumb-sized flame that was constantly burning. This beast flame comes from a second-rank magical beast, the Flame Leopard. Whoever wins will be awarded it. Zeep. I also looked longingly towards that beast flame. She had actually wanted it for a long time, but Wei Kang had always refused to give it to her. That beast flame also posed an extremely great temptation to Long Chen. "So kid, do you want to come up and play?" Many people were shaking their heads inside at how obvious the provocation was. Wei Kang's conduct didn't suit his status as a grandmaster. As they suspected, Long Chen was smiling at Wei Kang in contempt. But shockingly, he still spat out a single word, "Fine." Fatty Yu and the others couldn't help gasping. "Brother Long, what are you doing?" In front of everyone's strange gazes, Long Chen walked up to the stage and said to Xiaobeiche, "You heard your master. So just how should I play with you?" When the Long in Long Chen's name means dragon, the Chen means dust, often in reference to the dust of the mortal world. Chapter 37. Pill Battle. "You heard your master. So just how should I play with you?" Everyone was flabbergasted at his words. Fatty Yu, Shuhu, and the others' jaws all dropped to the ground. Damn, Brother Long really is Brother Long. Just one sentence of his can choke the whole crowd. Xiaobeiche's face was ashen from rage, and her eyes glared daggers at him. If looks could kill, then Long Chen would already have been turned to pulp. Grandmaster Yan Kai's expression was odd, and he shook his head slightly, but he was relaxed inside. Long Chen was actually helping him relieve his own anger. Was this what it meant for evil people to attract retribution? This rascal. Chu Yao's face was completely red. This Long Chen was too crude. Seeing Xiaobeiche trembling from her anger, she wondered if she would even have the energy left to refine later. "Kid, must you be so boorish? The old man only asked you up here for a small competition," said Wei Kang angrily. He truly wanted to give this youngster a slap on the face. "I'll stop. Do I get that if I win?" Long Chen pointed to the bottle in Wei Kang's hand, sounding a bit undetermined if he should participate. "Peach, naturally this old man's words are true. I definitely won't renege out of this," snorted Wei Kang. "Ziba." I finally calmed herself down enough. Gritting her teeth, she spat out, "You must be dreaming if you think you can beat me. If you lose, I want you to kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times. Then, you'll crawl to me and lick my feet clean." Xiaobeiche's voice shocked everyone. From her angry words, they suspected that there was a great deal of enmity between the two of them. They suddenly realized that Wei Kang's arrival here was definitely not a coincidence. Apparently, it was to target Long Chen and Grandmaster Yan Kai. Xiaobeiche's terms were far too malicious. No person would accept such a thing. Wei Kang had personally said that Xiaobeiche, I was his apprentice, so her pill arts must definitely be shocking. But Long Chen's pill arts were something no one had ever seen before. Whether he could truly refine pills was still doubtful. Even if he knew how to refine pills, just how long had he known Grandmaster Yan Kai? How much could he have learned in 2 months? It was unlikely for him to have gained even a superficial understanding. Chu Yao's face was pale now with worry. Although she hadn't known Long Chen for long, she could sense that Long Chen's pride had seeped into his bones. Even in death, he wouldn't accept such humiliation. "Long Chen, since you aren't my apprentice, you don't need to jump into this trap," Yan Kai warned him. He was very clear that Long Chen hadn't gained his inheritance. "I know it's a trap, but the bait is just too tempting." Long Chen appeared unwilling to give up. His face nodded in contradiction. Fatty Yu and the others almost vomited blood. "Brother Long, if you know it's a trap, then why are you accepting?" Everyone's expressions were strange. Was Long Chen actually stupid, or was he just acting stupid? He hesitated for a moment, before saying, "I accept, but I have another condition." Seeing Long Chen's acceptance, Xiaobeiche sneered and ridicule flashed in Wei Kang's eyes. "Fine, what's your condition? If I win, I don't want to get her as a bride. With her relations with you, I'd be afraid of getting a disease," said Long Chen. "Long Chen, I'll kill you." Xiaobeiche's rage was exploding. Her originally pretty features were completely twisted into an extremely frightful visage. Long Chen, Wei Kang was clenching his fists tightly, the veins on his forehead bulging. Despite being calm all the way until now, he actually started to tremble in fury. "Old fellow, you didn't get a blood clot in your head, did you?" asked Long Chen worriedly. Wei Kang was a monster who had lived for who knew how many years. His restraint exceeded Long Chen's expectations, and he actually quickly suppressed his anger with a snort. "This pill battle will be decided with the blood-condensing pill. The medicinal ingredients must be prepared on your own, and you can have at most 3 portions. We'll start in 15 minutes. After stating the rules, he returned to his seat. He had actually become a bit afraid of Long Chen. That bastard's ability to anger people was definitely heaven-defying. He was actually afraid of losing his control and slaughtering him in his fury. Xiaobeiche's medicinal ingredients had naturally already been prepared by Wei Kang. As for Long Chen, he could only rely on Grandmaster Yan Kai. This time, Wei Kang was using Xiaobeiche to disgrace Long Chen and also Yan Kai. Yan Kai would definitely not look on without lifting a finger. "Grandmaster, can you please lend me the medicinal ingredients?" Long Chen spread his hands. "Long Chen, you have to think about this carefully," warned Grandmaster Yan Kai solemnly. "Grandmaster, I did this all for myself." "Don't worry, I am sure of myself," said Long Chen. "Then fine." Although he had some concerns, seeing how determined Long Chen was, he merely nodded. He had a pill apprentice go back to the guild to get the medicinal ingredients. The blood-condensing pill was a second-tier medicinal pill. It was a precious pill for blood condensation experts that allowed them to break through the minor levels, and was very expensive. The ingredients to refine it weren't particularly rare. The most expensive main ingredient of it was the blood spirit fruit. The pill's quality was mostly dependent on the purifying of the blood spirit fruit. It had a great deal of impurities within, and purifying it was difficult. If the flame's temperature increased just slightly, then it would immediately burn into ashes. But if the flame wasn't strong enough, then the impurities wouldn't be separated out, which had a huge effect on the pill's quality. It could be said that the blood-condensing pill was extremely difficult to refine, even among second-tier pills. Moreover, refining in front of a crowd was even more troublesome. Although 3 sets of medicinal ingredients sounded like 3 chances, it was still extremely risky for a pill with as high a failure rate as the blood-condensing pill. Both parties finished preparing very quickly. 2 small refining stages were set up atop the martial arena. The whole crowd would be able to see both of them very clearly as they refined. Let the competition begin. You both get 2 hours. After 2 hours, whoever has refined the higher quality blood-condensing pill will be the winner. With the start of the competition, Long Chen and Ziabe both walked to their respective stages and placed their medicinal ingredients on top of it. Long Chen suddenly blinked. A very conspicuous plump fruit was sitting on her pill stage. A blood spirit fruit that's over 100 years old? Long Chen was startled. It appeared Ziabe had truly come prepared. 2 of his blood spirit fruits were only 30 years old, and the best one he had available was only 50 years old. Beach, it's already been said that the medicinal ingredients would be prepared by yourself. You can only blame your guild for being too poor. Ziabe coldly laughed at him when she saw him looking over. Grandmaster Yun Kai's expression sunk slightly. Even after all these years, you still use these underhand methods. Grandmaster Yun Kai's words were targeted to anyone in particular, almost as if he was speaking to himself. But Wei King still coldly laughed. The winner is the king while the loser is nothing. All I care about are the final results. It was you guys who were careless. Who else can you blame? Grandmaster, did they mess around with the ingredients? Although Chu Yao couldn't tell the age of the blood spirit fruits, she still caught on to a couple of clues from their exchange. Yun Kai nodded. Their blood spirit fruits are all over 300 years old. The essence refined from them will be extremely pure, which will definitely increase the refined pill's quality. Then, isn't that very disadvantageous for Long Chen? Asked Chu Yao worriedly. Their opponents were already ahead before the refinement even began. Chu Yao couldn't help being worried. Grandmaster Yun Kai sighed. It's my fault. I underestimated how thick Wei Kang's skin was. For a moment, the entire crowd was restless. Grandmaster Yun Kai's words weren't quiet, and the people nearby all heard it clearly. But Grandmaster Wei Kang also wasn't wrong. The ingredients were self-supplied, so it was their own fault. Do you guys think Brother Long will be okay? Asked Chu Hu worriedly. What a joke. Who do you think Brother Long is? Just watch and see. That Yu was actually filled with confidence. Long Chen saw that Ziabe was already busy with her own refining. However, he was just standing there, not preparing his ingredients, nor warming up the cauldron. Have you given up? Just wait to lick my toes. Seeing Long Chen was completely motionless, she thought Long Chen had been too intimidated to continue. She raised her hand, and a pale yellow flame puffed into existence. Although Ziabe definitely didn't get a high ranking on the scale of personality, her pill flame's quality was actually quite high. She was definitely at the peak of all pill apprentices. It was no wonder she was so confident and dared to throw out such a bait. However, Long Chen had already been attracted by that bait. That flame leopard's beast flame wasn't particularly high ranking in terms of beast flames, but it was at least 10 times better than his current pill flame. If he could refine that flame leopard's beast flame, then it would be of definite assistance to him. He would be able to refine the top-grade star-fusing pill that Chu Yao was in dire need of. That was because the foreign energies in her body had been there for too long. It was as if a seed had already sprouted into a huge tree. It required the top-grade star-fusing pill in order to completely refine those energies. This was something Long Chen was very aware of. That was also why he had accepted this pill battle despite knowing it was a trap. It was as he had said, the bait was just too enticing. Ziabei's movements were very smooth and fluid as she finished warming up her cauldron. Each step was completed without the slightest hesitation. Wei Kang smiled and stroked his beard, his eyes filled with confidence. He is worth cultivating. If she can refine a blood-condensing pill today that isn't too low in quality, then she can be promoted to pill adept. The blood-condensing pill was one of the requirements to be promoted to pill adept. If she could refine it in front of this many people, then it would express to everyone here that Ziabe could advance in ranks. This is all due to Grandmaster's training. Grandmaster has just arrived and must be tired. Chang Feng has already found a place for you to rest, said Zia Chang Feng. After saying that, he whispered in a voice that only the two of them could hear, Chang Feng has also found 2 beautiful twin sisters for Grandmaster that haven't been broken in yet. The solemn Wei Kang immediately lit up at that, but he quickly suppressed it. In a normal voice he said, I just need to randomly rest a bit. There's no need for such a thing. I know Grandmaster doesn't want such a thing, but wouldn't it be nice of you to let the people who worship you to have such a chance? Smiled Zia Chang Feng. But inside he was cursing. You old lecher, your lust is something everyone under the heavens knows about, yet you still put on such a fake act. Haha, just let someone set that up. My heart's not up to such a thing, said Wei Kang. Your heart's not up to such a thing? Of course not, because you'd rather force yourself on them. Zia Chang Feng muttered inside for a while when his expression suddenly went rigid, as he noticed Zia Bach had begun to refine the blood spirit fruit. The success of the blood condensing pill was largely related to the blood spirit fruit. If you could extract the pure essence out, then it would increase the probability of success greatly. Zia Bach carefully placed the blood spirit fruit inside her cauldron and slowly increased the pill flame's temperature. In truth, this was the first time she had refined such an aged blood spirit fruit, so she didn't dare to be careless. Hey. What shocked everyone was that at such a crucial moment when the entire plaza was silent, Long Chen suddenly started to yell and shout. Bang! Zia Bei's hand shook, and her pill flame sharply increased, causing the blood spirit fruit to immediately turn to ashes. The entire plaza turned deathly silent as they gazed in shock at Long Chen. Chapter 38 Lose. Bang! Long Chen. A furious scream pierced through everyone's ears. It sounded like an evil ghoul was demanding for their lives, causing everyone's hair to stand on end. That sound had come from Zia Bei's mouth. She was exceptionally malevolent and sinister now, her face twisted as she glared at Long Chen. That had been the critical moment in the refinement of the blood spirit fruit. She had been trying to find the perfect temperature to purify it, but with Long Chen's shocking cries, her flame had burst out of her control. By the time she managed to put it back under her control, it was already late, and an extremely precious 300-year-old blood spirit fruit had turned to ashes just like that. Her heart dripped blood. Haha, my bad. My habit is to warm up my throat before refining pills. I was afraid to scare you, so I shouted several times to tell you that I was about to start refining. Truly unfortunate. Long Chen acted completely apologetic. It was intentional, so intentional. Even a blind person could tell. Zia Bach, I was practically spitting flames from her eyes. But she had no way to contradict Long Chen. There was no rule which said that the opponent couldn't make noise. This time, she had suffered a great loss. Focus! Wei King coldly shouted, and only then did Zia Bach slowly suppress her anger. If she didn't calm herself, she might really lose. I'm very focused. No need to worry about it, replied Long Chen coldly. Idiot sister, you should continue refining. Next time, I'll do my best to keep my voice down for you, alright? 1. Zia Bach no longer bothered with Long Chen. With an ashen expression, she took out her second set of medicinal ingredients from her spatial ring. She then plugged her ears, so that she wouldn't have to worry about Long Chen scaring her again. What caused him to be speechless was that she actually took out a second extremely aged blood spirit fruit. Her many preparations truly caused Long Chen to be depressed, and since she was already on guard against him, it would be difficult to make her fail again. He could only resign himself to his bad luck. Long Chen raised his hand, and a yellow flame soared into existence. What caused Wei Kang's pupils to shrink was that Long Chen's flame was actually not that much weaker than Zia Bei's. Grandmaster Yun Kai was also slightly startled when he saw Long Chen's pill flame. That pill flame was several times stronger than from the last time he had seen him refining pills. Haha, just like I said, Brother Long definitely won't have any troubles. See, he also has a flame in his hand. Fatty Yu was very pleased with himself. Even for them, it was their first time seeing Long Chen condensing a pill flame. They became much more at ease. This meant that Long Chen was a true pill apprentice. His pill flame startled many people. Although they had been told of his identity as a pill apprentice, they had still doubted it. Seeing his pill flame in person put out many of those doubts. Could he really have become a pill apprentice in just 2 months without any previous foundation? They were filled with veneration as they looked at the settled and stable Grandmaster Yun Kai. Yun Kai bitterly laughed inside. Only he himself knew that Long Chen's pill refining arts weren't taught by him. It seemed that Long Chen had many secrets surrounding him. Chu Yao watched as Long Chen condensed his pill flame. After stabilizing the flame, he started to warm up the cauldron. His movements were very at ease, and his expression was calm, letting her extremely nervous heart relax quite a bit. Zia Bach had once more steadied herself and was steadily purifying her blood spirit fruit. Long Chen had an urge to shout out to her once more, but thinking about how low his chance of success would be this time, plus the shaming ridicule from others, he decided to give that up and start refining his own blood spirit fruit. His blood spirit fruit was only at the size of a longan and much inferior compared to the fist size 300-year old blood spirit fruits of Xiaobeichai's. Not only was the size different, but the purity of the essence within was much inferior. It could be said that Long Chen was behind before the competition had even started. This was definitely unfair. He could only do his best to discard the impurities within his blood spirit fruit. In terms of final pill quality, he was already a step behind. He would have to make up for it in other areas. Suddenly, his flame exploded in strength. His pill flame filled the entire pill furnace, and the terrifying flame gave everyone a scorching feeling. What a powerful spiritual strength. Even Wei Kang was surprised. Long Chen was using his spiritual strength as the fuel for his pill flame, and had even split a portion of it to protect the blood spirit fruit's essence, so that it wouldn't be lost. This kind of technique was extremely wild, but after he recovered from his surprise, he sneered. It was true that his spiritual strength was very powerful, but his blood spirit fruit was less than 50 years old, so how could he compare to the one that was over 100 years old? Moreover, that was a 300-year-old fruit. Wasting this much spiritual strength at the early stage meant that he wouldn't have enough spiritual strength to seal the pill at the critical moment of pill condensation. This was a path of failure in Wei Kang's eyes. This was clearly not an expert's way of refining. Only Grandmaster Yun Kai wasn't surprised by Long Chen's action. He couldn't help lamenting at such a luxurious method though. Only Long Chen had the qualifications to use such a technique with his outrageously enormous spiritual strength. Within Long Chen cauldron was a pile of red powder which he took out. Powder was very red and didn't have many spots within it, letting him relax a bit. Those spots were impurities, but with his current flame strength, it was impossible to completely purify them. This was already the best he could do. Looking at Xiaobeichai's side, he saw that after she had plugged her ears, she had managed to completely ignore the rest of the world and was very efficient. There was also a pile of red powder beside her. That was the blood spirit fruit's medicinal essence. What caused Long Chen's eyes to shrink was that the 300-year-old blood spirit fruit was truly different from his. That powder was much brighter than his, and had even less impurities. He couldn't help but frown. No matter how great the refining techniques he had, he didn't dare display any of them. If that scoundrel Wei Kang noticed it, he would find it very fishy. Right now, he had to take things one step at a time. If he really couldn't win normally, then he would throw caution to the wind and take some drastic measures. In any case, he definitely wouldn't lose. Refining herb after herb, he realized that over half the time had passed. As for Xiaobeichi, she had already sealed her furnace and begun refining the pill. After sealing the furnace, it meant it was already finalized. Other than the final moment of condensing the pill, there were no other steps that were likely to fail. Long Chen, time's almost up. I really am looking forward to the time when you kneel in front of me. Xiaobei had already taken out her earplugs and was coldly sneering at Long Chen. Her sealed furnace only had to maintain a stable pill flame. In order to repay her grievance against him, she started to attempt disturbing him. I'm begging you, shut your mouth. The crap you spout will affect the quality of the air, said Long Chen. You! Xiaobeichai's anger caused her pill flame to jump ever so slightly, scaring her and forcing her to calm herself down. She didn't dare speak again and even once more put on her earplugs. She realized that in a battle of words, even 10,000 of her weren't equal to Long Chen. Right now, she focused all her energy on the pill. She looked forward to the moment when Long Chen would be humiliated in front of her. Long Chen also sealed his furnace a short time later. The two of them were both urging their pill flames to increase the speed of forming the medicinal pill. Bang! A quarter hour later, Xiaobeichai's pill furnace started to boom. The originally silent plaza immediately became excited. Even though they hadn't seen pills being refined before, they had all heard that when the pill was formed, strange events would occur with the pill furnace. This was clearly an omen of the pill forming. The sound became louder and louder, and the furnace started to shake violently. With a cold shout, Xiaobeichai slapped her hands onto her pill furnace, her spiritual strength pouring in. Boom! A huge explosion rang out, and then the pill furnace became completely silent. Xiaobeichai was unable to suppress her own excitement. With her rich pill refining experience, she was 90% sure that she had successfully refined it despite being a bit nervous inside. Slowly reaching her hand into the furnace, a dense pill fragrance swept out and quickly spread throughout the plaza. What a dense fragrance! Many people were surprised, and Wei Kang was very pleased. Even without looking, he could tell that she had succeeded just from this fragrance. Ha 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 ha! Xiaobeichai took out a round medicinal pill. Her face was filled with feverish excitement. But due to her being too excited, her laugh sounded coarse and hard to listen to. Who stepped on your neck? Long Chen glanced at Xiaobeichai and asked with great concern. Although she knew he was ridiculing her, she didn't care. She coldly glared at him. Kid, I'm waiting for you to kowtow to me, haha. Long Chen shook his head a couple of times and no longer said anything, but he really was alarmed inside. This crazy woman's luck truly was too good. She had actually refined a middle-grade blood-condensing pill. It was no wonder she had laughed so wildly. There was an extremely faint pill line on her pill, and although it was extremely faint, there was no doubt that it was a pill line. With Xia Beichai's ability, the probability of her refining such a middle-grade medicinal pill was definitely not over 1%. Did the heavens favor idiots? Long Chen couldn't help but curse inside. If it continued like this, then he really might lose. No, he had to think of a method. At this time, Long Chen's pill furnace was also starting to shake, meaning that his pill was also on the verge of forming. He had reached the most critical moment. Crap, I must win. Long Chen took a deep breath. In front of everyone's shocked eyes, he slapped his hand atop the pill furnace and opened the lid slightly. What? Yan Kai was completely shocked. At this critical moment when the pill was forming, you absolutely could not open the furnace's lid. Otherwise, the medicinal nature inside would be lost. Even Wei Kang was shocked. Long Chen's actions were completely out of the ordinary for refining pills, but he appeared completely serious, and it didn't seem as if he was giving up. Same time, as he opened the lid, Long Chen's spiritual strength started to wildly circulate and tightly locked in the medicinal nature within the pill furnace. Boom boom boom. The pill furnace was continuously emitting explosive sounds and sweat poured down on Long Chen's face. The medicinal pill within the furnace was acting like a struggling wild bull. Long Chen used his spiritual strength to seal it, but the amount of spiritual strength being used was completely shocking. Crap, I'm almost out of spiritual strength. Long Chen suddenly felt a burst of fatigue. He shouted out, madly sending his spiritual strength out. Boom! The entire martial arena shook along with the pill furnace. Long Chen closed and tightly pressed down on the furnace's lid. Only when the pill furnace became still did Long Chen finally relax. His whole body was drenched in sweat. The amount of energy he had used just now had been too great. Slowly opening the lid, the pill fragrance floated out. Looking at the medicinal pill within the furnace, Long Chen's expression suddenly changed. One as he did in a previous chapter, here he turns her name behind idiot. The pronunciation of the Kai is first tone when he says idiot and second tone in her real name. Chapter 39. Obtaining the Beast Flame. Chapter 39. Obtaining the Beast Flame. Seeing Long Chen's expression change so suddenly, Chu Yao's heart sunk. Jifeng, Fatty Yu and the others also were scared. The cost of him losing was far too great. It was something hard to take even in death. But Xia Changfeng coldly smiled inside when he saw Long Chen's face. Haha, Long Chen, what are you waiting for? Why aren't you coming over to kowtow yet? Xia I sneered at Long Chen, seeming extremely pleased with herself. Being able to humiliate Long Chen was practically better than being promoted to pill adept for her. Her body couldn't help starting to shiver in anticipation. Long Chen's face was extremely grave as he slowly took out a medicinal pill from the pill furnace. He regretfully said, I wanted to be low-key, but the heavens wouldn't let me. Only now did everyone see that Long Chen actually did have a round medicinal pill in his hand. They cursed at him for acting so dejected. That scoundrel. Chu Yao was both surprised and delighted. She really had been scared witless for a moment back then. Heavens, I think I really might die. If I continue like this then my heart won't be able to take it. Fatty Yu collapsed to the ground helplessly. Only at this time did people realize Long Chen had put on an act. This was especially true for Xia Beichai, who felt as if she had been given a slap on the face. Long Chen, you dare play me? Raged Xia Beichai. It's whatever, it's just taking people for a little spin, so why are you so serious? Long Chen said randomly. Long Chen, even if you did for the blood condensing pill, you'll still lose. That pill you refined is just low grade, while mine is middle grade. Xia Beichai raised her hand, showing the pill line. All the nearby people could see it extremely clearly. Sister Beichai, you really are talented. You can already refine a middle-grade second-tier medicinal pill at such a young age. It really does make people admire you, exclaimed the Crown Prince Chu Yang. Pill adept this young truly was rarely seen, maybe seen only once every few decades. Such a talent could definitely go far on the pill path. Seeing her ridiculing face, Long Chen indifferently said, who won and who lost isn't something decided by you. Are you trying to quibble? My medicinal pill has a pill line and yours doesn't. Are you unable to see such an obvious difference? Sneered Xia Beichai. You're absolutely right that yours is a middle-grade medicinal pill, but the pill in my hand is also middle-grade. Long Chen raised the pill in his hand. For Long Chen to put it like this shocked everyone, but after carefully examining it, it seemed as if the pill in his hand was absolutely ordinary. Although it was plump and round, there were no pill lines. Middle-grade medicinal pill? How come I can't tell? Sneered Xia Beichai. I really do sympathize with you. So young but your eyes are so blind. Who said that middle-grade medicinal pills had to have pill lines? Sighed Long Chen. Wei Kang's expression changed slightly at that. Shock appeared in his eyes, and he stared fixedly at the medicinal pill in Long Chen's hand. Just now he had felt that that pill was a bit strange. From what Long Chen said, he then thought of what Long Chen had done before forming the pill, and immediately became a bit bewildered. Bring out the pill appraisal device. Following Grandmaster Yun Kai's instructions, a pill apprentice respectfully brought over a large apparatus. It looked like a table, and had a notch at the center for placing the medicinal pill. It had the best accuracy for appraising a medicinal pill's grade. 60% essence. Miss Baichai's medicinal pill meets the demands for a middle-grade medicinal pill. Pill apprentice read out the device's reading. If the essence constituted 50% of the pill, then it would count as low grade. 60% would make it middle grade. Xia Baichai's blood condensing pill had just barely made the grade. Long Chen, I truly want to know just what's so special about your middle grade medicinal pill. Xia Baichai took back her pill and sneered at Long Chen. She didn't believe that Long Chen's medicinal pill had truly reached the middle grade. Since there weren't any pill lines, who was he even trying to trick? This was just a final struggle. Then have a good look. Long Chen laughed and handed his medicinal pill to the pill apprentice. Any medicinal pills that were just refined would have a thin pill membrane covering it for 6 hours that could not be faked. 63% essence. Mr. Long Chen's medicinal pill meets the demands for a middle-grade medicinal pill. Pill apprentice read out the new reading. What? Xia Baichai was stupefied to the point that even the pill in her hand dropped to the ground, her head completely blank. She had lost? Not only her, but everyone else was shocked, especially Wei Kang. Reading the number on the device, his face turned completely ashen. Everything that had happened during the refining had been observed by him, so it was definitely no fake. Long Chen had actually refined a middle-grade pill without any pill lines. Usually the medicinal grade of the pill was determined during the refining process. That was why Wei Kang had given Xia Baichai those 300-year-old blood spirit fruits. It could be said that she had been set into an invincible position. Otherwise, he wouldn't have acted so grandly and used the flame leopard's beast flame as a prize. But now Xia Baichai had lost. No way, you despicable bastard Long Chen. You definitely gave us a fake. You bought off the appraisal. I'll kill you. Xia Baichai suddenly shouted accusations and charged at him like a madwoman. Long Chen was loath to deal with her. As long as she came over, he would send her flying in a single kick. Hey, stop. Don't make a scene. Wei Kang grabbed her and sternly warned her. He understood that today had ended in complete unexpected failure. If he reneged on his words in front of this many people, he really would have no more face. So he had no choice but to stop her. By Xia, he struggled wildly in Wei Kang's grasp. She shouted, You old lecher, what did you say yesterday when you played with me on the bed? Didn't you say the flame leopard's beast flame would definitely be left to me? Give it to me. She mournfully shouted, her voice echoing throughout the plaza such that every single person heard it. Quite a few people shook their heads. This Wei Kang truly was trash despite his grandmaster status, for it was just a rumor about his lecherousness. But now with Xia Baichai's words, there were none who didn't look down on him. Wei Kang turned purple with rage and slapped Xia Baichai dizzy. Baichai has become too upset and has started to babble nonsense. Take her down. After Xia Baichai was brought down, the entire plaza was silent. Long Chen glanced at Wei Kang and reached out his hand. Hand it over. Wei Kang's face was extremely unsightly, and his heart was bleeding. This flame leopard beast flame was extremely precious, and he really had prepared it to leave for Xia Baichai. But he hadn't expected that his attempt to get an advantage over Yun Kai would end up making him suffer a huge loss. Instead of making Yun Kai lose face, he ended up losing his own precious treasure. But in front of this many people, he truly didn't have the face to renege. Take it. Long Chen took the bottle. Inside he saw a pulsing ball of flame and couldn't restrain from exclaiming in joy. Haha, thanks. This was the first time Long Chen felt this old man was not bad. Can you tell me how you did this? Wei Kang was unwilling inside. This time he had truly suffered a loss. Long Chen hesitated for a moment, but seeing Grandmaster Yun Kai also send him an encouraging gaze, he smiled. Due to my respect for your age, I'll tell you. This is a secret art for refining pills. I saw it in Kiku's recordings which had this technique. When the pill is about to form, make a small hole and use spiritual strength to lock in the medicinal nature and use another portion to expel the impurities. This allows you to purify it twice. Now you understand? Kiku's recordings? Could you mean Pill King Kiku? Wei Kang was startled. I don't know. In any case, I saw it in a book. Find it for yourself. Long Chen shook his head. He wasn't telling the whole truth. In order to not draw suspicion, he had gone through many of the techniques recorded within the guild. Within them truly was the technique he had described, but Long Chen's technique wasn't exactly the same. That technique said to make just one hole, but Long Chen had made 2 holes. One hole was used to expel impurities, while the other was used to absorb heaven and earth's spiritual energy. Otherwise the spiritual Kai within the cauldron would be insufficient for the pill to condense. If only one hole was used, then Kai would only go out and not in. No matter how powerful your spiritual strength was, you would never be able to form the pill in the end, and would end up with a furnace of medicinal ashes. Long Chen walked towards Grandmaster Yun Kai and bowed. Yun Kai nodded. Long Chen's display today was completely out of his expectations. At the same time, he admired Long Chen's courage that allowed him to actually dare to gamble despite such risks. Now that Long Chen had a beast flame, his pill flame would become at least 10 times stronger once he refined it. With a powerful pill flame as a support and supplemented with his powerful spiritual strength, Long Chen's alchemy path would be completely without obstacle. Long Chen walked to Zhu Yao. Looking at her charming face, he almost couldn't help sinking into her bosom. Their display today had broken through any previous barriers between them, and their two hearts were now much closer. I will definitely accomplish what I promised you. Believe me, quietly said Long Chen. Zhu Yao cutely nodded. Seeing his determination, she was filled with warmth and felt as if she was no longer alone. Long Chen bowed slightly to the Empress Dowager before walking down the martial arena and returned to his own spot. He attracted everyone's gaze as he walked. The women especially had shining eyes. Long Chen's display was coarse and wild. He actually cursed right in front of Grandmaster Wei Kang. This was both fresh and stimulating to them. Then atop the refining stage he had displayed that easy and calm refining technique of his. He had been completely unconstrained and had managed to counterattack beautifully at the last moment. Such a person was someone they had never met before. He was completely novel. When Long Chen walked past them, many of the daring ones even tried to entice him. Once he sat down, Fatty Yu and the others all burst with excitement. Brother Long, you really are too strong. Haha, now that I've obtained a beast flame, I guarantee that I will let you guys ascend to the blood condensation realm. Seeing their concern for him, Long Chen's heart was moved. Although he had been atop the stage, he had seen everything occurring below the stage. So all their emotion for him was something he knew about. Fatty Yu and the others didn't have high cultivation bases. The stronger Long Chen became, the more assistance he would be able to offer them. When Long Chen had been down, these people had always stayed with him. This feeling was very precious to Long Chen. Just as they were talking, a burst of cheers suddenly rang out, and Long Chen and the others were roused. Xi Feng laughed. The party has truly started. Chapter 40. Wang Chang's Challenge. Chapter 40 Wang Chang's Challenge. Long Chen raised his head to look, and saw a powerful man standing atop the center of the martial arena, and cupping his fist in all directions. He didn't recognize this young man, but as soon as he had got on the stage, the crowd had cheered. It appeared he was somewhat famous. At this time, Long Chen noticed that even outside the plaza, there were countless people. Back before the lanterns were lit there had been an area reserved only for the nobility, but now it was open to everyone. There were no restrictions on status for the battle over the #1 junior warrior. Looking at where the Empress Dowager was watching the battles, he noticed there were many more people over there as well. Amongst them was Man Wanhu. Those people tended to be on the older side, but their bodies were still surging with strength. They were blood condensation cultivators, and faint killing intent came from their bodies. They were clearly true experts. Long Chen was sizing those people up when another burst of cheering rang out. A man jumped up tens of meters and lightly landed on the martial arena, his figure appearing extremely at ease and confident. So it's Feng Yang. Feng was somewhat amazed when he saw that person. What, do you know him? Asked Long Chen. Yup, he's the same age as me. He joined the army 2 years ago. At that time he was just at the 3rd heaven stage of Kai condensation, but now he's at the 8th heaven stage. To jump 5 minor realms in just a short 2 years truly was shocking to people. It's not surprising. After joining the army, he must have gone through several missions and survived many life and death situations. This kind of speed is normal under those circumstances. Long Chen nodded. This Feng Yang is really not bad. Although his cultivation base isn't high, the trace of killing intent on his body isn't something those people who grew up coddled can handle. While Long Chen and Xi Feng were talking, Feng Yang had already took action, and it truly was just as Long Chen said it would be. Although the person who had come up ahead of him looked strong, and had a similar cultivation base to Feng Yang, his true combat ability was a far cry from Feng Yang's, and he was defeated in less than 10 exchanges. On the martial path, just having a higher cultivation base doesn't mean you have a higher combat ability. Sometimes just an unstoppable attitude will make the opponent afraid of you and lose confidence. This will lead to their battle strength going down. That's why the further you walk along the martial path, the more you require a strong martial heart. This will allow you to overcome your obstacles and be undaunted by setbacks. Long Chen patted Xi Feng's shoulder. I know. I can die, but I cannot surrender. Xi Feng nodded. Long Chen smiled. Xi Feng's talent was limited and his cultivation path would be rough. But if he kept a steadfast heart, he really might be able to pull off a miracle one day. Feng Yang consecutively beat 3 strong opponents before finally ending up exhausted. In the end, he was sent flying by someone and had no choice but to concede. I'm going up now. Oh, this early? Are you going to be able to handle it? Long Chen was a bit flabbergasted. I consider this contest a kind of training for myself. The results aren't important. Instead I need to firm my martial heart, smiled Xi Feng. Nice brother she. We'll all be rooting for you from here. Fatty Yu was especially excited, and the rest of them all wanted to see Shifeng win. You got this. Long Chen patted his shoulders. Shifeng has come to ask advice. Following Shifeng's shout, it was like thunder had clapped through the plaza, and the entire crowd emitted a huge cheer. Obviously, Shifeng was pretty famous within the younger generation of the capital. Fatty Yu and the others' yells were drowned out by a flood of cheering. It was so loud that they couldn't even hear their own voices. They looked at each other in dismay and awkwardness. Shifeng's face was dark and reserved. As he stood atop the stage, he gave people a sensation of being a large mountain that no man could shake. He was fighting a 9th heaven stage Kai condensation expert. But when that person saw Shifeng, he immediately turned into a statue. Come at me, I'll only use the power of the 9th heaven stage of Kai condensation. Shifeng smiled slightly. That person naturally couldn't help becoming angry at that provocation. Everyone was watching them, which put him on the spot. Who asked for your help? That person stamped on the ground and a punch came smashing towards Shifeng. But Shifeng didn't even deign to look at it. Isn't this Shifeng too arrogant? Just as people thought Shifeng had a huge ego, that person suddenly sent out a second punch towards his lower abdomen. The first one had actually been just a feint. A large paw met that punch. Shifeng grabbed onto that person's fist and started to apply some force. Time for you to go. That person let out a startled cry as his body flew a dozen meters through the air. Eventually he fell flat on his face. After landing he spit out some dirt and cursed a couple times. He turned to leave, deciding to not even look at the rest of the battles. Brother, she is formidable. Fatty Yu and the others took advantage of this time and shouted out this slogan. Following their shout, the crowd loudly cheered. These cheers contained countless young maidens' cries as well. Long Chen smiled. No wonder so many people wanted to go up to fight. This was the best way for men to attract women. Suddenly Long Chen sensed a gaze coming at him from the seats above. Looking up, he saw that Chuyao was staring at him. He smiled and winked at her, causing her to immediately turn red and quickly lower her head. The joy filled her eyes. But neither Long Chen nor Chuyao noticed that these small movements of theirs had been noticed by another person. Xia Changfeng's face was ashen, and he suddenly whispered to a person beside him, "How was your scouting? Did you find his bottom line? Your servant tested him. His cultivation base is extremely strange, and his true level could not be found. However, in terms of compatibility, he does not surpass early blood condensation," whispered that person. If Long Chen were there, he would have immediately recognized this person's voice as being the person who had fake attempted to assassinate him. That's good. Wang Chang, you must kill him today. Do your best not to disclose too much hidden strength, coldly ordered Xia Changfeng. This Wang Chang was one of his bodyguards, the man with the scar on his face. Wang Chang cruelly smiled. Don't worry, master, he definitely won't survive the night. Bang! It went without saying that Shifeng, who had reached the blood condensation realm, was unstoppable. He defeated 18 people in a row, filling the crowd with excitement. The last 2 people were also blood condensation experts, but in terms of combat strength, they were quite a bit weaker than him. After all, Shifeng had received Long Chen's assistance when breaking through to blood condensation, so his foundation was much firmer than the others, giving him a great advantage. After defeating the last blood condensation expert, Shifeng shouted out 3 times, but no one further came up. According to the rules of the battle, the title of the Phoenix Cries #1 Junior Warrior had already landed within Shifeng's lap. Under the enthusiastic cries of the entire crowd, Shifeng walked over to the Empress Dowager and kneeled. The Empress Dowager bestowed upon him a jade medal and gave him a few encouraging words. When he returned back down to the martial stage, the crowd became even more impassioned, and countless maidens surged over there, throwing flower loops over to Shifeng's neck. Each of those flower loops had been personally made by those maidens. It was a token for men they admired. If that man picked it up, then it meant the man accepted the maiden's heart. Each flower loop had the maiden's name sewn onto it, so the man could easily figure out whose it was. The stronger a man was within the Phoenix Cry Empire, the more wives and concubines he would have. So a great deal of maidens would prefer to marry a man who had many wives rather than be the first wife of a mediocre man. When Shifeng returned, his body was covered with flower loops, and only his head could be seen. He could barely see where he was going. "Haha! Congratulations, Shifeng!" Long Chen couldn't help laughing at that comical sight. "This time you've struck rich, Shifeng." Shu Hu was filled with admiration. "What riches? Shifeng isn't some peddler. But brother Shi, make sure to get your affairs in order when you go back. No matter what, you have to pick a couple good wives," laughed Fatty Yu. By giving those flower loops to him, those maidens had all expressed their willingness to marry him. As long as he assented, and he gave them a betrothal gift, they could immediately proceed to the wedding. It was extremely convenient. Shifeng turned red and said, "I was only able to do this because of Long Chen's assistance. How about we split these flower rings between us?" Everyone choked when they heard that. Only Shifeng would think of trying to divvy up such a thing. Seeing everyone laugh, Shifeng also realized what he had said. He played dumb, causing people to laugh even harder. Normally this would signify the end of the Lantern Festival, but just as people were preparing to leave, Xia Changfeng suddenly laughed. That battle just now truly was marvelous. But I still feel as if we haven't had our fill yet. I have a proposal, but I don't know whether it's appropriate. The Empress Dowager frowned slightly. Too many things had occurred today, and she didn't want new ones. But Xia Changfeng was a guest, so the Empress Dowager could not easily contradict him. You can say what you want, Princess Xia. In order to add more fun, I'll also send a youngster from my side to exchange blows with your Phoenix Cry's top talent. Let's compare and see which is stronger, laughed Xia Changfeng. Before the Empress Dowager could say anything, Wei King interrupted. The Grand Xia and the Phoenix Cry Empire are like a family, and it's just a friendly competition. I doubt the Empress Dowager would refuse. The Empress Dowager only sighed in anger. They were clearly using their words to trap her. If she didn't agree, that would offend Wei King. Then we'll listen to Grandmaster, so we can see the grace of the Grand Xia's men. But I still don't know who is going onto the stage. Wang Cheng, you go. Remember to go easy and not ruin our friendship. Xia Changfeng waved his hand. Yes. Wang Cheng stepped lightly on the ground, and he shot through the air like a huge bird, gently landing on the stage. Grand Xia's Wang Cheng inviting any Phoenix Cry geniuses to exchange pointers. Wang Cheng cupped his hands. Is this a mistake? You already look so old, yet you act like a youth. Isn't your skin a bit too thick? Long Chen fed some words to Shu Hu, who shouted them out. Wang Cheng smiled. I'm only 19 this year. I have official documents that confirm this, and everyone from the Grand Xia knows this. The crowd relaxed at his words. Some people simply did age a bit faster. Young Master Long, I've heard rumors of your strength since arriving at the capital. I truly admire you. Do I have the qualifications to swap pointers with young Master? Wang Cheng cupped his hands towards Long Chen. Everyone's gaze lit up at his words, and the crowd immediately began to cheer. Long Chen! Long Chen! Long Chen! Their shouts were surging waves that completely impassioned everyone's blood, and countless fervent glances landed on Long Chen. Chapter 41. Long Chen's Fury. Chapter 41. Chapter 41. Long Chen's Fury. Long Chen. Long Chen. Long Chen. Long Chen glanced at Wang Cheng, and then, at the distant Xia Changfeng. How could he not understand what was going on? With a cold laugh, he beckoned with a hand. Long Chen reached out a hand, and everyone immediately became silent as they looked at him. But Long Chen only threw out a single sentence. I have no interest in battling with a declining dog who has aged prematurely. The entire crowd was completely stunned. Long Chen had actually declined. This is Phoenix Cry's #1 junior generation? What a worthless person. It really is disappointed. Wang Cheng shook his head. Long Chen coldly smiled. He had already jumped into one trap, so did they expect he would jump into a second one? There wasn't even any bait this time. Did they think he was stupid? Let's leave now. Don't bother with that dog. Following his shout to the crowd, Long Chen walked away. He urgently wished to refine the beast's flame and didn't have time to waste on them. You actually want to obtain the third princess with such conduct? I'd advise you about the toad who wanted to try eating the swan's meat. Or should I call you trash? Wang Cheng coldly laughed when he saw Long Chen wanted to leave. Long Chen suddenly turned stiff. This Wang Cheng had truly infuriated him. He didn't know when it had happened, but at some point Chu Yao had already become an extremely important part of his life that he absolutely could not let other people trample on. But despite his fury, Long Chen still didn't want to fight with this Wang Cheng. He didn't have enough assurance, so he continued to walk away. I'll accompany you. Suddenly Shifeng shouted, and jumped atop the martial arena. Long Chen was greatly alarmed and quickly went to grab Shifeng. But Shifeng had gone too fast, and Long Chen wasn't able to stop him before he had already jumped atop the stage. Wang Cheng, clean your mouth. Long Chen isn't someone you can disgrace. Shifeng coldly pointed at Wang Cheng. Seeing Shifeng come onto the stage, Wang Cheng's eyes brightened. He cruelly smiled. Although you might be the #1 junior warrior, you won't last 10 exchanges with me. You should go down and try not to lose face. Too arrogant. Disgusting. Wreck him, Shifeng. Shifeng had just obtained the title of #1 junior warrior. His strength just now was admired by countless people. For this person from the Grand Xia to insult, Shifeng was insulting the entire younger generation of the Phoenix Cry Empire. Shifeng, get down. Long Chen had already rushed over beside the stage and sternly ordered him. See, he told you to get down. He's afraid you'll get hurt. You should go down. Wang Cheng also indifferently persuaded him, but his words were even more infuriating than someone cursing him. Long Chen, I want to test him, said Shifeng. This is a trap. If you fight with him, you won't be my brother anymore. Long Chen angrily roared. He can insult me, but he cannot insult you. No matter what, I have to fight him. I can't listen to you today. Shifeng glared at Wang Cheng. Come. Wang Cheng glanced at him and nodded. I hadn't noticed that you are more mature than him. Due to your courage, I will concede if you can receive 10 of my blows. Arrogance, Xifeng roared, and all his body's blood Kai erupted. Stamping on the stage, he rushed at Huang Chang with a punch. This punch contained all of Xifeng's power. Wind whistled and even space was tore open. Even people dozens of meters away could clearly feel it. Good. Seeing Xifeng's imposing punch, everyone let out a burst of cheering. But Long Chen was extremely anxious. Bang! Xifeng's fist, which had seemed completely unstoppable, was stiffly blocked. Huang Chang used merely a single hand to stop it. In fact, Xifeng's entire body's momentum had disappeared the moment he had collided with that hand. What? Everyone was shocked. Xifeng's punch was extremely powerful, but was unable to shake Huang Chang at all. Their hearts jumped wildly. Just this little power? Huang Chang shook his head disdainfully. Xifeng's astonishment immediately became a raging fury. He sent a kick viciously towards Huang Chang's stomach, at the same time using his right hand to lock Huang Chang's throat. This was a double attack. The kick was sent first so Huang Chang would try to avoid it while his other hand could lock his throat. It was a very clever move. But what Xifeng hadn't expected was that Huang Chang didn't even avoid it. He actually sent out another kick in response, and its speed was extremely strange. Despite being the second to move, his kick landed first. Bang! Huang Chang's kick landed on Xifeng's knee. Xifeng felt a burst of pain there before suddenly also feeling a punch land on his stomach. He was sent back 3 steps and found his right knee was already broken. But before he could recover, Huang Chang had already pressed his advantage. He really is not bad. If Xifeng can't continue, then he should concede. Huang Chang's movement were not slow at all. A hand shot out directly for Xifeng's throat. Xifeng quickly sent a punch to block that claw. Bang! Xifeng's punch was only just sent out before it was latched onto by Huang Chang's hand, and suddenly a powerful force came from it. Crack! One of Xifeng's arms broke. Ah, my bad. Seems I used a bit too much strength. Huang Chang smiled apologetically, but his hands didn't stop and another one came at him. One of Xifeng's knees was unable to move anymore, so there was no way for him to retreat. This time Huang Chang's palm landed on his shoulder. A bizarre force came from it, and Xifeng felt his stomach become suppressed as if it was being crushed by a huge boulder. It became difficult to breathe. Now he finally realized the power difference between them was too great. He wanted to open his mouth, but he found he was actually already unable to speak. Xifeng, if you can't continue then you can concede at any time. Huang Chang smiled slightly, but his eyes were extremely sinister. Another palm was sent towards Xifeng's stomach. Bang! Xifeng was sent flying and spit out a mouthful of blood. The force was so great that he was sent flying off the stage. Long Chen lightly jumped and caught Xifeng. Long Chen examined him and found Xifeng's knee was broken, his arm was broken, and the last blow had split his meridians, almost turning him into a cripple. The entire plaza was deathly silent. No one had thought the bold and powerful Xifeng that was unequaled just a short moment ago would be defeated so quickly and miserably. Brother, Xifeng really is too stubborn. He actually decided to take that palm. My apologies. Huang Chang was helplessly looking at Long Chen and the others from atop the stage. But deep within his gaze, Long Chen could see his ridicule and contempt. Fists have no eyes. You have to blame someone. You can only blame him for trying to show off without any ability. Not killing him is already not bad. Wai Kang shook his head. Shut the hell up, you old stick! Long Chen's sudden furious shout rang out, and a powerful killing intent soared, causing everyone to tremble. Even those noblemen who saw battle all year round felt their hearts jump and were shocked. Long Chen fed Xifeng a healing pill and slowly walked up the martial stage. Looking at Huang Chang, his words were like ice shards. You trying to force me to fight you, right? I guess you're satisfied now. The current Long Chen was filled with surging killing intent. What he didn't know was that while he was consumed by his fury, the Feng Fu star at the bottom of his foot was quickly circulating. For it was just a primal ball of energy, but now it was gradually becoming clear. However, with the passing of time, it seemed as if it were lacking some kind of energy and slowly dimmed back down to its original state. Long Chen turned to Xia Changfeng and pointed at his nose. Xia Changfeng, you cuckold bastard, just wait for me. He then continued, Empress Dowager, I demand a life and death battle with Huang Chang. That final sentence of his was said to the Empress Dowager. For a moment, the entire plaza became still. Long Chen, Shu Yao was panicked looking at the infuriated Long Chen. She had never seen him so angry before, and her heart couldn't help being pained for him. Empress Dowager, life and death battles are grand and heroic. It's the very essence of what it means to be a man. I feel that the only right choice is to support it. Seeing Long Chen furiously demand a life and death battle with Huang Chang, Wai Kang became joyous. He would be able to take back his beast flame if this continued. That was because the loser would have his spoils taken away by the victor in a life and death battle. The Empress Dowager was in a difficult position. She looked at Grandmaster Yun Kai, who was also gravely looking at Long Chen. Please, help Grandmaster. Long Chen nodded to him. Yun Kai sighed. Empress Dowager can decide this. Since this is Long Chen's challenge, the guild has no right to interfere. Then I permit it. Following her proclamation, no one cheered the slightest. This was already not a martial competition, but a bloody battle of death. Xia Changfeng had just been cursed by Long Chen, but he wasn't the slightest bit angry. It was not worthwhile to get angry with a dead man. Their trap was going great. Originally they were planning on Huang Cheng accidentally making a mistake and killing Long Chen. But now they could kill him openly and resolve all their hatred. Zhu Yao on the other hand was extremely worried. Huang Cheng had defeated Xi Feng as if he were playing with a child, and was obviously an extremely powerful and frightening opponent. The people below the stage, who had wanted Long Chen to accept at the beginning, all despaired now. They were astonished that Long Chen would now propose a life-and-death battle. Some of the women were covering their mouths, their eyes filled with admiration. Long Chen's coarse and wild side had aroused their heartstrings. Huang Cheng contemptuously looked at Long Chen. If you had come earlier, your friend would be fine. Hello of you. Long Chen didn't reply, calmly standing there, frightening killing intent soared off his body. I feel like your gaze is extremely dislikable. I think I'll first dig out your eyes. Huang Cheng suddenly stamped on the ground and appeared beside Long Chen like a ghost. His speed was shocking and even faster than when he had fought with Xi Feng. Fuck off. His shout was like lightning shaking the world. All people could was a figure flying back after the shout. People looked at the stage. Long Chen was standing there motionlessly with his fist forward. Huang Cheng was 15 feet away, his face shocked. What's going on? I didn't see. It looks like Long Chen punched Huang Cheng flying. Amongst the people discussing what was happening, Fatty Yu and the others took the lead and started cheering, causing others to also join in. Long Chen didn't pay the slightest attention to those cheers. He coldly looked at Huang Cheng. If you manage to leave alive today, then I wouldn't be Long Chen. Boom! Suddenly the aura around Long Chen's body exploded and caused space to tremble. His terrifying aura shot everywhere, causing everyone's expression to immediately change. Chapter 42. Anger Shakes the Nine Heavens. Chapter 42. Anger shakes the nine firmaments. Boom. Long Chen's aura suddenly exploded out. What? Even the nobles weren't able to control themselves. After Long Chen's exploded, 7 cyclones vaguely appeared behind his body. He's actually only at the 7th heaven stage of Kai condensation. Even after so many battles, Long Chen had never revealed his true cultivation base. Many people speculated that he had already reached the blood condensation realm, but was just hiding it. But now that he had released his aura, it was clearly just of the 7th heaven stage of Kai condensation. But why is his 7th heaven stage Kai condensation aura so powerful? Some people were the first to realize that something was wrong. That aura was too terrifying. It definitely didn't seem to be of the 7th heaven stage. Wei Kang, Xia Changfeng, and the others were also very startled. This was the first time they had seen or heard of such a thing. Bang! Long Chen stamped on the stage, causing it to tremble. He charged towards Huang Cheng. His fist was like a huge hammer smashing down, creating gales that filled the air. Huang Cheng coldly snorted, his body shook and the blood kai from his body surged out, causing the space around to twist. He also sent out a punch to receive him. An earth-shaking explosion rang out when the two fists collided. K-waves surged out, engulfing everything. Long Chen's fist was like a mountain, consecutively smashing down 3 times like a tempest. Huang Cheng's expression changed and he roared, using his full power to block it. Bang! The huge martial arena that was over 300 meters long was unable to bear the force of their power. It shattered into pieces that flew out everywhere, causing everyone to scream. With another explosion, the two of them reappeared atop the crumbled martial arena, grimly glaring at each other. I really never expected you had at least this much ability. Huang Cheng wiped some bloodstains from his mouth. The current Long Chen was practically a magical beast in human form. His great power shocked everyone. Huang Cheng was caught off guard and actually received a slight injury. The things you never expected are many. You shouldn't have used Chu Yao or my brother to infuriate me. You've made me angry. Even I'm afraid of me when I'm angry, coldly said Long Chen. Haha, how boastful. Do you really think I only have this little capability? Today, I'll show a little frog like you what true strength is. Huang Cheng's aura steadily climbed. Originally, he was only at the 4th heaven stage of Kai condensation, but that quickly rose. 5th heaven stage, 6th heaven stage, 7th heaven stage. Grandmaster Yun Kai's expression changed. He had never thought this Huang Cheng had actually hidden his cultivation base, and was actually a late blood condensation expert. The difference between the 3rd and 4th heaven stages was extremely great. The same was true for the 6th and 7th heaven stages. When those huge barriers were overcome, one's battle power would increase greatly. That was why the blood condensation realm was split into early, mid, and late stages to determine strength. Now Huang Cheng had exploded out with the 7th heaven stage of blood condensation strength. Blood Kai surged all over his body, stifling people's hearts. Now do you get it, kid? Your death has arrived. Malevolence covered his face, and a large fist smashed down at Long Chen before he even finished speaking. Long Chen's heart shivered. His intuition really had been correct, in that Wang Cheng was concealing his cultivation base. This was his true strength. Originally Long Chen didn't want to fight with Wang Cheng at such a time, but he had already gone mad with anger, and if he hadn't met him in battle then, he would have been unable to accept the pain in his heart. Seeing Wang Cheng coming at him with a disdainful smile, as if he were just an insect, Long Chen's fury burst out again, and the 7 cyclones in his Danshan were used to their max, as he also sent a fist to meet him. With another huge explosion, Long Chen felt a huge force pass through him. It felt as if a charging bull had ran into him, immediately sending him flying. He smashed into one of the pieces of rubble of the martial arena. He actually shot straight through a piece of wood at least over a foot thick, and kept going for several meters before landing on the ground. What power! Is the difference between mid and late stage so great? Long Chen stood back up, shocked. The first time he had met Wang Cheng he had only revealed a cultivation base at the 4th heaven stage of K condensation. Even at that time Long Chen had sensed he was completely unable to block him. He had been amazed at the difference between the early and mid stages then. When he had fought the man with the long eyebrows at the heroic assembly house, the long-eyebrowed man had not been able to fight back against him at all, and he had been someone at the early stage of blood condensation. Now Long Chen had condensed 8 cyclones, and his combat ability was several times greater than back then, but he was still completely overwhelmed by the late-stage Wang Cheng. Cash actually dares to brazenly challenge me? Does he even dare to show his face? Does a toad like him really dare to eat a swan's meat? Don't make me laugh. Wang Cheng was slowly walking towards Long Chen, smiling with contempt. A person like you isn't suitable to live in the same world as me. Let me end you. No. Zhu Yao shrieked, and was about to charge forward. Don't be impudent. No one can interfere in a life and death battle. The Empress Dowager's face sunk, and she sternly warned her. At the same time, a dozen guards appeared beside Zhu Yao. Those guards were all experts that Zhu Yao was definitely unable to pass through. Child, sit. You can't stop it, gently said Grandmaster Yan Kai. Grandmaster, please. Save Long Chen. Zhu Yao tearfully begged. Don't worry. Even if I have to lose all my face, I'll definitely go save Long Chen, Grandmaster Yan Kai quietly whispered to her with a smile. Hearing him say that, Zhu Yao was filled with relief. Grandmaster Yan Kai continued, let's first observe for a while. Long Chen isn't a normal person, and he definitely has his own trump cards. Zhu Yao nodded, although they hadn't known each other for long, but her impression of him was that he was an extremely reliable person. She didn't know why, but for some reason, he also caused her heart to be confused. Thinking about what she had just done, and how others had seen it, her face immediately turned red. Knowing that Long Chen would die without a doubt, the already calmed down Xia Changfeng immediately became furious when he saw Zhu Yao care about Long Chen like that. He immediately shouted, Wang Cheng, stop wasting time. Finish it. Wang Cheng had already arrived in front of Long Chen when he heard those orders. He sighed, kid, let me give you some advice right before you die. In the next life, be aware of your own strength. Some people can't be provoked by you. He coldly laughed and sent a punch smashing towards Long Chen. But this punch was completely silent. A yellow dirt color appeared over, clearly marking it as a high-grade battle skill. Everyone was stunned. He was a late blood condensation expert, and Long Chen had already completely dominated without any battle skills. Now that he had used one, Long Chen's death was doubtless. Some of the maidens had already closed their eyes tightly, not wanting to see the scene of Long Chen's blood flying. But Long Chen wasn't the slightest bit panicked. He indifferently said, people really do give good advice right before dying. You're right, be aware of your own strength. Some people can't be provoked by you. Long Chen met Wang Cheng's fist with his own fist. Just before they collided, the Feng Fu star at the bottom of his foot began to rapidly circulate, and a strand of energy was sent into his Danshan. The originally slowly circulating cyclones immediately grew 10 times, and began to wildly spin. An endless ocean of energy filled his entire body. Boom! K-waves surged out, shaking every direction, causing the entire plaza to shake. Shocking energy swept out throughout. Tempests of wind wildly surged, almost blowing people away. Everyone retreated filled with shock and terror. Such a terrifying battle was something they had never seen or imagined before. Was this really power humans were capable of? When the dust slowly settled, the original form of the stage could no longer even be seen. It was in complete ruins. In the middle was an empty space that had originally held a very stable stone slab. Now it was covered in spiderweb cracks. There, 2 people were staring at each other, their fists still connected. Long Chen's eyes were like lightning as he unwaveringly glared at Wang Cheng. Currently Wang Cheng was completely shocked. Just now he had used his full strength, but was actually unable to move Long Chen in the slightest. He sensed that behind Long Chen's fist was an unending stream of energy that flowed out like angry endless waves. Long Chen had already erupted with all his power, but was unable to kill Long Chen. It felt as if Long Chen had an endless pit of energy, causing him to feel the slightest trace of fear for the first time. Xia Changfeng and Wei Kang quickly stood up, filled with amazement. Long Chen's combat ability had completely exceeded their expectations. How is this possible? Xia Changfeng's expression was ugly. How could a child at the 7th heaven stage of Kai condensation explode with such terrifying strength? He was actually an equal for a late blood condensation expert. Everyone present was speechless like wooden statues. Even the always calm Grandmaster Yan Kai was astonished. Zhu Yao was filled with both surprise and delight. A soft feeling arose in her beautiful eyes as she looked at that figure, which appeared like a heavenly deity. Fatty Yu and the others were trembling with excitement. They had been reluctant to say anything just now. After all, that was a late blood condensation expert. They had really expected Long Chen might die today. With the assistance of Long Chen's medicinal pill, the unconscious Shifeng had already awoken. But many of his bones were broken, and he was unable to move. He could only rely on Shu Hu's support. Seeing Long Chen overflowing with killing intent and appearing like a bloodthirsty murderous divinity, his heart shook, and he felt completely ashamed. Even if he was stupid, he could see that this had been a trap for Long Chen. They had used him in order to force Long Chen into a meticulously arranged snare. And Long Chen had clearly known this was a trap that could easily kill him, yet he still jumped in because of him. This caused Shifeng, who was an unshakable stoic man, to tear up. Bang! Long Chen shouted, and an unstoppable force surged out of him, pushing Wang Chang back. Wang Chang, if I can't make your blood dye this ground, then I, Long Chen, will not see tomorrow's sunrise. Long Chen's voice sounded as if it had come from the depths of the underworld, his killing intent not the slightest bit concealed. It caused even the wind and clouds to tremble and people's hearts to shake. Peach, although you might be powerful, killing people doesn't just rely on strength. Wang Chang coldly smiled. However, you did say one thing right. You definitely won't be seeing the sunrise tomorrow, because tonight I'll definitely kill you. Wang Chang's words finally caused some people to realize that this battle of theirs wasn't some coincidence, but a clear trap for Long Chen. Long Chen took a deep breath. He slowly raised his fist. No wind moved around his body, but his robes began to float up, his black hair dancing in the wind. It was as if a divinity of war had possessed his body. Then let's see just which one of us won't see tomorrow's sunrise. Chapter 43. Beast Cultivation. Chapter 43 Beast Cultivation. Let's see just which one of us won't see tomorrow's sunset. Following Long Chen's shout, green light appeared over his fist. As soon as that light appeared, a terrifying wind shot out, and even the atmosphere groaned beneath that fist. Seeing that, a gentle feeling arose within Chu Yao. That posture was one of the high-grade mortal battle skills she had taught Long Chen, but when it was Long Chen using it, it had completely changed. That might was capable of swallowing mountains and rivers, and even from dozens of meters away, it caused people to feel an enormous pressure. Breaking wind fist. It was as if thunder had shaken the heavens. A tempest surged around his fist, as if it wished to destroy the very earth. Startled cries rang out throughout the crowd. The power Long Chen had revealed had already surpassed people's imagination. Long Chen was a complete freak to them, especially to Wang Chang. Long Chen seemed more like a magical beast that wanted his life. His fists seemed to expand to fill all of heaven and earth, completely locking him down. This completely shocked him. He had originally thought Long Chen had had a lucky encounter that had caused his physical body to become much stronger. He was someone who was secretly groomed by Xia Changfeng to be a martial weapon. From when he was young, he was already someone who had fought life and death struggles, surviving all of them. He had a terrifying amount of battle experience, so even if Long Chen had displayed this strength from the start, he still wouldn't be worried. By relying on his rich fighting experience, he could effortlessly suppress Long Chen. But this fist of Long Chen's had actually locked him in place, so that he was completely unable to dodge it. He could only receive it head-on. Locking someone like this was an extremely powerful mental skill. By using one's powerful mental force and adding it on to their attack, it would cause the opponent to be unable to dodge. Such a power would only appear from extremely powerful cultivators, or perhaps people like Wang Chang, who had crawled out of a pile of dead people, could perhaps control a trace of that power. But now Long Chen, who was only at the 7th heaven stage of Kai condensation, had actually done so. This situation made no sense with what Wang Chang knew. Long Chen didn't give him much time to think it over. His fist brought with it a tempest that broke through the space to smash right towards him. At this point he couldn't hold anything back. With a loud roar, a red layer appeared all over his body and terrifying blood Kai exploded out. He also sent out a fist with all his strength. Boom! Everyone felt the entire plaza shake. Then, a figure was sent flying into a huge boulder. That boulder was over 10 meters tall and immediately crumbled. People looked from Long Chen remaining at his original position, and then that collapsed boulder. The entire plaza was deathly silent. Xia Changfeng's expression changed greatly, never expecting Long Chen had hidden his terrifying strength so well. This was completely out of any of his expectations. It wasn't just Xia Changfeng. Wei Kang was also filled with shock, and viciousness appeared in his eyes. If Long Chen's battle capabilities were revealed to the outside world's sects, they would definitely accept him. After all, Long Chen was still extremely young. With a sect support, who knew just how powerful he would grow to become? It was completely unacceptable. They could not let him leave here alive. Wei Kang already hated Long Chen and wished him dead. Long Chen had caused him to lose much of his face, and the two were now like water and fire. If he let Long Chen grow further, would he still be able to live? Suddenly the boulder blew apart, and a figure slowly walked out from there, immediately causing startled cries. That was Huang Chang, but the current Huang Chang was an extremely sorry figure. Most of his robes had been torn apart, and his hair was completely disheveled. Through his messy hair, the crowd could see his face was covered with blood, and blood continued to slowly drip to the ground. Excellent, you really do amaze me. Although Huang Chang was injured, his voice was completely undisturbed. I'm also amazed with you. A bad feeling arose in Long Chen, but he absolutely couldn't allow himself be oppressed by him in terms of imposingness. Huang Chang smiled, but that smile was absolutely eerie and sinister on his blood-covered face. Glancing at the distant Xia Changfeng and seeing him nod slightly towards him, Huang Chang suddenly began to laugh. Long Chen, your power has exceeded my expectations, but you will not be able to escape death today. Now, I'll let you see just what true strength is. Huang Chang suddenly let out a howl like a wild beast, and following it, his clothes began to burst apart. The distant people all let out startled screams. Huang Chang's arms had at least doubled in size, and were now covered in yellow fur. The most shocking was that his face had become even more twisted. Fur covered it, and tusks appeared on his mouth. His hands had become deformed. His fingernails grew to become steel claws, and a cold air threatened people. The current Huang Chang was no longer human. He was more like a freak in a humanoid shape. His whole body emitted a berserk aura. The always calm Grandmaster Yun Kai finally changed expressions when he saw this. With his experience, he had managed to recognize just how terrifying this move was. Beside him was Chu Yao, who had noticed Yun Kai's change in expression. She hastily asked Grandmaster, "What's going on? Is Huang Chang a human or a beast?" Grandmaster Yun Kai was grave as he said that Huang Chang's origin most likely isn't simple. He's a beast cultivator. Although he only has a superficial understanding of this technique, such a beast transformation will cause a person's combatability to increase a frightening amount. Originally, this so-called beast cultivation was a kind of extremely powerful inheritance. Beast cultivators would refine a magical beast's essence blood, allowing them to control a portion of that magical beast's might. Such cultivation would only allow the cultivator to control an extremely small portion of the magical beast's powerful physical body. Although it was an extremely small portion, a magical beast's physical body was too powerful, and even such a small fraction was extremely frightening. Huang Chang was very confident now. Ever since he had refined the magical beast's essence blood, he had never met someone who could exchange more than 10 blows within him in the same cultivation level. In the last 2 years, he had followed beside Xia Changfeng and handled his affairs in a low-key manner. He had never revealed his true strength. Today he hadn't expected to have to erupt with it all, and yet still had been unable to handle that youth. He had been completely furious. When he saw Xia Changfeng nod, he no longer had any misgivings and revealed his unique trump card, Beast Transformation. Seeing the color of his fur, he most likely refined the peak second rank yellow, face Devil Wolf's essence blood. You don't need to worry. As soon as Long Chen is unable to handle it, I'll go. Peach, I really want to see what he has up his sleeve. Seeing Chu Yao so worried, Grandmaster Yun Kai said a couple comforting words. Looking at the pleased Wei Kang, he coldly smiled. Currently the entire crowd was filled with fright as they looked at Huang Chang. They couldn't help retreating from him. Only once they were far away from him could they feel a bit safer. Long Chen was also filled with shock when he looked at Huang Chang. This was the first time he felt the air of death, and it was extremely strong. After fusing with the pill god's soul, his ability to sense danger had become much keener. For him to have such a feeling definitely meant the current Huang Chang posed a great danger to him. Looking at his own hands, the 5 claws moved slightly. Huang Chang looked at Long Chen, his voice so ugly it sounded like iron scratching. Do you have any last words? Long Chen suppressed his own fear. Such a thing had no use at all, and would only cause him to sink into despair. He had to conquer it. All of Huang Chang's muscles were bulging out. With his yellow fur standing on end, and his 3-inch-long tusks, he looked nothing more than a monster. I want to ask you a question, said Long Chen. Fine, it'll count as your last wish before death, Huang Chang said, playing with his nails. I want to ask, were your mother and father human or beast? How'd they end up giving birth to a weirdo like you? Or are you a human-beast hybrid? Long Chen asked, puzzled. The response for Long Chen was 5 iron claws cutting through the air. By the time he sensed them, they had already reached his chest. Long Chen was startled, and almost instinctively drew back his chest and quickly retreated. Long Chen's reactions might have been quick, but the clothing around his chest had been shorn and 5 points of blood appeared over his skin as blood slowly flowed out. He was absolutely astonished by the speed. That attack had been so sharp that if he had taken just one step too late he would have died. The exchange had occurred so lightning fast that the crowd hadn't even reacted before it ended. Your mouth really is loathsome. As punishment, I'll tear you into pieces. Long Chen slowly put his claw-like fingernails to his mouth and licked them. A bit of Long Chen's blood stained them. Taking a deep breath, Long Chen focused all his attention. His divine sense was pushed to its max. Due to his carelessness just now, his stomach had almost been cut open. Just one such mistake was enough. If it happened again, he would most definitely become a corpse. This was the first time Long Chen started to feel a bit of fear, and at the same time, for some reason, he also felt a bit of excitement. The blood in his body was heating up. What he didn't know was at the moment he had felt the threat of death, the Feng Fu star at the bottom of his foot started to slowly circulate without any urging or control from Long Chen. It was currently transforming in some unknown way. But Long Chen didn't sense that since he was completely focused on battle. All his attention was on the outside world, on Huang Chang. That demonic beast form of his was something he could not be the slightest bit careless of. A dog like you wants to tear me to pieces. Can a man who isn't even a man do that? I don't believe it. Long Chen glanced sideways at Huang Chang, his expression contemptuous. But when he spoke, he also was circulating his divine sense to its limit, using it as a substitute to watching over his moments. Die. As he expected, the beast-transformed Huang Chang was even easier to infuriate. A crazed yellow gale charged at Long Chen. Chapter 44. Deathbed Struggle. Huang Chang's attack was something Long Chen was already expecting. Although he didn't understand beast cultivation, he could assume that using a magical beast's strength to increase one's own combat strength would definitely cause a person to become more berserk and have less control. Although that berserk strength was frightening, such a person could only fight instinctively. Long Chen believed that a wild bull was definitely a bit easier to deal with than a cunning fox. This time, Long Chen was prepared, and he also moved just as soon as Huang Chang. A leg kicked out right towards Huang Chang's stomach. Bang! Long Chen's kick landed right on his stomach, forcing him back. The berserk Huang Chang was just like a wild beast, and hadn't even been slightly prepared for Long Chen's attack. But seeing the berserk Huang Chang's speed, Long Chen coldly sweated. When Long Chen's kick had landed on Huang Chang's stomach, Huang Chang's claw had almost reached Long Chen's throat. Were it not for Long Chen being prepared and making his move first, he definitely would not have been able to react fast enough. This was the terror of beast cultivation. After the beast transformation, one's strength, speed, and defense would sharply rise as if becoming a new person. Roar! Being forced back by Long Chen, Huang Chang emitted a bestial roar. His eyes became completely red, as his claws once more reached towards Long Chen. Breaking wind fist. Long Chen shouted loudly and punched out. Boom! Long Chen's fist smashed into both of his claws, and the two were shaken back several meters. What strength! Long Chen grumbled inside, not expecting Huang Chang to have such a terrifying trump card. This bastard really had hidden himself deeply. The breaking wind fist Long Chen had used before this had sent Huang Chang flying, without the slightest resistance. But Huang Chang, who had undergone the beast transformation, could no longer even be harmed by Long Chen's fist. Huang Chang was just like a furious magical beast. As soon as he was forced back, he once more charged forward, wildly brandishing his claws towards Long Chen. Long Chen grit his teeth, and the Feng Fu star on the bottom of his foot circulated once more. The 7 cyclones within his dantian quickly whirled, his entire body's energy surging out. 2 fists punched out, directly confronting Huang Chang. Explosive ringing shook the heavens, and gale winds blew everywhere. Terrifying energy waves jolted back all the people watching. Heavens, what kind of battle is this? It's too terrifying. Those people had never seen such a berserk battle. Their faces were white, and their legs were trembling from fear. Even those experienced veterans were filled with shock. None of them had ever expected Huang Chang to be a beast cultivator, and have such a terrifying combat ability. And what was even more shocking was Long Chen, who once had a reputation of being the capital's #1 trash noble heir. Now, he was actually able to battle a monster like Huang Chang. Claw afterimages filled the sky, and the wind howled, shaking the heavens. The most shocked people were definitely Zia, Changfeng, and Wei Kang. They could have never imagined that a small K condensation newbie like Long Chen could explode with enough power to contend with Huang Chang, who had undergone beast transformation. After all, Huang Chang was a martial weapon who had been secretly groomed. Out of 1,000 participants, he had been 1 out of a dozen who had survived a hellish training. And Huang Chang was the most powerful amongst those remaining people. That was why Xia Changfeng viewed him so importantly, and had spent great effort to groom him. It could be said that Huang Chang was a slaughter machine who had been trained with an immeasurable amount of resources. If it weren't for Long Chen infuriating Xia Changfeng and Wei Kang, they would definitely not have revealed such a secret martial weapon. But while they were shocked by Long Chen's strength, they now saw that although Long Chen was capable of defending, he was already starting to fall into a disadvantageous position under Huang Chang's violent berserk attacks. Currently, Long Chen's cultivation base was only at the 7th heaven stage of Kai condensation, and he had only established a single star. The amount of spiritual Kai that he could control was a far cry from Huang Chang. He could only survive thanks to his powerful physical body. Any other person would have long since been destroyed. Long Chen's arm was once more slit by Huang Chang's claw. Although he did his best to dodge, his clothing was torn and blood dripped down from his wounds. At this time, Long Chen's body was covered by many bloody scars, and the blood stained most of his clothing. Zhu Yao's heart clenched tightly at the sight. Continuing like this won't do. The current Huang Chang is no different than a magical beast in a humanoid form. His strength is endless, and the sharpness and hardness of his claws would not lose out to the steel. Long Chen was astonished. Without the soul of a pill god and the superficial battle experience that had come with it, he would have already been unable to endure. Grandmaster Yun Kai, please save Long Chen. Zhu Yao couldn't help begging Grandmaster Yun Kai. Wait a bit. Grandmaster Yun Kai only continued to look at Long Chen. He had yet to make a move. That was because he was very conflicted inside. Long Chen's accomplishments in alchemy were something he admired greatly. He had once advised Long Chen to focus his energy on the pill path. With his talent, he would definitely walk far on that path. But the battle strength Long Chen revealed today was completely astonishing. As a pill master, he was unable to deny that if Long Chen focused all his attention on the martial path, he might go even further than on the pill path. That was why he had yet to make a move. He wanted to see what Long Chen's limit was, and also to have this life and death trial temper him. Through such tempering, it didn't matter whether Long Chen cultivated the martial path or the pill path. Either would have inestimable benefits for him. Blood splattered again as Long Chen's chest was by a claw. A few more bloody scars appeared upon him. Long Chen, I won't let you die easily. I've already said that I'll tear you apart piece by piece. After this prolonged exchange, the originally berserk Huang Chang had calmed down by quite a bit and now coldly laughed. Long Chen had no reply for him. He found that the current Huang Chang had openings all over, but his defensive ability was too shocking. He had landed a kick on one of his vital points in their exchanges just now, but shockingly, Huang Chang had merely stumbled slightly before completely recovering, without the slightest hesitation. After battling for the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Long Chen had already come to an understanding about Huang Chang's current state. His physical strength and endurance could no longer be judged by human standards. He would have no chance of victory if he continued on like this. He had to try something. Long Chen suddenly shouted and sent a fist right at Huang Chang's claw. But it was he who was blown back 10 meters from the exchange. Huang Chang didn't immediately chase after him, and instead indifferently looked at Long Chen. He was just like a tiger examining his prey. The crowd was completely silent. The intense pressure coming from that battle was hard to bear. But now, they had a slight breather. Those berserk exchanges had caused their hearts to leap into their throats. That was especially the case for those maidens who were tightly clutching their hands to their chests. They were afraid that if Long Chen revealed the slightest opening, his blood would splatter throughout. Do you have to continue this deathbed struggle? Huang Chang waved his hands, his long claws covered with Long Chen's blood. Currently, Long Chen's clothes were completely torn and dozens of bloody scars slowly continued to flow, making his appearance extremely frightening. Deathbed struggle? It hasn't reached such a point. Long Chen shook his head. Although he was covered in wounds, they were all superficial. They appeared frightening, but they didn't affect him too much. Long Chen had known that the battle today would be very difficult. It was the most difficult battle ever since he was born, but it would definitely not be the last. As long as he defied fate, the battles he would face in the future would only become fiercer. He needed that feeling of being close to death to increase his will to live. To become a true martial cultivator, you had to experience the threat of walking the line between life and death. Only by surviving the terror of death could you walk further along your path. This was something all experts had to experience. The battle just now had been fought over the brink of life and death for him. It was true that he had fused with a pill god's soul, and had merged with some of his battle experience. But just one mistake would have turned him into a corpse. He was only able to fight like this because of his firm resolve. He also had his own difficulties. If he was unable to handle even such pressure, how would he face his future enemies? How could he save himself from his own plight? How could he repay the enmity of stealing his blood, plundering his bone, and destroying his root? After experiencing the feeling of being on the edge of death just now, his intuition had become increasingly sharper, and his heart clearer. Now that he had achieved this goal, it was time for the true death battle. But if you say it was a deathbed struggle, then sure. Take a look at what my deathbed struggle is. Long Chen clasped his hands, and a flame soared out from them. Heat waves spread everywhere, and in the end, his entire body was covered in a pale yellow flame. What? Wai Kang was so shocked that he stood up, his face filled with disbelief. He pointed at Long Chen and said, in disbelief, "Pill flame armor. How is that possible?" Other than Wai Kang, the other most shocked person would have to be Grandmaster Yun Kai. So, Long Chen could actually spread his pill flame all over his body. Using pill flame to protect the body was something only pill masters like Yun Kai and Wai Kang were capable of doing. This not only required a powerful pill flame and a forceful spiritual Kai, but it also required an extremely powerful spiritual strength as support. Only the most powerful of pill masters could use pill flame to protect the body. It was commonly known for them that pill masters had to reach the tendon transformation realm before having enough spiritual energy and spiritual strength to just barely use pill flame to protect the body. Although according to rank, Long Chen could already be counted as a pill adept, his cultivation base was only at the 7th heaven stage of K condensation. Under normal situations, pill cultivation and martial cultivation weren't necessarily equal, but they were definitely related. To become a pill apprentice required one to at least reach K condensation. That was because only then could one agglomerate a pill flame. But just agglomerating pill flame didn't make you a pill apprentice. Only by refining a medicinal pill that met the standards could you obtain the qualifications to become a pill apprentice. And the majority of pill apprentices had already reached the blood condensation realm. Otherwise, they wouldn't have enough spiritual Kai to refine medicinal pills. Only extremely talented pill cultivators could become pill apprentices in the K condensation realm. People like Long Chen and Xiaobeiqi, who could refine the second-tier medicinal pills at the K condensation realm, and thus have the qualification to be pill adepts, could already be considered geniuses. But no matter how much of a genius you were, you definitely couldn't condense a pill flame to protect your body at just the K condensation realm. This undermined everything the two of them knew. Long Chen was now completely wrapped in a yellow flame. His hair drifted in the air, and his eyes were like stars, just as if a domineering flame god had descended upon the earth. I'm coming. Chapter 45. Defeating a powerful enemy. I'm coming. With a cold shout and his body encased in flames, Long Chen suddenly rose up. The air several meters around him had already reached a terrifyingly high temperature. Long Chen punched out, the high temperature around his fist causing space to warp, its power shocking as it smashed towards Wang Chang. Wang Chang was extremely startled as he felt an indescribable fear from the flame around Long Chen's fist. Seeing his attack, he quickly retreated back to avoid the punch. But just as he dodged this punch, he suddenly saw Long Chen's cold smile. An enormous sense of danger immediately filled him. Crap! Long Chen's shocking punch had actually just been a feint. The actual attack was a silent kick. By the time he sensed it, Long Chen's foot had already viciously landed itself upon his stomach. Wang Chang screamed miserably. This kick didn't cause him any heavy injuries, but the flame ignited the fur around his body. Animals really do hate fire. Long Chen was gratified inside. Wang Chang's beast transformation might bring with it a magical beast smite, but it also brought with it a few of their weaknesses. Preferred magical beasts had an inherent fear of fire, so his pill flame had a powerful suppression over Wang Chang. Long Chen's kick had been covered with flame and ignited Wang Chang's body. A strong roasting smell filled the air. Despite doing his best to pat away the flames, it still took a long time for them to extinguish. A great portion of his yellow fur had been burnt black at this point. He appeared extremely miserable, like a rat that had dug its way out of a stove. Seeing this, Yun Kai relaxed inside. For Long Chen to find Wang Chang's weak spot so quickly was very exceptional. And most importantly, even if others knew of that weakness, only Long Chen, who could condense the pill flame to this level, could take advantage of that fatal weak point. Wang Chang's skin was now black, and all his fur had been burnt away. Although he wasn't heavily injured, he couldn't suppress the innate fear he had towards fire. At this time, it was obvious that Long Chen's pill flame had completely suppressed him. Just as Wang Chang was howling in anger, Long Chen charged at him with his fists flying, appearing just like a human-shaped blazing flame. Long Chen was extremely quick, consecutively landing 3 blows. Wang Chang knew he would be unable to avoid them, so he could only grit his teeth and take them head-on. Although he wasn't afraid of Long Chen's physical strength, each time Long Chen landed a blow, his claws seemed to shrink as if they had just come out from a furnace. After these 3 blows, Wang Chang felt as if his hands weren't his own anymore. He could even smell a faint scent of roasted meat coming from them. Just a moment ago, it was Long Chen who was forced to dodge and run. Now the situation had completely reversed itself. In front of Long Chen's pill flame, Wang Chang could only cower and didn't have the strength to retaliate. Fatty Yu and the others all celebrated when they saw this. As long as Long Chen could persevere, victory would definitely be his. Kill him, Huang Chang! Xia Changfeng stood up and shouted. Long Chen's strength had far exceeded his expectations. It had already reached a point where even he was feeling some fear. A pill adept with endless potential, who was also a genius martial cultivator, was not someone he could take lightly. That kind of person had to either become a loyal subordinate, or be completely eliminated. Currently, his relationship with Long Chen was like that of water and fire, so the first possibility no longer existed. Therefore, it didn't matter what the price was. He must kill Long Chen, or he would never be able to feel at peace. Huang Chang hatefully glared at the blazing Long Chen. He had never thought that someone he had been toying with in battle would evolve to such a level. Die, Long Chen! Now that he had received the order from Xia Changfeng, Huang Chang let out a bestial roar, and suddenly, his blood and kai soared into the sky. His entire body seemed as if it were completely engulfed in blood, and become entirely red. What? He can use the Great Blood Explosion technique? That's insane! Those noblemen of the Phoenix Cry Empire all cried out in alarm, as they all recognized this technique. The Great Blood Explosion technique was an extremely terrifying secret art. It would be used, if and only if a blood condensation expert met with foes that they absolutely could not defeat, and were pushed to the breaking point. Only then would they make such a ruthless decision and use it. The Great Blood Explosion technique ignited the entire body's blood and kai as the price for temporarily increasing one's battle strength. It would let the user double in strength temporarily. But the price was extremely terrible. Once used, the blood essence you had condensed would be completely burned away. Even if you lived, your cultivation base would freeze, and you would never be able to progress any further for the rest of your life. This kind of situation was rarely seen. Unless it was an absolute last resort, no one would use it. But now Huang Chang had actually used it. Grandmaster Yun Kai noticed those stunned noblemen and couldn't help but sigh. The Phoenix Cry Empire truly was hopeless. Despite such a genius appearing, none of them went to help Long Chen. No matter what, he was the son of the border suppression marquis who had great accomplishments and had made huge contributions to the empire. The border suppression marquis had been fighting along the border for over 10 years now, fighting back the savages of the barbarian tribes and letting the Phoenix Cry Empire enjoy an era of peace. If his son were to just die like this in the capital, would the imperial family not be afraid of retaliation? But when Yun Kai looked at the fourth prince and the Empress Dowager, he couldn't help but sigh with sorrow. He leaned forward slightly and prepared to go save Long Chen. Long Chen's display today had already far exceeded his expectations. There was no way he would let anything happen to him. After using the Great Blood Explosion technique, Huang Chang had essentially become a bloodthirsty beast, and his eyes had turned completely red. Letting out a bellow, all his energy that was flowing out of his body suddenly stopped and flowed back, all of it gathering around his right hand. His right hand immediately thickened to the size of his thigh, and his muscles throbbed, releasing a terrifying pressure as he grabbed at Long Chen. Devil Wolf Claw. Just as Huang Chang used that killing blow, Grandmaster Yun Kai also stood up and charged over. Yun Kai, don't meddle. Even as Grandmaster Yun Kai moved, Wei Kang, who had already been prepared, also charged out and blocked him, punching out. Yun Kai snorted and also punched out, wanting to send Wei Kang flying. After they collided, Wei Kang flew back, but he had managed to block Yun Kai. Grandmaster Yun Kai's expression changed greatly when their fists collided. He suddenly felt his hand tremble and immediately turned black. My Yin Fiend palm feels pretty good, right Yun Kai? Don't even think about going over with me here. That kid will definitely die. Wei Kang coldly laughed. Yun Kai was shocked inside. He and Wei Kang had fought for dozens of years, but he hadn't expected that Wei Kang would have advanced so much in the past few years. He would definitely not be able to break through his blockade in a short time. You old lecher, it's you who will definitely die. A ridiculing insult came from Long Chen's mouth. Seeing Huang Chang's fist coming, Long Chen took a deep breath and pushed his cultivation base to its max. He no longer held his pill flame back at all, and it erupted like a volcano. The flame cloud palm, the blaze around his body disappeared, all of it condensing into the middle of his palm. The originally faint yellow flame had already given birth to a slight red color due to the high temperature. In front of everyone's stunned gazes, Long Chen's palm collided directly with Huang Chang's sharp claws. An explosion shook the heavens as the flames danced. Surging kai waves soared into the air. Even Yun Kai and Wei Kang stopped their fight to watch in shock. When the dust settled and their vision cleared, the first thing they saw was a 3-meter-wide crater. On opposite sides of the hole, dozens of meters away, were two figures lying on the ground. The entire plaza was in complete silence. A light sound rang out as one of those figures slowly started to move. They saw that the one who slowly stood up was a blood-stained Long Chen. Although he was a complete mess, his clothing torn and gasping for breath, the current Long Chen still appeared as valiant as ever. Going around the crater, Long Chen slowly walked to Huang Chang. Wang Chang looked even more wretched, his body burnt black and looking like nothing more than a dried-up corpse. There were also quite a few pieces of bones sticking out of his body. After using the great blood explosion technique, his defense had sharply declined. That was why in their final exchange he had suffered worse wounds than Long Chen. "As I've already said, I won't let you see tomorrow's sunrise," said Long Chen coldly in front of Wang Chang's body. Wang Chang wanted to speak, but his stomach had sunk and was squeezing his abdomen, making it so he was unable to speak. The feeling of not being able to speak doesn't feel so good, does it? Retribution really does come quickly. You made it so others couldn't speak out, and now you can't say anything at all. A mocking smile appeared on Long Chen's mouth. In order to infuriate Long Chen, he had used despicable techniques to intentionally injure Shifeng heavily and seal his breathing so that he was unable to admit defeat. All of that had been completely captured in Long Chen's eyes. Seeing Long Chen's icy cold eyes, terror appeared in Wang Chang's eyes. He wanted to say something, anything, but he was unable to. If it had been a couple of years ago, he would never have felt any terror from dying, as he had only undergone dark and sinister training. But after a few years of working under Xia Changfeng, he had grown attached to the world again and didn't wish to die. "If you want to beg, then don't bother. Someone like you doesn't deserve pity." Long Chen shook his head and slowly raised his foot. Everyone present was just quietly watching, unable to say a single thing. This unrestrained battle between giants had been full of ups and downs, completely astonishing them. "Long Chen, let Wang Chang go. I will compensate you." Xia Changfeng was, of course, unwilling to see his most powerful subordinate die like this, so he thickened his skin and spoke out. "Oh, do you have anything that I want?" Long Chen asked, interested. Seeing there was a chance, Xia Changfeng couldn't help but rejoice. "Just ask for whatever you want. If I have it, I definitely won't hold it back." Long Chen nodded and stuck out his thumb. "You really are loyal. Then, I'll give you a chance. Give me your life and I'll let him go." Xia Changfeng, who had been rejoicing, immediately felt as if someone had given him a slap to the face. He glared at Long Chen. "You were playing me? Playing you wasn't my goal. The goal is to play you to death." A sinister smile appeared on his face. Saying this, Long Chen raised his foot, and the whole plaza was filled with alarmed cries, as he viciously stamped it down on Wang Chang. Just as Long Chen's foot was about to hit Wang Chang's stomach, Long Chen suddenly felt his scalp turn numb. At the same time, he heard Yun Kai's angry roar, and without even thinking, he quickly threw himself to the side. An arrow landed right where Long Chen had just been. Chapter 46. End of the Lantern Festival. The arrow shot right past Long Chen's waist. If he had been slightly slower, he would definitely have been skewered. Long Chen rolled several times before looking up at the arrow. Having missed Long Chen, it had ended up piercing Wang Chang's thigh. Wang Chang's mouth was wide open. His eyes had lost any spirit, looking just like a dead fish as he silently stared into the sky. A strong fishy smell came from his thigh, and despite holding his breath at the very first moment, Long Chen still became light-headed and nauseous. What a powerful poison! Long Chen was horrified. That arrow was obviously coated with an incredibly powerful toxin, although he was unable to determine what it was exactly just from breathing it. But from its strong toxicity, it was definitely a poison extracted from a magical beast that was at least at the third rank. Anyone at or below the blood condensation realm would die immediately from it. How shameless! Yun Kai cried out angrily and extended his hand, sending out a 3-meter flame spear towards Wai Kang. Wai Kang couldn't help being surprised that Long Chen had dodged his attack. Seeing Yun Kai attacking him, he hastily put away the crossbow in his hand. That poisonous arrow had come from him just now. Wai Kang also extended his hand and summoned a blazing fire sword. Yun Kai's spear continuously collided with it, emitting explosive sounds as flames shot everywhere and heat waves surged. Long Chen was the closest person around at only 30-something meters away. He was completely exhausted and weak now, so he was sent flying from their waves of Kai. Just when Long Chen thought he would be smashed to pulp by the aftershocks of their battle, a gentle fragrance suddenly entered his nose, and a soft body caught onto him. Chu Yao. Long Chen turned his head to see Chu Yao deeply concerned with him. He rested himself into her embrace. "Long Chen, I'm sorry I've hurt you." As if a pearl necklace had been cut open, her tears began to flow down one by one. She knew that the reason Long Chen had entered such a state was mostly all because of her. If she hadn't performed her brazen display today, perhaps Long Chen wouldn't have ended up like this. He had almost lost his life multiple times just now. Her heart was filled with pain when she thought of that. "What are you saying? That scoundrel Xia Changfeng already hated me, so it has nothing to do with you," consoled Long Chen. He wanted to stand up, but he did not have even the slightest bit of energy within him. Leaning against Chu Yao's chest, Long Chen's heart started to wildly jump. "Thank you, Long Chen." Chu Yao knew Long Chen was trying to comfort her. Her heart was moved once more and she felt ashamed. Boom! With another explosion, the warmth that was building within Long Chen's heart was interrupted, and he quickly looked over. At this time, Grandmaster Yun Kai had a long spear in his hand that had been condensed from pill flame. His entire body was covered in red flames. Scorching Kai waves came from him, his might overflowing the heavens. That was an ability that could only be used after reaching Pill Master, pill flame taking shape. Alchemists didn't like to battle, but it didn't mean that they were weak. Alchemists focused all their cultivation on the pill flame. Not only could it be used to refine pills, but it could also be used for battle and easily overpower people in the same realm. Wei Kang's expression was extremely grave. Long Chen could tell that although Wei Kang was also a pill master and his pill flame was strong, in terms of purity, it was definitely quite a bit weaker than Grandmaster Yun Kai's pill flame. Long Chen wanted to say a couple of ridiculing insults to Wei Kang, but he was too weak after the battle. That last attack had used up basically all his energy, and he didn't even have the strength to shout. Yun Kai and Wei Kang's blazing weapons let out explosive bursts when they collided. Even the ground was shaking along with them, and the surging K-waves caused everyone to retreat. Both of them were the chairmen of their respective alchemy guilds and had exalted statuses. Even the noblemen had never seen such a battle, let alone the youth. They were carefully focused on examining their every move. Wei Kang, you've lived so long but have yet to make much progress. I think you should get lost now. Flame Dragon stab. Yun Kai shouted, and the spear in his hand stabbed forward. It tore through space and destroyed the land. A dragon-shaped flame burst forth. Wei Kang also shouted, and the flame sword in his hand transformed into a huge shield, firmly blocking the attack. Bang! Dust and flames surged. The world shook, and it was as if the very air were set on fire, making it so people were unable to even scream. Yun Kai, just wait for me. Suddenly, a figure flew out of the flames, appearing very miserable as he rushed out. That person was Wei Kang, and after saying that, he disappeared into the night. As if he had long since anticipated this result, Grandmaster Yun Kai simply coldly looked on as Wei Kang rushed away. He slowly turned and went back to his seat. The entire plaza was silent. People looked from Long Chen, who was being embraced by Chu Yao, and then to the ashen-faced Xia Changfeng. Nobody knew what to say. The Empress Dowager's expression was also ugly. Today's affairs had completely exceeded what she had anticipated. She who held all the power in the Phoenix Cry Empire was actually reduced to a minor role. Long Chen wins. This year's Lantern Festival is now over. The Empress Dowager had no choice but to announce this result. As soon as her words rang out, the entire plaza became impassioned. The maidens were like a tide as they charged towards Long Chen. Long Chen's heart jumped in fear. Before he even understood what was happening, a maiden placed a flower loop around Long Chen's head. Just as he was about to say something, 10 other maidens surged forward. No matter whether Long Chen wanted it or not, they all placed their personally made flower loops over his head. Chu Yao laughed to the side as she watched. She didn't say anything and filled with mirth instead of jealousy. Furthermore, there was also a kind of pride on her face. Long Chen ended up covered in flower loops to the point there was no more space for any more. Just as he was prepared to tell this group of enthusiastic girls about this, the sky suddenly darkened as if it was filled with flower loops. Some of the maidens had seen that there were too many competitors in front of them, and they were unable to squeeze in. They had just anxiously directly thrown their flower loops in front of Long Chen. With one person taking the lead, the others all understood the same thing, and in an instant, there were hundreds of flower loops flying over. By the time the girls scattered, Long Chen had already disappeared, buried beneath a pile of flower loops. Martial arts were extremely popular in the Phoenix Cry Empire, and your skill in martial arts had a direct correlation with women's attraction to you. Even though Long Chen had already displayed feelings for Chu Yao, that didn't have any effect on their feelings for him. He was a handsome and powerful man, who for love and his brother dared to fight a bloody battle with a blood condensation expert. He even seemed to look down on death. Just what kind of courage was that? Long Chen's display had moved the majority of the undecided women's hearts. By the time Long Chen managed to dig his way out of the flower loops, the crowd around him had dispersed, and Chu Yao had also disappeared. Only Fatty Yu and the others were left, and they helped pull him up. Brother Long, you really are my idol, Fatty Yu said excitedly. The others were also pretty much the same. Long Chen's display had awed everyone. He was practically a reincarnation of a battle god, causing his friends to be extremely proud of him. Long Chen smiled and looked around. He noticed the Empress Dowager, the noblemen, the chancellors, the princes, and Grandmaster Yun Kai had already left. Even Chu Yao was out of sight. Brother Long, while you were buried just now, the third princess was called over by the Empress Dowager. From the face she made, I'd guess that the third princess won't be having such a good time in the future. Shu Hu was somewhat nervous. During normal times, they wouldn't dare rashly discuss the imperial family, but now with Long Chen's display, it had greatly raised their aspirations, and they no longer worried so much. The Grand Xia's prince, Xia Changfeng, had come to the Phoenix Cry Empire mostly for the purpose of proposing to the third princess. Although a public declaration hadn't gone out, it was said that the Empress Dowager had already agreed to it. For the third princess to publicly declare her affection for Long Chen during the Lantern Festival was equivalent to slapping the faces of the Empress Dowager and Xia Changfeng. Naturally, the Empress Dowager was irritated. This time, they had fortunately had Grandmaster Yan Kai's support, but as someone from the Alchemist Guild, he had to maintain a neutral position. He definitely couldn't interfere in the Empire's affairs, especially not something like the imperial family's marriages. That was why Shu Hu and them were nervous. Hearing this, most of the joy Long Chen felt from his victory faded, but he still didn't regret it. Even if he died, he couldn't let someone like Chu Yao down. Most of the people in the plaza had left by now, and only a few soldiers remained to clear out the decorations and trash. Wang Chang's body had long since been hauled away. Let's go. We'll talk about it more later. Xifeng, how are your injuries? Long Chen managed to stand up with Shu Hu's support. I'm fine. Long Chen as Xifeng was ashamed of himself. If it weren't for him, Long Chen wouldn't have had to fight and almost lose his life today. Brothers don't need to say unnecessary words to each other. Since we're brothers, just heal your injuries and raise your cultivation base so you can take your revenge later. Long Chen waved his hand. Revenge? Didn't Huang Cheng die? Fatty Yu was a bit puzzled. Long Chen smiled and didn't say anything more. The others were all startled. What was he thinking of? Okay, just help me and Xifeng back to our homes. We have to recuperate a bit. Honestly, I feel like even my bones are about to fall apart from exhaustion, laughed Long Chen. The others quickly went to support Long Chen. In truth, his injuries weren't very severe. The problem was that he was simply too exhausted and didn't have the slightest energy. They slowly walked away from the plaza. In the shadows, a figure slowly appeared, watching Long Chen and them leave. He muttered, I really didn't think Long Chen had grown to such an extent. Could it be that he had been hiding this since the start? That person was the fourth prince. Long Chen's display today had also exceeded his expectations. That's true, this kid truly does plan deeply. Fourth prince sighed. Master, should we eliminate him in the dark? Behind the fourth prince was a figure that stayed in the dark. If he hadn't spoken, others wouldn't even have noticed him. Let's not be hasty for now. Although he startled me today, his weak points were also displayed. No matter how powerful someone is, as long as they have weak points, there is nothing to be afraid of. There were a couple of unforeseen accidents, but this isn't necessarily a bad thing. If we can take advantage of this, we can definitely get an unimaginable profit. A faint smile appeared on the fourth prince's lips. Long Chen didn't return home that day. Instead, he told Shu Hu to send word to his estate that he was staying at the Alchemist Guild to study with Grandmaster Yan Kai. A lot had happened today, and he didn't want to confront his mother about it for now. Plus, his mother would be worried over his many wounds. Long Chen went to Xifeng's house. Xifeng only had several broken bones. As for his internal injuries, they were no longer much of a problem after he had consumed Long Chen's medicinal pill. He just had to rest a couple of days to fix those broken bones. Although Xifeng had suffered a crushing defeat this time, it would definitely be helpful in letting him mature. Experts needed to be tempered. Xifeng's father set up a quiet room for Long Chen. By the time they arrived, Long Chen had recovered a bit of his energy. The others all said their goodbyes. After that, Long Chen slowly took out a jade bottle from his storage ring that had a burning fluctuation inside. Hee, I can't wait till tomorrow for this. Chapter 47. Refining the Beast Flame. Long Chen examined the jade bottle in his hand. Inside was a ball of liquid, yet it released a scorching heat. He knew that this ball of warm liquid was the beast flame. That was the essence of a magical beast's flame. Beast flames were exceptionally precious. A beast flame was equivalent to a magical beast's life, and only second rank or higher magical beasts had the ability to nourish a beast flame. Long Chen used his divine sense to examine the beast flame. The flame element inside was extremely dense, and according to Long Chen's memories, this beast flame was probably from a peak second-rank magical beast. It was no wonder why Kang's expression had been so extremely ugly when he had handed over the beast flame. His pill flame spread and enveloped his whole body. Opening the jade bottle, he swallowed the ball of beast flame essence. Boom! When Long Chen swallowed it, its original appearance of a ball of liquid changed. It went from being as gentle as a rabbit to a berserk beast. A beast flame was a magical beast's life essence. It contained the berserk nature of the magical beast, and for a normal pill cultivator, to force it to surrender required a great deal of time to grind down the berserk willpower. Only when that berserk willpower was ground down could you use your pill flame to join with the beast flame, and slowly make it give up its resistance, gradually refining it one step at a time. But Long Chen wasn't the same. The battle today had made him disclose every single one of his hidden trump cards in order to come out on top. He needed some stronger ones to protect his life. Xia Changfeng had lost his most trusted lieutenant, and Wei Kang had lost his beast flame. They wouldn't take that lying down. The only person who Long Chen could rely on in the imperial capital was Grandmaster Yan Kai, but as the chairman of the Alchemist Guild, he couldn't interfere directly with the Empire's struggles. Unless Long Chen completely gave himself to the guild, and no longer participated in the Empire's affairs, Yanqi wouldn't be able to do anything. But after being repressed for so many years, how could Long Chen be willing to give up on finding out who was the villain hiding the shadows that had tormented him for so long? And how could he possibly abandon Chu Yao? Chu Yao had also endured such bitter experiences, making him think of his own troubles. Was the person who had secretly schemed against Chu Yao also the one who had stolen his spirit root? Before everything became clear, Long Chen couldn't give her or his own enmity up. He couldn't just swallow this hatred. So, his time was extremely limited, and he could only use the most violent and direct method to refine the beast flame. Boom! Another explosion came from within Long Chen's body. After the beast flame entered his stomach, it transformed into the shape of a vicious leopard's head that was fighting as hard as it could. A terrifyingly high temperature almost burnt Long Chen to a crisp. When beast flames were extracted, they shouldn't be suppressed. Doing so would weaken them, causing their quality to decline. Long Chen was now basically facing a peak second-rank magical beast flames roasting. The berserk energy caused Long Chen to spit out blood. As soon as that blood was spat out, it turned to vapor. Long Chen's body had already been turned into a burning stove. Hempeach, a small second-rank magical beast, also dares to resist me? Long Chen snorted, and his Feng Fu star activated. The 7 cyclones revolved wildly, and his entire flame energy was like a giant net that forcefully enveloped the ball of beast flame. That beast flame now entered its most violent state, but Long Chen's pill flame ended up becoming incomparably firm and forceful with the support of the Feng Fu star and the larger 7 cyclones. In the beginning, that beast flame was capable of dashing around, but in just a few breaths' time, it became just like a captured beast, and no matter how it struggled, it was useless. After all, that ball of beast flame didn't have any further energy as support. Under Long Chen's full effort, its violent aura was gradually eroded, and it slowly calmed down. Although Long Chen had already anticipated this result, he still sighed a breath of relief. His clothes were now drenched with sweat. At this time, he felt as if his personality was split. Part of him was filled with contempt for this beast flame. The other part of him greatly looked forward to it. One side was happy, while the other felt disdain. Long Chen bitterly laughed. He knew that he had fused with a pill god's soul, and naturally, that pill god looked down on such a beast flame. But it was what he needed urgently. This beast flame was the first step of his pill path. Under Long Chen's continuous refining, the beast flame gradually became completely calm as a ball of water. It was extremely docile now that it was completely purified, its berserk nature all refined away. An ordinary pill cultivator's first flame was actually created by using the Danshan's spiritual Kai to follow specific paths and be released outside as a high temperature. Such a flame was more accurately a kind of hot gas. Only those who could form this gas had the potential to be pill cultivators. Less than 1 in 1,000 people could do this, so pill cultivators were extremely rare. But some people had a special Danshan that already possessed a trace of flame energy. Through training, it could be condensed into pill flame. That was a true pill flame, but such people weren't 1 in 1,000, but less than 1 in 1,000,000. So amongst pill cultivators, most of them were like Long Chen, and for them to advance, it required refining a beast flame as a start. Even so, beast flames were extremely precious and could not be measured in terms of just gold coins. Perhaps in all of Phoenix Cry, only Yankai possessed a beast flame. Slowly withdrawing his flames back into his body, Long Chen examined the ball of beast flame that was now docile in his body, and couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. When most pill cultivators finished refining a beast flame, they would let it merge into their Danshan and use the beast flame as their only cultivation path. But Long Chen couldn't do so. For one thing, the main source of his spiritual Kai was not in his Danshan, but his Feng Fu star. Furthermore, he cultivated in the 9-star Hegemon body art, and this technique was extremely mysterious and powerful. It allowed him to fight people several levels above him. There was no way he could give it up to only follow pill cultivation. I got it. Long Chen suddenly thought of an idea, and placed the beast flame into his Danshan, using the 7 cyclones to slowly envelop it. Let's try it out. Taking a deep breath, he started a very audacious test. He used his cyclones to slowly absorb the beast flame. That beast flame didn't have any resistance to the absorption. Following Long Chen's orders, it dissolved into the meridians all around his body. This was merging the flame, dissolve the beast flame, and send it throughout the entire body. This was the best way for him to become familiar with the beast flame and gain greater control. Since it had already been completely refined, this process occurred extremely easily. Just like that, the beast flame dispersed throughout his meridians. This method of his had definitely never been used before. Even in his pill god memories, there was no mention of such a thing. After dissolving the beast flame throughout his meridians, Long Chen was pleasantly surprised to find that his meridians had actually become a bit wider. That additional widening could not be underestimated. Each meridian was like a canal. The wider the canal was, the greater the amount of spiritual Kai it could support during battle, allowing you to explode with greater power. The Danshan could be likened to a lake while the meridians would be the channels. During a battle, you needed to draw the lake's water throughout the channels before converging them back together. This was also how battle skills could be so explosive. But the more powerful the battle skill, the greater the amount of energy required. If the channel's capacities were insufficient, they would burst. Without even harming your enemy, your meridians would break down. That was also why he was still unable to use Split the Heavens despite having figured out how to. It was because his meridians weren't wide enough. His test today almost made him jump with excitement. He now used his own meridians as carriers to nourish the beast flame, the two of them complementing and assisting each other. As he cultivated and became stronger, his meridians would be constantly enlarged by the beast flame. Long Chen had truly profited this time. Although other pill cultivators, who brought the beast flame to the Danshan, would be able to cultivate quicker, that wasn't even comparable to the benefit of having wider meridians. Okay, I still have to see whether this is all good or bad. Taking a deep breath and praying inside, he slowly collected the beast flame that had merged into his meridians back into his Danshan. A flame appeared in the middle of his palm. It had a light red color, and as soon as it appeared, it caused the air around it to twist. He nodded pleased. It already had this much strength, just after refining it. It truly was worthy of being a beast flame. It was many times stronger than his original flame. Hesitating for a moment, he gritted his teeth and slowly circulated a small strand of spiritual Kai from his Feng Fu star to his cyclones. The slowly revolving cyclones immediately grew larger and began to wildly spin. I wonder if this will work. Long Chen was worriedly looking at the flame in his hand. He was extremely nervous about this experiment, but he still decided to carry it out. He sent those 7 cyclones' energy to the ball of flame that he had condensed. Long Chen felt his body jolt as if it were about to explode. The blaze in his hand, that was originally 1 foot long, immediately grew to 10 feet. Crap! Alarmed, Long Chen hastily took back the flame. That eruption of his pill flame immediately scorched the roof. Flapping his hand, he created a wind to put out the flame. But although the flame was extinguished, the entire roof was also sent flying. Looking up at the 360 panoramic view he had of the starry sky, Long Chen felt the urge to cry. Almost as soon as he had come to a friend's house, he had ended up not burning the house down, but actually tearing it apart. That wasn't good. As expected, footsteps came running as the people from the Shi household were all alarmed. Even someone deaf would have been awoken from the clamor. Seeing Long Chen's embarrassed face, Shi Feng's father covered up his shock and smiled. Without saying anything to him, he told someone to prepare a new room for him. Long Chen wanted to say something, but Shi Feng's father just patted him on the shoulder and laughed. You and Shi Feng are brothers, so just treat this place like your own home. After a new room was arranged for him, Long Chen didn't dare further experiment with anything he didn't understand. Sitting on the bed, he started to use his cyclones to absorb the world's spiritual Kai, sending it into his Feng Fu star. The next day, before the sun had even arisen, Long Chen's body suddenly emitted an explosive sound. Long Chen slowly opened his eyes happily. After his battle with Wang Chang, the next bottleneck had slackened, allowing him now to reach the 8th heaven stage of Kai condensation. He ate breakfast and examined Shi Feng. He saw that Shi Feng didn't have any serious sequelae and left 2 medicinal pills for him. After that, Long Chen left the Shi household and went directly to the Alchemist Guild. Chapter 48. The Story of Yun Kai. Bang! Xia Changfeng slammed his hand onto a table, completely shattering it. His expression was extremely malevolent now as he ground his teeth. Long Chen, if I don't tear your body into 1,000 pieces, then I wouldn't be Xia Changfeng. The Lantern Festival had been a complete and utter failure for him. He had lost a powerful subordinate in Huang Chang, making him incessantly furious. It had turned out completely different from what he had planned. Not only had he failed to kill Long Chen, but he had also lost Huang Chang, and Wei Kang had had to hand over his precious beast flame. This competition's greatest winner had actually been Long Chen. Xia Changfeng's lungs were about to burst from anger. Within the same room as him was a young man in his 20s. Acting as if he didn't even notice Xia Changfeng's anger, he leisurely drank a cup of tea to the side. Xia Changfeng's anger had been mostly vented after breaking the table, and he gradually calmed down. He respectfully said to that person, Brother Luo, Long Chen is too overbearing. I hope that Brother Luo can help me relieve some of my anger. That white-robed man who had been called Brother Luo lightly put down his cup and indifferently said, Changfeng, you really have disappointed me. Just a woman has caused you to lose your calm. That Long Chen is just an ant. You have to remember why we've come to Phoenix Cry this time. If such a small trivial matter ends up delaying the major event, don't even think about escaping your punishment. Do you understand? After saying this, his expression sunk, showing how displeased he was with Xia Changfeng's performance. Being reminded about their goal in coming here, sweat rolled down Xia Changfeng's forehead. Many thanks for the reminder, Brother Luo. Changfeng understands his wrong. Xia Changfeng hastily bowed. Seeing Xia Changfeng's apology, the white-robed man smiled slightly. Before we accomplish that matter, waiting patiently is the most important thing. Must you squabble over temporary losses? Moreover, we've already spent many years preparing. In the end, that third princess will be yours. Think about it. Seeing that kid Long Chen work bitterly for a long time just to still fail at the end, wouldn't that the most refreshing? Xia Changfeng's eyes brightened, and his anger was immediately relieved. It really is Brother Luo whose vision is far-reaching. I am ashamed. You mixed up your priorities. Although, to tell the truth, that Chu Yao really is as beautiful as a goddess and irresistible. Chu Yao's maidenhood will be yours. But once you obtain that beautiful woman, can you also let your big brother have a taste? The white-robed man looked at Xia Changfeng and smiled. Xia Changfeng's expression changed slightly, but he immediately covered it up and did his absolute best to be indifferent. He smiled. Changfeng doesn't really care about such a beauty. Once the matter is over, Brother Luo will of course have his share. Changfeng, you aren't feeling unwell inside, are you? The white-robed man lifted his teacup and blew on it. How could that be possible? Brother Luo is from the sect, and this little brother is still hoping to have Brother Luo's guidance in the future, said Xia Changfeng hastily. Good, that is how a man should act. Take what comes magnanimously. Otherwise, how will you ever accomplish big things? Don't worry, as long as this matter is handled properly, you will definitely be able to become an outer disciple. Then, many thanks, Brother Luo. Xia Changfeng was ecstatic at that. That unhappiness he had felt just now vanished into smoke. The white-robed man nodded. You must handle this with utmost care. If even the slightest whiff of it comes out, not only will the benefits fly away, but the punishment we'll get is not something either of us can survive. Don't worry, Brother Luo. I've been extremely focused on it, and will definitely handle it properly. Xia Changfeng patted his chest. Then, that's good. My identity can't be found out, so you can only call me out at the end. Proceed with the plan faster and set up everything as early as possible. The less movements you make, the better. And it would be best for it to be handled without spilling any blood. Most of the plan has already been set in order. The entire Phoenix Cry Empire is basically within our control. There's just one big problem. The border suppression Marquis, Long Tang Xiao. He still won't surrender, and is unmoved by force or persuasion. It really is a headache. He controls almost a third of the forces within the empire, and if we can't resolve this problem, it might have an effect on our plan, said Xia Changfeng. Long Tang Xiao? Long Chen? How are they related? They're father and son. Idiot, he's the border suppression Marquis' son. Then just treat him as a kind of trump card. A trump card that controls the border suppression Marquis. And you actually wanted to kill him? The white-robed man abruptly became furious. Xia Changfeng was at a loss. He also knew that Long Chen could be a kind of trump card for them, but he was unable to bear Long Chen's flirtation with Chu Yao. You almost ruined things. Don't touch Long Chen for now. Go find all the information about him and his family for me. Yes. Xia Changfeng left. Once he left, the white-robed man coldly spat out, "What an idiot." When Long Chen arrived at the Alchemist Guild, the alchemists who previously were unfamiliar with him all respectfully bowed. Long Chen's display of alchemy yesterday had already become common knowledge within the capital. Despite his opponent essentially cheating, he still managed to win a complete victory, eyeing them. He was but 16 years old when he acquired the rank of a pill apprentice, and now he was essentially a pill adept. His future would be limitless. Even if they couldn't curry favor with him, they still couldn't leave him a bad impression. Long Chen was still a bit unused to his sudden rise. Making some inquiries, he learned that Yun Kai was currently in his own room, and he went straight there. Enter. Just as he was about to knock, Yun Kai's old voice rang out. Entering, he saw Yun Kai sitting lotus-style. In front of him was a bowl of water, but the water was as black as ink and even emitted a fishy odor. Wei Kang's Yinfian palm has become much more powerful, but it is a heretical technique, and is unable to become a great technique. Yun Kai disdainfully looked at the bowl of black water. Grandmaster, is your hand okay? Yun Kai had received Wei Kang's palm that day, and that palm had contained a Yinfian's poison. After a night's work, it's basically fine now, smiled Yun Kai. It took a whole night? Long Chen was startled. Grandmaster Yun Kai had profound skill and power. Even with his powerful pill flame, he had needed a whole night to purify it. You don't need to be surprised. Wei Kang's Yinfian palm is extremely sinister and has a resistance to pill flame. Although it took a night to purify the poison, Wei Kang will require a whole month to once more accumulate that level of toxicity again, and that is why I said it was a heretic technique that couldn't become a great technique, explained Grandmaster Yun Kai. Only now did Long Chen realize that Wei Kang probably had a limited accomplishment with his pill flame compared to other pill masters, so he had cultivated a sinister poison battle skill like the Infiend Palm, using it to restrain other pill masters. For a pill master like him to not focus on his own body's flame, and instead go cultivate a poisonous palm, it was no wonder Grandmaster Yun Kai turned his nose up at him. "Your wounds have healed?" Grandmaster Yun Kai was slightly surprised. "Hee, this kid's skin is tough and the meat is thick. Just one night's rest, and I'm fine," laughed Long Chen. Grandmaster Yun Kai looked him up and down and sighed. "Originally, I had hoped that you could focus wholeheartedly on pills. With your spiritual talent, you will be able to walk ever further than me on the pill path. But after yesterday's battle, I've changed my thinking. A martial genius who can battle those in higher realms than him is too rare. It really is a mess." Don't worry, Grandmaster. I won't give up either path." Long Chen truly was speaking the truth. That was because his 9-star Hegemon body art was complemented by his accomplishments in alchemy. Without his alchemy, he wouldn't have even been able to condense his Feng Fu star, let alone cultivate. As for the 2nd star, 3rd star, and so on, they all required medicinal pills to condense. Even just the simplest Feng Fu star had used up countless medicinal pills. According to his memories, each following star's condensation would require an even greater amount of resources than the last. It was a number that was simply impossible to calculate. Although he didn't know the exact number, he knew that to condense his Feng Fu star, he had consumed hundreds of medicinal pills. But although the cost was high, the benefits were also correspondingly high. Otherwise, a trash like him who didn't even have a spirit root couldn't even dream of standing out, let alone battle across realms. Dual pill martial cultivation isn't completely unheard of, but usually, the gains are not worth the losses. Splitting your attention into 2 paths requires twice the effort for half the gains. Historically, dual pill martial cultivators all wasted their time and in the end, accomplished nothing, filling them with regret in their final days. Yun Kai shook his head. Grandmaster Yun Kai wasn't wrong. No matter how talented you were, without 100% of your effort focused, you would just end up living a mediocre life. As for dual pill martial cultivation, it split your time and energy. Countless people had left bitter lessons to later generations, saying that it was a failed path they couldn't return from. But Long Chen had displayed great talent whether it was in terms of the pill path or the martial path. His talent was absolutely shocking, and even Pill Master Yun Kai didn't feel that Long Chen should give up on the martial path. If you chose pill cultivation, all your spiritual Kai would be transformed to flame, and you would only be able to use one attribute of battle skills. Although they had great power, if they met someone with the subduing water attribute battle skills, they basically could only run. But pill masters were extremely respected, so why would they go battle with others? Others would all want to get a favor from them, so how many would offend them? Although pill masters didn't necessarily have a frightening battle power, you couldn't forget that each pill master had an extremely large support. All sects needed to form good relations with pill cultivators, so they could obtain the medicinal pills they needed. If a pill cultivator went out, even if he was only a pill apprentice, there would be countless powers fighting over that person. That was why Grandmaster Yun Kai had said it was a mess. But Long Chen wasn't at a loss at all. He had already planned to advance forward on both. "I come over today to thank Grandmaster for his assistance yesterday." Long Chen was actually very grateful for his assistance and support. "Haha, that's just a small matter. You also let me relieve quite a bit of anger yesterday, so I should be the one thanking you." Grandmaster Yun Kai laughed and gave Long Chen a praying mat. Letting him sit on it, he said, "Do you want to know why Kang and I are like fire and water to each other?" Chapter 49. Pill Valley. "Do you want to know why Kang and I are like fire and water?" Long Chen was startled. He actually had wanted to know this. However, such a thing was too embarrassing to ask about. But now that Yun Kai had brought it up, it naturally evoked his curiosity. Yun Kai began to tell him a story. From it, Long Chen learned that Yun Kai and Wai Kang had actually been fellow apprentices. Their master had taken 3 apprentices in his lifetime. Other than Yun Kai and Wai Kang, there was a 3rd, female apprentice. That person had been Yun Kai's wife, the woman in the drawing he had shown Long Chen who looked just like Xia Beichai. Their master was a recluse expert, and only in his final years did he take 3 apprentices and pass down his refining techniques. Those 3 had been extremely talented in refining pills, especially Yun Kai. He had been the best amongst the 3, and their master did everything to teach him. But jealousy was a constant part of human nature, especially for Wai Kang who had been born in a humble background. He had felt extremely bitter and cynical about his master's preferential treatment of Yun Kai. He had always suppressed those feelings, and never displayed them, until there finally came a day when their master had reached an extremely great age, and his life was about to end. He had called Yun Kai to his side, and given him a tablet. "Haha, my enmity with Wai Kang all stemmed from this tablet." Grandmaster Yun Kai sighed, and a bronze tablet appeared in his hand. The entire room became warmer when that tablet appeared. Carved on the tablet was a delicate pill cauldron with thousands of rays of light coming from it, appearing extremely lifelike. The other side had a scenic picture on it. There were mountains and water, and between them was a valley. Immortal Kai hazily curled around its surroundings, and just looking at it caused Long Chen's mind to become much brighter. This is what my master left me. Because of it, us fellow apprentices ended up quarreling, and my loving wife was implicated and died. Kai rubbed the tablet with a complicated expression. There was both a trace of regret and a trace of mourning. Long Chen didn't know what to say. Eventually, Kai put aside those feelings and continued. Originally, their master had given it to Kai secretly, and only the two of them had known of it. But somehow Wai Kang had learned of its existence, and began to demand it from Kai. Kai refused no matter how Wai Kang wheedled him. Seeing that his attempts produced no result, and since he wasn't a match for Kai, Wai Kang finally turned a sinister hand towards their junior apprentice sister. Their junior apprentice sister had already expressed her affection for Kai in secret, and Wai Kang had hatched a plot around her, using her life to extort Kai. But no one had expected that their usually gentle junior apprentice sister was actually extremely resolute and upright inside. She had killed herself rather than to bring Kai down. This panicked Wai Kang. Kai's killing intent had exploded, shaking the heavens. He had wanted to tear Wai Kang into 1,000 pieces as revenge for his junior apprentice sister. But although Wai Kang was much weaker than Kai when it came to refining pills, in terms of combatability, he was only slightly weaker. Knowing he couldn't beat Kai, Wai Kang had fled. Kai had chased him for thousands of miles, but Wai Kang still escaped in the end. Over the next 30 years, Kai had never stopped inquiring news about Wai Kang, always wanting to get revenge for his junior apprentice sister. But Wai Kang was extremely crafty and never revealed himself. He even occasionally requested experts to go kill Kai, and over that time, Kai was attacked several times and almost died. Finally, Kai awoke from his hatred. If it continued on like this, then he would not only be unable to get his revenge, he would even lose his life. By using his powerful pill refining arts, he had entered the Alchemist Guild and become a guild chairman, temporarily laying down his vengeance. But just a couple of years ago, Wai Kang had appeared again, and he had also become an Alchemist Guild's chairman. Although over 30 years had passed, that hatred hadn't lessened in the slightest, and the two of them had fought many times. Wai Kang had honed the Yin Fiend poison palm over those years. In their battles, Kai always came out slightly ahead, but he was never able to end him, so Wai Kang always managed to flee. Now, the number of their battles had lessened in the past 2 years. That was because both of them had found out all the other person's trump cards, and so there was no need to waste energy. Unless they could find a way to finish the other off in one blow, neither wished to go do battle again. Are you curious about what this tablet is, for us fellow disciples to fight over it like this? After narrating until here, Grandmaster Kai suddenly asked a question. Long Chen nodded. He truly was curious. Just what was the background of this tablet for Wai Kang to become so crazy? A mocking sneer appeared on Grandmaster Kai's face. Wai Kang actually doesn't even know what it is. He originally thought that Master had become biased and gave me a secret art. But in reality, it is just a normal tablet. A normal tablet? Long Chen couldn't help being shocked. For just a tablet, he ended up causing the death of a fellow apprentice. Yes, it's just a normal tablet. It has no use, but at the time Master commanded me to take care of it, so I couldn't refuse. Originally, I was actually starting to become unable to ignore Wai Kang's wheedling, and was preparing to give it to him to take care of, but then he actually stretched his sinister hand at junior apprentice sister anger and killing intent sword from him. At the same time, Long Chen saw remorse and self-blame on his face. For a useless piece of trash, he had implicated his lover. If that happened to Long Chen, then he might go crazy. This tablet is actually a proof of study. Kai took a deep breath and calmed himself. Proof of study? Long Chen was confused. Yes, this is proof of study from the holy land of pill cultivation, Pill Valley. As for Pill Valley, well, it's still a bit early to talk about it. You just have to know that it is viewed as the highest holy existence in the world of pill cultivators. In an uncivilized place like this, no one knows of it. I've carried this thing for dozens of years. Now, I'll give it to you. He handed the tablet to Long Chen. Grandmaster, this is completely unacceptable. This was given to you by your master, and this little one definitely can't accept it. Long Chen hastily waved his hand. This wasn't left for me. Master wanted me to find someone to give it to. I'm giving it to you, but even so, it might not have any use for you. Kai smiled slightly. What? This tablet can be considered a way to step to fortune, but without power, you won't be able to take that step, let alone gain a fortune. Kai bitterly smiled. I told you just now that the Pill Valley is a holy land in the eyes of pill cultivators. How could it be so easy to enter? Even with this tablet, you need a matching strength to use it, or it will continue to be useless. What kind of strength? Asked Long Chen. If you become a pill king before 20, then you can use this tablet to register there. Grandmaster Yun Kai sighed. Long Chen's mouth dropped. Pill King? Before 20? Was he kidding? A person like Grandmaster Yun Kai had trained for almost 100 years, and had only reached the peak of Pill Master. Wasn't a 20-year-old Pill King just a crazy joke? No wonder Grandmaster Yun Kai had had such a strange expression. For such a thing, he had his wife's life implicated. Anyone would go crazy. Long Chen suddenly realized that Yun Kai had kept this a secret for so long, all in order to get revenge on Wei Kang. He had kept this treasure to constantly draw Wei Kang's attention. Wei Kang longed for it deeply since he didn't know the truth. Zib, I had also appeared most likely just to obtain it. When Long Chen had then popped up later, Yun Kai's treatment of him had caused them to panic. That was why they wanted Long Chen to die. They wanted Yun Kai to have no more successors. If he, Wei Kang, was unable to obtain it, then let it die in Yun Kai's hands. Long Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What had it all been for? The heavens truly did play jokes on man. Although you are extremely talented, you were unfortunately born in an uncivilized place like this. There are no powerful schools inheritances for you here, and so the chance of you being able to use this tablet is low. But even a slight chance is something. When my master gave me this, he told me to find someone to pass it on to. One of his ancestors had managed to enter Pill Valley, and this tablet was a sign of their honor. That is why I hoped there would one day come a genius who could take this tablet and once more join Pill Valley. I've invested so much time for master's inheritance. Now, I will pass it on to you. It is also a load off my shoulders. Yun Kai had an extremely complicated expression. This tablet had changed the course of his entire life. But that change had been a complete tragedy. Who was he supposed to hate? His master? Wei Kang? Himself? Or perhaps the heavens themselves? Fate seemed to have been bored and decided to play a huge joke on him. However, he was unable to laugh at such a joke. Long Chen reached out to take the tablet. Becoming a Pill King before 20. Others might not have any hope of that, but Long Chen was not like others. Many thanks, Grandmaster, Long Chen said respectfully. If one of us should be thanking the other, then it should be me. By handing this tablet to you, I have completed my master's task and I can finally be free to do a couple of things. Yun Kai smiled slightly. Long Chen was alarmed. Grandmaster, you? As if seeing through what Long Chen was thinking, Yun Kai laughed. Don't worry, I'm not thinking anything bad. I won't go sacrificing myself to bring down Wei Kang. Wouldn't that mean that I lost? That relieved Long Chen. If after receiving the tablet from him, Yun Kai decided to go fight Wei Kang in a battle of mutual destruction, he definitely would feel horrible about it. If a great person, like Yun Kai, ended up dying along with that old pervert, it would be an absolute shame, like using a porcelain vase to smash a rat. Child, I can't teach you much at all, but you are the person I have the greatest hope for. You must work hard. Although Yun Kai didn't want to go on, he couldn't help nagging him a bit more. If Long Chen could enter the Pill Valley, in terms of pill cultivation, it would be like ascending to become an immortal. Don't worry, Grandmaster. This disciple will continue working his hardest. Although Grandmaster Yun Kai hadn't taken Long Chen in as his apprentice, that was only because he didn't want to draw any attention to Long Chen. After all, Wei Kang was watching him like a tiger watches his prey. However, Long Chen's current state of affairs with Wei Kang was something everyone knew about. He had beaten his apprentice and expressed his thoughts about the man. Before letting him leave, Grandmaster Yun Kai warned Long Chen once more to be cautious. If the enemy was pressed too hard, then they might make a desperate move. Long Chen nodded his assent. He went directly home. Now, he had become much more powerful, so he was confident in being able to walk through the city without being killed. But when he turned around the corner and saw the gate to his home, his eyes opened widely. What's going on? Chapter 50. Busy as a marketplace. Turning the corner, Long Chen stopped, stunned at what he was seeing. The entrance to his noble estate, which used to be always deserted, now had a long queue in front of it. All of them were married women in their 40s or 50s. He looked around, and had to confirm again that this was his house. Only then did he walk over. At this time, Bao was laughing happily as she received them. Don't worry everyone, take it slow. Register the name, status, measurements, a picture, and any other particulars clearly for me. Miss, can you tell us what the madam likes in a daughter-in-law? One of the wives smiled charmingly. As long as they conduct themselves properly and aren't ugly, then anything is fine. But madam did say she liked those with big hips the best. She said that the wider the hips, the easier she'll give birth. Let me tell you, my madam has actually long since desired to hold a grandson. Haha, young master, you've returned. Bao was enthusiastically talking to them when she suddenly saw the gloomy Long Chen. Greetings, young master. Those wives all quickly greeted him. Long Chen nodded to them, and then pulled Bao into the courtyard. Pointing to the wives, he angrily whispered, "What are you doing?" "Young master, yesterday you boldly defeated an opponent from the Grand Xia and basically obtained the title of #1 junior warrior in the Phoenix Cry capital. You've become an idol for countless maidens, and they're all here to make familial ties." Bao covered up her smile. I knew you would make trouble. Where's Mom? Madam is inside. I actually forgot. She told me she wanted to see you as soon as you came home. Bow, or clapped her forehead. Good, I'll go right now. You, hurry up and find a way to get rid of them. What kind of place is this? This isn't a marketplace. Long Chen wasn't in a good mood. I can't do that. Madame sent me to receive all of them. I better go. Who would have thought that the always cute and obedient Bao, or would actually not listen to Long Chen and run back to those wives with delight? Long Chen rolled his eyes and went to see his mother. His mind was constantly spinning along the way, trying to find a way to describe the events that had occurred yesterday without making his mother worried. But as soon as he entered her room, before he could even say anything, his mother angrily said, "This annoying kid, hurry up and enter." Perhaps there was no way for him to explain himself. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't come up with a good excuse. But what he had not expected was for his mother to pull him over to a table covered in pictures of beautiful women. Chen, look, these 19 ladies were carefully selected by me out of over 100. Whether it is in terms of beauty, etiquette, or status, they are all very suitable for you. Quickly look, do any attract your interest? Seeing that Long Chen was in a daze, Mrs. Long urged, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and check them out." "Okay, I'll look." Only now did Long Chen realize that his mother had already completely forgotten the danger he had been in yesterday. But when he looked at those portraits, Long Chen's expression became a bit strange. "Mrs. Long said complacently, "Look at how beautiful their Chen are, especially their waists and hips. They definitely are suited for birthing. If you marry a couple of them, I'm sure there'll definitely be some babies growing in just a few months." Mrs. Long was unable to contain her own joy. It seemed as if she could already see the scene of herself holding a bunch of her grandchildren. A bead of sweat rolled down Long Chen's face, dripping onto the portraits. It ended up landing on a girl's buttocks, following along the ink and making that part seem even larger. "Mom, I feel like this should." Long Chen started to make an excuse. "Stop delaying. Before, your mom thought you wouldn't be able to find a suitable wife, and now that so many candidates have come today, don't you dare waste this chance. I won't make it hard for you. Pick out 3 for me today and later on you can pick some more. In any case, if you don't choose at least 10 of them, don't even think of going away." Long Chen's face turned green. Was this supposed to be like breeding livestock? But looking at how strict she was, it seemed she was extremely serious about this matter. Just as he was at a loss on how to reply, a rough voice rang out. "Brother Long." A huge figure rushed in and embraced Long Chen. "Brother Long, I heard you fought with someone yesterday. Why didn't you bring me?" Long Chen saw that it was Wilda who had rushed in. Inside, he cheered. This brother of his had truly come at the perfect time. "Mom, I still have some stuff to do and have to talk to Wilda. You just slowly do some selections. Once you finish those, I'll come to look again. Kid you." Just as she was beginning to speak, Long Chen had already quickly pulled Wilda far away. "That rascal," she quietly scolded. But when she turned back to look at the portraits of those ample girls, she quickly became gratified. "Brother Long, did you get injured yesterday?" Wilda asked Long Chen in concern. "No, I'm fine. Your brother Long will now have to fight more and more. Speaking of which, have you learned how to use that technique of using spiritual Kai that I taught you?" asked Long Chen. He had taught Wilda how to circulate his spiritual Kai throughout his meridians, but his comprehension skills were extremely low. If it weren't for how powerful Long Chen's spiritual strength was, and that he could teach him by actually guiding him from within, it would have been impossible for anyone to teach him. When Long Chen brought up cultivation, Wilda became extremely proud. "Brother Long, I can already use that technique you taught me." "Really?" Long Chen was delighted. Long Chen brought Wilda to an empty area behind the estate. Pointing towards a stone the rough size of a human, he said, "Crush this just with the wind generated from your fist." "Yes." Wilda agreed and punched out a single fist. Wind rushed over the stone, causing it to tremble slightly. "I didn't do it right this time." Again. Wilda was a bit embarrassed. Another fist shot out, and the wind still only caused the stone to tremble slightly. Strange. Again. He tried 3 more times, but the stone remained the same as ever. Long Chen's face darkened. "Wilda, this is what you've learned?" "Yes. Normally, I can succeed in 3 out of 10 punches. It's just not working today." Wilda was distressed. Hearing that, Long Chen almost stumbled. When fighting with others, could you really rely on chance? Long Chen felt a headache. Wilda was basically a treasure trove, but the difficulty in unlocking that treasure trove was incredibly great. Placing a hand on Wilda's back, Long Chen said, "Try again." "Okay." Wilda once more punched out, but this time there was not the least bit of energy behind it. "Before you punch, you have to prepare. First, urge your danshin into motion and then punch out. Remember that it is the danshin that drives the fist, and not the fist that urges the danshin." While he was in contact with Wilda's body, he could sense that Wilda was first punching out, and then using his meridians in an attempt to spur the danshin. That kind of technique could work, but when it came to Wilda, it would be a matter of luck. Experienced cultivators would have no problem doing it like that, but it would be too difficult for Wilder to do that. Try again. Don't rush your punch. Circulate your danshin. Okay, your danshin is operating. Punch. Boom. A huge boom rang out, and that man-sized stone was crushed into complete rubble. Brother Long, I succeeded, happily shouted Wilder. Long Chen nodded. He appeared calm on the outside, but inside he was filled with endless shock. Wilder had once more become much stronger. That last punch had enough power to crush the late-stage blood condensation Huang Chang. Although he wouldn't be able to compare to Huang Chang once he used his beast transformation, Wilder was probably even better than him in terms of power. However, his movements had far too many flaws. But at this point, he had only managed to use a strand of energy from his danshin and wasn't able to use his full power. That meant Wilder's potential was truly frightening. Good, now do it again, encouraged Long Chen. Wilder once more punched out, but this fist was empty like his previous ones. For a moment, it was just Long Chen looking at Wilder, and Wilder looking at Long Chen. Long Chen was completely silent for over 10 minutes. Finally, Wilder patted his head. Brother Long, is it that I'm too dumb? I really want to tell you that you're not dumb, but since I hear liars will be struck by lightning, I don't dare say it. Long Chen looked at the sky worriedly. Then what should I do? Wilder was completely dejected. From tomorrow onwards, you won't stay at the estate. Go back to the pasture. Brother Long, do you not want me any more? Wilder was completely startled and filled with fright. Long Chen laughed involuntarily, patting Wilder's thick shoulder. Don't joke around. We're life and death brothers. Then, why do you want me to go to the pasture? From tomorrow onwards, all your food will have to be handled by yourself. If you want beef, then you have to kill the cow yourself. However, the condition is that you must use your attack containing spiritual Kai to kill the cow. Otherwise, you'll just have to live with an empty stomach. Go. Wilder promised him and walked away. Watching Wilder's back as he left, Long Chen couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. Wilder's comprehension skill was too worrying. Sometimes, he worried about whether he should keep Wilder by his side. With his intelligence, he really was a bit too dangerous. He was an honest person, honest to the point where his head couldn't even comprehend tricks. That was also why he would never goof off on what Long Chen told him to do. Long Chen's instructions were to make him accustomed to using spiritual Kai. Otherwise, when he fought with others, each of his attacks would only have a chance of working. That was no different than sending him to death. In any case, Wilder's appetite was growing every day, and each day, he ate over 100 cows. That was enough for him to train. If he unlocked his full power and became accustomed to using his spiritual Kai, Wilder's strength would reach a level that would terrify even Long Chen himself. After properly arranging Wilder's matters, Long Chen returned to his own room. On the way, he saw that line of wives in the happily busy bow. Sweat once more began to roll off his forehead. He sent instructions that he was entering seclusion and not to bother him, unless something huge happened. He was at the 8th heaven stage of Kai condensation. One more advancement would let him reach the 9th heaven stage, and from there, he could directly step into blood condensation. Only once he reached the blood condensation realm could he truly be able to guarantee his survival. He was extremely irritated that nothing was under his control. Just wait. Time for me to see the true faces of the people who have constantly been scheming against me.